Spring 1987, Godric's Hollow. Albus Dumbledore sat in the armchair of his sitting room waiting for a guest. At his hand lay several letters recently sent by his friend Nicolas Flamel. Dear Albus, I have learned from our friends and the newspapers how busy you have been recently. The nightmare that has plagued the British wizarding world for years is finally over, but countless terrible messes remain for you to deal with. Still, I imagine you have had experience with this before, haven't you? I am writing to talk to you about Celia. She is truly a talented alchemist. The most gifted student I have ever seen, I dare say. I would be very happy to teach her provided she is willing to stay and further her studies in alchemy. I am sorry about her experience. She remains as pale and speechless as when you sent her here. The sunshine of France and the romance of Paris cannot bring a smile, but she is willing to leave the house now and even accompanied Perry to the market to buy groceries. Things are gradually getting better. The dark clouds left by the Dark Lord will eventually dissipate. She will also move on from the hurt and the loss of her dear friend. After all, long time heals any wound. Yours, Nicholas. Dear Albus, incredible. In such a short time, Celia has read all my books. She spent only 3 days brewing an alchemical artifact that can extract key content from books. She is truly gifted in the direction that interests her. Yes, I have already admired those kitchen utensils that she made as a student. Very practical ideas and creativity. She selectively studied only the parts about creation. She told me she wanted to resurrect her dear friend, very candid. But I told her it was impossible. She was silent for a while, then muttered that the future belongs. Obviously, Celia is recovering in a rather aggressive direction. That is also a good thing. I decided to let her study the Philosopher's Stone, but she was not enthusiastic. After confirming that the stone can neither bring back the dead nor be used as a seasoning, she lost all in. A bit headache-inducing, Nicholas. Albus, you always cause trouble. Can you sleep? At my age, I really cannot sleep. Cecily attempted to use blood to draw a formation to summon departed souls. When Perry found her in the basement, her blood was almost drained. Perry was terrified and stayed by Cecily's side, persuading her to care more about the living. She seemed to listen, or perhaps she realized that resurrecting the dead is impossible. After recovering, she began researching Dementors. She intended to create a natural enemy of Dementors. She said that since a Dementor's kiss can suck out a human soul, if we create a natural enemy that eats Dementors and then vomits, would it spew out the human soul? You said that the person who betrayed her dear friend was locked up in Azkaban. Perhaps she wants to take revenge herself. The sting of youth is good, but it can no longer bear too much stimulation. Nicholas. Dear Albus, yes, Cecily has been back in France for 7 years. 7 years is a mere blink in my life, but for her it is nearly a quarter of her life. You ask if her condition is stable. I can only say that she appears to be very stable now. In the past 2 years, the dark magic that once harmed her has not caused her any further damage. She has not studied any dangerous forbidden arts. She has published several excellent articles and has become a rising star in the alchemy community. Everything is heading in a good direction. She mentioned wanting to return to Britain. Her family completely disagreed. Gabriel came to my house and had a big argument with her. Perry and I could not get a word in. I don't know whether returning to Britain, a place of sorrow, is good or bad for her. Since it is her wish, my answer is that I agree to her return. People should always have the courage to face the past. But I told Gabriel that I completely disagree to prevent him from canceling the home delivery service to my house. I want to give you a piece of advice: at least don't let her be alone all the time. Loneliness always recalls pain. Yours, Nicholas. A knock on the door. Several parchment letters float lightly and fly into a drawer. Dumbledore stood up and opened the door. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. So glad to see you, Celia. Outside the door stood a young and beautiful woman. She had long, slightly wavy black hair and clear gray-blue eyes. She smiled faintly, dispelling the melancholy between her brows. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Celia Durand sat down in the sitting room. She looked at the overly sweet honey tea and cloying pastries on the table, and before Dumbledore could speak, she declined. Thanks, no. I brought you some gifts. She took out a dozen or so packages from her tiny handbag. All of them, without exception, were food. Dumbledore took one, opened it. Inside were small, exquisite opera cakes. He popped one into his mouth, and his eyebrows nearly flew up. Oh, how I've missed this taste. Celia was not keen on discussing food with Dumbledore. After all, the British. She got straight to the point. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for the invitation. I am very willing to accept the position of alchemy professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore finished the cake, drank some honey tea, and discussed the teaching position in detail with Celia. They signed the contract with great efficiency, taking less than half. Celia looked out the window and suddenly spoke. I want to see that child. Dumbledore studied the lace on the tablecloth, not directly refusing. He is at his aunt and uncle's house growing up like a muggle child. But I haven't met him yet. Even if I disagree, you will still secretly go, won't you? Dumbledore looked at her and asked. Celia nodded firmly. That is one of the reasons I came back. You have changed a lot, Celia, Dumbledore said with a smile. What was Celia like before? Weak, compromising, giving up easily. But I have so many Gryffindor friends, I finally learned a bit of courage from them. Celia raised her eyes, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Light danced in her gray-blue eyes, shimmering with waves. They both knew who she was referring to. Dumbledore lowered his eyes, his tone low. Harry must stay with his blood relatives until he comes of age. That is for his safety. Well, Celia, I know why you chose to meet me here. Go see them. Celia embraced Dumbledore in farewell. She walked towards a familiar, yet foreign place. The former Potter house as a monument to the defeat of Voldemort remained half-ruined. Celia stood there silently, her eyes unfocused. A dense pain made her thoughts sluggish, only countless memories jumped out. The last time she was here was 7 years ago in spring. At that time Lily was 6 months pregnant. Can you feel it? Pregnant Lily was full of maternal radiance, stunningly beautiful. She looked down gently and asked. Celia was awkwardly kneeling on one leg, lying on Lily's belly. She wanted to say she felt something, but the only thing under her hand was the slight rise and fall of Lily's belly as she breathed. She felt nothing. Well, it seems the baby is sleeping. It will have to say hello to Aunt Celia next time. Lily did not miss the confusion on Celia's face. She pulled her up from the ground and casually tidied her mess. Celia sat down beside Lily, her gaze lingering on her belly. I don't know if I can return before the little one is born. She had come to say goodbye that day. Voldemort's followers had spread across the British wizarding world, his power at its peak. News of death came frequently, and everyone was in fear. Celia was a Muggle-born witch. During her time at Hogwarts, she had offended a current Death Eater. Rosier, who often bullied her, even publicly threatened to kill her entire family. With the help of the Order of the Phoenix, her family had gradually been sent back to France. Her brother Gabriel was finishing up the last of the family's affairs in Britain. Celia no longer wanted to run away like she did in her school days. She wanted to join the Order of the Phoenix and fight Voldemort alongside her friends. But the first task Dumbledore gave her was to return to France and contact old friends who could help them. The situation was urgent, and Celia didn't have much time. She stood up and kissed Lily on the cheek. I have to go. Wait. Lily grabbed her hand, looking up. Cecily, after the baby is born, would you like to be his godmother? Celia's eyes widened in surprise. Godmother? Become the godmother of Lily and James' child? She exclaimed. What are you saying? Of course I'd love to. She leaned over and said to Lily's belly, baby, your godmother will make sure you have the most normal sense of taste among the British. Hey, French girl, all these years, and you still have such a problem with British taste. James poked his head out of the kitchen, waving a spoon. His hair was still a mess, sticking out in all directions, and there was a smudge of flour on his cheek. Celia pursed her lips. How British food? British stomachs. She had already reached the door when another person came out of the kitchen. The two of them were probably wreaking havoc again. Sirius Black had flour on his forehead as well. Wishing you all the best. He tilted his head slightly, looking at her, still handsome. Celia took a deep look at him and the frantically nodding James. Farewell. That was the last time they met. Before she left, Death Eaters attacked Celia's home. Her brother Gabriel lost an arm. While protecting her Muggle brother and fighting back, Celia suffered even more severe magical injuries, nearly dying several times. After her condition stabilized, she was sent to a French magical hospital. By the time she could stay conscious for long periods, the war was already over. Celia came back to herself. She left the ruins of the Potter house. Marlene McKinnon, dead. James Potter, dead. Lily Potter, dead. Sirius Black, imprisoned in Azkaban for killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. When she woke up and heard the news of her friends' deaths, she always felt that she had not truly woken up, but was still living in hell. The graveyard in Godric's Hollow was behind the church. She walked past old and new tombstones until she found her target. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. Celia thought she had accepted this reality. Over the past 7 years, she had almost cried all her tears. But when she saw their epitaph, tears still fell uncontrollably. Lily and James, the people she loved, and the people she loved, lay in eternal sleep beneath this earth. Their souls had dissipated, their bodies gone. Celia felt the air and strength swept away by the passing wind. She fell helplessly before the tombstone, lying on the soil, gasping and crying in vain. Through tear-filled eyes, she took out her wand, pointed it at her own heart, and silently recited a spell. Strands of blood were drawn from her body, condensing into a blood-red rose at the tip of the wand. She placed the blood rose before the tombstone, wiped the tears from her face. The rose vanished into the soil. Celia turned and left. There were many, many things waiting for her. She was ready. She would not wallow in grief nor fall into the past. She would face everything with courage, and only then would she allow herself to return here. My friends, I will continue to walk forward, even if a part of me has died forever with your passing. Celia had many things to do. First of all, find a place to stay. The moment she returned to Britain from France, she went straight to Godric's Hollow, carrying all her luggage in a handbag enchanted with an undetectable extinction charm, without even time to find an inn. When the family returned to France 7 years ago, they sold all their British properties. The trauma of Voldemort's dark reign made them never want to return, and they were deeply disgusted by the foggy, blood-purist, terrorist-filled, and cuisineless British wizarding world. They tried hard to persuade Celia to stay in safer France, but after she mentioned that the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald had once nearly burned down Paris, they retracted their claim that the French magical world was safer. At least France has good food, her sister Sophia said. That of course could not stop Celia, who had made up her mind. She could cook for herself. Celia was not used to living like other wizards, semi-secluded in villages with few muggles. She found a small cottage in the outskirts of London near a farm and a market selling fresh produce with convenient transportation to the city centre, and importantly in the same direction as Surrey, where Harry now lived. She bought the cottage outright, spent nearly 2 weeks renovating it, and got to know the neighbors. She converted the basement into her alchemy lab, casting repelling and concealing charms, while the above-ground part showed no trace of magic, renovated entirely by workers with her only secretly using magic at night to speed up the drying of paint. Dumbledore wanted Harry to live as a muggle before entering Hogwarts, and Celia, naturally, would not go against him on this. She could be Harry's ordinary aunt. Once the house was beautifully and warmly renovated, Celia tossed and turned, finally deciding to go see Harry at dawn. She had waited many years to see Harry, and now that she was so close, she felt nervous and anxious. She changed outfits 7 times, tried 3 hairstyles, dug out a bottle of perfume from a corner, and sprayed it a few times, took several deep breaths, and finally walked out the door. Celia first apparat to central London to buy some gifts. She bought a designer perfume for Petunia at Harrods, and since she had only met Petunia's husband once at the wedding and forgot what he was like, she bought an expensive bottle of wine. Next were gifts for Harry. She walked into a children's clothing store, tempted to have the clerk wrap up all the clothes for boys his age. How tall is the child? The salesperson's words sobered her up. She didn't even know how tall Harry was now. She didn't know if he was chubby or thin. Celia could only ask the clerk to pick 2 outfits based on the size of a 7 or 80-year-old boy, and she would buy more after, but toys didn't depend on body size. In the toy store, she bought all the things that primary school boys loved, and also picked a few for Petunia's son as a gift. Celia stuffed most of the items into her handbag, leaving only a few light ones in her hand for show. She apparat to Surrey Little Whinging Privet Drive, and checked her appearance in the corner mirror at the intersection. Her hair, skirt, and coat were all neat and perfect. She took a step toward meeting Harry, then pulled her foot back and cast a disillusionment charm on herself. Observing Harry's life first, then appearing naturally before him, should be a more suitable approach, right? It's definitely not, because she's afraid. It was a weekday and Harry was in his 2nd year of compulsory primary education. When Celia arrived at number 4 Privet Drive, he had already gone to school, and only Celia looked through the window at Petunia inside. She had changed a lot, losing her girlish immaturity, now mature and thin. She was cleaning her lips, moving as if talking to herself, and occasionally stopping to listen toward the window. Celia was startled, thinking she had been discovered, but soon realized Petunia was listening to sounds from the neighbors. Any loud noise from the neighbors would make her pause and listen for a while. Perhaps it was some kind of hobby of hers. Celia did not stay any longer. Following the signs, she arrived at Harry's school, a community public primary school, where almost all local children studied. There were only 2 classes per grade, so it was easy to find Harry in his classroom. He sat in the corner, his hair messy, wearing round-rimmed glasses, thin and small, much smaller than his classmates. When Celia saw his face, clearly she froze. So alike, so incredibly alike. Those green eyes were exactly like Lily's, and his face was a miniature version. Harry rolled up his obviously too large sleeves, holding a short pencil stub, and wrote on the desk. His glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, and he pushed them back up with the back of his hand. When tired, he rested his head on his arm, his cheek squished. Celia watched his every move greedily, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. When the bell rang, Harry put down his pen, alertly straightened up, and looked in a direction. Celia followed his gaze and saw a boy at least twice his size. They both moved almost simultaneously. The boy dragged his round fat body toward Harry, raising his hand and shouting, "Get him!" 2 other boys in the class rushed toward Harry. Meanwhile, Harry had already jumped up from his seat and sprinted out of the classroom. The boys rushed out as well, knocking over a few desks and chairs. The students who were hit dared not complain, just picked up their furniture with resigned expressions, muttering, "Here we go." Celia's face darkened completely. She followed, watching them chase Harry across the grass. Harry was agile but small, and soon couldn't outrun the encirclement. The leading blonde, curly-haired fat boy, flushed from running, punched Harry hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground. The others snickered, encircling Harry. One of them pulled him up from the ground, restraining his arms, so he faced the fat boy. Harry winced from the punch. He tried to break free, but failed. "Can't run now, Harry." Someone mocked, and a fist struck Harry's body, drawing a muffled grunt. "How dare they?" Celia gripped her wand in fury, struggling to restrain herself from casting a curse on them. Suddenly, with a loud bang, something invisible flung all the boys surrounding Harry away. They fell to the ground, leaving Harry standing alone. He blinked his green eyes in confusion, then turned and ran. Celia also blinked in confusion. Had she not used magic? She glanced at the group of brats on the ground, then followed Harry. Yes, although she was angry, she had indeed not used magic. There was only one reason. Harry had an accidental magic outburst. At this age it was the peak period for young wizards to have such outbursts. Since he had already shown magic, his identity as a wizard could no longer be hidden. Did she not need to pretend to be a muggle anymore? Celia thought it over and followed Harry for the entire day. She learned that the leading fat boy was called Dudley. Chasing Harry seemed to be his entertainment. Throughout the day, whenever nothing else caught his attention, he would call his minions to catch Harry. Celia occasionally cast small obstacles to slow them down, and Harry was agile, so he was never caught again. Dudley became angrier, shouting that he would get Harry. Celia was also angry. What kind of school and what kind of brats were these? She would make Petunia transfer Harry to another school. When school let out, Harry dashed out of the gates clutching his tattered school bag. Celia knew where Petunia lived, but instead of following him immediately, she trailed Dudley's gang, intent on seeing where they lived and what kind of parents had raised them. This pack of boys was arguably the most obnoxious lot in all of Britain, yelling and squabbling all the way, yanking girls' hair, shoving people around, and snatching others' belongings just to toss them about for fun. That kid's fast, isn't he? We'll have to catch him tomorrow, right, Dudley? They started plotting again how to bully Harry. Dudley grunted like a pig. They'll get him today. Just wait. He won't have a single bite of dinner. They all snickered and wheezed with laughter. A sudden unease crept over Celia. She watched the direction Dudley was heading, and the path grew increasingly familiar until they arrived at number 4 Privet Drive. Petunia stood at the door, craning her neck to look. The moment Dudley came into view, her eyes lit up as if kindled by a spark. Darling, oh how I've missed you. Give your mother a kiss. Dudley refused her kiss, instead shoving his school bag hard into her arms. Harry made me so angry today. Petunia stumbled back from the impact, yet her smile remained unmarred by any displeasure. But at the mention of Harry's name, her face darkened instantly. Clutching his bag, she followed Dudley into the house, and once the door was shut, shrieked, Harry, what have you done now? I didn't do anything, said Harry. Dudley began to bellow. He made me chase him, and then I fell. Petunia gasped, immediately scrutinizing Dudley from head to toe, as if she needed a magnifying glass to check if even a single hair on his head was injured. Darling, where did you fall? Oh, poor Diddy, does it hurt terribly? He just landed on Morwen and Gordon, squashing them flat. He's perfectly fine himself, Harry couldn't help but say, watching Petunia lift Dudley's trousers to inspect his unharmed pig-like leg. Today, when Dudley was chasing him, Harry had heard the commotion and glanced back. Someone's baseball bag had tripped them, and Dudley had landed right on top of his 2 cronies. Shut up. No one asked for your opinion. Petunia snapped, then turned back to fuss over Dudley. Harry pressed his lips together and fell silent. Dudley kept howling, and Petunia fussed over him endlessly. Soon Uncle Vernon, so fat he had no discernible neck, returned home and joined in. Without even hearing the full story, he grabbed Harry, lifted him like a chick, and tossed him into the cupboard under the stairs. He roared, spittle flying. You little brat. No dinner tonight. Think about what you've done. Dudley, having gotten his wish, stopped wailing immediately and began demanding that his mother switch the TV to his favorite show, bring out the snacks, and prepare fried chicken. The 3 of them became a picture of cozy domesticity, leaving Harry alone in the cupboard. Celia didn't know what she felt anymore. Her emotions seemed to have been stripped away, leaving her numb. She bought some cakes from a bakery a few blocks away, cast a silencing charm on the noisy dining room, then bent down and slipped into the cupboard. Harry was sitting with his knees hugged to his chest, playing with a small pebble in his hand. He had picked it up from the park. Smooth and pretty, it was his latest toy. As he toyed with the stone, he also strained his ears to catch the sound of the television from the dining room, sniffed the aroma of fried chicken, and pressed his other hand against his. When Celia entered, he looked up sharply, his eyes darting around, but found nothing amiss. The cupboard door was still locked. So he went back to pressing his stomach and playing with the stone. The cupboard was tiny. An adult would have to hunch to fit inside, and only someone as small as Harry could move around. Celia placed a piece of cake near him, and then lifted the confundus charm from it. Harry noticed the new object almost instantly. He flinched back in fright, but when he saw it was a cake, he couldn't help but lean in. It was a beautiful little cake decorated with elegant swirls of cream and topped with an abundance of fruit. Am I dreaming? He muttered to himself. He placed the pebble back in its small box, then pinched his arm. The pain made him wince. It hurt, so this must be a very realistic dream. Since it was a dream, there was nothing to fear. He picked up the cake, opened his mouth wide, and took a huge bite. The sweet, delicious flavor made him squint with satisfaction. What a vivid dream. He had never tasted such a good cake. He wolfed down the little cake, and when he blinked again, a delicate sandwich had appeared in its place. He ate the sandwich too. When he blinked once more, a bottle of milk materialized. Harry drank the milk and finally let out a satisfied burp. He stared curiously at the spot, wondering what else might appear, but his eyes grew tired, and nothing new showed up. Well, it seemed this wonderful dream was over. Harry blinked sleepily and made his little bed, a shabby threadbare mattress on the floor, then lay down and closed his eyes. He wished he could have dreams like this more often. After Harry fell asleep, Celia cast a dreamless sleep charm on him. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his face. He was covered in food, still thinking it was all a dream. Celia's lips curved into a faint smile, but droplets of water fell one after another onto Harry's face. She wiped away her tears and continued cleaning his hands. Once she had cleaned him up and taken away the food scraps and wrappers, ensuring no trace remained, she left the cupboard. The Petunia family was still making a racket in the dining room. She dispelled the charm, did nothing else, and left their house to sit on a bench on the corner of Privet Drive. She sat there the whole night. She couldn't understand how things had come to this. After regaining consciousness from the damage of the dark magic and learning of her friend's tragic fate, she had written to Dumbledore asking about Harry's whereabouts. She knew James was the only child of the old Potter family, and his parents had died of dragonpox within a year of his graduation. There was no one else left in the Potter line. Lily's parents were in poor health, and she didn't know their current state. Harry's godfather Sirius had been thrown into Azkaban. She had once almost become Harry's godmother and might have been able to adopt him. Even if her own health was too fragile to care for him, she had Gabriel, Sophia, and Alphonse, her older brother, older sister, and younger brother, and her parents who were still in decent health and would have gladly helped her look after Harry. But Dumbledore had written back telling her that Harry was living with Petunia. Celia knew Petunia. In fact, she had once thought the two of them were friends. She had believed Petunia was a girl with a tough exterior but a soft heart, brave in her own way, and that she would take good care of Harry. She had been certain of it. So she had felt at ease to recover, to heal her wounded heart, and to never ask about Harry's condition again. Celia sat on the bench until dawn. The quiet neighborhood stirred to life as people began to emerge, chatting and driving off to work, all of them oblivious to the figure on the bench. She had remained in the same posture all night, her body stiff as a sculpture. When the obese Vernon drove off to work, cursing under his breath, and Dudley and Harry dashed out of the house in a chase for school, followed by Petunia, bag in hand and neck craned, returning from grocery shopping. Only then did Celia move. She rose slowly, no longer caring how ghastly she looked after sitting through the night, nor how disheveled she appeared with morning dew dampening her hair and clothes. She walked slowly to number 4 Privet Drive, the Dursleys' home, and rang the doorbell, wanting to ask Petunia face to face why. Why treat Lily's child this way? Who is it? Petunia answered, opening the door. At first glance, she didn't recognize Celia, but a sense of unease crept into her heart. It was a woman, a stunningly beautiful woman. Her delicate features were pale, her slender brows slightly furrowed in a pitiable melancholy, and her disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. But when their eyes met, those gray-blue eyes, Petunia suddenly realized who she was. Her thin lips began to tremble. It was her Lily's freak friend Celia Durand. She had changed so much, so dramatically. Petunia still remembered the first time she saw Celia. Back then her relationship with Lily was strained. That insufferable, which always showing off her peculiarities to win their parents' praise. During the third summer of Lily's time at that school for freaks, Celia had sought Petunia out and sincerely apologized again for reading her letters without permission. Of course Petunia didn't forgive her. Why should she? The sisters had a huge fight and parted on bad terms. A few weeks later their father won a family trip to London, complete with vouchers for a fine dining restaurant. Petunia reluctantly joined, ignoring Lily throughout the trip and speaking only to them until they arrived at the upscale French restaurant. The elegant ambience, exquisite dishes, and a violin performance during the meal. It was an eye-opener for this country bumpkin. Using a knife and fork there made her feel almost aristocratic. Even the head chef came out to ask about their dining experience, and judging by the envious glances from other tables, it seemed a special honor. Petunia couldn't help but puff out. Then Celia appeared. Petunia still remembered what she wore that day, a sleeveless navy blue dress adorned with crystals. She walked over with her hands behind her back, swaying gently, and smiled at them, her eyes curved like brilliant galaxies. She said, "Hi, Lily." Then she added, "It's lovely to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Evans. And Petunia, I'm Lily's classmate at Hogwarts." Petunia felt as if she had swallowed a stone, her stomach sinking heavily. Oh yes, of course, Lily's classmate, naturally one of those people. So the great Lily had made a high-class friend who could graciously treat her family to such an expensive meal. For the rest of the time Petunia sat in sullen silence. She wanted to leave, but in this unfamiliar part of London, she held herself back. The head chef was Celia's father. After exchanging pleasantries with the Evanses, he warmly invited them to his home that evening. Since they had no plans, the Evanses agreed. Petunia didn't want to go. She would rather stay at the hotel or wander the streets alone. But her parents insisted she join them. So they went with Celia to her home and met her family. There they chatted animatedly about Hogwarts and the lives of the two witches at school. Petunia struggled to maintain her composure, resisting the urge to make an undignified exit. Celia's brother Gabriel, a few years older, was a handsome French boy. Noticing Petunia's silence and displeasure, he invited her. "Miss Evans, would you like to visit our garden?" Petunia eagerly stood up and followed him out, even though she found the word garden ridiculous. "Don't want to hear it, right?" "I don't want to hear about that magic stuff either," Gabriel told her. Petunia's body stiffened slightly as she nodded. "Are you jealous?" Gabriel asked again, making her stop in alarm. But he quickly added, "When I found out Celia was a witch, I was jealous of her." Before that day, Petunia had only encountered 3 people from the magical world: the freak Lily, the gloomy Snape, and Dumbledore, who had rejected her. This was the first time someone in a similar situation admitted to her that they had envied their magically gifted sibling. She couldn't help but ask, "In your family, Is she the only one? They chatted back and forth about their magically talented sisters, the shock of discovering it, and the chaos it brought to their families. Gabriel's honesty and openness did lift Petunia's spirits that day. The Evanses and Delacours got along splendidly and exchanged contact information. Later, when Petunia came to London to study typing, the Delacours often invited her over. She even became friends with Celia's sister Sophie, and they would go shopping together, making Petunia's solitary life in London much more bearable. And Celia. During summer breaks, Lily would return to Cokeworth and rarely came to London. Celia spent more time alone with Petunia. She would get herself dirty in the garden, hauling a basket of freshly picked vegetables, chattering happily to Petunia. Petunia, guess what we'll eat today? Petunia, has my cooking improved, eh? Petunia, how are your studies lately? Looking back, those memories were filled with vibrant colors. But she later learned it was all a deception. Gabriel's so-called jealousy was a lie, as Sophie's warmth was a lie. They had only approached her to fulfill their sister's wish, and in truth, they were snobbish and disdainful of her. And that wish? Simply to make her own best friend Lily happy, to reconcile Lily with her sister Petunia. So the whole family had staged this elaborate act. It had worked. For those years, Petunia and Lily's relationship improved. It wasn't quite like old times, but they could communicate normally. However, when the truth came out, their relationship plummeted and shattered beyond repair. Penny narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the Celia before her. Once she had been such a radiant woman, always smiling and endearing herself to others. Now she was pale, haggard, transformed into a melancholic shadow of her former self. Aren't you going to invite me in, Penny? Celia smiled at her, a smile no longer bearing the carefree brilliance of days gone by. Penny was silent for a few seconds, then stepped back, forcing the words through clenched teeth, "Come in." Celia accepted the black tea. Penny poured, her gaze sweeping over the living room's decor, as if she were truly a guest. Years had passed since they last met, and for a moment neither knew what to say. Celia could bide her time, but Penny could not contain herself. She asked dryly, "What are you here for?" "To see you, and to see Harry." Celia noticed the flash of panic in Penny's eyes when she mentioned Harry. "What, you're not here to take him away?" Penny demanded. Celia shook her head. "I can't take him. You're his only remaining family in this world." Penny felt a mix of disappointment and relief, but she hardened her tone. "Since you're not here to take him, then please leave. My home is not welcome to your kind." "What kind? Wizards?" Penny gasped, her thin head darting toward the window, terrified someone might be lurking beneath it and over here. Celia watched her reaction and sighed silently. "Penny, I've seen that you're not kind to Harry. Why keep him in the cupboard? Why deny him meals?" Penny's expression turned to terror. Her voice trembling, she asked, "You've been spying on me. For how long?" "It's plain to see without spying." Celia wearily lowered her eyes, unsure how Penny had become so jumpy. "Tell me why. He is Lily's child. Your actions are far from kind." Penny let out a cold laugh. "I've done more than enough for him. An infant abandoned on my doorstep with nothing but a letter, not even a penny for support." Celia nodded. "So it's about child support." She reached into her bag, pulling out a handful of crystals. Before Penny's eyes, they transformed into gold. She extended her hand. "Is this enough?" "No." Penny shrieked, then choked her voice down to a whisper, enunciating each word. "Don't you dare use those tricks in front of me." She didn't want gold. Celia reached into her bag again, pulling out her wallet. She had exchanged some pounds for gifts, but little remained. She offered what was left. "He'll get more. Is that acceptable?" Penny's eyes reddened, her face taut with bitterness. "Do you think money can fix everything?" "So," Celia asked, "what do you want? What needs fixing? What must I do for you to treat Harry better?" "I want you all to vanish from my world." Penny forgot to keep her voice down, shouting, "Just like you did before. You know that's impossible." Celia raised her voice, as well, having already cast a silencing charm on the house. If she could, she would take Harry away, but Dumbledore had explained the stakes. Harry must stay with blood relatives. "Then don't show up. Don't meddle in my life." Penny fumed. "I'm not meddling." Celia stood up, her own temper flaring. "If I hadn't come, I'd never have known Harry lives like this. He's your nephew. No one expects you to treat him like a son, but he doesn't even get basic courtesy. Now you're judging me." Penny screamed at her, panting heavily, venting years of resentment. "Overnight, a child dumped on my doorstep, and my entire life changed. No one showed up. Just a letter left at the door telling me that damned Lily and her husband were really dead. They were heroes in your monster world. What does that have to do with us normal people? No one came. Just a letter. And you, weren't you Lily's best friend? Where were you when she died? When that child was left on my doorstep? All these years, where have you been? Now you show up all high and mighty, and the first thing you do is accuse me." Penny's face was flushed from shouting, and she took grim satisfaction in seeing Celia already silently weeping. Back when she learned of Lily's death, gained a child, endured gossip from relatives and neighbors, in her darkest hour. It was also when she needed Celia most, but she never came. Celia was silent. She unbuttoned her coat, laid it on the sofa, and rolled up the long sleeve of her dress, revealing her arm. "I'm sorry." She raised her arm. "This is why I never showed up." When Penny saw her arm, she screamed, and stumbled back in terror until she hit the wall. Her lips quivered rapidly. She looked from Celia's face to her arm, then flinched away as if stung. Cover it up. Are you trying to threaten me? Celia looked at her own arm. Once fair and slender, the skin was now shriveled, wrinkled, and covered with pink and deep red scars, forming a grotesque. She pulled down her sleeve and said calmly, "As you can see, I've been recuperating in France all these years. Only recently, when my health improved, could I arrange this meeting. I want to apologize again. People in the magical world do lack some common sense of the mundane world. The way you were made to take in Harry was too crude. I came back too late. I hope it's not." Celia looked at Penny, who had turned her face away, and said sincerely, "Penny, let's both calm down and talk. I believe we can agree on many things." Penny remained turned away, silent. Celia cautiously stepped closer, only to find Penny biting her lip hard, tears streaming down her face. Celia's heart softened. She moved closer, slowly raised her arms, and gently embraced Penny. Penny didn't pull away, instead she rested her head on Celia's shoulder. Penny cried for a long time before stopping. When she did, she pushed Celia away, rushed to the bathroom, composed herself, and emerged with red eyes and nose. She lifted her chin, haughty and proud, as if she hadn't just been weeping in Celia's arms. "What do you want to discuss?" "Before Harry enters Hogwarts. Don't look at me like that, Penny. You know he will be a wizard. I hope you can live in peace with him. Give him a room and meals. They'll pay child support and visit occasionally, or take him for a few days." Talking to Penny now was exhausting. She refused to admit reality, refused to solve problems, only wanting to vent. She countered and rejected almost every sentence, repeatedly snarling, "I will never acknowledge him as one of those things." Fortunately, Celia was used to dealing with such people, ignoring what she didn't want to hear and stating her purpose. After going back and forth on certain details several times, they reached a preliminary. That agreement was that Penny would discuss it with her husband Vernon before deciding. Celia was mentally exhausted, but maintained a calm exterior. "Good. He'll pay a formal visit this weekend. If you'd rather, Mr. Dursley not know my identity, I can pose as an ordinary person." "Oh, you're always so resourceful, finding ways to get what you want," Penny sneered. Celia ignored the remark, pulled out paper and pen, wrote down her home phone number, and handed it to Penny. "He'll be at home these days. Call me if anything comes up." "No, I will not call a witch," Penny said, but she still took the paper. Celia smiled and bid her farewell at the door. "I'll take my leave now. Before I return to England, Gabriel asked me to send you his regards." "How dare he?" Penny shrieked. "Don't mention your insufferable brother and sister in front of me." She slammed the door in Celia's face. Celia blinked in shock, then lightly waved her wand to lift the silencing charm. How had Gabriel and Sophia offended Penny? Celia returned home, collapsed wearily onto the sofa, and slept for 2 hours before being startled awake by the ringing telephone. She answered groggily, and it was her sister Sophia calling from overseas. "Darling, did you see Harry? How does he look?" Celia snapped awake at the mention of Harry. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's a long story. I need to ask you something. Did something happen between you and Petunia?" Sophia hummed thoughtfully. "Petunia? Who's that? Do I know her?" "Petunia is Lily's sister, Harry's aunt. Don't play dumb, Sophia." A dissatisfied clicking sound came from the other end of the line. Fine. So she complained, did she? Holding a grudge after all these years." "I only had a quarrel with her." Celia raised an eyebrow. "And the reason for the quarrel?" Sophia rattled off like a machine gun. "After all these years, I still remember her. I've never met anyone who complains more than I do. Would go shopping and shed wine. Mom bought new clothes for my sister again. Someone like her doesn't deserve them. Would watch a movie and shed gripe about the terrible plot, wasting time and money. Would go to a bar to chat up strangers. Don't judge me. And shed even complained that Lily's looks were too peculiar, nothing like the Evans family. I endured it many times. I even changed the subject to focus on our fun, but it was utterly useless. She complained about your world, finally finding someone who knew about it to vent to write. And she kept calling Lily a freak. My goodness, my darling, Celia is just like Lily. Did she never consider how it felt to mock someone like her sister in front of that sister's kind? Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. We had a huge fight. I told her I truly detested such jealous people. She was a genius of envy, but envy brought her nothing but annoyance. And I accidentally let it slip that if it weren't for your request, Gabriel, and I wouldn't have bothered with someone like her." As Sophia said this, her voice grew quieter with guilt. Celia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Well, now she understood why Petunia had completely ignored her later, even not inviting her to the wedding at first. She had to ask for the invitation herself after hearing the news. Sophia said, "Celia, I messed up. I didn't dare tell you the truth. Did she make things hard for you?" "I'm sorry." Celia said, "No, I'm sorry." "Huh. Why are you apologizing?" "This is my fault." No. "I'm sorry, Sophia. Back then I did ask you and Gabriel to spend more time with Petunia. I didn't consider how painful it would be for you to be around someone so incompatible. I forced you. So I should be the one apologizing." Celia continued, "I'm not angry. I just realized that in the past I was too self-centered. I always acted under the guise of doing good for others. That wasn't right. You're always like this, only looking for fault in yourself." Sophia sighed. "Darling, it's all in the past. I still suggest you bring Harry to France. Our family can afford to raise 10 Harrys." I know what to do. Celia changed the subject, chatting with Sophia about family matters before hanging up. She went to the study, spread out a piece of parchment, and wrote at the top, "Dear Dumbledore." The quill hovered over the parchment, and for a long time, she didn't write another line. Dumbledore's decisions were always immutable. A single letter could not sway him. And what was she supposed to write? Complain about Harry's plight. Condemn Petunia's cruelty. Accuse him of negligence. She had no right to write such things. In truth, she had only just realized that she could only be responsible for herself. She could not control the feelings between any other people. Even if Petunia was Harry's only living relative, she could be kind to Harry, or she could be cruel to him. That was a matter between Petunia and Harry, and no third party had any say. Celia lowered her hand weakly. She took another piece of parchment and wrote, "Dear Remus." This letter flowed smoothly, covering 3 full pages. Over the next few days, Celia did many things. She went to Gringotts to exchange a large sum of pounds and sent her recent alchemical creations along with their crafting methods to the Alchemy Association for patent registration. Then she prepared Harry's room right next to her own. Having seen Harry in person, she went to the mall to buy clothes that fit him, filling the entire wardrobe. She also bought a car and hired a coach to practice for a few days, refamiliarizing herself with the traffic rules of the Muggle world. Finally, the weekend arrived. She got into her sedan and drove to the Dursleys' house using Muggle means. Harry felt his aunt and uncle had been acting strangely for the past few days. First, the day before yesterday, after he came home from school, they didn't find fault with him at all. They even stopped Dudley from throwing bread at him and only sent him back to the cupboard under the stairs after he finished eating. The next day, Aunt Petunia actually told him to pack his things and move into the small room upstairs where Dudley's broken toys were kept. For the first time in his life, Harry slept on a bed. He was so unaccustomed to the mattress that amidst Dudley's loud wails, he tossed and turned for half the night before falling asleep. These past few days, his aunt and uncle had been muttering constantly. They kept looking at him with eyes full of disgust, resentment, and even a hint of fear. It was too complicated to understand. Harry also heard his aunt say many times, "Don't worry, she won't do anything." Who was she? Harry tried to eavesdrop more, but his uncle would always yell at him to go away. He had a feeling something was about to happen. Maybe it was something good, since he already had his own room. Something he had never dared to dream of before. On Friday evening, Uncle Vernon drove Dudley to Aunt Marge's house. When he returned, he and Petunia loudly discussed Harry's whereabouts in front of him. "Send him to Mrs. Figg's. He can't stay here." "But what do we say if she asks? What if she goes to Mrs. Figg's looking for him?" "She'd go to Mrs. Figg's too. People like them are just. Vernon sputtered in exasperation, unable to finish his sentence. Petunia stammered a suggestion. "Just keep him upstairs. He's not allowed down without our permission." Harry had been listening intently, his throat tightening. He just felt that a she related to him was coming. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is she? Is someone coming?" "Don't ask questions," Petunia screamed at him. Harry was at an age where he couldn't control his emotions. His anticipation was written all over his face. His curiosity getting the better of him, he pressed on, "Who is she? Is she here for me?" Vernon squinted his already small eyes contemptuously at him. "Brat, what are you thinking? Who do you think would come for you? Let me tell you, no one wants you. Now get upstairs and go to sleep." Harry ran upstairs, lay on his bed, and pulled the covers over his head. But his mind kept racing. Who was she? Would she be as wonderful as the delicious cake he had dreamed of a few nights ago? Harry woke up almost at dawn. He sat by the window watching the sun rise little by little. He cracked his door open, listening for any sounds from his aunt and uncle and for whether that she had arrived. His aunt and uncle were also up early today. He could hear their voices from downstairs. Uncle Vernon huffed. "Shed better be normal and decent. I know what people like them are like." "Did she say what time Shed arrive?" "No, she just said Shed come today. Just as I thought." "No sense of time." Uncle Vernon seemed to have put something in his mouth, his speech becoming fragmented and muffled. He swallowed, and his words became clear again. "Shed better know to pick a proper time. She won't be showing up at breakfast, will she?" Aunt Petunia seemed worried too. Harry heard her pull open the blinds. She must have been looking outside. That she did not visit at breakfast. Harry was called down for a slice of bacon and a piece of dry bread. As soon as he swallowed his last bite, he was hurried back to his small room, forbidden to come down without permission. There was nothing in the room to tell the time. Harry didn't know how long he waited. Maybe half an hour, maybe an hour, maybe 2. Whenever a sound came from the street, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would crane their short and long necks to look out. Harry would also sneakily poke his head out of the second. After several rounds, all 3 of them felt their necks and shoulders had gotten a good stretch. His aunt and uncle downstairs started complaining again about her lack of punctuality and manners, and so on. Another car sound came from the street, but this time it stopped right in front of number 4 Privet Drive. Petunia shrieked, "It's her." Harry jumped up, ran to the stairwell on the 2nd floor, and peered out the window. A brand new Mercedes sedan was parked by the curb. Harry had seen it in TV commercials. Uncle Vernon would always stop to watch the ad, critiquing it at length with a look of disdain, but Harry thought he actually coveted it. Then a woman got out of the car. She was tall, wearing a well-fitted trench coat. A gust of wind happened to blow, lifting her long hair and the hem of her coat. Harry's heart pounded. His aunt and uncle were always talking about being decent and proper, though their own behavior fell far short of those words. But this woman, like an actress stepping out of a TV show, could not have been more proper. She happened to look up. Harry ducked his head back, crouching against the wall. While he thought disappointedly someone like her really wasn't here for him, Uncle Vernon was right. Her appearance seemed to intimidate his aunt and uncle. Uncle Vernon even stammered, losing his usual arrogant bluster. He vaguely heard the woman's soft voice and then his own name. "May I see Harry?" Harry, who had been curled up, unfurled. She wanted to see Harry. Not Harry or Dudley. "Harry, come down." Uncle Vernon bellowed up the stairs. Harry jumped up. She wanted to see Harry. He flew down the stairs and stopped in the hallway. He touched the doorframe and cautiously looked into the living room. The woman was smiling at him. Up close, she was even more beautiful, more so than any actress on TV. Harry nervously picked at his hands. What should he say to sound polite? "Hello, ma'am. Nice to meet you, ma'am." "I'm Harry, ma'am." His throat was dry. He hadn't uttered a single word before the woman walked over. Her hands seemed to tremble slightly. She half crouched and embraced his small frame. Harry was enveloped in a gentle scent of roses. Harry stood there utterly at a loss, his body stiff as stone, uncertain how to react. The woman released him quickly. The scent of roses and warmth retreated from him, and Harry moved his fingers futilely, grasping nothing. The woman gently tousled his messy hair, introducing herself. "Hello, Harry. I'm Celia Durand, a close friend of your parents." "Hello," Harry stammered, swallowing hard. A friend of his parents. She had come for him. Her hand rested on his head, her touch so light it felt weightless. "I should have combed my hair before coming down," Harry suddenly thought. His hair was always a disheveled mess, sticking out in all directions, impossible to tame, making him look shabby and unappealing to everyone. Uncle Vernon interrupted impatiently. "Miss Durand, you've seen him. Let's get down to business." "Ah, yes. Harry, would you mind playing outside for a bit?" Celia said to Harry gently. Harry nodded, leaving the house with reluctant backward glances. He closed the door and sat down on the front steps. He clutched the hem of his shirt, his heart swelling with an inexplicable fullness. She was a friend of his parents. He had only ever heard about his parents from his aunt and uncle. All of it negative, a pair of delinquents and freaks who died in a car crash from drinking or drugs with no one mourning their loss. But meeting Celia today, he suddenly understood that his parents couldn't have been as worthless as his aunt and uncle claimed because they had a friend like her. He wondered why she had come. To check on her friend's child. Or perhaps to take him away. Harry dared not hope too much, fearing that high expectations would only lead to disappointment. He got up, paced the garden, forcing himself to think of other things. Things within reach, things that didn't involve wild fantasies. Like, maybe Celia would give him another hug when she left. He had frozen up earlier and performed terribly. He should have hugged her back. Harry walked to a small tree, glanced around to ensure no neighbors were watching, then wrapped his arms around the trunk, practicing how to embrace someone. Celia hastened to negotiate Harry's care with the Dursleys. When the pure-blood families who had wished for the extinction of mudbloods, like her during the last war, reached out to collaborate on selling alchemical products, she understood that interests could move mountains. Celia didn't want to waste time with the Dursleys. She laid out irresistible terms. Not only would she pay for Harry's upkeep, but she would also help Vernon's company, aiding his promotion. Her only demands were that Harry have a room, be fed during school terms, that they not obstruct her taking him on holidays, and that there be no domestic violence. From her brief observations, she doubted the Dursleys could control their son Dudley. But that was fine, as she would teach Harry how to fight back. In the end, Vernon was satisfied and reached an agreement with Celia. Petunia said nothing, deferring entirely to her husband. They'll take Harry today and bring him back tomorrow after dinner. Celia rose to leave. "Suit yourself," Vernon muttered, his small eyes squinting, offering no resistance. The Dursleys saw Celia out with perfunctory politeness, then barked for Harry. "Go with Miss Durand, do as she says, understand?" Harry nodded, bewildered. Celia bent down, took his hand, and looked at Petunia. "Petunia, there's something I'd like to clarify." Petunia, who had played the dutiful housewife all day, frowned uneasily at being singled out. "Back then I heard about you from Lily. I found you interesting and brave, and I was curious about you. That's why I did those things. I just wanted to get to know you. That's all." She finished, took Harry's hand, and walked toward the car without a backward glance. Harry twisted his head to look at his aunt. She seemed stunned by Celia's words, her face pale, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle Vernon gripped her arm, worried. "What does she mean, Petunia? What did she do to you?" Celia opened the passenger door, helped Harry, and bent to fasten his seatbelt, then walked to the driver's side and started the car. Harry clutched the seatbelt, cautiously studying Celia. "Aunt Celia, where are you taking me?" Celia offered her first genuine smile of the day. "You followed me without knowing where we're going." Harry thought that anywhere was better than the Dursleys. "I'm taking you to my place for the weekend. They'll bring you back tomorrow evening," Celia said quickly, not wanting to frighten the child. Harry nodded, then realizing Celia couldn't see him while driving, quickly said, "Okay." Silence fell in the car. Harry remained rigid, not daring to move, only shifting his head and eyes to take in the new car's interior, the scenery outside, and steal glances at Celia's profile. Meanwhile, Celia suddenly realized she had no idea how to interact with children. She had a few nieces and nephews, but she saw them less than once a year and had no clue what to say to a child this age. She gripped the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, deciding to just get home first. Harry was thrown back against his seat by the sudden force, pursing his lips, too afraid to utter a word. Fortunately, Celia's home was only half an hour from Privet Drive. She parked, quickly got out, opened Harry's door, and bent to check his expression. "Not carsick, are you?" Harry's face was a little pale. He shook his head, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out. Celia breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Accustomed to wizarding travel, she couldn't resist speeding. She pointed to the villa ahead. "Harry, welcome to my home." Harry gazed at the three-story villa and the expansive garden bursting with colorful flowers, his eyes darting everywhere, unable to focus. Celia took his small hand again, leading him inside as she explained, "I just moved in recently, but it's decently kept. Let's go upstairs, shall I? I've prepared a room for you where you can stay whenever you visit." She led Harry to the third floor where two rooms faced each other across the hall. She opened the door marked Harry's room, let go of his hand, and watched his reaction with a hint of nervousness. It was a suite. The entrance opened into a living room and study with a large French window overlooking the flower-filled garden. One entire wall was lined with bookshelves, but instead of books they were filled with a dazzling array of toys. Against the opposite wall stood two plush blue armchairs with matching side tables and a desk and chairs set perfectly sized for Harry. Beyond an arched doorway lay the bedroom, dominated by a large bed, a row of closets, and further in a private bathroom with a bathtub. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. This suite was larger than the entire floor of the Dursley's house. Did she say Harry's room? He stammered, "No, I mean it's too big, ma'am." He had no idea what he was saying. Celia smiled softly. "You see, Harry, for now I'm the only one living in this house. Others may move in later, but right now it's just you and me, so we each have a room." She walked and opened the closet and picked out a set of clothes. "I bought you some clothes too. Can you change yourself?" Harry nodded vigorously. "Yes, I can." "Go ahead and change then." Celia handed him the clothes. Merlin, thank goodness she didn't have to dress Mini James, that would have been awkward enough. Celia stepped out, closing the door to give Harry privacy. He finally relaxed, boldly walking around the room. He sat on the huge bed, stroking the soft sheets. God, if this was a beautiful dream, please let him never wake up. Harry quickly changed into a set of clothes, a pair of sweatpants that fit his height perfectly, a pullover hoodie, and a jacket. After dressing, he bounced up and down a few times, raising and lowering his arms, then raising and lowering them again. It was truly remarkable. For the first time, he didn't need to cinch his trousers tightly with a rope or fold his sleeves 3 times just to expose his hands. Harry stepped out of the bedroom and found himself involuntarily staring at the toys on the bookshelf. There were even more toys here than Dudley's, a dazzling and chaotic array. He didn't know whether to fix his gaze on the complete set of racing car models or the remote-controlled airplane. "Harry, have you changed?" Celia knocked on the door and asked. "Yes, I have." Harry hurried over to open the door and found that Celia had also changed into a different outfit, a casual long t-shirt and loose trousers, clearly a home attire. Celia looked down at him with a smile. Harry, now free from his shabby clothes, was a refreshing sight. Having inherited the best features of James and Lily, he was a handsome young lad. But he was too thin, far too thin. Celia frowned almost imperceptibly. Fattening up Harry was her unshirkable duty. "Harry, what do you like to eat?" Harry was momentarily speechless. He simply ate whatever his aunt and uncle allowed him. Perhaps he liked the little cake he had dreamed about that night. Celia didn't wait for his answer. "Let me rephrase. Is there anything you don't like to eat?" "No, ma'am. I'm not a picky eater." Harry answered swiftly this time. "I'm going to cook downstairs. Would you like to play with the toys here for a bit?" Celia gestured to the toys on the bookshelf. Harry looked at the toys, his heart quite tempted. He had never owned a brand new toy of his own before. But he shook his head. "I want to stay with you. I can help." "All right." Celia fully respected Harry's own opinion. She led him downstairs. "But I don't need your help. The kitchen is my domain." As they reached the second floor, she explained the layout to him. "The third floor is where you and I have our bedrooms. The second floor has 3 suites, all guest rooms. My family is large, and we have many friends they might come to visit someday. This room on the first floor is the study. He'll work here, and also here." Celia pointed to the stairs leading to the basement, and said with feigned seriousness, "This leads to the basement. There are many important things stored inside. Don't go in there." She then secretly watched Harry's reaction. He looked startled, quickly averted his gaze from the stairs, stepped away, and nodded. "I understand. I won't go in there." If it were James, the moment he was told not to go in, he would agree in the next, and in the third, he would blast the basement door open and turn the place upside down. Harry's personality was not similar to James. This was also likely due to their completely different living environments. Celia pushed aside her jumbled thoughts and led Harry to the kitchen. She put on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and muttered to herself, "For the main course, roast lamb chops with asparagus. I have enough ingredients for onion soup. Only croissants for the main starch. I'll need to go grocery shopping this afternoon. She took out the needed ingredients, looked at Harry standing by watching her with eager eyes, and pointed outside. I don't really talk much when I'm cooking. Do you know how to turn on the TV? Go watch some TV, I'll be ready soon. Harry didn't want to be a troublesome child, so he nodded again and walked toward the living room. He found the TV switch and pressed it several times, but it wouldn't turn on. Could it be? He immediately stepped back in fear. Good heavens, on his first visit to Celia's house, he had broken her TV. She would surely start to hate him. Harry was utterly disheartened. It seemed he truly had no talent for being a likable good child. He walked back to the TV, looking it over from top to bottom and side to side, trying to figure out what was wrong. Calm down, Harry. His aunt and uncle had replaced the TV several times. Although most of the breakages were caused by Dudley smashing things with objects, he had seen repairmen so many times that maybe he could fix it himself. The TV was brand new and looked flawless. He knelt on the floor wanting to look underneath, and there he spotted the TV power plug dangling at the bottom of the TV cabinet. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't plugged in. He hadn't broken it. This was wonderful. Now Aunt Celia wouldn't hate him. Harry reached for the plug, but realized he would need to pull the TV cabinet forward a bit to plug it in. He wasn't strong enough, and Celia was busy, so he couldn't disturb her. After agonizing for a few seconds, he sat on the sofa staring at the dark TV screen and began to watch TV. He must look like a complete fool, Harry thought. Celia might dislike troublemakers, but she certainly wouldn't like a fool who couldn't even turn on the TV and just sat there pretending to watch. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Even if he couldn't cook, well, he could wipe tables or wash dishes. He could always help somehow. Harry first poked his head in. Celia was busy with. She had tied up her hair, revealing her fair neck and elegant profile. She had 2 burners going simultaneously and was preheating the oven. She deftly chopped vegetables and tossed them into a pot, stirred a couple of times with a ladle, then moved to season another dish. Her movements were so fluid and methodical that Harry was somewhat mesmerized. Gradually, an aroma began to waft out. Celia, with her back to Harry but seemingly aware of his presence, spoke up. Harry, could you help me by taking those 2 dinner plates with the embossed roses from the cabinet next to you and putting them on the... Okay. Harry opened the cabinet, found the plates she mentioned, carefully took one out, placed it on the dining table, and then fetched the other. In the cabinet next to the refrigerator, there are 2 cobalt blue soup bowls. Could you take those out too? Celia gave him a second instruction. Harry found the soup bowls as well, and under Celia's direction, he located the other tableware. He stood on tiptoe to arrange them neatly. Looking at the set table, he felt a surge of accomplishment. He could be helpful. What else do you need me to do, Aunt Celia? He asked proactively this time. Celia turned to him and winked playfully. I need you to sit down at the table. Harry sat down at the dining table, and the aroma made his stomach growl. He was hungry. He watched as Celia brought out a whole tray of roasted lamb chops with asparagus from the oven, steaming onion soup, crispy croissants, and an aqua salad. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It smelled so good. It seems like something's missing, Celia muttered as she selected a bottle of wine from the cabinet. She took out 2 glasses, opened the wine, and poured 1 glass. Under Harry's unwavering gaze, she retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and poured it into the other. She placed the juice in front of Harry and said mischievously, "You have to be 14 of him, no 18 before you can drink alcohol." She had almost slipped up. Getting drunk on deceitfully obtained butterbeer and hogsmeade at 14 was something Harry's lawless father and godfather had done. Celia lowered her eyelashes, then looked up with eyes curved in a smile. She raised her glass. Come on, Harry, let's toast to our first meal together. Harry raised his glass and gently clinked it against Celia's. Cheers. Celia was determined to fatten Harry up, watching him eat until he couldn't take another bite. Would you like to go upstairs and rest for a while? Celia asked. No, I'd like to take a walk, Harry said with difficulty, clutching his stomach. This meal was the best he had ever had in his life. He had been stuffing his face the whole time, and Celia kept adding more food to his plate. One overestimated his own capacity while the other had no idea how much a normal child could eat, and together they succeeded in making Harry painfully full. He didn't want to throw up such delicious food. That would make him weep with regret, even in his dreams. So Harry dared not sit or lie down. He only wanted to walk slowly to aid his digestion. His gesture of clutching his stomach was too obvious, and his face was contorted with distress, though he dared not say he felt unwell. Celia looked at him and wait for me, she said, hurrying into the study. From a hidden chest, she retrieved a bottle of digestive potion and transfigured it into the form of a muggle medicine. She went out and handed the potion to Harry. Here, drink this. Next time tell me if you can't eat anymore, okay? Harry felt his face flush. He murmured a soft took the potion and drank it. To his astonishment, the effect was immediate. His stomach almost instantly stopped feeling bloated. The potion was also delicious, sweet, and not at all bitter. He glanced at the bottle several times, curious, trying to remember its name. Celia guiltily took the potion bottle back. I brought this back from France. It works wonderfully, doesn't it? You feel much better, so shall we go out for a stroll? She went upstairs to change clothes, and then took Harry out. Celia first led Harry around the garden. I originally wanted to set up a small vegetable patch and grow my own produce, but I don't have the energy. Luckily, the vegetables at the nearby market are very fresh. Harry almost immediately wanted to say I can learn to garden, but he didn't say it. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ricci. They hadn't gone far from the house when they ran into a neighbor. Good afternoon, Miss Durand. Is this your child? Mrs. Ricci looked at Harry. Celia smiled and pulled Harry close. This is my friend's child. His name is Harry. Say hello to Mrs. Ricci. Hello, Mrs. Ricci. Harry greeted her obediently. What a lovely child. Oh, what happened to his forehead? Celia casually smoothed his hair, covering the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. She put her arm around him and said lightly, he got it when he was little. He went through a lot. I think there are some scar removal treatments at the hospital now. Mrs. Ricci enthusiastically offered suggestions to Celia, noting that a boy's appearance was also. Your information is very timely. I'll visit that hospital you mentioned when I have time, Celia said with a smile, exchanging pleasantries before saying goodbye. She walked on, holding Harry in silence. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon said my scar was from a car accident, Harry said. A car accident? No. Celia's voice turned sharp. Harry looked up and saw her brows furrow. He immediately regretted it. He shouldn't have brought that up, or it made Celia uncomfortable. Celia stopped, turned to face him, and bent down to look directly into his bright green eyes. Harry, listen to me. Your scar is not from a car accident. It's... Oh, I'm sorry, I can't say much right now. You're still too young. Let's talk about something else. Is there anything you want to know? Harry, of course, had many things he wanted to know. He wanted to know about his parents, what kind of people they were, what caused their car accident. Why was he the only one who survived that crash? He had a million questions he wanted to ask, but he dared not ask. Because Aunt Petunia hated his questions, the teachers at school hated his questions, and his classmates hated them too. If Celia heard his questions, she might also hate them. He didn't want Celia to hate him, but Celia was nothing like Aunt Petunia or the teachers at school. Maybe he could ask 1 or 2 questions without being hated and still get some answers. How did you meet my mom and dad? Good one, Harry, he encouraged himself. This was a great question. It would let him learn about his parents and about Celia. But did Celia think it was a good question? He watched her expression anxiously. She fell into thought, her emotions clearly stirring. Then she tilted her head with an expression that was both sad and joyful. Oh, Harry, that is a very good question. She thought it was a good question too. Harry was filled with joy and listened intently to what Celia had to say. Your mom and dad were my classmates. We attended a full-time boarding school in the Scottish Highlands. Actually, you'll be returning there to teach this September. Harry tried hard to remember every word she said. We studied there for 7 years and spent many happy days together. Your parents started off as a bickering pair of destined lovers. Your father was very fond of your mother but didn't know how to win her over until their 7th year. They were both head boy and head girl. Shortly after graduating, they got married, and then they had you. Celia stroked Harry's head and said, they were the most perfect couple I've ever seen. A fairy tale pair who made everyone around them feel blessed. They loved you so much. Harry looked at Celia. Her eyes were sparkling, as if glistening with tears, but it was just an illusion created by the clarity of her gray blue eyes. There's so much to tell about their story. They'll tell you all of it little by little, Celia said. When the time came for Harry to enter the wizarding world, she would tell him everything about James and Lily. But for now, she had to carefully consider how much to say. She had met James while they were trying to catch the giant squid in the Black Lake, and she had met Lily when Professor Slughorn introduced them to collaborate on improving a potion. Neither of their first meetings could be explained in a very Muggle way. Harry nodded vigorously. The information he had learned about his parents today was enough to save her for a long time. And Celia had said she would tell him more in the future. Just thinking that he would see Celia again, that he would eat her cooking, walk with her arm around him, and listen to her stories about his parents made him want to grin from ear to ear. Celia took Harry to the nearby market and bought a lot of groceries. They had to carry everything back. Harry wanted to show his chivalry as a little gentleman, but his frail body wobbled as soon as he picked up a bag. Celia laughed heartily at the sight, easily took the bag from him, and strode ahead briskly. Just keep up with me, Harry. Back home, Celia finally noticed that their television had never been plugged in since they bought it. She plugged it in and let Harry choose whatever program he wanted to watch. At his aunt and uncle's house, Harry never had a say. He picked a TV series and then turned to see if Celia liked it. If not, he would change the channel. Celia didn't react much. She was busy in the kitchen sorting and storing all the groceries. Harry was distracted watching TV while glancing back to see when Celia would come out. Celia soon emerged with 2 plates of cut fruit. She gave one to Harry and casually plopped down on the sofa to watch TV with him. Now Harry was watching TV while secretly sneaking glances at Celia. Children never seem to realize how obvious their little movements are. Celia raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Harry froze. His eyes fixed on the TV, then he turned his head with an exaggeratedly puzzled expression as if asking, "Are you talking to me?" Celia smiled and beckoned him to sit beside her. Harry pressed close to her, feeling her warmth, and finally managed to focus on the TV, instead of constantly searching for where Celia was. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Harry, clutching his toy car model and a few new sets of clothes, reluctantly returned to the Dursleys' home. "They'll pick you up after school next Friday. Remember to bring your homework," Celia said, adjusting Harry's collar. She didn't step inside but stood by the car watching him knock on the Dursleys' door. Petunia opened the door, her face dark and sullen. She yanked Harry inside without a single word to Celia and slammed the door shut. Celia shrugged. Petunia was the type to hold grudges for years, so silence was fine by her. She returned home feeling an emptiness she had never known. Harry was a quiet child. He didn't make a fuss, he was sensible. Whenever she looked up, she would find him within her line of sight, quietly doing something, even playing with his toys, with a careful, cherished touch. This made Celia's heart ache countless times over those 2 days. He was the son of that mischievous troublemaker James, yet he had grown into such a starkly different person. Celia no longer wanted to question why. Instead, she pondered what to do, how to erase Harry's years of shadow to let him grow up healthy, happy, and carefree, living the life he deserved. The next morning, she rushed to the largest bookstore in London, bought a stack of parenting books, returned home, and began reading one immediately. She set aside all other matters, spending days immersed in these books, and even making a lengthy transatlantic call to a close friend. Celia's best friend at Hogwarts was Patricia Evans, her Hufflepuff roommate. They shared everything, and Patricia knew all of Celia's secrets. Patricia's father was a muggle-born wizard who once worked at the Ministry of Magic, while her mother was a witch from a fallen pureblood family. Shortly after they graduated, her father was tortured to death by Death Eaters for opposing Voldemort, and her mother descended into madness. Patricia took her mother and fled to America. Her ordeal solidified Celia's resolve to join the Order of the Phoenix and fight against Voldemort, but she was gravely wounded before she could contribute much. To protect Celia and her family, Dumbledore kept her survival a secret, announcing her as missing. Later, when she reconnected with friends, Celia learned she had been presumed the first casualty among them. After awakening from her severe injuries, Dumbledore, amidst his own busy schedule, visited her in France and introduced her to Nicolas Flamel as a student. Nicolas was initially reluctant to take on another pupil, but Dumbledore's persuasion and Gabriel's culinary temptations changed his mind. In her early years, Celia lived a semi-secluded life, rarely leaving home. Her emotions were unstable and the damage from dark magic often kept her awake at night, but Nicolas used alchemy to ease her pain. 3 years ago, Celia crafted a defensive artifact against dark magic that won her the International Alchemist Association Best Invention Award. Her photo appeared in newspapers across many countries, and many friends learned she was still alive. The first to contact her was Remus Lupin. She received a letter forwarded from the Alchemist Association, and he traveled a long and arduous journey to find her. The second was Patricia. Living far away in America and married to a muggle, she had nearly left the wizarding world behind. If not for seeing the newspaper while accompanying her mother to a magical hospital in the States, they might have missed each other forever. Patricia's method of contact was more muggle-like. She searched for the Durand family restaurant's address and reached Celia via transatlantic calls. Now they spoke almost every week. Celia carried a bottle of sparkling wine and glasses to the phone, settling down. Just as she poured herself a drink, Patricia's call arrived on schedule. "Hey sissy, tell me everything. How is Harry?" Celia took a gulp of wine before speaking. "It's all a mess, Patty. Petunia treats Harry terribly. He doesn't get enough to eat. He's half a head shorter than other kids his age. She makes him sleep in the cupboard under the stairs." Unable to complain to Dumbledore, afraid to tell Remus the truth, and even unwilling to truly lash out at Petunia, Celia poured out all her discontent, confusion, and sorrow to Patricia. Patricia was always the best listener. With a few words, she pulled Celia out of her sadness, steering her focus toward how to raise Harry. "Raising a child is no simple matter," Patricia said, and Celia heard a child scream in the background. Celia set down her glass, sat up straight, and urged, "Is that Eva? Let me talk to her." The voice on the other end changed to a little girl, soft and babyish. "Sissy, why are you hiding in the phone again? When are you coming to play with me?" "When you're a bit bigger, he'll come out of the phone," Celia said with a smile. "All right then. When I'm as tall as Jimmy, you'll come out and play with me." Patricia added behind her, "Jimmy is a lamb on the farm." "Okay, Eva, go find Daddy." Eva babbled a few more sounds before leaving. Patricia continued, "When will you bring Harry to America? Eva hasn't met her godmother since she was born." Celia also longed to visit her friend and her 3-year-old goddaughter. Calculating the holidays ahead, she said, "I plan to take Harry to France next summer. How about the summer after that?" They made a simple agreement, and the conversation returned to how to raise Harry. Patricia spoke earnestly. "Sissy, remember this, no one can replace a person's parents in their heart. You can't be Harry's mom or dad. You can only be his Aunt Celia." Celia didn't quite grasp why she said that, but she replied, "They'll keep that in mind." Patricia continued, "And also Harry is just Harry, not a substitute for anyone else." Celia wanted to agree instantly. Harry was certainly no substitute, but she found she wasn't entirely at ease. When she looked at Harry's face, hadn't she compared him to James in every way? When she looked into his eyes, hadn't she seen Lily's emerald gaze and mourned her through them? Celia downed the last sip of wine, finishing another bottle. Her tipsy mind couldn't deny Patricia's keen insight. She said bitterly, "Patty, I think I still need some time." Celia's life was remarkably stable. At home, she read parenting books, drank wine, recorded her insights from the books, and drank more wine. She went out to socialize frantically with the neighbors, trying to identify every child in the community and interact with them to see if they'd be suitable friends for Harry. Her actions aroused the vigilance of several families, forcing her to calm down and act more muggle-like. Time finally crawled to Friday. In high spirits, Celia cleaned the house, tossing out all the empty wine bottles. She stocked the fridge to the brim along with some more wine. She called Petunia, saying she'd pick Harry up directly from school. Petunia shrieked, "Do whatever you want," and hung up. Celia then dressed herself up and washed the car. On the road, she felt she'd forgotten something, but dismissed it after a second's thought. If something truly mattered, it would find its way to her. Since she'd forgotten, it must be utterly unimportant. Celia parked the gleaming car by the roadside and leaned against it, waiting for Harry to be dismissed. She ignored all the stares, focusing solely on finding his figure. The moment Harry appeared, she waved at him excitedly. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw her. He sprinted over with his backpack, stopping a few steps away, sweat beading on his nose. Panting, he said, "Hi, Aunt Celia." Celia took his bag. "Let's go, Harry. I called Petunia and said I'd pick you up from school directly." Harry could barely contain his smile. As he got into the car, he saw Dudley passing by, shaking his fist in fury. His smile faded slightly. Driving along, Celia enthusiastically shared her plans. "How about we go to the mall tomorrow? It's getting warmer. We'll buy you some summer clothes and pick out some toys." Harry's ruddy face suddenly turned pale. His lips moved, but no words came out. Celia glanced at him. The books had mentioned this situation. A child's odd reaction usually meant guilt or hiding something. What did that book say? Adults should guide gently. Celia hadn't mastered gentle guidance yet, so she asked directly, "Harry, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Harry bit his lip and decided to tell the truth. "I'm sorry, Aunt Celia. The toys you gave me, I broke them." So that was what was bothering him. Celia immediately said, "No need to apologize. Once I give you something, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it." Toys could be bought in any quantity. Play with one, give away two, throw away three. It didn't matter. Wait, the books also said not to spoil a child blindly. One must cultivate a child's values and sense of money from a young age to raise an upright and good person. Celia had her doubts, but since the book said so, she'd give it a try. She quickly asked, "How did the toy break?" "Maybe I can fix it." "Oh, if you really like that toy, we can buy several more to swap around. It won't hurt if one breaks." She couldn't stick to the book's advice for long before following her heart. A few broken toys were nothing. She'd rather buy Harry a whole new roomful. After Harry returned to the Dursleys, his life improved slightly. They treated him like air, barely acknowledging him. They served his food on a separate plate at the far end of the table, and after he ate, they shooed him to his room, forbidding him from lingering in common areas. If Harry were older, he'd realized the Dursleys were subjecting him to the silent treatment. But who cared? For him, this cold treatment was far better than before. In his small room, he could reminisce about Celia, her home, the delicious food, and her gentle touch and hugs. He also had the toys Celia gave him. Had brought a few small racing car models back to the Dursleys. Carefully, he crawled on the floor, sliding the models along softly, mimicking the hum of engines. He was good at entertaining himself. But Dudley soon discovered the toys. He threw a tantrum, screaming, "Harry stole my toys." Ignoring Harry's explanations entirely, Dudley angrily smashed the little cars to pieces, then rolled on the floor, wailing to his parents, "You have to buy me new ones." The Dursleys, of course, comforted him and agreed. Harry trembled with rage. He rushed at them, shouting, "Those were from Aunt Celia." The dishes on the table rattled and fell from the force of his yell. Forgetting their decision to ignore him, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia angrily locked him in his room. Harry's eyes drooped as he recalled the painful memory. Dudley said I stole his toys and broke them. Celia spat out a furious word that Harry guessed was French profanity, because what followed in English was hardly polite. That little pig, Dudley. How can he be so mean, so stupid and cruel? Harry felt the pent-up frustration of days finally ease. He hid a smile. Celia thought Dudley looked like a pig in a wig too. And Petunia? What did she do? Harry recalled Uncle Vernon's usual rage and Aunt Petunia's hysterics, and mumbled, the usual reaction. Fine. I really shouldn't expect anything from that family. Celia frowned. She had no good solution for the relationship between Petunia and Harry. She'd have to ask Dumbledore if there was a way to replace the blood protection and free both sides sooner. Since the Dursleys were so cruel to Harry, Celia wanted to make it up to him. She took him to the mall over the weekend, had fast food she usually looked down on, but kids loved, and even took him to an amusement park. Harry was overjoyed, experiencing the purest delight a child should have. Celia even tried telling him a bedtime story and gave him a goodnight kiss. After she kissed his forehead, both of them blushed. One was trying to be a good guardian, the other was experiencing a familial bond had never known. They were both learning to adapt. Harry woke up smiling from a beautiful dream. He dreamt of flying on a broomstick, a man and a woman. One said, "That's my boy," and the other cried, "He's only one." He also dreamed of Celia holding his hand and buying him a huge ice cream. Only Celia's face was clear in the dream. Harry sat up and looked out the window. The man and woman in the dream might be his parents, but he had no idea what they looked like. Celia must know. And today was a new day. According to the rule Head set for himself, one question for Celia each day, he could ask again. He jumped out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and dashed out. He knocked on Celia's door across the hall, but no one answered. He ran downstairs to find Celia already making breakfast in the kitchen. "Aunt Celia," Harry called out, his longing so urgent it swept away all hesitation. "What did my parents look like?" Celia's hand holding the spatula trembled as she stared at Harry in shock. "You don't know what your parents look like." Harry instinctively wanted to apologize. "I'm sorry." "You shouldn't be the one apologizing." Celia immediately guessed the reason. "Petunia never showed you their photos." Aunt Petunia said she didn't have any," Harry murmured, though in truth, when he had asked, Petunia had said far worse things. Things best left unsaid to avoid fueling Celia's anger further. All right, I have their photos. How could I have been so foolish as to never think of showing them to you?" Celia turned off the stove and walked into the study. She rummaged through a trunk and pulled out an album. Opening it, the people in the photos winked and grimaced at her. She snapped it shut with a loud clap, locked it back in the trunk. Composing herself, she turned to Harry, who stood at the door with eager anticipation. "It just occurred to me that all your parents' photos are at my home in France. They'll have my family send them over. How about I show them to you next week?" Harry nodded, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "It's fine. Whenever is fine." Celia ruffled his hair vigorously. She did have the photos, but she had forgotten that there was no way she could explain why the people in the pictures moved. Celia made a mental note of this. After sending Harry back to the Dursleys, she immediately set to work on transforming the magical photos into ordinary ones. First, she used a freezing charm to immobilize the figures, then attempted to duplicate them. It wasn't a complete failure, but James was a man of such expressive features that she could never catch him at a flattering moment. Every time she froze him, he wore the most ridiculous expression, though Lily looked beautiful no matter what. She couldn't possibly show Harry such photos, it would make him think his father suffered from some sort of facial disorder. Celia pondered other methods, such as using a restoration charm to revert the photos to their state before the developing potion was applied. Her spellcasting skills were evidently lacking, as she ended up restoring them to blank photographic paper. Thankfully, she had experimented on other photos. Unable to devise a solution on her own, she decided to seek help. She was, after all, a diligent student who knew how to ask questions. Celia went down to the basement, retrieved her embossed book, and flipped to the page on Nicolas Flamel. She called into it, Nicolas, are you there?" No response. She lamented how archaic the wizarding world's communication methods were. If only Nicolas had a telephone. She closed the book and went upstairs to Gabri. "Could you go to Nicolas' place and see if he's home? Ask him to open his embossed book. I need to ask him something. He hasn't been home for days. Is it urgent? If it's not urgent, just use your owl." Gabri made a disgusted sound when mentioning owls, clearly sharing her opinion on the wizarding world's communication methods. Great. Celia finally remembered what she had forgotten. Owls. She had completely forgotten about her owl for 2 whole weeks. She hung up the phone and rushed upstairs. On the 3rd floor, she waved her wand, and the existing landing transformed, extending upward to create another set of stairs. She ran up and opened the attic door, greeted by a foul odor. To facilitate communication with the wizarding world, she had converted the attic into an owl station. After casting a confundus charm on the attic itself, no one would notice owls coming and going from her house. Her spell had worked so well that Harry never discovered the attic above the 3rd floor, and Celia herself had forgotten it entirely. Her owl Lucas charged at her, screeching obscenities while pecking her with its sharp beak. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." Celia shielded herself from its attacks, waving her wand to cast Scourgify, repeatedly vanishing the owl droppings and the bones of small animals. "But hey, I left you plenty of food." Exhausted from pecking, Lucas returned to its perch, still craning its neck and screeching at her. Celia placated it by adding some feed to its bowl. "How about I buy you your favorite dried mice?" Lucas screeched a couple more times before finally calming down. It nodded its head, gesturing for her to look at the letters and packages scattered all over the floor. "Oh, so many again." Celia muttered, found a clean spot on the floor, sat down, and began opening the letters and packages. Love letters thrown away. Another love letter thrown away. After opening a dozen or so utterly vacuous letters, Celia nearly sent a howler to the Alchemist Association, demanding they stop forwarding such rubbish to her. The next letter she opened was from the Alchemist Association itself. "Dear Madame Durand, among the samples you recently submitted, patents have been applied for 3 of them. The remaining 18 have prior similar items predating your creations. Oh, unfortunately, patents cannot be granted. The International Alchemist Association is extremely busy. We kindly request that you exercise more discretion in your future submissions." After a full page of official jargon, the tone of the letter abruptly changed. "The president told me to be more direct, otherwise you'd pretend not to understand. So here it is. Stop increasing our workload, Celia. Stop sending every little thing you casually make to us for testing. You need to find an assistant to handle this work, Celia. And about those love letters from your admirers, please, for the love of magic, announce a mailing address for correspondence." Celia pursed her lips and tossed this letter aside as well. An assistant wasn't so easy to find, and she knew exactly how busy the Alchemist Association was. Every time Shed visited, they were just sitting around drinking tea and reading newspapers. She continued opening the remaining letters, finally finding some of value. Remus had replied. He told her he was in Denmark having found the alchemical raw materials she needed. He wouldn't be back for about 2 months, and he was sorry he couldn't return to England immediately to see Harry. Celia finished opening all the packages before replying to Remus. She told him to mind the moon phases. If the full moon found him in the wild, he must absolutely not take the wolfsbane potion. His own safety was paramount. 2 months later would be July, and he could return in time to celebrate Harry's birthday. Among the packages received were 2 months' supply of wolfsbane potion. She preserved them in an alchemical pouch that maintained the original state of its contents, then sent the letter and the potion back to Remus via Lucas. The other packages contained various alchemical raw materials. She carried them all down to the basement and began researching how to transform magical photos into ordinary ones. The principle of the restoration charm was to restore a damaged object to its original state. Using it to precisely revert a photo to its pre-developing potion state was likely something only Dumbledore could do with ease. Another option was to use transfiguration to alter the photo, but Celia's transfiguration skills were abysmal. She would have to rely on her forte alchemy. Could she use a magical array and instrument to stably reverse the state of the photo? Or perhaps separate the elements of the developing potion from the photo itself? Celia ran a few experiments. The former touched upon one of the wizarding world's greatest mysteries, time, and her expertise was insufficient. The latter, however, was worth attempting. For several days Celia spent all her time in the basement except for meals and bathroom breaks. She didn't even sleep, constantly trying to create a device capable of separating the elements. Once immersed in research, she lost all track of day and night. Finally, she placed a magical photo onto the operating table and successfully extracted the developing potion elements, transforming it into an ordinary photograph. Celia buried herself in recording her findings. The magical array used the runic symbols drawn, the material composition of the gems embedded in the operating table, and the final incantation. She was somewhat doubtful about whether that last step was necessary. After several more attempts achieving a 100% success rate, she added a note to her records. The incantation seemed to put the separation device in a good mood, increasing success rates. Best to sing it anyway. Celia pulled out several photo albums and began selecting pictures. Before the 7th grade, James and Lily had no photos together, and for a period after graduation Celia seldom saw them. After going through her own albums, Celia found that their joint photos were mostly from the wedding. Among those wedding pictures were many people who had since passed away, never to return. Her heart ached as she looked past their smiling faces, picking out a few photos of James and Lily alone. She put the albums away one by one, suddenly discovering the black-covered album beneath them. On it a galaxy was printed in silver lines, Canis Major with its brightest star Sirius. This was the graduation gift Sirius had given Celia, filled with his own photos. Celia had been disdainful at the time, asking him who else is as narcissistic as you, giving someone your own photos. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Of course, my good brother James. He practically gave his photos to the whole house. Alright, that's true. Celia had received it without a careful look and stuffed it into a box. This was the first time she had opened it since then. It wasn't just Sirius in there. There were photos of him as a child with his uncle Alfred and with his cousin Andromeda. Most were from after he entered school with James, spending Christmas at James' home, riding a motorcycle together, flexing muscles at the beach, climbing trees to shake down fruit, and using wands to set off fireworks for their comingafage celebration. There were also photos of Celia. After Sirius ran away from home in his 5th year, he loved spending holidays with James in the Muggle world. They ate at Celia's family restaurant, ravaged her vegetable garden, and took her to rock concerts. Celia suddenly burst into tears. She had never told anyone. She didn't believe Sirius betrayed James. No matter how tragic the scene, no matter how solid the evidence, she couldn't believe he would do such a thing. But aside from her, no one else believed in him. Celia wiped away her tears and put the album away. She had to go see Sirius. Earlier, while in France, she had written to the British Ministry of Magic to request a visit to Azkaban, but it was denied. Now that she was back in Britain with a teaching position at Hogwarts, reapplying might yield approval. Celia processed the selected photos, placed them in frames, and then went to catch up on sleep. When she woke, it was Friday afternoon. She hastily cleaned the house and herself, then drove to pick up Harry. Aunt Celia. Harry rushed out of school as soon as class ended, his face breaking into a wide grin the moment he spotted her. Celia smiled back broadly. As she turned the car around, she noticed a woman at the school gate looking their way. She asked casually, Harry, do you know that lady? Harry glanced through the window. She's my math teacher, Mrs. Mason. This week she asked who you were, and I said you were my parents' friend. When Mrs. Mason questioned Harry, her tone made him uncomfortable. He was a sensitive child, and could tell her inquiry wasn't out of concern. Celia pondered this. She should build a better rapport with Harry's teachers, but that wasn't something a child needed to know. How was your week? She asked. Not bad, Harry replied simply. His school life was uneventful, just enduring each day until Friday. Is Dudley still chasing you with his gang? Celia pressed. Harry's eyes widened. How did she know? He stammered and finally mumbled in mum. Celia frowned with worry. Harry's small frame was no match for those little piglets, and he couldn't use magic to retaliate freely. She had no good ideas for the moment. Celia had been a remarkably thick-skinned child herself. She couldn't grasp sarcasm unless it was directed at her nose, oblivious to veiled insults. Because of her dullness, she was often bullied as a child, but she had siblings. Her brother Gabriel was 5 years older, sister Sophia 2 years older, and brother Alphonse 1 year younger. In Muggle elementary school, if someone bullied her in one class, her older siblings would show up by the next break to defend her. Heaven knew how they got their intel. When they all graduated, Alphonse entered school. Though younger, he was tall, inheriting the siblings' network. Whenever anyone bullied his sister, he came running. Thus, Celia's elementary years passed in what she thought was peace. But Hogwarts was different. When she attended, blood prejudice was rampant. She was called a mudblood by Slytherin's beautiful but soft-natured, and was targeted relentlessly. The other 3 houses despised Slytherin, but only the Marauders led by James truly clashed with them. Celia was protected by them many times, and that's how they became close. The magical world followed a law of the jungle. Hogwarts students fought bloody battles, and as long as no one died, it wasn't considered serious. Celia was assimilated too. She even considered using magic to punish those annoying kids, but kept telling herself they were Muggle children, and one was Petunia's boy. Using magic would reunite her with Sirius in Azkaban. Only that stopped her. Back home, she squeezed Harry's shoulder. This small frame needed more food to build up. That night, Harry ate until he was stuffed again. They took their usual evening stroll, and Celia brought out the photos of James and Lily. Harry, the photos are back. These are your parents. Harry took them, staring intently, without moving for a long time. He studied his parents earnestly, his father in an oddly styled robe, his mother in a beautiful silver gown. It was their wedding photo. His mother had green almond-shaped eyes, just like his own. His father had messy hair with a tuft sticking up at the back exactly like his. The photo blurred. His eyes were watering. He took off his glasses, wiped his tears with the back of his hand, sniffled, and pointed at the picture. My hair is like this too. Celia sat down on the floor beside him. She didn't comfort him or tell him not to cry, but softly recounted the story behind the photo. Your father could never tame his hair. Before the wedding, he tried to smooth it down. First with several bottles of hair potion, useless. Then with gel, which made it stiff, all clumps pointing to the sky like a broomstick. Or a brush head. His friends had to restore it. Your mother, on the other hand, was so nervous she couldn't sleep. She inspected her outfit and found a stray thread on her gown. A friend volunteered to cut it, but snipped the wrong one, and all the beads fell off. We spent the night sewing them back. Harry was captivated. Did the wedding go smoothly? Celia chuckled. It was a chaotic yet perfectly wonderful wedding. Harry wanted to ask how it was chaotic, but realized had used up his daily questions. He opened his mouth, then closed it, his face reddening as he held back the next question. Celia blinked. Harry, I have a question. Why do you always ask me only one question each day? Harry asked timidly. Would you hate a child who asks too many questions? Of course not. Celia answered firmly. No. I should say, Harry, no matter what you're like, you're a child I love. Harry slept with his parents' photo clutched in his arms, a smile on his face as he drifted into slumber. He could feel that Celia spoke from her heart, as she liked Harry whether she asked questions or not. She simply liked him. Celia's life in England gradually became stable and healthy. During her time in France, she hardly went out and was quite gloomy. The Dillon family was large, and everyone worked in the culinary field. After returning to France from England, Celia's father reopened a restaurant flourishing under Gabriel's guidance, with business thriving. Sophia specialized in desserts and opened over a dozen chain bakeries. Alphonse was skilled in making various sauces and started a jam factory. They all thought Celia had no job and quietly transferred money into her account, resulting in a significant amount of francs accumulating in her account. In fact, Celia had a job. She assisted Nico and Perry, who would give her pocket money. Some of her inventions were publicly patented, and anyone wanting to produce and sell them needed to pay her royalties and a share. She also took on lucrative orders to help customers produce alchemical products. However, they saw Celia staying at home every day and assumed she was idle, worrying that she had no money to spend. Celia never touched the money her family gave her, as she earned enough to cover all her expenses, but she also spent quickly, needing to stock up on various expensive alchemical materials for her research. 3 years after reuniting with Reims, he couldn't find work due to his identity as a werewolf. He began traveling the world, helping her buy and find alchemical materials, which saved Celia a significant amount of money. She immediately spent the saved money on things like a nice house and unnecessary luxury cars. Since recognizing Harry, Celia reflected on her spending habits. The days of spending every penny she had were now. Celia forced herself to maintain a normal routine on weekdays, drinking less alcohol, taking on many alchemical product orders, engaging in friendly exchanges with other alchemists, and attempting to publish articles for extra income. On weekends, she would take Harry out to play. She took him to the zoo, the aquarium, the amusement park, the beach, and to many places she had never been. Harry gradually began to talk more, sharing stories about his past. Mrs. Fig's house always smells like cabbage, as she has many cats. I heard she started raising them when she was young, and many have passed away. The photos of those cats are so thick. He extended his hand to gesture toward Celia. Harry recounted that whenever Dudley had his birthday, his aunt and uncle would take Dudley out to play, and he would be left at Mrs. Fig's house. Celia focused on a peculiar detail. She remembered that Lily wanted to get a cat when she was pregnant, though she was unsure if they had ever gotten one. "Do you like cats?" she asked Harry. Harry's no came out halfway, the other half swallowed back. He began to gauge Celia's expression. If she liked cats, he wanted to like them too. He ambiguously replied. Celia rubbed his messy hair firmly. "Harry, tell me the truth." After spending time together, she could already discern whether Harry was speaking the truth. Harry squinted his eyes from being ruffled. "I don't really dislike them, it's just that Mrs. Fig's cats scratch me, so I don't like them. We could get some other pet instead." Celia wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "That's good, or we should live together. We can't always accommodate each other, we need to tell each other what we like and dislike." Harry loved hearing her say "we," and enjoyed her talking about the future as if they would never be apart. He nodded vigorously. As summer approached, London's weather became erratic. In the morning one needed a thick coat, in the afternoon it was hot enough to wish to shed all clothes, and by evening it turned cold enough to want a sweater. People on the street wore clothing suitable for all 4 seasons. Celia usually paid close attention to not expose her arms in front of Harry, but the increasingly thin clothing still could not adequately cover the ugly scars. That day, while handling ingredients, she rolled up her sleeves. When she noticed Harry's gaze, she turned around to find him standing by the door, having watched for an unknown duration. He stared at her arms with a strange expression. Celia tried to act naturally and lowered her sleeves. "Harry, go watch some TV for a bit. They'll be done soon." Harry walked inside, but continued to stare at her arm. "What happened?" "Well, there was an accident a long time ago, that's how it is now, a bit unsightly." "No, it's not unsightly," Harry immediately countered, gently pulling Celia's sleeves back up. He touched her uneven skin and asked, "Does it hurt?" Celia smiled. "It's not painful, it's been many years." "What about when the accident happened?" Harry asked again. "At that time, I couldn't care about the pain, or I encountered some thugs, and I had to protect my family." She faced 3 Death Eaters alone, with Gabriel unconscious behind her. She couldn't afford to think about the pain, or her sole focus was to protect Gabriel, even at the cost of her own life. That was her first true battle. She managed to kill 2 and severely injure 1. Gabriel was still alive, and so was she, which could be considered a great victory. She felt proud of herself, yet there was no one to boast to, for those who understood her were no longer by her side. Each time her family saw her covered in scars, they would quietly cry. Strangers who saw her scars either displayed expressions of fear or felt regret for the blemish on the beautiful jade. Harry pressed his small face against her arm, his green eyes looking at her. "You are very brave." Celia suddenly felt warmth in her eyes. She sniffed and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am very brave." From then on, Celia no longer deliberately hid her arms and would expose her scars whenever she wore short sleeves or dresses. She was brave. These scars were her medals. Harry would also hold her hand when they went out, and no matter how many strange looks they received, they both didn't care. Only occasionally would an impolite person bump into them. "To be honest, Miss Dillon, you should cover your arms with clothing. It can easily frighten others. It's not that hot yet." Wilson, from the same community, thought he was being kind. To show he meant well, he even shivered when his gaze fell upon Celia's arms. Celia had no reaction at first, but Harry suddenly spoke up. "Then you must be quite timid, Mrs. Wilson. How many times do you get scared by your own face when looking in the mirror each day?" This time it was Mrs. Wilson who was left speechless. Celia laughed heartily, pulling Harry away. She was really rude. Harry was still quite dissatisfied with Wilson. "Your words are much stronger than mine. I didn't even know what to say just now." Celia laughed happily. "From now on, you'll be the one to argue with people at home." Suddenly given such a heavy responsibility, Harry felt a lot of pressure. He had to learn more about how to argue with people. Harry welcomed the most anticipated summer vacation of his life, lasting a full 7 years. He was moving to Celia's house to spend nearly 2 months of holiday. He no longer had to see the disdainful faces of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia every day, endure their veiled insults, or worry about Dudley constantly picking on him. He could wake up every day to see Celia, which was simply wonderful. Harry packed all his belongings, waiting for Celia to come and pick him up. It wasn't long before Celia arrived. As the familiar sound of the engine grew closer, Harry jumped out of bed and carried his little suitcase downstairs. He had hardly owned anything that belonged to him before. Later, Celia bought him many well-fitting clothes, toys, and even a small suitcase. He now possessed many things of his own. The small suitcase contained all of Harry's belongings, several outfits, his summer homework, and a lion plush toy. Ever since Dudley smashed the toys he brought back, Harry never took the toys Celia bought him back to the Dursleys' home. He only played with them on weekends at Celia's house. This lion plush toy was an exception. During one of their trips to the mall, Celia saw this lion in a toy store and murmured, "Oh, Gryffindor colors," before buying it for Harry, explaining that it was the representative animal of the school. Celia had washed it, and it carried the scent of the same roses and sunshine that she did. Harry now hugged the plush toy to sleep every night. He placed it in his backpack and hid it beneath the loose floorboard under his bed at school, where Dudley had never discovered it. Harry excitedly carried his suitcase downstairs and said to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia in the living room, "Uncle Aunt Celia is here to pick me up." "Get lost, you little brat." Vernon glared at him with intensity. It did nothing to dampen Harry's good mood, and he cheerfully replied, "I hope you have a pleasant vacation." Aunt Petunia didn't say a word to him. Harry opened the door and dashed towards Celia's car, where she placed his suitcase in the trunk, and said, "You get in the car first, can you wait for me a moment?" Harry obediently got into the car, watching Celia walk towards the Dursleys' house and ring the doorbell. He rolled down the car window, leaned out curiously, wondering what Celia was up to. The relationship between Celia and Aunt Petunia was very strange ever since they first met, and spoke some incomprehensible words they had hardly communicated. Whenever Celia brought Harry back, Aunt Petunia completely ignored her. Just then, Aunt Petunia opened the door. Upon seeing Celia, her expression changed, and she raised her hand to slam the door shut, but it seemed to get stuck suddenly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't close it. Aunt Petunia's face turned crimson, her thin lips quivered, as if she was squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. Celia handed her a few pieces of paper, saying, "All right, don't be angry, don't lose your temper, I'll leave now. I hope we all have a pleasant vacation." Aunt Petunia took it with resentment, and with one more shove successfully slammed the door shut. "What did you give her?" Harry asked curiously after Celia returned. "A large discount voucher from a travel agency." Celia started the car. "ITLL encouraged their family to go on vacation this summer. Aunt Petunia stays home every day, and her attitude has gotten even stranger. She really should go out more and meet people." "You're really nice to her," Harry thought, knowing he would never be that kind. "We used to be somewhat friends, as she has cared about me before." Celia sometimes spoke about the past with Harry, but not in too much detail. Harry obviously didn't believe it. He couldn't imagine Aunt Petunia caring about anyone other than Uncle Vernon and Dudley. In reality, with Uncle Vernon and Dudley's size standing there, Aunt Petunia's eyes had little room for anything else. Making friends is beneficial, Harry. Celia was always lively, seamlessly transitioning from one topic to another. "I used to love making friends. Do you have many friends? Would you like to invite them over during the vacation?" Harry averted his gaze, feeling guilty. How could he say that he had no friends? He used to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs, his glasses were tattered and held together with tape, and his hair was messy, he looked scruffy. Dudley always had his gang to bully him, so no one wanted to be friends with him. The teachers didn't like him either, because odd things occasionally happened to him, like being blown to the rooftop by the wind, but no one believed him when he explained. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would tell the teachers that he was a crazy kid, saying his parents were punks who died in a car accident, and that he was a burden on their family. However, since meeting Celia, everything had improved. The teachers were now kind to him and no longer ignored his problems. Sometimes when Dudley chased him, the teachers would, but he still had no friends. Now that Dudley couldn't beat him up, he would go after other kids who were easy targets, and being associated with Harry meant being a target. No one wanted to be a target. Harry didn't care about having friends. Having Celia was enough. Now pretending to be oblivious was no longer effective. Celia no longer cared whether he was fragile. She bluntly stated, "You have no friends." "I do," Harry said, forcing himself to reply. "But he and they all have plans for the vacation." "Making friends for Harry is on our vacation checklist." Celia exposed his lie. "Our vacation checklist already includes sports escape room games and helping Celia write lesson plans." So much already. Harry counted on his fingers, trying to persuade Celia to drop that item. "The vacation is long, we can finish everything in time." Celia was quite insistent. Harry had no choice but to agree. He had to find a way to make a friend for himself. The vacation was just as wonderful as Harry had imagined. Every day he woke up naturally washed up, picked out his favorite clothes, and after going downstairs, Celia was always in the kitchen. She loved to make a variety of delicious food by herself. Celia not only cooked French cuisine, but also dishes from other countries like Mediterranean and Chinese cuisines, telling Harry the names of the dishes, where they came from, and where they were located in the world. Though I don't know how authentic they are, as I've never been to those places. My dream during school was to travel the world and taste all the cuisines out there. Celia's expression held a hint of regret, as she no longer possessed that kind of purity. Harry mentally noted to take Celia on a global trip someday. After finishing their meals, they would clean up together. In the study, Harry would write his summer homework, while Celia prepared her lesson plans. She would return to her alma mater to teach in September, but what would she teach and how? She had only just realized last month that she hadn't started preparing for anything. Alchemy was a subject with a steep learning curve offered at Hogwarts to 6th and 7th year students. Celia revealed her talent for alchemy in her 4th year, when she crafted numerous gadgets in an attempt to create innovative dishes. As it turned out, those gadgets had nothing to do with cooking and were rather hazardous. Dumbledore, unwilling to see her blow up the kitchen again, placed her under the tutelage of Professor Sprand, the then alchemy instructor. Professor Sprand's teaching was quite casual, much like most elective professors at Hogwarts it seemed. He never systematically instructed Celia. Instead, he specialized in answering her questions when she hit a research bottleneck. But Celia's research was so peculiar that sometimes even he couldn't provide answers, so he would send her back to Dumbledore. This resulted in Celia having a very weak foundation in alchemy, lacking common knowledge, yet possessing extraordinary creativity. She often pursued wildly imaginative studies and things that normal alchemists deemed impossible, she somehow managed to create. Having agreed to Dumbledore's request to teach at Hogwarts, Celia aimed to make a mark ideally by cultivating a few true alchemists. She planned to develop a comprehensive syllabus that progressed from easy to difficult and from basic to advanced. Harry scratched his head while doing homework. Looking up, he saw Celia scratching her head in frustration as well. Resting his head on his hand, Harry looked at the stack of books beside her. Celia, what is alchemy? Celia bluffed without a hint of shame. The chemistry I teach originated from alchemy. That school has a long history and many subjects still retain their last century names. It's actually just— Harry, with his limited education, suddenly enlightened, felt he had learned something new. Celia didn't want to continue as she hated writing syllabi and lesson plans. She tossed her pen aside. Harry, let's just go out and play. Harry, equally reluctant to do homework, closed his books and joyfully followed Celia outside. They spent a few days tidying up the garden and then went to catch fish, and remembering her promise to find friends for Harry, Celia invited the neighborhood children to join their games. Harry had initially made a few acquaintances, but after overhearing them gossip about Celia, he no longer wanted to play with them. Celia didn't insist. She told Harry that when finding friends, one must seek those with shared interests. Do Mom and Dad have other friends? Harry asked her. Of course they do. Your parents were very popular at school. Your dad had a brother-like friend. The Marauders. Let's skip that too. Your mom's friend Marlene. Celia wanted to slap herself with every word. After hemming and hawing, she decided to steer the conversation toward Remus. Harry, actually one of your parents' friends will be visiting in a few days. Harry tactfully didn't ask about the people she had trailed off on. Who? His name is Remus Lupin, one of your parents' best friends. He's a zoologist traveling the world in search of rare animals. He'll need to write and tell Remus about this cover story later, Celia thought as she fabricated. Then he must have plenty of adventure stories. Harry's eyes sparkled with longing. When he comes, he can tell you all about them, Celia said. Living with Harry day in and day out, she couldn't use magic in his presence. Celia nearly slipped up several times, having lived in the magical world so long that she had forgotten how muggles did certain things. For instance, finding something. A simple summoning charm versus manually searching through piles. One time Celia forgot Harry was around and used the summoning charm to bring a stack of papers from the third floor. Harry, playing with toys in his room, heard the commotion and came out to see papers flying downstairs. He ran after them, shouting, Celia, the papers are flying. Quick on her feet, Celia transformed a bird to snatch the papers in midair and flutter them around the room. Feigning panic, she chased the bird while exclaiming dramatically, good heavens, how did a bird get into the house, carrying my manuscript? After much effort, they managed to shoo the bird out. When the papers flew out of your room, I didn't see a bird, Harry observed. Celia, picking up scattered papers, pretended not to hear. That bird seemed to be missing a foot, Harry added. Celia blushed. Well, while her transfiguration skills were indeed at that level, she decided to bluff her way through again. She cupped Harry's face, examining him left and right. Harry, don't you think your glasses are a bit off? How about we get a new pair tomorrow? Harry, used to Celia's topic shifts, replied, they're still fine, no need for a new pair. All right, but if they don't fit, you must tell me. Glasses are free for kids your age. Probably got away with it, she thought. Celia headed to the study with her manuscript. I'm going to read for a bit, you play on your own. Harry stared at her retreating figure, tilting his head in confusion. Maybe he had imagined it. With his limited understanding, Harry convinced himself once more. There were also times when Celia almost couldn't fool him. While cooking several dishes at once, she glanced over to see Harry wasn't around, so she made the spatula stir on its own while she fetched seasonings from the fridge. After grabbing them, she checked again. Harry was still absent, so she had the knife chop vegetables by itself. She levitated a glass bowl toward her, remembering to check for Harry this time. Definitely not there. Whistling contentedly, she turned around and locked eyes with a stunned Harry. The glass bowl crashed to the floor. Celia stood frozen, unable to think of an excuse, but Harry started apologizing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Harry fidgeted with his shirt, his face flushed. I've made things float before too. Strange things had happened to him. His aunt had shaved patches of his hair off only for it to grow back overnight. He had made all the dishes on the table fly and crash to the floor. Once when Dudley was chasing him, he found himself on the rooftop in the blink of an eye. Every time such oddities occurred, his aunt and uncle would fly into a rage, punishing him severely and ordering him to act normal. Harry had always denied doing those things, but they never believed him. Now it had happened at Celia's house too, and apparently he really was the cause. Harry felt utterly despairing. He was the freak his aunt and uncle spoke of. What would Celia think of him? Celia hurried over, knelt, and wrapped her arms around him. Hey Harry, listen. This isn't your fault. Nothing was flying. She racked her brain. Actually, I was holding that bowl, but I moved so fast that when I pulled my hand back, the bowl stayed in the air. Merlin, what nonsense was she spouting? Who would believe that? Unexpectedly, Harry's eyes lit up at her explanation. Like Tom and Jerry. Who were Tom and Jerry? Celia recalled. They were from a cartoon Harry had been watching, a cat and a mouse. She nodded with conviction. Exactly that. She stroked Harry's hair, filled with worry, wondering if he would still be this easy to fool next year. In mid-July, a letter arrived from Lamus announcing his imminent return to England. Celia was extremely excited. She cleaned Lamus' room every day, checking to ensure all the necessities she prepared for him were complete, and she also prepared many of his favorite foods. Harry watched her bustling about, feeling a bit uncomfortable, unaware that this feeling was called jealousy. Lamus arrived in the morning holding a note. After confirming the address on it belonged to this house, he nervously smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. He hadn't seen Celia for over half a year. During this time he had been abroad, exposed to the elements, and surely looked even worse. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. No matter how bad he looked, it couldn't compare to 3 years ago. He still remembered seeing news about Celia in the newspaper, learning that she was still alive. He couldn't believe it, overwhelmed with joy and tears. He wrote a long-awaited letter to Dumbledore inquiring about Celia's condition. Dumbledore simply informed him that Celia had been severely injured and her life was uncertain. After her condition stabilized, she was recovering in France, and he asked Lamus to relay her news to some other friends. After receiving Dumbledore's reply, Lamus headed to France. At that time his life was quite difficult. As a werewolf he faced numerous obstacles in finding work and didn't want to return home and burden his father further. His friends, he was doing odd jobs and living almost like a drifter. With his identity, he couldn't apply for a cross-border key through legitimate means and couldn't afford the transportation costs of Muggle vehicles. He could only use the most rudimentary method of apparition to rush to France, fearing discovery. He had to continually apparate to remote and desolate places to transfer, such as lakes, forests, and abandoned quarries. Shortly after arriving in France, he received a letter from Celia. Celia provided him with an address expressing her desire to see him. Lamus thought nothing of it and hurried to that location, where he met Celia in a ragged, homeless-looking state. The moment Celia saw him, she rushed up to hug him, crying profusely. She was so reluctant to let go that her brother Gabriel, unable to bear it, pulled her away and urged Lamus to rest for a while. Lamus was taken to the washroom, where he saw himself in the mirror. His clothes were tattered, his entire body was filthy, and there were leaves in his hair. He couldn't believe he had met Celia in such a state. He felt embarrassed beyond measure and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Gabriel urged him to take a shower and change clothes, saying, "Please stay here for a few more days, as she hasn't spoken this much in a long time." Lamus stayed there for a few days, and he and Celia talked for nearly days and nights about their friends, the war, and the years they had missed. As they spoke and cried, Celia didn't want Lamus to leave her sight, insisting on sleeping on the floor next to him at night, which made Gabriel grit his teeth. He also slept on the floor. As the full moon approached, Lamus had to leave. He transformed deep in a rarely visited forest in France. Whether it was due to the joy of reuniting with an old friend, he surprisingly didn't harm himself much this time during the transformation. After reverting to human form, he only had minor scratches from branches and stones. He met Celia once more, intending to say goodbye. He had no reason to stay here too long, yet there was also no reason for him to leave. However, unexpectedly Celia offered him a job, to help her procure alchemical materials. After patiently listening to the details of the job Lamus wanted to refuse, it was a newly created position offered by Celia to assist her old friend. She was an emerging and promising alchemist. Once she spoke, many would willingly provide her with materials. Celia convinced him with facts, showing him the huge price differences between materials in France and their origin, and told him that this job was not easy at all. He would have to venture into many dangerous places, facing numerous crises. Celia looked at him with pleading eyes, and Lamus could only agree for now. He had originally planned to write to Celia in a few months saying he had found another job, but he hadn't anticipated that this job would turn out to be not simple. Some materials could reach prices dozens of times higher after being transferred. Lamus felt that he could indeed help Celia, so he continued with it, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. He traveled all over the world, rarely seeing Celia in a year. No matter how pressed for time he always took a shower and groomed himself before seeing her, wearing the best clothes he had. He rang the doorbell, quietly listening to the sounds from inside. The familiar light footsteps belonged to Celia, and he swallowed hard. The door opened, revealing Celia's youthful and beautiful face, unchanged compared to 8 years ago. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, which surprised Lamus. In the past 3 years, every time they met, Celia's smile was always tinged with melancholy and bitterness. He hadn't seen such pure brightness in a long time. "Lamus, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed warmly, rushing forward to embrace him. Lamus returned the hug, inhaling the rose scent from her hair, and at that moment his wandering heart found a stable harbor. "I missed you too, Celia," he replied. "Let go of me now," Celia said, pulling him by the wrist upstairs. "Hurry, Harry will wake up soon. We need to compare our stories. I prepared a room for you upstairs. I bought you several sets of Muggle clothes. Hurry and change into them." Lamus obediently opened the wardrobe and took out a set. He looked at Celia standing there and said helplessly, "I'm going to change my clothes now. Go change in the washroom. Let's talk while we change." Celia pushed him into the washroom, closed the door, and began speaking to him from outside. "I told Harry you're a zoologist studying animals worldwide. Just don't slip up and mention anything about magic or any strange magical creatures. Wait, you can mention them. Harry is still young and a bit foolish, so he can be easily misled." Celia's voice was soft and pleasant, and her continuous chatter was not annoying at all. Remus attentively listened to her words, occasionally responding to keep her from monopolizing the conversation. Meanwhile, he carefully changed clothes, trying not to make any noticeable rustling sounds. As grown adults, a man and a woman were separated by a thin door, each changing clothes, which seemed quite ambiguous to him. However, Celia was always open and never cared about such trivial matters. Only those with a guilty conscience would care about such things. Remus changed his clothes and opened the bathroom door, causing Celia to pause her incessant chatter. She circled around him twice, and Remus obediently allowed her to lift his arms and tilt his head for inspection. "You're a bit tanned, but no new scars," Remus said meekly. Celia nodded in satisfaction as she released his arm. "That's more like it." This job was indeed one Celia had specifically found for Remus. She had originally intended for him to act as a broker, helping her purchase alchemical materials from markets in their place of origin. This way he could earn an income without having to stay in one place for long, exposing his werewolf identity. Remus, however, deliberately raised the difficulty for himself. He sought out the original production areas, procured the rawest materials, and sometimes even ventured into dangerous places to excavate them himself. He always tidied himself up before meeting Celia, but she still noticed the new wounds on his body. Celia was deeply frustrated. She wanted to help a friend, not push him into peril. She couldn't bear the thought of Remus facing another accident. During that period, her emotions were poor and easily agitated. Gabriel noticed this, called Remus aside for a long talk, and after that Remus stopped taking such reckless risks. "I've secured a new cooperation this time." Remus began to share his achievements, seeing he had passed her scrutiny. Celia shook her head. "No work talk, no work talk. You must not have eaten yet." She pulled him downstairs, sat him at the dining table, served him a large plate of breakfast, and then sat across from him with a cup of coffee. "You must stay at my place at least until Harry's birthday is over, all right?" Celia gave him a pitiful look. Despite his reservations, Remus could only nod in agreement. He could never refuse Celia. "How is Harry?" he asked. Due to limited communication, Celia had only briefly mentioned Harry's situation. "You'll be amazed when you see him," Celia said teasingly. She had so much to tell Remus about Harry, but he needed to see the boy first. Remus raised his spoon and smiled. "Then I'd better finish my breakfast quickly so I don't drop it in shock." Celia laughed, took a sip of coffee, and watched Remus clean his plate of the meal. More to eat. Full as delicious as ever. As Remus took the dishes to wash, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. "Good morning, Celia." His heart pounded faster. Remus set down the plate and slowly turned around. When he saw Harry, he couldn't help but whisper Merlin's beard. He stared at Harry's face, walked over, crouched to meet his eyes, extended his hand, and smiled gently. "Hello, Harry. I'm Remus Lupin." After learning of Remus' existence, Harry had occasionally imagined what he might be like. A dear friend of his parents, someone Celia often spoke of. Having met so few people, he found it hard to form a concrete image. Now finally meeting him in person, Harry felt he couldn't dislike him at all. Remus had light brown hair. He looked relatively young, yet several prominent white strands were already woven through it. A few faint scars marked his face, but they did nothing to diminish his gentle, serene demeanor. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." Harry extended his hand and shook it like a little man. Remus' smile deepened, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "The last time I saw you, you were this small." He gestured with his hands. Celia patted them both. "Harry, eat breakfast first." "Okay." Harry obediently went to serve himself from the pot, keeping the food warm. Remus watched his retreating figure and murmured, "It's like seeing a little James." Celia added softly, "A Lily version of James." "Oh, that's perfect," Remus said. "Spend more time with him, you'll grow to like him." Remus whispered from the very first glance. Harry finished his breakfast, quickly curious about Remus. Celia had said he was a zoologist who often ventured into dangerous forests to find rare animals, and his scars were proof of that. Boys were always drawn to adventure stories, and Harry had never interacted with a normal adult male of that age. His uncle, he meant, certainly didn't fall into that category. After eating, he voluntarily walked over to Remus in the living room, sat across from him, and studied him. Celia stood behind him, ruffling his hair. "Remus was your father's roommate for 7 years. He knows everything about him." Harry blinked. He was eager to learn about his father, but didn't want to bombard Remus with questions about him on their first meeting. "Mr. Lupin, have you just returned from abroad?" he asked, mimicking how his uncle entertained guests. Remus looked up, exchanged a glance with Celia, and both their eyes sparkled with amusement. "Harry, just call me Remus." "Yes, I've just come back from Denmark. The largest island there is called the Jutland Peninsula." Remus' voice was gentle as he recounted his journey through Denmark. Whenever he mentioned dangerous situations, Harry listened even more intently. Celia left them chatting in the living room and went to the study to handle her own affairs. Harry and Remus quickly grew comfortable with each other, and Harry decided to move from not disliking him to genuinely liking him. Remus was nothing like the adult men Harry knew, namely his uncle. He was witty, told jokes Harry could understand, and was an excellent listener, patiently answering all of Harry's naive questions. He was also gentle, always smiling, and never prone to sudden outbursts or yelling. Harry spent almost the entire day listening to his adventure stories and tales of magical creatures, imagining what they looked like. Before bed, he said to Celia, "When I grow up, I want to be a zoologist too." "Of course you can. They'll support whatever you want to do." Celia stroked his hair. Harry looked up at her with his bright green eyes and suddenly asked, "Celia, is Remus your boyfriend?" Celia was taken aback. Kids these days knew about boyfriends and girlfriends at such a young age. She shook her head with an amused smile. "No, we're very close friends." "All right. Good night, Celia." Harry couldn't tell if he felt disappointed or relieved as he closed his eyes. Celia closed his door and headed downstairs where Remus was watching television. She took a bottle from the liquor cabinet and waved it at him. "A drink, Prefect Lupin." Remus raised an eyebrow. "Breaking school rules, Prefect Delang." Celia pressed the glass into his hand. 10 points each from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Since the points are deducted, we might as well drink. Celia sat down beside Remus, swirling the wine in her glass. "Let's talk." Remus took a sip. "I've had countless moments today where I felt like Harry would throw his arms around my neck and say, 'Hey mate, take me on an adventure.'" Celia chuckled. "But he's nothing like James, is he?" "No," Remus replied, shaking his head with a smile. "How can he be so well-behaved? Merlin's beard, James." Celia smiled in agreement. She hadn't told Remus the true situation of Harry's life with the Dursleys. Only that his treatment was mediocre, not that it bordered on abuse. Remus was a sensitive soul, who telling him would only add to his sorrow. "Remus, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Please hear me out before you decide." Celia set down her glass, and after he nodded, she laid out her entire plan. "I'm back in Britain for good now. I want to acquire some property, open an alchemy shop. Once I start teaching at Hogwarts in September, I'll need someone to manage it for me. Don't interrupt yet." Quick as a flash, Celia shoved Remus' goblet toward his open mouth. He choked and raised his other hand in surrender. "The shop will primarily showcase my alchemical creations and accept custom orders. Secondarily, ITLL sell the junk. I mean ordinary products I've made. I know you've traveled far and wide searching for alchemical ingredients, building your own network and contacts. Having you mind the shop would be a waste." Remus raised a hand to speak, but Celia waved him off and continued. "But Remy." Celia furrowed her brow, gazing at him with clear, pleading eyes. "I'm selfish. I'm back, and I don't want you to keep roaming. I want you to stay and help me and to see Harry often. It's not for you, it's for me. Please don't refuse outright. Consider it if this were a suggestion from James and C. James, would you accept it?" Remus finally got a chance to speak. They both deliberately ignored the name Celia had nearly let slip. He smiled wryly. "I wasn't planning to refuse." Celia's eyes lit up instantly. She stared at him, eagerly waiting for what came next. "I've secured stable suppliers for your most common alchemical ingredients. They can be delivered by owl post now. Rare materials don't have a steady source, but I've gotten to know a few dealers in different regions who can procure them on commission. Actually, I was planning to quit my job and come back to Britain for something stable," Remus said with a shrug. "Looks like I've found my new position." Celia couldn't help but cheer. She rushed over and hugged him. "Wonderful." Remus smiled as he let her bounce around like a puppy in his arms. His hand lifted, almost settling on her head, but after hovering for a moment, it finally dropped. He tilted his head slightly, and the strands of Celia's hair brushing against his lips gave him the fleeting illusion of kissing her. But it was only an illusion. Celia had thought convincing Remus would be a monumental task, but her act of pitiful pleading and moral blackmail had worked wonders. She promptly dragged him into the basement and put him to work on the spot. She dumped out a pile of her past inventions. "What's this?" Remus asked, picking one up. Celia answered honestly, "No idea. A failed attempt at a separation device. But not failed enough to be trash. And this, I suspect it can alter the color and grain of marble," Celia said guiltily. "Oh," Remus replied calmly. "Sounds useful. I was getting tired of the marble slab at my front door." Celia wanted to laugh, but held it in because the next thing Remus picked up was even more useless. He helped her sort through a box of items which fell into two categories: failed experiments with unknown purposes and defective products that had a purpose but almost no value. Celia had more than a dozen such boxes. "Boss, do I get a commission for selling these?" Remus asked gravely. Celia said magnanimously, "I'll split it with you." "Looks like I won't be seeing that half," Remus remarked, putting away the parchment head intended for inventory. "Let's focus on what can actually sustain the shop." Celia pouted. "Are they really unsellable?" Remus said gently but ruthlessly, "Some might sell as souvenirs if you sign them. They'll dispose of the rest." Celia abandoned her plan to sell those dozen boxes of junk. She pulled out a stack of patent certificates and handed them to Remus. Over the years, she had patented 72 alchemical creations, though the documents were a mess. Remus spent an hour organizing them, roughly categorizing the items. Then, based on material costs and production time, he discussed pricing with Celia. Celia slumped over the table, watching Remus jot down notes meticulously. He had always been an excellent student, sharp and organized, far better than she was. If it weren't for his lycanthropy, the discrimination, and the doors slammed in his face, he would surely have achieved great things. She sighed. "What's wrong?" Remus set down his quill and looked at her. Celia blinked. "I haven't written my syllabus yet." All right, boss," Remus said with a resigned nod. "After we finish this." "You're wonderful, Remus." Celia heaped praise on her employee and even made a late-night snack. They were both full of energy. By the time they finished compiling the entire inventory for the alchemy shop, dawn had broken. Celia yawned. Let's have breakfast before resting, Remus. She prepared a simple meal, and after they ate, she brought out a vial of pepper-up potion. When Celia got immersed in research, she often went days without sleep. Her storage was filled with alchemical materials, and above all, pepper-up potion. Just as she uncorked the potion, Remus took it from her. Let me spend the day with Harry today. I want to get to know him better. You go rest. Celia tilted her head, processed the idea for a few seconds, and nodded. Deal. When Harry woke up, he rolled around in bed. Yesterday had been so engrossed in Remus' adventure stories that had neglected Celia. Today he wanted them to tell stories about their school days. That way he could hear about Mum, Dad, Celia, and Remus all at once. He got up, eagerly washed up, and put on his favorite Tom and Jerry t-shirt. He bounded down the stairs. Every morning he saw Celia standing by the window with a drink, gazing at the garden, while the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. She would turn at the sound of his steps, give Harry a gentle smile, and say good morning. Harry ran into the kitchen, but Celia wasn't there. Remus sat at the table looking over with a smile. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Remus. Harry continued deeper into the kitchen. The semi-open kitchen was much larger than an ordinary one, but he could see it all at a glance. Celia was nowhere to be found. Celia was working late last night, Remus said. She'll probably sleep most of the day. Oh, all right, Harry replied, his brows drooping. He finished the breakfast that had been left for him. Remus asked, what would you like to do today, Harry? Harry shook his head. He wanted to wait until Celia was around to hear their stories. Remus asked mischievously, do you want to do your homework? Harry immediately found something to do. The flowers in the garden need watering. Remus laughed. All right, let's go water them. Remus did not know where Celia kept her tools, but Harry did. He had developed a sense of ownership. He told Remus where to find the hose, how to connect it, and how to water the plants. Remus was enthusiastically supportive throughout, constantly praising Harry, which made Harry unable to suppress a grin. They had originally planned to go home after watering. However, Harry thought that since it was Remus' first visit to Celia's home, he should show him around the neighborhood. This path leads to the market. Celia always goes there to buy groceries, and sometimes she buys from nearby farmers. Harry imitated the way Celia had introduced things to him, presenting the information to Remus in a serious manner. There's a small stream over there only as deep as my legs. Celia takes me to catch fish, but she said I must never go there alone without an adult. He also warned Remus in a serious tone. Remus immediately assured him that he would remember his words. After finishing the introductions of the nearby area, Harry didn't know what else to say. He frowned, wondering if he had missed anything, when something on Remus' waist caught his attention. Remus' clothes had gotten wet from watering, so he had opened his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. As he walked, a long, thin object tucked behind his waist beneath the jacket. Harry glanced at it several more times and finally confirmed it was something like a small twig. Remus, what is that? He asked, pointing at the branch behind his waist. This is... Remus was about to come up with a plausible explanation for his wand, when Harry continued, Celia has one too, but its color is different from yours. Remus immediately asked, did she tell you what it is? Harry blinked. No, I didn't ask her. He didn't want Celia to think he was a clueless little fool, so he often refrained from directly asking about the many things he observed, preferring to ponder them himself. He truly couldn't figure out what use a small twig could have. It's actually a graduation souvenir from our school. Remus began fabricating a lie on the spot. Every graduate receives a small twig to signify that we have grown from that school, which was like a flourishing tree. Harry suddenly understood. You must have strong feelings for your school. Yes, Remus said with a smile. Harry, those were the best 7 years of my life. Getting to know your parents and Celia, studying together, growing up together. Harry listened with longing, thinking of his parents, Celia, and Remus' school. He asked nervously, Remus, can I go to that school too, when I'm older? Of course you can. You can attend that school when you turn 11. Harry immediately followed up. Is the tuition expensive? Are there grade requirements? He thought about his own exam results. Not bad, but not outstanding either. You are absolutely qualified to attend, Remus said, patting him on the shoulder. Harry wished he could turn 11 tomorrow so that he could go with Celia this September without being separated. He counted his age. 4 more years. For years, such a long time. Oh, Harry, is this your father? The annoying Mrs. Wilson stopped Harry, her probing gaze making him uncomfortable as she scrutinized Remus. Harry gently tugged at Remus' sleeve, signaling him to leave quickly. I'm Harry's uncle. Goodbye, ma'am, Remus said with a smile. As they walked away, Mrs. Wilson kept staring at their backs. I hate her, Harry whispered. She often gossips about Celia behind her back. Remus frowned and asked, what does she say? Harry recounted what he had heard from other children. Parents seemed to think their children didn't understand, so they freely discussed gossip in front of them, and the children imitated them, spreading it among themselves. They gossiped about Celia's beauty, her single status, her youth, and her wealth. They speculated that Harry was Celia's illegitimate child, and because Celia looked too young to have a child of Harry's age, they concluded he was the illegitimate child of Celia's. There was much Harry didn't fully understand, but he knew it wasn't kind. He had angrily argued with those children and no longer wanted to play with them. Remus listened and patted his head. Don't worry about it, Harry. They're just jealous, so they judge others with the worst intentions. But these rumors also served as a warning to Remus. He would likely become part of the gossip after today. When they returned home, Celia had already woken from her nap and was nearly done preparing lunch. Why didn't you sleep longer? Remus asked. A few hours were enough. I couldn't miss lunch. Celia had prepared a hearty lunch and watched with satisfaction as Remus and Harry devoured every last bite of the food she had cooked. Then, feeling stuffed, they went for a walk together to aid digestion. In the afternoon, Remus took Harry to the nearby woods. He lifted Harry up and let him pull down a pretty twig, then used a knife to trim both ends and smooth them. There, now you have one too. Harry waved the twig, overjoyed. He had wanted a graduation souvenir like Celia and Remus, so Remus had made him one. He swung the twig all the way home and ran up to Celia. Celia, look, I have one too. Celia glanced at Remus several times, her expression questioning. A graduation souvenir from our school, awarded early to honorary student Harry Potter, he said, winking at Celia. That's right, Celia said, ruffling Harry's hair vigorously. During the evening entertainment, Harry finally achieved his goal from that morning, listening to stories about their school. Celia gave Harry a glass of milk while she and Remus had their wine. They began telling Harry stories about school. The castle, the lawns, the Black Lake classes competitions. Your father was also a team athlete for his house and led them to many victories. Harry immediately asked, what sport did he play? Celia stammered, a sport. He was responsible for throwing a ball through a hoop. Is it basketball? Harry pressed. Remus was trying to suppress a laugh, and after Celia shot him a glare, he chimed in. It's a sport unique to our school, similar to basketball. Harry began to imagine his father playing basketball, as seen in photos. Maybe he could try playing basketball too. After listening to a heap of stories, Harry went to bed satisfied. Seriously, throwing it through a hoop? Remus raised an eyebrow. Seriously, similar to basketball. Celia raised her eyebrow in return. She stretched and flopped onto the sofa. It's too hard not to slip up. I don't use magic in front of Harry anymore, and now, when I pick up my wand, I've even forgotten the spells. I really don't know why Dumbledore wants me to keep it from him. I mean, he's already had accidental magic outbursts. He can know, can't he? Yeah. Dumbledore has his reasons, you know how wise he is, Remus said, full of trust in Dumbledore. You're right, he's such a smart man, Celia said, dropping the matter. They continued discussing the location of the shop. There were only a few magical streets in Britain, and the most suitable was still Diagon Alley. He'll go and inspect the site in person. Since he had promised Celia, Remus would ensure everything was done properly. After finalizing the work matters, Remus recalled the encounter with Mrs. Wilson that day and warned Celia. Harry and I met one of your neighbors today. She might misunderstand our relationship. Celia immediately knew who he meant. Mrs. Wilson. Let her misunderstand. Last time I told her I was a widow forced into remarriage and had run off with my late husband's inheritance. She was shocked for ages. Remus nearly choked on his own saliva. It seemed he didn't need to worry about Celia's gossip problems. She could even start rumors about herself. Harry desperately wanted to pretend he hadn't noticed anything. He hadn't noticed Celia and Remus planning a birthday celebration for him. He pretended not to see the boxes of fresh berries and whipped cream, the gift bags hidden in the cupboard, or the birthday hat emblazoned with happy birthday. But his pretense was far from convincing. Whenever he caught sight of something birthday-related, he would stiffly turn away, though his eyes would involuntarily drift back. Celia and Remus observed his reactions with amusement. After he went upstairs, they couldn't help but laugh. So adorable. I never realized children could be this endearing. I wonder if I was this obvious when I tried to hide things as a child. Let me think. When you were in first year. Oh, we weren't close back then. Celia had moved to England at 10 and started Hogwarts at 11. In her first year, her English was far from fluent. Her homework was a jumble of English and French, drawing repeated criticism from professors, which she stubbornly ignored. She learned from her mistakes and spent a summer mastering English. She had no memory of Remus in her first year. They only began talking in their second year after he started night prowling with James, and they bumped into each other a few times. I remember you from first year, Remus said with a smile. The professor would call on you and you'd stand up and say, sorry professor, my English isn't good enough to understand the question. You kept that up the entire year. What? Really? I don't remember that. Celia covered her face. That sounds so annoying. Not at all. All the professors adored you. Remus smiled at her. Who wouldn't adore Celia? She had always been so warm and radiant, effortlessly commanding everyone's attention the moment she appeared. But the scars of war had stolen her smile. He was so glad to see Celia slowly returning to her former self. And that was thanks to the child Harry Potter. On the evening of July 30th, Harry was distracted and went to bed early. Tomorrow was his birthday, and there were many signs around the house that Celia and Remus were planning a party for him. But what if it wasn't for him? He had asked Remus and learned Celia's birthday was in May, and asked Celia and learned Remus was in March. Maybe they were throwing a party for the pear tree in the garden. Alright, it was definitely for him. Harry had received so little in the past, he was just anxious. He drifted off to sleep without realizing. Remus silently pushed the door open, confirming Harry was fast asleep. He cast a silencing charm, then closed the door and waved at Celia. Let's begin. They picked up their wands and started decorating the house. From top to bottom, they spent hours ensuring everything looked beautiful. Is this okay? Celia asked, looking around uncertainly. It's perfect. Hell love it, Remus replied. They both stared at the happy birthday streamers and fell silent. On a child's birthday, a parent would never want to be absent. Well, it's done. Let's get some rest too, Celia said, her voice tight. Remus nodded and followed her. Good night, Remus. Celia smiled at him before heading up to the third floor. Good night, Celia. Remus stood at his door watching until her figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Of the friends who once laughed together, only the two of them remained. And it was fortunate Celia was still alive. They could still find warmth in each other. Harry slept restlessly and woke as dawn was breaking. He got out of bed, straightened his sheets and pillow, washed up, and sat by the bed watching the sun peek over the horizon. A cute parrot-shaped clock on the wall showed it was not yet 6. Celia and Remus were surely still asleep, so he restrained his urge to rush downstairs. He waited until the sun was high in the sky, then could wait no longer, and left his bedroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the decorations in the living room. Colorful ribbons hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly, and a red banner with gold letters was draped over the bookshelf. He read aloud, "Happy Birthday, Harry." From his room, balloons of all shapes and sizes floated on the ceiling. The stair railings were adorned, and a carpet stretched from upstairs to downstairs. Harry grabbed a balloon string and pulled it down. It too was printed with "Happy Birthday." When he let go, the balloon floated back up to the ceiling. He walked downstairs, everything a riot of color. The living room had been rearranged, the sofa moved and piled with plush toys. On the central table was a mountain of gifts. He stared at the presents in a daze. "Oh, Harry, you're up early today," Celia said, emerging from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Harry looked up at her, his lips moving silently. Celia walked over, bent down, gently brushed his hair aside, and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. "Happy birthday, Harry." "Thank you," Harry heard himself say, his mind a blank. Then Celia's face blurred. She looked surprised, knelt down, and took off his glasses. "Oh, sweetheart, don't cry." Her fingers wiped away the large tears streaming from Harry's green eyes, but for some reason, he only cried harder. Celia pulled Harry into her arms, stroking his back. She said nothing more, but soon she too was sobbing. When Remus came downstairs, he found them crying in each other's arms. Oh, he was taken aback, even considering whether he should join in. He walked over, patted Celia on the shoulder, and handed her a tissue. Celia was crying pitifully, her eyes and nose red. She sniffled, took the tissue sheepishly, and turned away to wipe her tears. Remus then took Harry, grasping him under the arms and lifting him up. He settled Harry on his hip. Harry had never been held like this before. Embarrassed, he forgot to cry and focused on the unusual height. "All right, Harry. Today is a happy day worth celebrating. On a happy day, we should smile, not cry, right?" Remus said with a smile. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry wiped the tears from his face with the back of his hand and nodded gently. After a hearty breakfast accompanied by Celia and Remus, Harry opened his presents. He hadn't expected to receive so many gifts, most of them from people he had never met. "Oh, this is from Sophia, my sister. It seems she wants to cultivate your cooking skills. Sorry, it's a family tradition." Celia looked helplessly at the complete set of children's kitchen utensils Harry had unwrapped. Harry showed no displeasure. Instead, he said excitedly, "I can learn to cook with you. Next, I'm Alphonse, my little brother. Let's see what he sent." "Well, a game console. Dudley has one too, but this one is a newer model than his." Harry said happily, "This one is from Aunt Patricia. Do you remember her? You said hello to her when she called last time." "Mum, she has a little sister named Eva who is your goddaughter." Although Harry had only exchanged a few words with Patricia, he remembered clearly. Celia's goddaughter. When he learned that, his heart ached a little. Why wasn't Celia his godmother? Then they could have lived together as a matter of course. That's right, her family is far away in America, so she could only order from the mall for delivery. Celia explained why the gift bag came from a London department store. Harry nodded understandingly. "Next time Aunt Patricia calls, I want to thank her." Celia ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. Petunia also sent Harry a gift Celia had specifically called ahead, which was a pair of socks. "At least these are a new pair of socks this time," Harry said optimistically, holding the socks that were only fit for Uncle Vernon's large feet. Before, he had only ever received old socks, sometimes two different ones. Celia hadn't dared to contact other wizard friends. Most of Harry's gifts were from her family. They quickly finished opening them with only 2 left. Harry opened the rectangular box Remus had given him. Inside were 3 silvery white hairs. He picked them up curiously. They were cool, soft, yet resilient, radiating a sense of sanctity. "What is this?" he asked, mesmerized. Celia's eyes widened, and she poked Remus silently, accusing him. "How could you give him this?" Remus explained softly, "I found these on an adventure. They are shed by a silver animal. The locals say they represent luck and blessings. I wanted to give them to you, Harry." Harry carefully placed the hairs back, closed the box, and hugged it to his chest, beaming at Remus. "Thank you, Remus. I really like it." He looked at the last gift from Celia. It was a small box the size of his palm. He opened it and saw a golden bead the size of his thumb inside. The bead was engraved with indecipherable patterns. It seemed to have light flowing within, but upon second glance, it seemed an illusion. Remus also raised an eyebrow. Celia blushed, but remained composed. "This is a kind of lucky charm popular in France. It also represents luck and blessings." I can weave it into an accessory like a small pendant for your school bag. How about that? Can you make it a bracelet? Harry asked immediately. A small pendant could be easily damaged by others, or a bracelet he could hide under his clothes. Of course. Celia picked up the small bead ready to make the bracelet right away. Remus also took back his gift from Harry and asked Celia to weave one of the hairs into. One gave unicorn hair, the other an alchemical item inscribed with protective spells. Both were from the magical world, so neither could criticize the other. Celia wove an adjustable bracelet with the unicorn hair and silver thread. Remus cast a transfiguration charm and a muggle-repelling charm, so to those without magic it just looked like an ordinary bracelet. Harry put it on. The bracelet's loop was adjustable, fitting snugly on his wrist without sliding up and down. Even when pushed up to his upper arm, it wasn't too tight. It felt like wearing nothing at all, and Harry adapted instantly. At noon, they enjoyed a birthday feast and a beautiful birthday cake together. In the afternoon, Remus and Celia took Harry to see a movie. In the evening, they took him to a beautifully decorated restaurant for dinner. Harry felt that there couldn't be a better birthday than this. After entering August, time suddenly flew by. Remus bid them farewell to find a suitable shop in Diagon Alley, while Celia became busy. She had to prepare for the start of term, buy gifts for colleagues, pack her luggage, and finally supplement the lesson plans Remus had already helped her write. When Celia was busy, Harry would do his homework or play with his toys nearby. When Celia was free, they would go out hand in hand for some fresh air. Time slipped away to mid-August, and the atmosphere at home began to change. Celia started going out frequently, occasionally asking Remus to watch Harry for a few hours. When she returned, she always seemed a bit tired, and she spent more time staring into space at home. As for Harry, the thought of returning to the Dursleys and not seeing Celia for months made his stomach feel heavy, sometimes even robbing him of his appetite. No matter how much they didn't want to part, the time for separation arrived. The night before taking Harry back to the Dursleys, neither of them slept well. Harry tossed and turned in bed, praying that he could stay in today, forever, that time wouldn't move on to tomorrow. Celia drank wine while checking her to-do list to see if she had finished everything. In the past few days, she had first finalized the shop with Remus. It was in a small corner of Diagon Alley. Due to the poor location and small size, the rent was not expensive. They simply named it Alchemy Nook. They moved a pile of alchemical items from home there, and after organizing, the house was much cleaner. Then there was Harry's situation. She was truly worried that after she left, Harry would return to his previous life. She met separately with Harry's school headmaster, and several teachers gave them small gifts, left her contact information, and asked them to keep an eye on him. Of course, such matters didn't need to be known by the child. She went to Gringotts to exchange some pounds, made a small wallet that only Harry could open, and gave him some pocket money. Finally, she visited the Dursleys again, telling them she was going to teach at Hogwarts. Petunia almost fainted at the mention of Hogwarts, and that she wouldn't be picking Harry up every week before Christmas. She hoped they would keep their promise and treat Harry well. Of course, she also made a veiled threat. She couldn't come back often, but she had a wizard friend, Remus, who was unreasonable, lacked common sense, and had a bit of a temper, and he would occasionally check on Harry. Petunia nearly fainted again. Celia poured herself another glass. What Petunia had once said was true: to achieve her goals, she would stop at nothing. She could indeed threaten people. She slumped over the table, her mouth pouting. It seemed she had arranged everything. But she didn't want to leave Harry. The alarm clock rang. Celia grumbled, turned it off, took a shower, and downed a bottle of invigorating potion, feeling quite refreshed. With a flick of her wand, she vanished the empty wine bottles in her room. She went downstairs to prepare Harry's last breakfast before the school term began. Celia, you're an adult now. You need to be strong, she told herself. It wasn't very successful. While clearing the table and helping Harry with his luggage, she rambled on about things he should be mindful of when he got back. Mid-sentence, she started crying. Harry pulled a chair over, climbed up to wipe her tears, and said in a mature little voice, "Don't worry about me, Celia. They'll be fine on my own. You take care of yourself too, okay?" He had felt like crying himself, but seeing Celia more upset than he was, he decided he had to be the man and comfort her. His words made Celia too embarrassed to cry any longer. How could she let a child console an adult? She dried her tears and handed Harry a small purse. "Here's your pocket money. If you don't get enough to eat, buy yourself something. Don't go hungry." She looked at Harry. Over these months of her care, he had changed remarkably. His once gaunt face had filled out, and he had grown a bit taller. "It's not convenient for me to take calls over there. If you run into any emergency, call Remus. He'll come find you quickly. Here's my address. Write to me, okay? If you don't know how to send a letter, ask Professor McGonagall or Professor Sally. I've already spoken to them. If work isn't too busy, he'll come back to see you." Harry shook his head and continued comforting her. "Don't keep thinking about coming back. It's so far. I can manage on my..." He had checked. It took 10 hours from London to the Scottish Highlands, nearly a whole day with transfers and expensive tickets. If he said he missed Celia, she would surely find a way to come back, and how exhausted would that make her? He had thought it through last night. They would only be apart for 4 months until the Christmas holidays. At the Dursleys, he had few happy memories, yet the days had still passed. Now he had so many wonderful memories to hold on to. He could spend 1 week recalling the trip to the amusement park with Celia, another week remembering the lamb chops she made for him, and another reliving their strawberry picking adventure. Week by week, the 4 months would fly by. Oh, Celia felt tears welling up again, but she held them back and smiled at Harry. Let's keep in touch by letters. You need to learn more words, all right? Harry remembered struggling with spelling during his recent homework and nodded, his face reddening. Celia took Harry back to the Dursleys. She didn't drive away until he had gone upstairs to his room and waved to her from his window. Back home, she looked at the suddenly quiet house, knowing it would stay this way for quite a while. She processed all the food in the fridge, then went to the attic to coax Luca into his cave. She grabbed her luggage and left. With so many belongings, other means of transport were inconvenient, so she could only take the night bus. She cast a disillusionment charm on herself and raised her wand by the roadside. Before long, there was a loud bang, and a bus materialized out of thin air before. Good afternoon, madam. Where to? The conductor asked, eagerly picking up Celia's luggage and owl cage. Hogsmeade, please. Celia handed him 11 silver sickles directly. She boarded the bus, swiftly found an empty seat, and threw herself into it, just as the vehicle lurched forward. Her timing was perfect, but it did little to cushion the bus jolt. She felt her head slam against the pillow as if her innards were flying through the air. Celia felt nauseous. After all these years, the night bus was still just as unpleasant. By the time they reached Hogsmeade, she was thoroughly dazed. The conductor kindly unloaded her luggage again. Lovely lady, do hope you'll ride with us again on the night bus. Celia mumbled, thanks, but no thanks. The night bus vanished, and she stood there for a moment waiting for the discomfort to fade completely before heading toward the gates of Hogsmeade. She levitated her luggage and let Luca out walking while looking around. Hogsmeade hadn't changed at all. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle appeared just as timeless. They stood eternal upon this land, merely greeting and bidding farewell to generation after generation of students. The gates of Hogwarts gradually came into view, already ajar. An exceptionally tall man with a wild mane of hair and beard stood at the entrance, craning his neck to look this way. Celia's eyes lit up, and she jogged over. Hagrid. Celia. Celia rushed to embrace the bear-like man, her hands only reaching the sides of his coat. Hagrid hugged her back enthusiastically, his massive paddle-like hands thumping her on the back. With a sharp crack, Celia felt her bones might have broken. She patted Hagrid firmly. All right, let me go. I can't breathe. Hagrid didn't notice her wincing. He released her, his eyes glistening behind his bushy hair and beard. Sniffling, his voice choked. Oh, Celia, you're just the same as ever. Celia hid her wand behind her back and silently cast a healing charm, feeling the ache in her bones subside before answering with a straight face. You haven't changed a bit. Professor Dumbledore said you were on your way and asked me to fetch you, Hagrid said, still teary-eyed. Celia's luggage floated over, and he grabbed it. Let's head back to the castle. Dumbledore's waiting for you there. All right. A carriage was already waiting beyond the gates. As Hagrid loaded her luggage, Celia silently stared at the horse in front of the carriage. It was a jet-black creature, utterly gaunt, with skin stretched taut over its skeleton and large dark wings, a fearsome sight. Celia knew what they were, thestrals visible only to those who had witnessed death. During her 7 years at school, she had never seen their true form. She had only ever seen an empty harness hanging eerily in midair before the carriage. She remembered one year when James and Sirius tried to climb aboard at the start of term, but seeing nothing, they fumbled at the air until each got a kick from a thestral and gave up. They were scolded by the prefect and limped onto the carriage. At the memory, Celia couldn't help but laugh. She paused, realizing the emotion was pure, unadulterated. Ready to go, Celia, Hagrid called. Celia climbed into the carriage and smiled at the black lake shimmering under the sun. It had been a long time, Hogwarts. Coming back here might just be a very good decision. Hagrid was telling Celia her story from his perspective. We all thought you were dead back then. I nearly soaked my pillow with tears. Celia, what a wonderful person. Hagrid recalled those times, and tears streamed down his face. The situation was tense. There was no funeral. Whoever we met, whenever we mentioned you, we'd all cry together. He began to blow his nose vigorously. Celia patted his arm and comforted him. All right. I'm not dead after all. Then a few years ago, your news appeared in the newspaper. We all flocked to ask Professor Dumbledore if it was you. He admitted it. What wonderful news. Our Celia wasn't dead, she was alive and well. I immediately bought the finest wine, called some professors to celebrate, and we all got drunk. Hagrid chuckled a few times. Professor Flitwick got drunk and cried while hugging Fawn. The Daily Prophet ran your story for a whole week because you were going to make your research patent public. When I went drinking, I heard people in Hogsmeade discussing you. What a great invention, what a great gesture. Just think, Celia, you invented an alchemical item that can resist fatal injuries. Dumbledore himself praised you highly. Celia was about to blush. When she decided to make it public, many had tried to dissuade her. But she always felt that the purpose of defense was to protect people. If she monopolized it herself, even if she could make a fortune, how many people could she really protect? I've kept your little vegetable garden for you. I planted some greens that hasn't gone to waste, Hagrid added. Thank you, Hagrid. I appreciate it, Celia thanked him. Hagrid waved his hand sheepishly. That little patch doesn't take much effort. If you want to plant something, he'll turn the soil for you. We'll see. I still have to teach. It's not as easy as when I was a student, Celia said. In truth, she no longer had the same drive. Right. You're going to be a professor. You'll definitely be a great one, Hagrid said cheerfully. You're sure to become the most popular professor. All right. You're making me blush. Oh, we're here. Look, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid pointed out the window. The carriage stopped at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Following his gaze, Celia saw a tall, thin Dumbledore, wearing a blue wizard's robe adorned with stars. He stood before the massive oak doors, smiling warmly at them. Go on. Your luggage will be sent to your room later. Hagrid waved at her. Celia stepped down from the carriage and walked toward the castle gates. How does it feel to be back at Hogwarts, Celia? Dumbledore asked, his hands clasped in front of him, smiling. Celia gave him a bright smile. Very happy, sir. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled. Let me show you to your office. They entered the castle together. I notice you're in much better spirits than a few months ago. Yes, Celia acknowledged her own change. Because of that child. You won't mind that I've been in close contact with him, will you, sir? Dumbledore feigned disappointment. Alas, what can I do? I could never say no to you before. Celia giggled and didn't respond, knowing this meant he didn't mind. Celia's alchemy classroom during her school years was in a corner on the 4th floor of the main castle building. Dumbledore had prepared a new classroom for her on the 2nd floor of the main building. I thought you'd want your own space for experiments, so I found an empty classroom on the 2nd floor and remodeled it into a layout with the classroom in front and the lab in back. The room next door is your office and bedroom suite. Dumbledore led her to a double walnut arched door and pushed it open. Before Celia even stepped inside, she glanced in and couldn't help but step back to survey the surroundings. She was indeed in Hogwarts Castle on the 2nd floor of the main building, but why was everything inside so glittering? Hogwarts had been established for nearly 1,000 years, a school rich in history, which meant some parts looked a little worn. But the classroom inside could only be described as gleaming. It had a high vaulted ceiling, and everything from the stained glass windows and curtains to the tables, chairs, and floor was spotless and shiny enough to reflect light. Celia was almost overwhelmed. You even had it specially renovated. Dumbledore seemed amused by her reaction. He chuckled. Not me. It was the Hogwarts house elves. Celia looked puzzled. When I asked them to clean your office, and they knew it was for Miss Celia Durand, they all wanted the honor and fought fiercely. I had to allow all of them to clean it once. But with over 100 house elves all cleaning the same place, the castle walls would have been thinned by 5 feet. So I had them divide the work. Some cleaned your office, some your bedroom, some the classroom. In all my years at Hogwarts, I never knew the bricks were this color. Celia looked at the sparkling classroom, her feelings completely different now. Her eyes grew a little warm. Good thing I remembered to bring them gifts, or I'd be too embarrassed. Dumbledore's smile deepened. I think it's precisely because you remember to bring them gifts that they like you so much. Celia felt she had been praised too much today. Embarrassed, she changed the subject. How about some tea in my office? Dumbledore led her to her office right next to the classroom. It was still so clean and tidy that she felt reluctant to step inside, almost wanting to change into slippers first. Her luggage was already there. Celia asked Dumbledore to sit down first, then rummaged through her bags for pastries and a tea set. Muggle honey blossom tea. She opened a box of tea bags and placed one in a cup. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the cup filled with hot water. He sniffed it and said with enjoyment, "Smells wonderful." Celia arranged the pastries and sat down across from Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I'd like to talk to you about Harry. Always getting straight to the point, Dumbledore said with a nostalgic look. In the past, Celia had countless times brought tea and pastries to the headmaster's office. She would set things down on the table, automatically sit in the chair, and start with, Headmaster Dumbledore, I need to talk to you about kitchen reform. Headmaster Dumbledore, I want to discuss the library's acquisition of foreign books. Headmaster Dumbledore, I want to talk about exams. If he was too busy to listen, she would persistently come again and again until she achieved her goal, or until she realized it was truly impossible. What do you want to tell me, Celia? Dumbledore looked at her. From when she was tiny through her teenage years to adulthood, she had sat across from him time and again expressing her thoughts. Celia cleared her throat. I think it's time Harry knew about the wizarding world. He'll know when he receives his Hogwarts letter at age 11, Dumbledore said gently. Celia softened her tone. But he needs to know now. Why? Because he can't be without me. I can go back to see him from time to time, but I can't explain in Muggle terms how I travel from the Scottish Highlands to London in such a short time. Dumbledore smiled at her slightly. Is it that he can't be without you, or that you can't be without him? Celia slumped in defeat and had to admit, I'm the one who can't be without him. A very fine herbal tea. Dumbledore took a sip, raised an eyebrow, and continued looking at Celia. Celia, I understand that after 7 years of semi-seclusion in France, spending time with Harry brought you a sense of healing from an innocent child. But you've returned to Hogwarts now, and your future students will offer you the same feeling. Celia wanted to say it was different, but as someone about to become a teacher, how could she presuppose such a stance? She could only remain silent. You know how great Harry's fame is in the wizarding world. If he returns too early, endless adulation will cloud his mind and leave him wallowing in it. Dumbledore said sternly. Celia understood this logic and said weakly, only James with his thick skin would grab a loudspeaker and shout, make way for the savior. Harry would never. She looked up and met Dumbledore's eyes, and they both laughed. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled. If it were James, he might even ask me to clear the path for him. Alas, with his father as such a glaring example, your concerns are not unfounded. Celia sighed. Even she had expected to meet a little James when she first saw Harry, but after getting to know him, she realized they were worlds apart. There's actually another reason, and it involves you, Celia. Dumbledore continued. I wanted Harry to grow up in the Muggle world because I've seen wizards like you born of Muggle heritage. The sense of equality, optimism, and dedication you exhibit are rare. These fine qualities might need to be cultivated in a Muggle environment. His praise made Celia's cheeks flush. She raised a hand to touch the top of her head and asked with feigned confusion, why am I wearing such a tall hat? Dumbledore winked at her playfully. You are my brightest student. Now Celia's face truly reddened. Professor Dumbledore, I only earned 5.0. W.L.S. She couldn't even be considered clever, let alone the brightest. Speaking of O.W.L.S., when Minerva learned you were returning to teach, she asked me if her teaching was at fault since someone managed outstanding in all other heads of houses subjects, but failed to get a certificate in transfiguration. Celia looked at Dumbledore with a deadpan expression. Who could this someone be? Could it be Celia Durand? What a difficult riddle. Professor Dumbledore, he'll never be able to face Professor McGonagall again. Dumbledore chuckled and added hot water to his tea. Is transfiguration really that? If I only had to transform kitchen utensils, I suppose it wouldn't be too hard, Celia murmured. Just then Dumbledore looked over her shoulder and smiled. Ah, there you are, Headmaster. A low hissing voice came from behind. Celia froze. She straightened up, turning around slowly like a rusty machine. Back at school, one was bound to encounter favorite professors and friends, but also those one didn't care for. Celia turned fully to face the person behind her. Dressed in black robes with a sallow face and a hooked nose, his hair was washed today and looked smooth. His gloomy eyes were fixed intently on Celia. Celia met his gaze calmly, and for a moment neither spoke. Dumbledore watched their exchange with interest. Do I need to introduce you to? Snape's thin lips curled into a sneer. Headmaster, what sort of people do you offer teaching positions to? For a Death Eater like you, Celia thought. An empty-headed fool. Snape's words trailed off as Celia stood up. Determined not to let Snape disgust her further, she decided to disgust him first. She quickly stepped forward and gave Snape a brief hug. He stiffened as if hit by a petrification charm, his usually contemptuous eyes widening in shock. Celia said cheerfully, Merlin's bearded Severus. You've changed so much I didn't recognize you at first. Dumbledore watched with amusement. Come sit down and have some tea. We old classmates should catch up properly. Celia gave Snape a saccharine sweet smile. Snape even took a step back. Celia felt that one more nauseating remark would have him flapping away like a bat. Dumbledore spoke up. Severus, I'd like you to examine Celia's scar. Can potions heal it? Celia looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. He hadn't mentioned this beforehand. Professor, my injury has healed. Dumbledore shook his head at her. Let him see it. Celia was not ungrateful. She rolled up her sleeve and extended her arm to Snape. He reached out and grasped her exposed arm, examining the scar closely. Damage from dark magic. Celia said calmly, of course. Let me think, who did it? Evan Rosier, I believe. Do you remember him? Wasn't he your classmate? But I blew him up. Snape's grip tightened, his cold fingers digging into Celia's arm. He looked up sharply, his dark eyes blazing with fury. Celia gave him a faint smile. What are you angry about? Wasn't Evan Rosier your good friend from school days? Weren't you and your dark magic clique in Celia? Dumbledore called her name calmly. She dropped her sardonic smile, lowered her eyes, and kept her expression blank. Snape still gripped her arm tightly, but she felt no pain. For a long time, even the brush of a strand of hair against her scar would make her cry out in agony. After it was healed, the sensation in her arm nearly vanished. She figured as long as it wasn't chopped off, she wouldn't feel much. Dumbledore stood up and walked over, standing beside Snape, to look down at the scar. Snape released his grip. His voice grew hoarse. I have no good solution. Dumbledore said, even some relief would help. Your arm isn't as agile as before, is it? He asked Celia. Luckily, it's my left arm. Other than not looking great in strappy dresses, there's no... Celia pulled her sleeve down and said lightly, though some people say it makes me look quite unique. Dumbledore's expression didn't lighten with her jest. I'm counting on you. Snape nodded, didn't spare Celia another glance, and turned to leave. Severus has turned over a new leaf, Celia. I trust him deeply, and I hope you can too. Dumbledore said gently. I don't understand why you trust him. He's... Yes, I know. Dumbledore interrupted her. Everyone who has erred deserves a chance, don't they, eh? Celia turned away in frustration. She loathed all Death Eaters equally. They had tortured and harmed countless innocent muggles, killed her friends and family, severed Gabriel's arm, and left her body scarred. Be kind to him, will you? Dumbledore said patiently. Celia could never refuse Dumbledore's requests. As long as he's kind to me, I will. Dumbledore smiled. Of course I can assure you of that. Dumbledore departed, leaving Celia time to pack her belongings. She flung open her trunk, and one by one her possessions flew out, arranging themselves neatly in their designated places. During this time, Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick came to see her. Noticing she was busy organizing, they offered brief greetings and took their leave. Celia tidied her dormitory, storing all the alchemical materials she had brought into the laboratory. Then came the monumental task. She walked into her alchemy classroom and sketched a simple floor plan on a piece of parchment. During their school years, the Marauders had created a map that revealed the secret passages of Hogwarts Castle and tracked everyone's location, all for the convenience of their nocturnal escapades. They had shown it to Celia. Celia had originally wanted one herself, but after learning of the intricate processes and complex enchantments required, she decisively abandoned the idea. Since accepting the teaching post, she had recalled the Marauders' map. She only needed an ultra-simple version, one that tracked only those who entered the alchemy classroom. During roll call, or when calling on students to answer questions, a quick glance at the name would suffice. After drawing the map, Celia went to the Ollery, found Lucar, and had him send the map to Remus. Remus would enchant it for her, turning it into Celia's map. By the time she had sent the letter, dusk was falling. Today was the staff reporting day, and everyone would gather in the great hall for dinner. When Celia arrived, the 4 house tables had been moved against the walls, and a long table stood in the center where many staff members were already seated. Most of them were teachers who had once taught her, along with a few unfamiliar faces. She exchanged hugs and greetings with her old acquaintances. "Celia, allow me to introduce you," Dumbledore said, beckoning her over. "This is Professor Sybil Trelawney, who teaches divination, and this is Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who teaches Muggle studies. Like you, they are new professors joining us this year. And this is Celia Durand, who will be teaching alchemy starting this year." Professor Trelawney was a thin, middle-aged woman wearing a pair of rather large glasses. Her neck and arms were adorned with countless beads, bracelets, and rings, giving her a rather distinctive appearance. Professor Quirrell, on the other hand, was a pale-faced young man. Celia found him familiar. She first shook hands with Professor Trelawney. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your bracelets are lovely." Professor Trelawney extended her hand. The moment she touched Celia's fingertips, she shuddered, withdrew her hand, and shook her head. "I'm afraid you lack the inner eye, my dear." Celia did not understand. She was about to ask further when she noticed Professor Sprout give her a wink. So she smiled and said, "That sounds rather regrettable." She turned to Quirrell and extended her hand. "Hello, I remember you. You were a Ravenclaw student 4 years below me, weren't you?" Quirrell reached out with both hands and clasped hers. Trembling slightly, he said, "Yai, Senior Durand. I never thought I'd have the chance to see you again." "From now on, we'll be colleagues," Celia said with a friendly smile. "Shall we call each other by our first names?" "Yais, of course, Senior Celia." Quirrell trembled even more violently. Just then Celia spotted Snape entering and tactfully moved away from Quirrell, who looked as if he might faint from his shaking. Remembering her promise to Dumbledore to be kind to Snape, Celia offered him a tight, artificial smile. "Good evening, Severus." Snape's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but Dumbledore happened to be watching. He forced the corners of his mouth upward. "Good evening, Celia." Uttering Celia's name seemed to cause him as much discomfort as swallowing a slug. "Everyone is here. Let us take our seats," Dumbledore announced as Hagrid entered the hall. Celia took a seat between Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall. Standing before his own chair, Dumbledore beamed. "A new school year is about to begin. We welcome new professors, and also the return of an old friend. I need only say welcome and tuck in." He picked up his spoon and lightly tapped his plate. In the blink of an eye, the once empty table was laden with a sumptuous feast. The dishes on the table surpassed even the definition of sumptuous, as if every renowned delicacy from around the world had been brought forth, each plate elaborately garnished. "Oh," Dumbledore blinked his blue eyes in surprise. "It seems the house elves have adopted a new menu." He sat down, raised his glass toward Celia, and mouthed silently. Both professors beside Celia noticed. Professor Sprout chuckled, and even the usually stern Professor McGonagall's lips curved into a smile. They both raised their glasses to clink with Celia's. Celia clinked glasses with them. Gazing at the Wellington steak and French escargot before her, she decided not to wait until tomorrow. After dinner, she would go straight to the kitchens to visit her house elf friends. After a satisfying meal, Celia left the Great Hall and returned to her dormitory to retrieve the gifts she had brought for the house elves. She navigated to the kitchens in the dungeons with practiced ease. During her 7 years at Hogwarts, this place, aside from her own dormitory, was where she had spent the most time, earning it the title of her second home from Patrice. She tickled the pair in the painting, grasped the doorknob that appeared, and pushed open the door. The first house elf looked up, saw her, and let out a piercing shriek. "Miss Celia Durand has returned." Immediately a chorus of shrieks erupted. "Miss Celia Durand! Miss Celia Durand is here." Celia's head buzzed from the noise, a sensation she had almost forgotten. In the once spacious kitchen, house elves materialized one after another until they stood packed together. Some were even crying with excitement. Celia raised her voice. "Quiet." As soon as she spoke, the kitchen fell silent, as if a silencing charm had been cast. "Long time no see." She smiled at the house elves. "Professor Dumbledore told me you cleaned my room and prepared such a magnificent welcome feast. I truly don't know how to thank you enough." Before the elves could burst into tears, she quickly said, "Quiet." The elves who were about to wail stopped abruptly. "I brought you gifts." She quickly produced them. "I made these little badges." The silver badges featured the Hogwarts crest as a background with of Hogwarts written at the top and house elf at the bottom. A blank line in the middle was meant for the house elves' names to be engraved. At first glance, the house elves all looked nearly identical. Even after years of interaction, Celia could barely distinguish a few. Before returning, she had decided to make name badges for them. As she had anticipated the moment she finished speaking, the elves' emotions erupted. Miss Celia Durand has brought us gifts. Their shrieks were uncontrollable. Celia had no choice but to cast a sonorous charm on herself. Stop. Celia barely managed to calm the excited house elves, making them line up so she could engrave names for each one. Coco is called Coco. Miss, 1,000 thanks, generous Miss Celia. She asked each house elf their name, magically engraved it onto a badge, and then handed it to them. This process, which quieted the agitated elves, took even longer. At last, all the house elves had their own badges. Celia then revealed the second use of the badges. When you hold up your badge and call a companion's name 3 times, you can talk to them from a distance. She called 2 elves to demonstrate. But this only works within Hogwarts. It's useless outside the school. Celia suppressed the elves once more. Glancing at her pocket, she realized there were still 4 badges left. During her previous school years, she had counted the house elves at Hogwarts, 127 in total, so she had deliberately made 130 badges in case there were new elves. Is there anyone still without a badge? It seems like one elf hasn't come to collect theirs yet, she asked, raising her voice. Suddenly a timid voice said, Miss Celia Ding Dong died last year. Celia opened her mouth. Oh, I didn't know. The other elves chimed in. Ding Dong died of old age. He lived a very long time. Ding Dong asked Mr. Dumbledore for a burial plot before he died. Bad Ding Dong wanting his own grave. Celia asked, where was he buried? Ding Dong is buried in the Forbidden Forest, miss, said the elf who had first spoken. Celia looked at his name. Perhaps it was a her. She was called Dilla. Dilla, can you take me to see it? My honor, Miss Celia. Dilla accepted her task under the envious gaze of the other elves. She led Celia to Ding Dong's grave on a small mound not far into the Forbidden Forest, where there was a tiny stone tombstone. It read, Here lies Ding Dong, house elf of Hogwarts. The unique looping script was unmistakably Dumbledore's. Celia engraved Ding Dong's name on a badge and buried it in the soil before his tombstone. From here you can see Miss Celia's little vegetable patch. Dilla pointed in a direction and suddenly spoke. Celia looked where she pointed. The Forbidden Forest was thick with tall trees, but at this spot they left a gap through which she could see Hagrid's hut in the distance, and beyond it the small vegetable patch that had once been solely hers. She had once bred plants, watered, picked, and even thrown mud at the mischievous James and Sirius. Ding Dong wanted to be buried where he could see Miss Celia. Dilla also wants to be buried here someday. Celia was speechless, as she couldn't even remember what this elf named Ding Dong looked like. Please feel free to command Dilla for any work in the future. Dilla bowed to her and vanished with a pop. Heartwarming, isn't it? Dumbledore emerged from the moonlight. Celia murmured, but I didn't do anything. Just ordered them around, had them cook for me. That's not all. For a while I thought you were going to lead all the Hogwarts elves away, said Dumbledore. He stood beside her, hands before him, gazing toward the vegetable patch. I love stories like this, where kindness is shown and one day answered. I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts once more, Celia. I believe I will, sir. Celia slept remarkably well on her first night back at Hogwarts, not even needing a drink to help her sleep. The next day, another major task awaited her, delivering gifts to her colleagues. Their offices were scattered across the castle. Madame Hooch and Filch were on the first floor. When Celia handed Filch his gift, he hesitated to take it. Oh, this is for me, he asked again. Yes, and for Mrs. Norris, special cat food. I hope you both like it. Celia smiled and handed the gifts over. James had never understood why Filch never caught Celia during her night wanderings. The answer was simple: she had bribed Mrs. Norris with dried fish and cat treats, and whenever Filch was about to find her Mrs. Norris would meow and lead him away. She crouched to scratch Mrs. Norris under the chin. Come find me for more when you're done, okay? Mrs. Norris, who had been a just-weaned kitten when she first arrived at Hogwarts with Filch, was no longer young. She gave Celia a lazy glance and let out a mew. Celia bid Filch farewell and resignedly climbed the stairs, visiting Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey to catch up. She lingered longer with Professor Sprout, and they had lunch together. Professor Sprout, who had been Celia's head of house, had always been fond of her and had once been invited to her home. She asked about her family's current situation. As they reminisced, both of them ended up crying. In the afternoon, Celia climbed to the 8th floor to deliver gifts to Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore. Their offices were on different floors, leaving her exhausted. It took her a long time to find Quirrell's office. She didn't stay long after giving the gift, as Quirrell started trembling again. It took her even longer to find Trelawney's office. Her divination classroom and office were hidden behind a trapdoor. Celia climbed up and knocked. Trelawney took a while to answer, and when she saw Celia, her eyes widened in surprise. Hi, Sybil. I came to chat. Please come in. Trelawney, flustered, invited Celia inside. Celia looked around the classroom with interest. It resembled a small tea house with armchairs, small tables, and cushions filled with a rich fragrance. It looks lovely. I brought my own tea and snacks. Hope you don't mind. She chose an armchair in a color she liked and sat down. Trelawney seemed taken aback by her forwardness. She sat down opposite Celia, shaking her head. Celia began pulling things from her bag, delicate pastries, pretty teacups, and tea bags of various flavors. Muggle tea bags, do you mind? She asked. Trelawney gasped, dramatically stepping back a few paces and shaking her head. Contact with the mundane will taint my inner eye. Celia raised an eyebrow and readily switched to magical tea leaves. She poured hot water into the cups. I've put them away. Please sit back down. Trelawney sat back down gracefully, her eyes darting to Celia, wondering why she had come. Celia took the lead, inviting her to eat and drink. I've always been very interested in divination. It's such a mysterious subject. Trelawney nodded reservedly. Divination is the most profound branch of magical study. I'm afraid mastering it requires a certain amount of talent. I heard you've made true prophecies. Trelawney looked displeased. I often make true prophecies, my dear. Celia leaned closer. Can you tell me about them? Trelawney rambled on about several of her prophecies, while Celia incessantly pressed for details. She questioned Trelawney until the woman was on the verge of collapse, no longer speaking of her inner eye, or gasping, and starts her only wish being for Celia to leave immediately. I have nothing more to say. I've already revealed far too much. Trelawney's face drooped with displeasure. It's been a delightful chat. They'll drop by for tea again when I have time. Celia took a gift box from her pocket. Hey, race a present. That's all for today. Goodbye, Sybil. She left the divination classroom. Walking toward her office, she truly couldn't see anything special about Sybil Trelawney. Yet it was this very woman who had made the prophecy leading to the deaths of James and Lily. When she returned to her office and saw the uninvited guests standing inside, her mood soured even further. She tossed her bag onto the table, walked straight into the room, and retrieved a bottle of whiskey. I would have thought that following her poor memory, Miss Durand had also lost her eyesight, completely unable to see a living person standing right here. Snape said, his eyes narrowing as he suppressed his anger. Please have a seat. Celia tilted her head toward the visitor's chair, raising the bottle in her hand. Drink. It seems our new professor of alchemy has a certain drinking problem, Snape said softly. Ignoring him, Celia summoned a glass, uncorked the bottle, and poured a full measure. She took a large gulp and remarked, Severus, the headmaster isn't here. Let's stop pretending. We both know exactly who the other is. Evidently, he said, sitting down across from her with a sarcastic tone. Quite a number of people are unaware of just how selfish and despicable the warm, vivacious, and innocent Celia Durand they adore truly is. Celia swirled her glass, completely unaffected by Snape's words. In her view, Snape and Petunia were very similar people, like hedgehogs that first bristle their spines, venting emotions through hysteria or sarcasm to conceal their true hearts. You had to look past their sharpness to understand what they truly meant. As for whether after peeling back the thorns you would witness their softness, who knew? You'd have to endure a few pricks first. She couldn't even understand her past self anymore. She had been so foolish when she was young, willingly trying to appease both of them. Yes, no one has eyes as sharp as yours, Severus, Celia said indifferently. She took another large gulp of wine, this time too hastily. Liquid splashed onto her face, trickling down her delicate chin and slender neck, seeping into her collar. Her lips were stained a vivid red, and her translucent blue eyes grew misty. Snape looked away, unable to bear the sight. So what brings you here? Celia asked. If your alcohol-saturated brain still retains any memory of yesterday, Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to attempt brewing a potion to resolve certain issues. Snape looked at Celia just as she licked her lips. He averted his gaze again, unable to endure it. Stripping away unnecessary adjectives and qualifiers to extract the key point, Celia raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've already finished it. Snape produced a viscous potion glowing with an eerie red light and placed it on the table before her. Celia set her glass aside and picked up the potion bottle to examine it. Do I need to drink it now? Will alcohol affect the potion? I'm surprised Professor Durand can still consider the effects of alcohol. The way you drink would lead one to believe you've already been pickled in it. Extracting the key point, it wouldn't. Celia opened the potion, pinched her nose with one hand, and with the other, downed the entire bottle. The potion was beyond simply describing as foul. Drinking it felt like someone had struck her crown chakra with a heavy blow. Her face completely scrunched up, and after finishing she exerted all her strength to keep from vomiting. Yet she couldn't help but retch a few times. Watching her reaction, Snape seemed to gloat, his usual gloomy and dark demeanor brightening slightly. Can't you? Ugh. Brew it to be. Ugh. More palatable. Celia rummaged for candy, stuffing several pieces into her mouth, but they couldn't mask the nauseating taste. I am not a cook, Snape said. I will come again next week. With that he turned to leave, his robes billowing. Celia summoned a gift and sent it flying toward him. She called him back. Severus, a welcome gift. Snape raised his hand and caught the package. He seemed to snort, glanced at Celia, and left with an unreadable expression. Celia still felt slightly nauseous and didn't even want dinner. She calculated who else she still needed to visit. Tomorrow she would deliver gifts to Professor Kettleburn of the Care of Magical Creatures class, as he hadn't been in his office today. In the afternoon, she would go see Hagrid check on her little vegetable patch, and then head to Hogsmeade with him for a drink in the evening. Oh, and the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade. She wondered if those familiar shopkeepers were still running their stores. She quickly rummaged through her luggage to see if she had enough gifts. Fortunately, she had prepared many small trinkets suitable as. After organizing the gifts in her bedroom, Celia returned to her office and saw the glass with the remaining half measure of wine on the table. She picked it up, brought it to her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then poured the rest out. The frantic urge she had felt upon returning to numb herself with alcohol seemed to have vanished. She put the remaining whiskey away. Celia, you're a teacher now. You can't just casually drink at school anymore. In the days before the term began, Celia followed her plan and walked through the entire school. Remus' reply arrived just in time on the day before school started. She opened the parchment, which was inscribed with an alchemy classroom, and followed the instructions Remus had written in his letter. Pointing her wand at the blank parchment, she intoned, "Now let us begin our lesson." Fine lines of ink appeared on the parchment, sketching the shape of a room. At the front of the room was a small black dot labeled Celia Durand. She walked around the classroom holding the parchment, and the black dot moved with her. "Not bad," she said, tapping the parchment. "Class dismissed, everyone. See you next lesson." The parchment returned to its blank state. The activation phrase was just 2. Celia felt like teasing Remus about it. Her first instinct was to make a phone call, but she realized she was in Hogwarts, this ancient, 1,000-year-old castle brimming with unparalleled magic, where electricity and signals simply couldn't function. She had no choice but to take out the parchment and write a letter the old-fashioned way. So primitive. The wizarding world's communication methods were far too primitive. Celia decided to make a few two-way mirrors. On September 1st, as evening fell, the students would return to school aboard the Hogwarts Express. Celia had felt a heaviness in her stomach since morning. The thought of hundreds of students filling the Great Hall at dinner made her anxious. It had been a long time since she had been surrounded by so many people. Once a student, she could do as she pleased without caring about others' opinions, but now as a professor, every student would be watching her. She needed to embody the responsibility and demeanor of a teacher. Celia selected several robes and hurried to Dumbledore's office for his opinion. Predictably, he chose the most flamboyant one. Returning to her room, she tried it on, studied herself in the mirror, then changed into something more subdued. For her first meeting with the students, it was better to appear steady. By evening, the professors gathered in the staff room on the first floor. "Dear Celia, you're already beautiful enough. Stop looking in the mirror," said Professor Sprout. When Celia conjured a water mirror for the umpteenth time, Professor Sprout intervened. Celia dismissed the mirror and turned to her, asking, "Pomona, what expression should I wear? Will this make me look more composed?" She put on a serious face, trying to appear mature. Professor Sprout touched her cheek and smiled. "Just smile, the students will adore you. Don't be nervous." Celia glanced at the other professors. Professor Flitwick was discussing the rising number of N.E.W.T. students with Professor McGonagall, and Celia quickly averted her gaze, feeling guilty. Professor Kettleburn was listening to Snape list the potion ingredients he needed from magical creatures. Professor Binns-a-Ghost sat in an armchair by the fire, half sunk into it with a special incense Celia had given him nearby. The cellar had assured her ghosts could smell it. Every professor seemed at ease except Quirrell, who appeared even more nervous than Celia. He sat in a corner, hands clenched tightly, face pale, eyes vacant, unresponsive, even when Professor Sinistra, who taught astronomy, spoke to him. "The Hogwarts Express has arrived. Headmaster Dumbledore requests all professors to take their seats," Filch announced as he entered. "Let's go," Professor McGonagall said, rising first, followed by the others. "Hey, Quirinus," Celia called from the back, pointing at his shirt collar beneath his robe. "Your collar isn't folded properly." Quirrell fumbled with his collar, only messing it up further. Unable to bear it, Celia asked, "May I?" Quirrell nodded stiffly, and Celia reached out to straighten his collar. "They're all set." "Thank you, Celia," he stammered, his face flushed. "You're welcome," Celia said lightly. "Don't be nervous, Quirinus. We'll both make good teachers. Though I must say I still—" She muttered a few meaningless syllables. "I believe so." Quirrell suddenly spoke louder, startling Celia, then his voice dropped. "Celia, you'll be a fine teacher." Celia smiled at him. As she turned forward, she caught sight of Snape's face turning away. It seemed their commotion had drawn attention. Shortly after the professors reached the Great Hall, this year's defense against the dark arts teacher arrived. The position was rumored to be cursed, with no professor lasting more than a year. During Celia's time as a student, it had been the same. 7 teachers in 7 years, several meeting with accidents. This year's defense professor was a moderately famous adventurer named Tyr Humphrey, a robust middle-aged man. His skin was tan brown from years outdoors, and his smile revealed a mouthful of bright white teeth. Dumbledore introduced him to the other professors one by one. "This is Celia Durand, our alchemy professor." Humphrey took her hand and kissed it. "A pleasure. I've read about you. So young and accomplished." Celia beamed. "The honor is mine, Mr. Humphrey. I've read your travelogues. Your adventures are truly thrilling." Humphrey still held her hand. "The defensive alchemical devices you invented are incredibly practical. On expeditions, danger can strike without warning. Then I know what to give you as a welcome gift. I've just refined a new version." Humphrey seemed ready to go on while Snape, waiting nearby, grew increasingly grim. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Here, the students will arrive soon. There will be plenty of time to learn about Celia's inventions later. He quickly introduced the remaining professors as footsteps and chatter drifted in from outside. The professors took their seats at the staff table. Dumbledore deliberately seated the younger professors together, Celia with Snape on her left and Quirrell on her right. As if a switch had been flipped, students flooded and clad in uniform robes, their youthful faces animated as they chatted with friends and greeted professors. The noise overwhelmed. Celia watched the students with keen interest. It was her first time seeing the start of term from this perspective. Once she had been one of the chattering crowd. Please take your seats quickly and don't wander, McGonagall said sternly from the doorway. I thought you two would hold hands until the sorting's over, Snape remarked quietly, his eyes fixed ahead. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it reached Celia's ears with perfect clarity. Celia's lips moved slightly. I couldn't just pull my hand away, oh that would be rude. Rude, Snape sneered. Or perhaps you wanted to flaunt your irrepressible charm. Severa, say another word, and I'll poke you with my wand, Celia threatened seriously. Being poked by a wand was quite painful. Snape scowled and glared back at the students who had been watching them one by one. As soon as the students entered the hall, they noticed the new faces at the staff table. Most ignored the two new male professors, instead fixing their gazes on Celia. Enduring Snape's death, conversations at the four house tables gradually converged. Who is she? Who's that female professor next to Snapeeve, old bat? Does anyone know what she teaches? Is it too late to sign up? Please, not Defense Against the Dark Arts. The discussion at the Gryffindor table grew even more animated. Is it just me, or is it because of the old bat's contrast that the new professor seems so stunning? It's neither your imagination nor just the old bat's contrast, though the latter does help. The new professor is genuinely that beautiful. Merlin's beard, is she even 20? 28 actually, Charlie Weasley interjected. Hey, how do you know that? Do you know who she is? Celia Durand, an alchemist. The Daily Prophet had a front-page article about her a few years ago, Charlie explained. His friend exclaimed, You actually read the newspaper? I thought you weren't interested in anything except magical creatures and Quidditch. It wasn't me. Charlie shrugged. Bill cut out her article and pinned it up in our room. We share a room, so every morning the first thing I see is her photo staring at me. After a few years of that, you'd memorize every detail about her from that article too. Several nearby students overheard the gossip and simultaneously turned their gazes toward their sixth-year prefect, Bill Weasley. Bill possessed the iconic red hair of the Weasley family, was tall and handsome, topped every exam each year, and was popular even beyond Gryffindor. He clearly hadn't heard how his younger brother Charlie had revealed his secret. He was intently staring at the staff table, completely oblivious to everyone else. Celia had styled her hair up in an elegant bun today, wearing a pair of pearl stud earrings and light makeup, striving to leave a mature, steady, and reliable first impression on the students. But it was a failure because she couldn't help smiling. No mature and steady person would smile so radiantly. Celia found herself feeling not the slightest bit nervous. The students did often cast glances her way, but those glances were no different from the looks others had given her during her own school. When someone stared at her persistently, she would meet their gaze and smile back. Their flustered reactions of turning away were even more reminiscent of her classmates' back. Excuse me, could you stop that idiotic grin? Snape finally turned to her, unable to bear it any longer. Celia turned her head toward him as well. Please note this is a friendly smile. I want to leave a welcoming impression on the students I'm meeting for the first time. You can't stop others from smiling just because your own lips have lost the ability to curl upward. Just a few hours ago you were asking Pomona how to maintain solemnity. It seems Hogwarts has now degenerated to the point where professors only have a few hours of memory, he said through gritted teeth. Enough, Celia said impatiently. I'm happy right now. Don't make me stab you with my fork. You're a witch. Snape was truly grinding his teeth now. I know I'll stab you with my wand too. Celia shot him a glare before turning to speak with Quirrell. She had barely exchanged 2 words with Quirrell when his face flushed again. To preserve his dignity, Celia lowered her head and stared at the tablecloth. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall soon arrived with the first years, and the sorting hat was placed in the center. Celia could now legitimately fix her gaze on the new students. As she watched, she felt the urge to laugh again. They were such little mop tops. Professor McGonagall called out the names one by one, while Celia listened for any familiar surnames and applauded for each newly sorted student. Of course, she clapped a bit harder for those sorted into Hufflepuff. Hogwarts had around 80 new students this year, and the sorting was soon complete. Hufflepuff, as usual, received the most students. Professor Sprout beamed with satisfaction, and Celia offered her congratulations across Snape. Having sat on the train all day, the students were nearly starving. Dumbledore promptly announced the feast, and a sumptuous dinner descended from above. Before Celia appeared a small steak, onion soup, and salad, far less in variety and quantity than what the other professors received. See, Celia, would you like some chicken legs? Quirrell asked her. A large platter sat beside him. No, I asked the elves to bring just this. I need to watch my diet. Celia waved her hand. As a student I used to love meat, but now I prefer vegetables. Quirrell clutched his fork nostalgically. I remember there was a delicious stew. When you were at Hogwarts, there were always new dishes to try. After you graduated, they disappeared. The red one? Celia asked. They'll make it for you again when I have time. I loved experimenting back in my school days, but it's been ages since I learned any new recipes. Quirrell shook his head frantically in shock. Tu was just saying, "Hey Quirinus, I enjoy cooking." It's settled then. Shall I invite you over? Under Celia's sincere gaze, Quirrell shyly nodded. Snape let out an obvious snort, but Celia simply pretended not to hear it. After everyone had eaten their fill, the leftovers and desserts vanished from the tables, and Dumbledore rose. Has everyone had their fill? Allow me to introduce a few new faces. Professor Tyr Humphrey will be teaching our defense against the dark arts class this year. Humphrey stood up and waved to everyone, and the students applauded. Professor Quirinus Quirrell will be instructing our Muggle Studies course. Quirrell bumped into the table as he stood, but applause still followed. Professor Celia Durand will be teaching our alchemy class. Celia rose, and this time the applause was notably more enthusiastic. After introducing the new professors, Dumbledore listed a few reminders, and then came the final event of the opening day. Celia had already picked up her water glass for a sip to moisten her throat. Suddenly Snape's face turned ashen. He even managed to address her properly, saying, "No, no, 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 you can't do this, Celia. You're a professor now." Celia ignored him and took another sip of water. Dumbledore glanced at Celia with a smile, and she nodded. The other professors also looked over with amused expressions. "Then let us all sing the school song together. Please choose your preferred tune," Dumbledore declared, waving his wand, so the lyrics appeared in midair. "Ready, sing." The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, Celia opened her mouth and sang out loudly. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts." The students were half-heartedly droning through the song when they heard her voice and turned in astonishment. Snape lowered his head, letting the long hair on either side fall forward to conceal his face, wishing he could leave the table immediately. Celia had chosen the tune of "Never Gonna Give You Up," a song released only in July of this year, and already blaring through every street by August. When she had been out with Harry, this song often played in the shops, and after hearing it a few times, the melody echoed relentlessly in her mind. Amid the cacophony of discordant voices and scattered singing, she steadily carried the melody. Singing the school song in unconventional ways had been a cherished tradition for her and the Marauders every year at the start of term. In their first year, James roared through the school song. In their second year, James and Sirius performed it as a dramatic aria. In their third year, the Marauders sang the school song to the tune of "God Save the King." In their fourth year, Celia joined them. James and Sirius had become obsessed with Muggle rock bands over the summer, so they sang the school song to the tune of the Beatles' "Hey Jude." When everyone else finished, they kept going. They changed the final verse of "Hey Jude" to "Na na 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 Hogwarts," and urged others to join in, nearly achieving a full chorus, though the Slytherins stubbornly refused, looking utterly disdainful. From that year on, plotting how to disrupt the singing of the school song became a major summer tradition. Before their sixth year, they planned to perform with real instruments. But Celia couldn't master the drums, James couldn't play the guitar, Remus' bass sounded like plucking cotton, and only Peter's percussion and Sirius' lead guitar were passable. So Sirius had to go solo. Yet as he entered the Great Hall ready to pull out his guitar, Professor McGonagall appeared and confiscated it. They were forced to sing the school song using part of Bohemian Rhapsody instead. Celia wondered if, after they graduated, any students remained so enthusiastic about the school song. But since she had returned, this tradition ought to continue through her. She sang with utter abandon. By the time she reached the final line, the other students had finished in fits and starts, leaving the Great Hall silent save for her brief solo. She ended in the quiet, nodding with satisfaction. No wrong notes, quite good. Suddenly applause erupted from the audience. Celia rose and gave a slight bow. Amid the swelling cheers, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Prefects, please lead everyone back to your dormitories." As benches scraped and footsteps clamored, the professors also rose to leave. "Have you no shame?" Snape asked as she stood up. He seemed genuinely curious. Celia shot him a sidelong glance. "What's there to be ashamed of?" She walked toward Dumbledore. Amid the noise, the headmaster leaned in and said a very delightful melody. "The music video was quite fun too," she replied. The singer kept swaying like this. Celia swayed her body and sang a few lines of the original lyrics to Dumbledore. He swayed along with her. "Oh, I do enjoy a good sway." "I've decided," Celia said with a laugh, "this year's Christmas gift for you will be that record." "I shall be as delighted when I receive it as I am hearing this now," Dumbledore replied. He winked at her. "Good night, Celia." "Good night, headmaster." After bidding him good night, she took Professor Sprout's arm and only parted ways at the staircase. "Sweet dreams, Celia." "I will," she said, kissing her lightly on the cheek and wishing her good night. After the students returned, the windows of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers were all aglow. From the second floor, one could faintly hear the sounds of Hufflepuff and Slytherin students below. Mrs. Norris padded silently past her door, beginning her patrol duties. The whole castle had come alive, a rather peculiar sensation. Celia returned to her bedroom. On the desk, a parchment was half filled with writing. She added the thoughts of the day at the end. "The students returned today. At the opening ceremony, looking at their young faces, I felt my own heart grow young again. I must admit, returning to Hogwarts was the right decision. Everything here reminds me of those carefree, joyful school days. Of course I didn't miss our old tradition, singing the school song to a new Muggle tune. I think I sang quite well. Perhaps you might have heard it. She stopped writing here and marked the date September 1st. This was a letter for Remus. She had far too much to say and she couldn't send a letter every day, so she wrote down her daily thoughts, dated them, and sent them in batches a two-way mirror. She desperately needed a two-way mirror. Celia planned to start researching it after her first week of classes. On Monday morning she rose early and headed to the Great Hall. Hogwarts' first class of the day was at 9. At this hour only a scattering of students were eating and only a few professors had arrived. Professor McGonagall handed her several parchments. Celia, your classes are on Wednesday and Thursday. Here are the student lists. Oh, thank you. Celia took them. Looking at the list, she was somewhat surprised. There were quite a few students. 12 from the 6th year had signed up for the first class on Wednesday afternoon. 7 from the 7th year for the first class on Thursday morning. In her day, only 3 students in total had studied alchemy. She had prepared her course expecting only a handful. Minerva, she said, catching up to McGregor with the parchment in hand, I'd like to hold a brief QA session before the first class. Just 20 minutes. Do these students have any free time? And let me see. McGonagall waved her wand to search the schedules of the 19 students. I believe a short time before dinner on Tuesday could work to gather them. Then could you? Celia blinked at her. McGonagall sighed in resignation. Of course, Celia. They'll notify them when I send out the timetables. Celia wanted to kiss her, but she was no longer the first year who would rush up and hug McGonagall with a squeal. She was mature, steady. I love you, Minerva, she said instead. McGonagall remained unmoved, shaking her head. Thank you for your love, Celia. It would be even better if you didn't spring things on me last minute. Celia grinned and nodded. After breakfast, Celia returned to her office to prepare for the lessons. 19 students, far more than she had anticipated. Alchemy was a notoriously difficult subject, a composite discipline involving potions, charms, transfiguration, ancient runes, and more. This meant that students needed at least passing marks in these subjects to have any hope of succeeding. During her own school years, the number of students opting for alchemy had always been. Rumor had it that in some years no one signed up at all. She herself was an exception. Her transfiguration skills were uneven. She was decent with objects, but dreadful with living. Her O.W.L.S. exam had coincidentally tested her weakest area, and she hadn't even earned a certificate. However, her extraordinary talent in alchemy compensated for her shortcomings. These students might not share her gift. She would have to adjust the curriculum, at the very least introduce different levels of difficulty. Perhaps they would all drop out eventually. That would make things easier, she thought optimistically. Celia spent the day bent over her desk revising her lesson plans, but most of the time she spent daydreaming or doing other things. In the end, her revisions were a complete mess. By Tuesday afternoon, she had to walk into her classroom clutching a stack of notes she herself couldn't decipher. Celia entered the room just on time. She placed the pile of parchments on the lectern and looked at the students sitting quietly before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Someone in the back shoved aside a neighbor and raised a hand with difficulty. Professor would like to audit the class. Yes, Professor. Do you allow auditing? The room erupted into chaos. Celia stared expressionlessly at the 70 or 80 people crammed into the classroom. The original classroom had only a dozen chairs, now severely overcrowded. Some older students had conjured their own chairs, younger ones who couldn't were sitting on others' laps or standing. She even spotted what looked like a first year. Numbly, she picked up her wand and addressed the blank parchment on the lectern. Auditing is permitted. Now let's begin the lesson. On the parchment, ink spread like a spider's web, revealing the names of everyone in the classroom, one piled atop another, all reduced to large black blobs, utterly indecipherable. As Celia spoke, the room fell silent, and a flicker of relief stirred within her. What obedient children they were. If only they hadn't all rushed to attend a class they never signed up for, they'd be even more well-behaved. She raised her wand and cast a spell upon the classroom. The walls expanded outward, and the interior space suddenly tripled in size. She was adept at such spatial charms, but the transfiguration that followed was a bit more perilous. Her other hand clenched nervously as she told herself not to mess things up. With a flick of her wand, dozens of chairs materialized on the classroom floor. All right, everyone, please sit apart. She smiled as she scanned the room, taking the chance to check if any chairs were missing a leg or an arm. Today's transfiguration had turned out decently. At least they all looked usable. It took the students a few minutes to settle into their separate seats. Celia returned to the lectern and saw that the names on the parchment had scattered, now clear enough to distinguish. But this map was useless today. Roll call. Did that even need to happen? The dozens of extra students had completely thrown her plans into disarray. She put away everything she had prepared and began the day's lesson. She raised her voice and announced, "Hello everyone, I'm Celia Durand, your new alchemy professor. Typically alchemy is only offered to 6th and 7th years, but I noticed many younger students here today. You're all equally welcome." This impromptu QA session was originally meant to get to know the 19 students who signed up for the elective and to give a brief overview of the course content and teaching methods. Are all 19 here? Please raise your hands. Hands rose sporadically from all corners of the room. Exactly 19. Good, put them down. As I said, that was the original plan. Given the large number of auditors today, I'd like to switch things up. Let's do a QA session. You can ask me anything about alchemy advice on taking this elective, or even questions about me personally. Stay quiet, raise your hand and ask. Celia folded her arms, leaning against the lectern as she looked out at the students. So let's begin. Several hands shot up immediately. Celia randomly pointed to an older boy, quickly glancing at his name on the parchment, Tom Spinson. She asked, "Sir, what's your question?" Spinson stood up. "Professor Durand Spinson, I wanted to ask, are you single?" The classroom erupted in laughter. Celia chuckled too, raising a hand to quiet them down. "First question I'd say isn't a very good one. Please sit down, Mr. Spinson. My answer is single." Before the noise could swell, she added, "Bonus second answer, I don't date students." "All right, quiet down." Next. Hands shot up in unison across the room. This time Celia chose a girl. "Professor Durand, did you graduate from Hogwarts?" "Which house?" "Yes, I'm a Hufflepuff graduate." The Hufflepuff students in the room visibly perked up. Celia made a request this time. "Please, everyone try to ask something more related to the course, all right." She called on another older boy. The boy asked, "Professor Durand, I heard you were a student of the alchemy master Nicolas Flamel, and one of his most famous achievements was creating the Philosopher's Stone. Have you ever seen it?" Finally, something about alchemy. Celia nodded. "I've seen the Philosopher's Stone. It can turn base metals into gold and grant immortality. It's the ultimate goal for many alchemists. Hey Race, a little secret, I've drunk the elixir made from it, so even though I'm 50 now, I still look young." She winked at the stunned students, but her lie was exposed in less than 10 seconds. A student shouted, "You're lying, Professor Durand. I saw your photo at my uncle's place. You were classmates." Celia quickly glanced at the parchment. Whose relative's child was this? The student who called her out was named Raphael Violin. She only knew one Violin, her Ravenclaw classmate Ewan Violin. They were both prefects and had a decent rapport. Celia shrugged in defeat. "All right, please give my regards to your uncle." Another voice chimed in, "My aunt was also your classmate." "My dad knows you too." Suddenly a chorus of people claiming connections. Celia sighed inwardly. The British wizarding world was so small, with only one magical school. Too many people seemed to know. She quieted the class again. "Please give my regards to all your relatives. Let's move on to the next question, and I won't make things up anymore." This time Celia pointed to a Slytherin boy who was lazily raising his hand. There were far fewer Slytherins than students from the other three houses. They all clustered in the back, making them easy to spot. "Professor Durand, you mentioned the original plan included an introduction to the teaching methods. Could you tell us about it now?" "Of course. The alchemy course is divided into theory and practice, conducted simultaneously. Each semester it'll teach you to create a challenging alchemical artifact. In the process, we'll clarify the methodology involved and extend related knowledge." Celia was speaking enthusiastically when she noticed the students' expressions growing increasingly strange. She paused and asked, "Is there a problem?" A younger student raised his hand. "Professor, you're using a lot of words. I don't understand." Another whispered, "They're all Muggle terms." Celia realized her mistake. Over the summer, she had bought many Muggle educational books to prepare her syllabus, and she had unconsciously adopted some of their terminology. She admitted her error. "My fault. I'm Muggle-born and familiar with both worlds, but I overlooked that some wizard-raised students might not understand certain terms." Another Slytherin girl raised her hand, speaking slowly, in that house's characteristic pure-blood drawl. "Professor, you should teach Muggle studies. That course is less magical." Her companion snickered. Celia's expression remained unchanged as she looked at the students, their faces a tapestry of varied emotions. At the mention of Muggles, some were curious, some disdainful, some disgusted, some indifferent. It struck her suddenly. What was a teacher's purpose? Muggle books said that teachers don't just impart knowledge, they also instill moral values. She had returned to Hogwarts as a professor, hoping to befriend the students, teach the talented ones the basics of alchemy, and help them pass their N.E.W.T. Now a new thought dawned on her. Could she use herself to influence a generation of students? Celia remained silent as the students began to murmur. She turned, walked to the lectern, placed her hands on it, and with a push hoisted herself up. She sat on the lectern facing the students and smiled. Clapping her hands, she said, "Now let me share my perspective. I'm Muggle-born. Half my life was spent in the Muggle world. I use magic in the Muggle world, and miss the conveniences of the Muggle world and the magical one. I'm not entirely magical, nor entirely Muggle. The boundaries between the two worlds have never been clear-cut for me, nor do they need to be. My experiences have taught me the first point I want to convey, no matter where it comes from. If something is useful, it can be used." A student muttered, "Oh, that doesn't sound very Hufflepuff." Celia wagged her finger at them with a smile. "That brings me to my second point. Don't categorize. Get to know the individual." This was hard to achieve. Stereotyping was widespread, and Hogwarts sorted students by nature from a young age, deepening those biases. In truth, Celia still found herself prejudiced against Slytherins, influenced by the last Wizarding War. She hadn't been this way when she first enrolled. Back then she was brimming with curiosity about the magical world, full of friendliness and longing for everything. One thing had haunted her for years, unknown to everyone, even Patrice. That was Evan Rosier, a member of the Sacred 28, a pure-blood family, a Slytherin among Slytherins, an extreme blood purist who wished for the extinction of all Muggles. He joined the Death Eaters while still a student. After graduation, he tortured, abused, and killed countless Muggles and wizards. He targeted Celia for 7 years at school, shouting about purifying her filthy mudblood blood, leaving her covered in dark magic wounds, until she killed him in retaliation, blowing him up. In their first year, they had been brief friends. Back then, Celia called him Little Rose. The story was simple enough to tell. A French girl who had only been in Britain for a few months, unable to comprehend the teacher's lectures, jumbling English and French together in a chaotic mess. A pureblood boy who grew up learning French due to his family's strong branch in France. They began communicating in French during a shared class. They chatted about everything under the sun in a language no one else around them understood, walking together and visiting the library. Celia was naive and knew nothing of the wizarding world. The older students at Hogwarts had vaguely warned her not to get too close to Slytherins, but she didn't grasp their meaning. Rosier clung to hope. Countless signs pointed to Celia's origins, yet he told other Slytherins ambiguously, she knows the Rosiers of France, creating the illusion that she was half-blood or even pure-blood. The exposure was just as simple. Once Celia's English improved, she spilled her life story like a leaky faucet. No matter how much Rosier deluded himself, he couldn't stop others from learning the truth that she was Muggle-born. Thus a torrent of mockery and insults descended. Was he to be a blood traitor who befriends a mudblood or sever ties? Rosier chose a third path. He broke off his friendship with Celia and took the lead in bullying her to flaunt his unwavering allegiance to pure blood. Celia was terribly dull in her first year, understanding nothing. She would walk through the castle and crouch down to pick at the mortar between bricks, wondering if she could pry one loose. How could she grasp complex matters? To her, it just seemed that her pleasant little rose friend had suddenly stopped talking to her, suddenly started cursing her, and suddenly began casting hexes at her. She was utterly bewildered, frozen in place, when bullied, unsure how to react. James, who fancied himself a chivalrous knight, stumbled upon the scene. He dragged Sirius into a fight, and not satisfied, pulled in the onlooking Snape for a beating as well. In the end, it was James gesticulating wildly with Sirius, who knew a bit of French, translating that Celia barely understood what had happened. He's purebred, and am impure with no breed, so he hates me, Celia asked in her rudimentary English. James scratched his head and asked his friend, that doesn't sound right. The friend couldn't be bothered to translate. That's it. You'd better learn English. Celia went home and studied English all summer, making rapid progress. She could finally communicate with classmates without barriers and fully understood the wizarding world's concept of blood. She found it ridiculous. Interactions, disagreements, and separations between people were normal, but they should stem from the spiritual clash between two independent individuals, not from blood purity. They were human, not pedigree dogs. But clearly she was the odd one out in the wizarding world. Gradually she was assimilated, accepting the blood theory, generalizing everyone by house traits, and believing that Slytherins were all evil dark wizards. She dreamed of Rosier's dying moments more than once. His bloodshot eyes, his twisted face, his stunned expression, and his body torn apart by the explosion. Compared to his first-year demeanor, chin raised languidly, saying in French, "You don't understand this. Let me teach you." He was now utterly unrecognizable. Celia wondered if, without Voldemort, without extreme pure-blood ideology, without the divisions of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, things might have been different between them. She didn't know, not at all, so she stopped thinking about it. Celia looked at the students below, swinging her legs, idly, her mind wandering again. When I become headmistress of Hogwarts, I'm going to abolish the sorting system. Huh. The students wore identical expressions of confusion. They were waiting for her to elaborate on a second point, but she had suddenly started plotting to usurp Dumbledore's. But it'll be a while before him, Headmistress Celia said with a blink. Ladies and gentlemen, let's set aside all preconceived notions about specific groups and get to know individuals. Starting with me in my class, there will be no points added or deducted. Most students looked baffled. Only a few grasped her meaning. Abolishing points would blur the adversarial lines between the four houses. Celia glanced at the time. She had already exceeded the planned 20 minutes. She hopped off the desk. All right, class, I'll say just 3 more things. 1, for adding or canceling classes, contact your head of house. 2, I allow 4th years and above to audit, but there will be assignments, so think carefully. 3, go eat. Class dismissed. The students filed out, bidding her farewell. When about half had left, the Slytherins in the back finally rose. Celia saw the girl who had spoken earlier mouth a word to her. Mudblood. Celia barely suppressed her instinctive reaction. When she was a student, blood prejudice was a dozen times worse than now after Voldemort's fall. She and Lily were close friends. They were the 2 prettiest girls in their year, both Muggle-born, both eye-catching. Wherever they went, the word mudblood followed like a shadow, popping up unexpectedly. Lily was quick to react, always pinpointing the speaker in the crowd. While Celia was still stunned, Lily's agumeni would already be flying, washing out the offender's mouth. You can't just let them insult you without reacting. You must fight back to shut them up, Lily said sternly. Celia explained, my son of a bitch was right on the tip of my tongue, but you were just faster. To prove she was serious, she even pulled out a booklet of insults she had prepared and showed it to Lily. She had memorized them all and performed a few on the spot. After flipping through it, Lily fell silent. The booklet was packed with mother insults shockingly vile and many crude sexual slurs. Looking at Celia's innocent face, she clearly had no idea what they meant. Lily was noble and righteous, but not rigid. She supported an eye for an eye even if it meant using less honorable methods. She confiscated Celia's cursing booklet and gave her a new one filled with insults she had found or crafted herself. Celia memorized them and made them her own. One handled the physical retaliation, the other the verbal. They successfully broke several bullies, and eventually no one dared say the word to their faces, only behind their backs. She could still rattle them off without thinking. But now as a teacher, she couldn't tell a student a troll has a brighter face than your stupid one, or your mouth seems to be attached backward spewing filth. Celia called out to her, "Miss Selwyn." Selwyn glanced at her companions, confirming she was the one addressed. She lifted her chin slightly. "Yes, Professor." Celia said flatly, "I thought after Voldemort disappeared some people's attitudes toward witches and wizards of our background might change. But it seems some things are deeply rooted and can't be shaken for now." She ignored the sudden silence that fell over the classroom at the mention of Voldemort and the students who turned pale and trembled in fear. She smiled at Selwyn. "Don't let me see or hear you say that word again." She raised her wand. Selwyn, pale-faced, ducked behind her companion, but Celia merely waved it to restore the classroom to its original state. She gathered her things and walked out of the classroom, returning to the adjacent office. She quickly scribbled on a piece of parchment. Remus, 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 I've done it now. On my very first lesson, I've already started intimidating students." "How dare she?" Eliza Selwyn trembled with rage. "Oh, come on," another Slytherin spoke up behind her. It wasn't wise to provoke her without knowing her background. Selwyn walked out muttering curses under her breath, still shaken. "She's nothing but a breed. You're welcome to repeat that in front of her office door." The Slytherin boy who had been called upon earlier said coldly. Selwyn shot him a glare. "What, Flint? I heard you even signed up for her class. Have pureblood families fallen so low?" "Hush, hush, miss." The boy named Flint pressed a finger to his lips. "At least the new professor can teach something useful. Whatever is useful can be used for my benefit." Quite. After Celia left, the other three houses regained their vitality, discussing animatedly as they walked toward the great hall. "She's so cool, isn't she? Nothing like her appearance. She even dared to say you know whose name." "I think I'm falling in love with her," Bill said to his friend. His friend raised an eyebrow. "Just now? Weren't you already in love when you started making that scrapbook?" Bill spotted Charlie trying to sneak away and hooked his arm around his brother's neck. "Dear brother, did you tell the entire Gryffindor house about my scrapbook?" Actually, a Hufflepuff friend patted his shoulder. "The Hufflepuffs know too." Bill clapped his brother's shoulder hard, laughing. "Thank you. Really, thank you." Feeling Bill's anger, Charlie laughed heartily. "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." Celia didn't go to the Great Hall for dinner. She asked Dilla to bring her a simple meal, then rummaged through her luggage searching for something. After opening countless trunks, she finally found her student-era creation, the communication butterflies. A simple alchemical device, capable of transmitting messages whether voice or text. This trunk full of butterflies were from her early years with limited range, barely sufficient within the school. She picked one up, activated it with magic, and left a message. The metal butterfly fluttered its wings, flew out of her room, and soared upward. The butterfly would land on Dumbledore's office door and return once it received a reply. She didn't wait long. The butterfly flew back, landed in her palm, and a sentence emerged. After dinner on Friday. Celia conjured a schedule with magic, circled Friday after dinner, and wrote "have tea with Dumbledore." This was an old tradition between them. During her student days, Celia was very self-centered and particularly enjoyed chatting with professors and the headmaster. Sometimes, even when they hinted they were busy, she wouldn't understand unless they made it explicit. After they made it explicit, she would ask precisely when they would be free to continue their discussion. Eventually, the professors had no choice but to allow Celia to schedule appointments in advance. Since the professors' offices were scattered in different locations, running around to book appointments was exhausting, so she created the communication butterflies. Each appointment had a different code. If she said she wanted to have tea with the professors, it meant a long conversation. If she said she wanted to ask questions, it was a shorter talk. Celia had a lot to say to Dumbledore now. She asked when he would be free to have tea with her. This time she was lucky. Dumbledore was available on Friday. She thought for a moment, took out a few communication butterflies, walked out of the office, conjured a vine by the door, and let the butterflies perch on it. She posted a note beside it briefly explaining how to use the butterflies so that anyone in need could contact her this way. Celia closed the door, prepared her materials for the next day's class, and then began researching how to create a two-way mirror. She worked all night accumulating a full page of questions to ask Dumbledore on Friday. In the afternoon, she drank a bottle of pepper-up potion, gathered her materials and books, and headed to the adjacent classroom for class. She had received the new student roster that morning. To her surprise, the number of sixth-year students hadn't decreased. The two Slytherins who had originally signed up hadn't dropped out, and two Ravenclaws had newly elected the course, bringing her total to 14 students. When she entered the classroom, she saw far more than 14 people. There were also a few younger students auditing. She placed her parchment on the desk. Let's begin class now. She glanced down at the names appearing on the map. All 14 sixth-year students had arrived. Celia looked up again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first lesson of the term. I will show you what you should learn this semester. She waved her wand, and 3 alchemical creations flew out of the box she had brought hovering in midair. Each looked different. One like a bead, one a bracelet, and one a disc. These 3 items serve the same purpose. They are all related to one of my most renowned inventions. Has anyone heard of my inventions before? A red-haired boy immediately raised his hand. Celia smiled and gestured to him. Please, Bill Weasley. Bill introduced himself first, then said, 3 years ago you won the Best Invention Award and the Best Newcomer Award at the Cairo International Alchemy Conference. Your winning creation was a defensive device that could withstand lethal harm. The patent was later named the Celia Defense Alchemical Product. You generously published the materials and crafting methods allowing authorized sales. I believe these are all Celia Defense Alchemical products. Thank you. Very correct. Celia gestured for him to sit down. It seems you've read reports about me. Some may be inaccurate, but it'll show you the truth. Celia retrieved all 3 alchemical items. She put the bracelet on her wrist. This defensive device requires no magical activation. It works as soon as it's worn. It defends against both magical and physical harm. She moved the lectern aside and stood in the middle of the platform. Now I'd like some students to cast harmful spells at me. The students exchanged glances, none dared. Hey, don't worry. I won't let you get punished for attacking a professor. Cast a spell at me. Anyone? Celia looked at the audience. Bill raised his hand again. The person next to him tried to pull it back, but failed. Bill, please. Bill stood up, took a deep breath, and raised his wand at Celia. Please make sure to aim at me directly. The floor beneath me has no defensive function. She finished speaking and nodded encouragingly at Bill. Avis. A flock of birds flew from Bill's wand, drifting slowly towards Celia. Before they could touch her, they hit an invisible barrier and vanished one by one. Celia laughed, tilting her head. Seriously, Avis? Bill grinned. I need some truly harmful spells now. Hexes will do. Celia looked at Bill again. He nodded. He raised his wand once more and shouted, Avis, a puño. This time Bill summoned another flock of birds, but they didn't drift lazily. They shot towards Celia like bullets, blurring into streaks. This time the students clearly saw the bullet-like birds vanish into an invisible barrier about an inch away from Celia. Nice combination. Celia complimented Bill. As you can see, this defensive device absorbs magical damage. As for physical damage, she levitated an empty chair above her head, then canceled the spell. The students gasped as the chair plummeted toward her. Just as it was about to hit her head, the chair paused midair as if blocked by something and bounced away. Celia promptly extended her wand to let the chair descend slowly. It deflects. Celia moved the lectern back. She looked at the students. Their expressions had changed, filled with eager longing. This is what well learned this semester, crafting simple defensive devices. I think if you can make a finished product, it would make a wonderful Christmas gift. Alright, you can start taking notes now. In this lesson, it'll cover material selection. After finishing the class, Celia's throat was dry. She gave the students a simple assignment. Research the alchemical materials she had discussed with no length requirement. Those who wanted to delve deep could, and those who preferred simplicity could. By the 6th and 7th years, it was up to them how much they wanted to learn. Celia taught Thursday's 7th year class in the same way. She considered it a success. At least the students were impressed and showed a positive attitude toward learning. On Friday, she planned to visit the kitchen to bake some cookies for the evening tea party with Dumbledore. Worried about encountering students, she deliberately went to the kitchen during afternoon class time. She tickled the pair to open the door, and as she stepped inside, her eyes met a vivid head of hair at the long table. A young girl sat there devouring a slice of cream cake. She had striking rare blue hair. When she heard the noise and looked over, she jumped up from the table in fright. Under Celia's astonished gaze, her blue hair gradually faded to a gray blue. Professor, I'm not skipping class, she said, her mouth full and words muffled. Seeing the child nearly choking, Celia quickly conjured a cup of water and handed it to her, saying, swallow it before you speak. The little witch gulped down the cake in her mouth, tilted her head back, and drank the water in one go, catching her breath. Then with a sparkling expression, she looked at Celia curiously. She cheerfully exclaimed, Professor Durand, you look even more beautiful up close. Thank you. Celia raised an eyebrow, noticing her hair turning pink. Your hair. I am a natural metamorphmagus. I can change my appearance at will. As she spoke, her features began to morph, and Celia watched with great interest as her face increasingly resembled her own. Truly amazing. Celia marveled at this, but after the little witch finished her demonstration and reverted back to her original appearance, she suddenly asked, you stand out so much, won't the professor notice immediately? It's okay, this class is Professor Ben's. The little witch quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had blurted something out. Celia winked at her. I didn't see you in the kitchen, and you didn't see me. Let's leave it at that. The little witch nodded. What is your name? The little witch stammered. Is there another metamorphmagus in this school? Celia pretended to be puzzled. My name is Nifedora Tonks. Oh, just call me Tonks, and please don't call me by my full name. Hufflepuff, 4th year. Tonks obediently revealed her identity as if she had just encountered a familiar child's face. Do you know Ted Tonks? He's my dad. Do you know Andromeda Black? She's my mom. Tonks shook her head and asked, Professor, do you know them? Your father is my senior, and he took care of me once. Celia said with a smile. Senior Ted is a really nice person, very warm and cheerful. After Celia had a falling out with Rogier, he spread some bad rumors about her, and Celia went to confront him. Upon learning about it, Senior Ted accompanied her to the Slytherin common room, where Rogier was surrounded by senior students, including a tall, strikingly beautiful girl with black. As soon as Senior Ted arrived, he glared at that girl for the entire duration, supporting Celia. Of course, by the end of the school year, Senior Ted eloped with that girl, and only then did she realize that those glaring looks were actually filled with affection. After Tonks learned that Celia knew her parents, she gained confidence, and walked beside Celia, cheerfully asking, Professor, what are you doing in the kitchen? Are you going to eat something? Should I get a house elf to bring you something? I'm here to make something. Celia walked further in. You can't go in there. Tonks called out to her. The kitchen was off limits to them. However, Celia did not stop. She walked all the way to the back of the kitchen and pushed open the door, causing Tonks to be astonished to see that the house elves did not stop her. They were bowing to her. She hurriedly ran to catch up, and this time the house elves did not stop her either. Tonks entered the forbidden area, her eyes wide with amazement. She saw that the back kitchen was several times larger than the front kitchen, with heaps of ingredients piled on one side and dozens of burning stoves on the other. Countless elves busy. They were orderly, some tending to the fire, some washing potatoes, and others chopping ingredients into suitable shapes. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as mere blurs to Tonks. One house elf noticed Celia entering and was about to rush over, but was held back by a companion nearby. They could not afford to delay the students' dinner. An obviously elderly house elf whose ears were already turning white and wearing a neat apron approached. Tonks noticed he was wearing a peculiar little white hat, and the badge on his apron read the name Toto. The Hufflepuffs discovered at the beginning of this semester that the house elves in the kitchen had undergone a change. They all wore aprons adorned with identical badges that bore their names. The Hufflepuffs had never thought they could remember the names of the house elves. The house elf Toto bowed to Celia, saying, Head chef, what would you like to make today? Tonks' hair bristled in surprise, turning into a question mark. Head chef. What did that mean? Celia felt a bit embarrassed. Toto was one of the house elves she remembered from before she handed out the badges. Back in her student days, she was keen on playing house, and she was the head chef while Toto was her sous chef. How come after all these years he still calls her that? Ahem, Toto, just call me Celia. She glanced at Tonks and quickly changed the topic. I want to bake some cookies. Just give me some ingredients, and you can continue with your work. Yes, head chef. Toto clearly did not take that in. He bowed to Celia again and went to fetch ingredients from the pantry. What does head chef mean? Why does he call you head chef? Tonks asked, looking up. It doesn't mean anything. Celia replied with a straight face. Tonks, you can go rest now. Tonks cheerfully replied, I don't want to rest, Professor. I can help you. I often help my parents at home. However, after Tonks knocked over the flour for the third time, Celia firmly decided not to let her help anymore. She found a stool for Tonks to sit on and wait. Tonks could not sit still, and after sitting for about 2 minutes, she started wandering around the back kitchen. This was a rare experience. She dared say that she was the only Hufflepuff to have walked into the back kitchen. Not far into her exploration, she tripped over some firewood and accidentally tossed the pre-chopped potatoes into the pumpkin soup. A house elf ran to report to Celia, and Celia pulled her back. Tonks, the house elves are about to throw us out. Oh, just play with the dough. She tore off a piece of dough for Tonks to play with. I'm not a child anymore. Tonks insisted, but she obediently sat there and started kneading the dough. Tonks quickly stood up to watch Celia making cookies. Her movements were incredibly nimble as she effortlessly shaped the cookie dough, forming various shapes and even filling them. Celia made several trays in one go and called for Toto to help her bake. Toto soon returned with several trays of cookies emanating the aroma of butter, and he also brought Celia a few small baskets for food, precisely the one she used to use. Celia divided the cookies into several portions and called the two house elves not responsible for cooking cat paw cookies for Professor McGonagall, mint cookies for Professor Sprout. She also saved some for Toto. This is a new recipe developed by my sister. You should try it too. Toto calmly accepted it and bowed to Celia, but Tonks swore she saw Toto's eyes turn red. And this is yours. Celia handed a basket to Tonks. Thank you for keeping me company. Tonks jumped up joyfully. I have some too. Her hair instantly turned bright gold as she took it. Thank you, Professor. Celia, carrying her bounty, walked out of the kitchen with Tonks, who was bouncing with excitement, but not far into their walk, she tripped on flat ground, making Celia doubt whether that basket of cookies would make it back to the Hufflepuff common room intact. Celia waited until dinner was over, carrying her cookies and tea, and began to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the door of Dumbledore's office, the stone gargoyle jumped aside, revealing the passage for her. Good evening, Headmaster. Good evening, Celia. Dumbledore smiled at her from his office. I heard you want to replace me as headmaster. You're remarkably well informed. Celia laughed. Please have a seat. Dumbledore gestured to the usual chair. Celia arranged the biscuits from the basket on the table and took out the tea bag she had brought today. Let's have some licorice tea tonight. Dumbledore took the initiative to brew the tea. Celia sat across from him and surveyed his office. Her previous visits had been brief, just a few words exchanged before she left, so she hadn't had a chance to look around carefully. Now it seemed nothing had changed from years ago. Even the portraits of the former headmasters remained unchanged. Look, Phineas Nigellus Black was still glaring at her. Celia had once stated serious. The moment she stepped into the headmaster's office, Phineas Black's portrait would loudly berate his unworthy great-grandson for tarnishing the always pure family motto by dating a muggle-born witch, though the other headmaster's glares kept him from uttering the slur outright. It was so irritating that eventually, whenever he started his tirade, Dilly's Derwent's portrait would storm into his frame and whack him on the head with her wand. He finally learned to shut up, but then resorted to glaring at Celia and snorting derisively during her conversations with Dumbledore. Celia flashed him a sweet smile. He let out an enraged bellow, turned around, and presented his back to her. The tea was ready, and today's conversation could begin. Celia asked, "Headmaster, have you ever considered abolishing the house system?" She heard a chorus of boos from the portraits of former headmasters. "No, I haven't," Dumbledore said gently. "Or rather, I've considered that perhaps we shouldn't categorize, but I haven't thought about pushing for declassification. Changing a tradition that has endured for centuries is a difficult task, and we cannot yet foresee the outcome of such a change." "Don't you try to abolish my job, young lady," the sorting hat on the shelf suddenly bellowed. Celia turned to face it. "Maybe we could find you a better one." She turned back to Dumbledore, curiosity piqued. "Is it really that hard to abolish the houses?" Dumbledore looked at her. "If a headmaster insists, it can be done. One headmaster even abolished Quidditch." Phineas let out another bovine snort. "But the difficulty lies in changing people's minds. That same headmaster later had to reinstate Quidditch." Phineas turned and started yelling at Dumbledore, "What do you know? Inheriting the qualities championed by the four founders, taking pride in one's own house and striving for its glory. These are customs ingrained over centuries. Every young witch or wizard grows up hearing tales of their parents' school days, hoping to enter the same house. They see it as a legacy. Abolishing the house system would undoubtedly invite a storm of opposition. When countless voices rise against you, can you withstand the pressure?" "My answer is it's not difficult, but it's troublesome. Very troublesome." Dumbledore fixed his bright blue eyes on Celia. "When you become headmistress and wish to abolish the houses, I will be your first supporter." Celia understood. Abolishing the house system was unnecessary and fraught with obstacles, offering little return on investment. She raised her hands in surrender. "I was just rambling to the students. I don't actually want to be headmistress. If I had the chance, I'd rather be an unspeakable in the department. I have high hopes for you as my successor," Dumbledore said sincerely. Celia wasn't about to fall for that. Being headmistress would surely be a headache. She moved on to the next topic. After Voldemort disappeared, the pureblood families don't seem to have been affected much. A few portraits of blood purist headmasters emitted impatient clicks of their tongues. "There has been some impact, of course. I know what you're driving at. We've discussed it before, and the answer remains unchanged." Celia shrugged. She had asked Dumbledore about blood prejudice in the wizarding world during her school days. It's a vast issue rooted in centuries of conflict between wizards and muggles. "All right, let's skip that. Let me ask about a specific person. Is Archer Foley still alive? And that student named Foley, how is he related?" "He's alive. Zane Foley is his nephew. After Archer Foley failed the mission to attack you, he vanished. Rumors say he was crippled and useless, so Voldemort abandoned him. That's precisely why he escaped the post-war reckoning entirely. Archer Foley, the only Death Eater who had escaped her grasp during that attack." When Celia saw the student named Foley, he came to mind. She should hate him, but her emotions were surprisingly calm. Perhaps because he had already paid the price for his actions. It was all in the past. She could sense no malice from Zane Foley, at least none that he showed. She wouldn't let her grudge against Archer spill over onto him. If she held grudges against everyone, half of Slytherin would be in trouble. After all, pureblood families are a small circle, all interconnected by blood. Celia sought Dumbledore's advice on two-way mirrors. She didn't want to simply make the standard one-to-one mirrors. Instead, she envisioned a network like Muggle telephones, enabling multi-party communication. This involved numerous steps and complex spells. She had considered using the Flu network as a model, but its lack of privacy was a problem. She poured out all her questions. The portraits on the walls stopped pretending to sleep. Some chimed in with answers while others complained, "Albus, don't answer every question. This little dunce is too lazy to think for herself and comes running to you for everything." Celia turned and stuck her tongue out at that portrait. It had called her a little dunce who asks too many questions before. Celia didn't care. She had once asked Dumbledore if her questions were too stupid. He replied that talking to her gave his mind a rest, which indirectly confirmed that her questions were indeed stupid. So what? Celia had a high sense of self-worth. As long as Dumbledore was willing to answer, she would keep asking. After hearing the barrage of questions, even Dumbledore's expression stiffened. He pressed his long fingers to his temple and waved his wand with the other hand. A parchment rose into the air, and one book title after another appeared on it, filling the entire page. He handed the parchment to Celia. "I believe these books will answer your questions." Celia accepted it joyfully. The Dumbledore brand encyclopedia was incredibly useful. "Let's call it a day," Dumbledore said, vanishing the tea set and snacks from the table. Good night. Celia glanced at the time. She had unknowingly been here for nearly 2 hours. She stood up. Good night, headmaster. Dumbledore left the office first. Celia waved to the portraits on the wall. Good night, headmasters. Just as she was about to leave, a portrait called out to her. You there, Muggleborn, which stop. Celia turned around. You can just call me Celia, Headmaster Black. Phineas Black blew on his goatee, disdainful of using her name. He said arrogantly, you haven't secretly given birth to that worthless great-grandson's child hoping to inherit the Black family fortune, have you? Celia could hardly believe what she had heard. She stepped closer to study Phineas Black's expression. He shuffled back uncomfortably within his portrait, his expression still haughty, but his deep gray eyes darted towards Celia, awaiting her answer. Celia said calmly, I have no children, Headmaster Black. Phineas Black's expression twisted, impossible to tell if it was relief or anger. He said caustically, thank Merlin. I wouldn't want the family legacy passed down by a mudblood's child. That would be worse than extinction. That was too harsh. Dilly's Derwent stormed into his frame again, whacking his head with her wand. Several other headmasters chimed in, speaking to Celia. Don't mind him. He secretly cries at night thinking about the last Black in Azkaban, terrified that the Black family line will die out. I do not. I do not. Phineas Black stomped his feet in fury. Celia smiled and nodded at the other headmasters, not sparing him another glance. What a person. No wonder he was the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Phineas has ruined Celia's good mood for the night. Crazy old man. Celia returned to her office and pulled out a piece of parchment. To the Ministry of Magic last week, I submitted a request to visit Azkaban. When can I expect a response? Celia tore up the parchment. She took another piece and wrote on it. Dear Amelia, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have something to trouble you with. After finishing the letter to Amelia, Celia ran to the Ollery to send it off. Amelia Bones is her friend from Hufflepuff, 2 years her senior, and is now the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic in the UK. Based on Celia's rough understanding of the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban is directly overseen by the Minister of Magic. She had previously tried to write to the minister, but of course received no reply. She then submitted an application to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the largest department in the ministry responsible for the judicial affairs and law enforcement of the Wizarding Society. It has 3 subordinate agencies: the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, which handles violations of magical law, the Auror Office, which carries out important missions such as capturing dark wizards, and the Wisengamot, the highest court in the wizarding world of the UK. Strictly speaking, Azkaban is not under their jurisdiction, but the penalties are part of the post-trial process closely related to their work. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement also did not reply to her. Celia didn't want to wait any longer and decided to leverage her connections, as she should have written to Amelia long ago. Why not use connections if she had them? Because Phineas' words kept her awake all night, Celia lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She turned on her side and looked through the window at the moonlight outside. The Black family was left with only Sirius. She couldn't help but think of Regulus, Sirius' twin brother who had died at the age of 18. The last time they met was during her graduation. Celia's year had produced an incredibly rowdy group of marauders, and despite the floods raging outside, they had to throw a graduation party. The venue was on the grass by the Black Lake. Flowers, fireworks, champagne towers, rock music. After the exam week, the June weather had already warmed up, and everyone had shed their robes, dressed in their favorite outfits, celebrating their graduation by the Black Lake. The younger students also wanted to join if they weren't allowed to drink, but could enjoy snacks and music. The Slytherin house did not participate. They were neither welcomed. However, they watched coldly from the castle corridors, standing there and observing the crowd by the Black Lake. Someone met their gaze and quickly looked away in fear. No one knew how many among them had already become Death Eaters. One thing was clear. On the day they left Hogwarts Castle, many here would draw their wands, pointing them at former classmates fighting to the death. Celia was part of the party planning team. She did not join the revelry, as she was a prefect with the task of maintaining order. She stood at the edge where the Forbidden Forest met the Black Lake, responsible for preventing drunken graduates from rushing into the Forbidden Forest or jumping into the Black Lake. This position felt somewhat redundant. The purchased alcohol had a very low alcohol content, hardly enough to get anyone drunk, and no one wanted to jump into the Black Lake. Except for James, who suggested this position probably to prevent himself from jumping in. She leaned against a tree, swaying to the deafening music, laughing heartily at anyone acting silly. It took her a while to notice someone in the Forbidden Forest behind her who accidentally stepped on a twig, making a noise. She turned around and saw Regulus half hidden in the shade of a tree. They hadn't spoken since a certain incident last year, and their encounters had become few and far between. Celia suddenly realized how much Regulus had changed over the past year. He had grown taller, his demeanor more hardened, and his expression darker. A pair of gray eyes stubbornly stared at her. She slowly turned back, not looking at him again. After graduation, you should return to France. He spoke from behind her, his voice gravelly. No, Celia replied. You will regret it, he said again. No. Celia retorted. Regulus walked towards her, brushing past her shoulder, without stopping, only saying softly goodbye. Celia stared at his back until he disappeared from her sight. When she returned to her dormitory that night, she dropped something from her pocket while taking off her coat. A rose-shaped diamond brooch. She later asked everyone, but no one knew who had given it to her. She wondered if it could be Regulus, but never had a chance to ask him again. Not long after graduation, the Patil family faced a disaster and fled to America. Celia worked in logistics for the Order of the Phoenix, secretly helping families escape. Then came the news of Regulus' death. Sirius sat in silence all night investigating the cause of Regulus' death for a long time. No one knew how he had died or where he had died. He just died quietly, and Celia also felt dazed for a long time. She still remembered the scene of their first conversation. During the summer after their first year, Celia leaned against the street, handing out flyers, acting as a tour guide, and practicing her English. Passing by Grimmauld Place, she saw number 12, which Muggles couldn't see, and caught sight of Sirius leaning against the window, realizing he lived there. Later, passing by again, she saw a pale little face peeking out from another window. She waved and called out, "Hey, is your brother home?" The pale little face quickly shrank back, and after a few seconds timidly peeked out again, whispering, "He's not home." That Regulus was already gone. The first time Celia proposed joining the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore refused. She was slow to react, weak in combat, and had a gentle personality. When facing Death Eaters, she would just rush in to die. Dumbledore certainly hoped for more people to join the Order to fight against evil, but it didn't mean he wanted to sacrifice lives. Celia was extremely frustrated practicing spells with Sirius, and then making alchemical products to provide for the Order. She quickly proposed joining the Order for the second time. Dumbledore's expression was ambiguous. "Celia, you can stay away from the battlefield." Yes, she certainly could. Countless people had urged her. Family, friends, classmates, professors. Even the Slytherins whom she had come to see as enemies had secretly reminded her. Leave this war, triggered by extreme pure-blood ideology, would primarily harm witches like her, who came from Muggle backgrounds. Leave here, wait for the war to end, and come back, or never return. She had once been afraid, she had once thought about backing down, but every time she had the thought of leaving, she could see the figures standing in front of her. James Potter, pure blood. Sirius Black, pure blood. Edgar Bones, pure blood. Fabian Pruitt, pure blood. Gideon Pruitt, pure blood. Frank Longbottom, pure blood. Alice Longbottom, pure blood. The pure blood wizards in the Order of the Phoenix were quite numerous. They didn't need to step up to fight. They could simply pretend to be deaf and mute, remain neutral, and wait for Voldemort's victory to enjoy the spoils. But they stood up. They fought not for profit, but for justice, to resist evil, to save the persecuted, and to protect more innocent lives. Celia suddenly realized that during those 7 years in school, her retreat only led to intensified persecution. She should fight for herself like Lily. She told Dumbledore her thoughts, and this time he agreed to her joining. She still primarily did logistical and liaison work, but this time she was ready to martyr herself for her ideals, prepared to die for justice. Simply to save more witches like herself, or perhaps to save Regulus. Celia couldn't sleep all night, and as dawn broke, she got up to wash and changed her clothes. She walked into the morning forbidden forest and picked some flowers covered in dew. Back in her room, she magically preserved a few flowers as dried flower bookmarks. She set the bookmarks aside, took out a piece of ordinary Muggle stationery, found a fountain pen, and tried to write in simple and understandable words, "Dear Harry, I am Aunt Celia. It has been a week since school started. How is your new term going? I am doing quite well. Here are some wildflowers from school. I pressed them into bookmarks, hoping they can accompany you. It is always beneficial to read more." Celia finished writing the letter to Harry, sealed it in an envelope, affixed a stamp, and wrote down Harry's school address. She also added a few closing lines to the letter for Remus, sealing both letters together and sending them to Remus. Remus would send Harry's letter to his school using Muggle means. She did not tell Remus about the matter that had kept her awake all night. Celia had a principle: when dealing with friends, problems that could be solved could be shared with friends, while those that were known to be unsolvable were left to her own worries. She went to the Ollery to send the letter. Just as she found a school owl to send it off, Ruka flew back with a letter. It landed on her forehead and stomped a few times. All right, thank you, sir, please spare my hair." Celia cried out as she grabbed it down, casually running her fingers through her hair, eagerly opening the letter. Amelia had sent her a thick reply. She first apologized to Celia, stating she did not have the authority to allow Celia to visit Sirius in Azkaban. Celia felt a bit disappointed as she stepped out of the Ollery and leaned by the window to continue reading Amelia's letter. She vaguely explained the reasons to Celia. A year ago, someone bribed their way to obtain visitation rights to Azkaban and attempted to help those inside escape. The attempt failed, and the minister was furious, decreeing that no visits to Azkaban would be allowed, especially for serious offenders. Then Amelia attached a detailed report about the serious incident from that year, describing the entire process of his crime capture and sentencing. Amelia wrote very bluntly, "I know you were very close to Sirius Black once, but he is no longer the person you knew. A pawn of a dark wizard, a deranged murderer. Is he really worth your effort to meet?" She practically wanted to say that there are so many men in the world, just hurry up and find another. Celia sighed. This was precisely why she initially didn't want to directly approach Amelia. Her friends wouldn't understand, not even Remus. Amelia also provided her with some new information. I listened to the Aurors on duty reporting about Azkaban. A Sirius Black's condition is considered good among serious offenders. He is mentally sound and has not gone insane yet. Celia painfully tucked away the letter. Not gone insane, not gone insane. This was actually good news. She walked back in a daze, feeling somewhat lost. Upon reaching the second floor, she saw 3 students standing in front of her office door, heads together studying the communication butterflies. Celia instantly put away her negative emotions, plastering on a somewhat stiff smile. Hi, good morning. What are you doing? Professor Durand. Tonks, sporting a peach-pink hair color today, waved cheerfully at her. We are studying how to use the butterflies. Celia stopped in her tracks, saying, the method is written on the paper. I will stand here while you give it a try. They 3 caught a butterfly and placed it in the palm of their. One recited the method from the paper, while another pointed at the butterfly with a wand. First, tap it with the wand to activate it. Oh, it's moving. Then use a recording spell to write down what you want to say or speak directly. Tonks said to the butterfly, Hi, Professor Dylan, I am Tonks. Next, write down the name of the person you wish to communicate with. Tonks wrote Celia Dylan's name on it. The moment they completed the steps, the butterfly flew out of their hands, fluttering towards Celia and landing in her hair. Celia heard the butterfly emit Tonks' voice. She whispered something to the butterfly, and it fluttered back to Tonks, who caught it in her hands. The butterfly flapped its wings and said, Hello, Tonks, I am Celia Dylan. Tonks exclaimed in surprise, Wow. What? Her 2 companions leaned in and asked, What happened? Didn't you hear Professor Dylan's voice? They both shook their heads. Celia had walked over to them and explained, A wizard's name inherently possesses magical power. Once marked on a magical item, it forms a one-sided contract. The communication butterfly has this effect where only the intended recipient can hear the sound and see the text. The 3 students looked enlightened. Celia opened the door to her office, saying, Any other questions, students? They exchanged glances, and Tonks cleared her throat to say, Actually, Professor Dylan, we came to play with you. Celia smiled and nodded. Welcome, please come in, my little guests. The 3 followed Celia into her office. She invited them to sit while she went into her bedroom to put away Amelia's letter and pulled out some treats to entertain her little guests. When she came out, the 3 of them were already sitting obediently in the armchairs. After introductions, she met the other 2 students, one named Charlie Weasley, a 4th-year Gryffindor, who was the younger brother of Bill Weasley from her class. The other was named Elsie Hassan, a 4th-year Hufflepuff and Tonks' roommate. As soon as she sat down, Tonks excitedly began talking. Elsie particularly loved the cookies you made yesterday and wanted to ask about the recipe. Charlie and I ran into you at your office door. He's researching the little butterfly. I'll write down the recipe for you in a bit, Celia said to Elsie, who blushed and thanked her. She tapped her wand on the table and several plates of custard cookies appeared, instantly accompanied by 3 types of jam and 3 cups of strangely colored drinks. Charlie leaned in to look. What is this? The drink was brown, fizzing with small bubbles, and as he got closer, some bubbles popped and splashed onto his face. Celia said mysteriously, Give it a try. The 3 picked up their cups and took a sip, contorting their faces in unison. What a strange taste. It was a bit spicy and numbing, almost like getting hit in the mouth. Another sip. The aftertaste was somewhat sweet, yet still very peculiar. They each took sip after sip, finishing their cups, yet still unable to determine if it was tasty or not. Tonks looked at her eagerly. Professor, what is this? It's cola, a kind of muggle drink, Celia said, while waving her wand, filling her cup again. She gestured to the other 2, who nodded in agreement, wanting it too, but you can't drink too much. As soon as she finished, Charlie let out a loud burp. Merlin O'Maya's face turned red. Tonks and Elsie wanted to laugh at him, but they covered their mouths and started burping too. After they all finished their second cups of cola, Celia replaced it with black tea. This is really exciting, and my dad would definitely be interested in this cola. He's a muggle enthusiast. Charlie explained to Celia. The 3 were extroverted children chatting with Celia back and forth, their conversation jumping rapidly, and Celia surprisingly kept up. Celia learned that Charlie's family had 7 children, all with distinctive red hair. This year, the 3rd child, Percy, had just started school and was sorted into Gryffindor like his older brothers. Charlie said, I even bet Bill whether he would be the only Ravenclaw in the family, who I'd have to wash Bill's socks for a whole year if I lost. She also learned that Bill was his superfan. He has your clippings posted on the wall and recited every compliment from the newspapers. Won't Bill beat you up? I've heard you say that to different people many times. Elsie asked Charlie while covering her mouth, but her volume was loud enough for Celia to hear clearly. Charlie covered his mouth to reply, but Celia still heard clearly. He has already beaten me. Do I need to get my money back? Celia laughed heartily, finding the Weasley family simply fascinating. Elsie was also interesting. Her family of wizards had moved from Egypt to England and still retained some Egyptian customs. Her family used to love cooking fava beans, but she found it so disgusting that when her magic erupted during childhood, all the fava beans on the table went up her family's noses, and since then no one dared to put legumes in front of her. Elsie's family was also involved in alchemy, which had always been developed in Egypt. The headquarters of the International Alchemist Association was located in Cairo, the capital of Egypt. She said she would definitely sign up for alchemy classes in the future. Celia had already experienced Tonks' transformation magic, and she could even mimic animal features. She transformed a pig's nose in front of Celia. Celia curiously touched it. It felt just like a real pig's nose. Tonks then transformed into Celia's face. Great, now we have two Celias. Celia summoned a mirror embracing the pink-haired Celia to look in it. I really wish I had a camera to take a picture and send it to my family telling them I met my long-lost sister. Professor Celia, wait until you have a camera and I'll transform again. The pink-haired Celia winked at her. Hey, transform into Professor Dumbledore and show Professor Celia your beautiful beard. Charlie suggested. Tonks closed her eyes and began to recall Dumbledore's appearance, her facial features slowly changing. Celia's petite and straight nose elongated and distorted, a large mass of beard appeared on her chin, still pink. Tonks opened her eyes, and aside from her overly smooth skin, she had completely transformed into Dumbledore, pink version. Merlin, oh Merlin, Celia exclaimed, jumping up and rushing into her bedroom to rummage through her luggage, but she couldn't find a camera. Disappointed, she returned saying, I'll definitely bring a camera next semester to show it to the headmaster. Tonks blinked Dumbledore's eyes. Will the headmaster be angry? No, he has a good temper. Celia looked at Tonks' appearance and began to consider how likely it was to persuade Dumbledore to dye his hair and beard pink. Elsie winked at Tonks. Quick, transform into that guy. Sure thing, Tonks eagerly agreed. She closed her eyes again. The beard on her face disappeared, and as a familiar hawk-like nose appeared on her face, the other three had already started laughing. Objectively speaking, Snape did not look old at all, though after all he was only 28. However, his always sullen face, the furrowed brows that produced creases, and the all-black attire without a hint of color successfully earned him the nickname Old Bat among students. Now Old Bat had turned into Pink Bat. Celia laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. It actually suits him quite well. Suit him what? A gritting voice came from the doorway. Tonks turned around in fright, and the terrified Pink Bat met the face of the genuine Old Bat. The three students were frozen in fear. Only Celia's ha 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 echoed throughout the office. Tonks' face suddenly returned to normal. Her hair turned gray from fright. Celia was still laughing wildly. Snape entered with heavy footsteps, his lips moving slightly as cold words squeezed out between his teeth. Hufflepuff loses 10 points for each of you. Gryffindor loses 10 points for not respecting the professor. Celia continued to laugh. He gritted his teeth and continued. Hufflepuff loses another 10 points because you, Miss Tonks, have abused your abilities and flaunted yourself. Celia interrupted his point deduction skills, waving her hand to hurry the three students away. They ran off in one breath before stopping. Is Professor Celia okay? They are all professors, so it should be fine, right? We actually deducted 30 points from Hufflepuff. Headmaster Sprout will definitely be very upset. Elsie said dejectedly. Charlie asked straightforwardly, does Hufflepuff care about this little bit of points when you always compete with us Gryffindors for last place? Hey, I haven't added 30 points since I came to Hogwarts. Elsie glared at him. Oh, I see, if I win the Quidditch match, it will all be worth it. Charlie said. Tonks and Elsie each punched him, annoyed at the Gryffindor seeker. Have you noticed that Snape seems to have washed his hair? Charlie asked again. Tonks glared at him. I'm already scared enough to go see my great-grandma. I don't need your seeker vision. The three of them split up on the first floor, having learned one thing today. Always remember to close the door before doing bad things. After the students escaped, Celia looked at her still furious colleague and wiped away the tears of laughter at the corner of her eyes. Severus, don't be angry. It was just a joke. Just a joke. Snape glared at her angrily, indulging students to mock and tease colleagues, insulting the image of colleagues. This is what you did, Professor Celia. Merlin, how could he be this worked up about it? Celia walked to his side, placed her hand on his back, and soothingly patted him, as if he were a child. Calm down, calm down. Surprisingly, this tactic was effective. His mouth, which intended to spew venom, closed, and the anger on his face dissipated somewhat. His body awkwardly shifted, seemingly wanting to distance itself from her hand, yet not truly pulling away. Celia then gently pushed him forward, pressing on his shoulder to have him sit down in the chair. With a wave of her wand, she conjured a fresh cup of tea before him, smiling brightly at him. Did our Professor Severus come here to deliver medicine for me? Snape was indeed there to deliver medicine. He could hear the sound of laughter coming from Celia's room, even in the stairwell, a cacophony that was quite bothersome. It made him inadvertently recall their student days. Celia was always surrounded by people, always filled with laughter and joy. He had never understood why she was always smiling, why she was always so happy, and why she was friendly to everyone. Why did she always let those with ulterior motives get close to her? He silently approached the door of Celia's office to see who brought her laughter this time. Well, it was himself, and Snape was furious. With a cold expression, Snape threw the potion bottle onto the table. It was that eerie potion, glowing red. Celia remembered its taste and shuddered. She really did. Snape's thin lips curled up again, starting to mock. I think the expensive potion materials, the complicated brewing process, and the valuable time of the potions, Professor All. He was starting again. Celia immediately opened the potion bottle and poured it into her mouth, hoping it would kill her, The potion was so foul that it nearly made her die again. The pain of having her head pounded felt like a brief moment of amnesia. When she came to her senses, she heard Snape asking her how it worked. Celia gagged and said, "The effect is great, it makes me feel worse than death." "Your arm," Snape said coldly. Celia extended her left arm toward him, her eyes somewhat unfocused as she stared at the ceiling, mechanically stuffing a few pieces of custard biscuits into her mouth. The biscuits did nothing to alleviate the nauseating feeling that was bitter and sticky filling her throat. Snape grabbed her wrist, which was very slender, rolled up her sleeve, and closely examined her scars. Celia's palm looked normal, but from her wrist up, it was all scars. He rubbed her forearm, feeling the elasticity of her skin returning. Celia's gaze returned to her own arm. She looked at her mottled arm, and suddenly the words of the Muggle salesperson when she bought her car jumped into her mind. Frosted. Her arm must feel like a frosted texture, as well as she chuckled foolishly. Snape, hearing her laughter, misunderstood. He abruptly released Celia's arm awkwardly, saying, "The scars have faded. Ooh, I will brew medicine once a week from now on." "What?" Celia no longer chuckled foolishly. She looked at her arm, raised it to poke under Snape's eyes. "I don't see any changes. Ooh, let's switch to a different potion." Snape replied coldly, "I believe I am more professional than Professor Celia." Celia took a step back and asked, "Can you brew it to taste a little better?" Snape remained cold-hearted. "If you still have memories from last week, I told you I am not a chef. How good or bad potions are has nothing to do with their taste." He turned to leave. Celia reached out and grabbed his sleeve. The loose robe swayed as he moved, and Celia accidentally grabbed his hand. Regardless of what she grabbed, she pulled his hand back, not allowing him to leave. "Just make it taste a little better. Didn't you study potion flavor enhancers before? Otherwise next time you can knock me out and just pour it down my throat." Celia was at her wit's end. She had always valued her appetite, and although at this age she shouldn't fear drinking potions anymore, she had already bravely drunk it twice, and simply did not have the courage for a third time. Snape said nothing. He looked down at the hand Celia was holding. Her hand was very fair, smaller than Snape's distinctly knuckled hand, and at that moment she was gripping his palm tightly, her soft fingers pressed against his palm. Celia noticed his gaze and thought he disliked her touch, so she loosened her grip. Snape, however, suddenly clasped her hand in return. "What does this mean?" Celia was baffled. "Professor, I have something I want to ask you." Just then Bill knocked on the door twice and peeked in. "Come in," Celia said loudly. Snape abruptly released her hand, or rather shook her hand off, and he quickly walked out, narrowing his eyes at Bill as he passed. "You saw nothing." His black robe billowed, and his back had an air of fleeing in panic. Celia stared blankly at his retreating figure, then looked at Bill's strange expression before glancing back at Snape's figure. "What did Professor Snape want with you?" Bill asked directly. She raised her arm, letting her sleeve slide down to reveal her scar. "Professor Snape brought me medicine. You needn't concern yourself with him." Bill shrugged. "I've been a student for 6 years. I know how to handle him." Then he asked, "What brings you to me?" as Celia gazed at her desk. Leftover biscuits vanished. The teacup she'd drunk from disappeared too. She'd had quite a busy morning. 3 separate visitors had already stopped by. Celia conjured a fresh cup of tea and gestured for Bill to sit. Bill sat opposite her and pulled out his notebook. "I came to ask some questions about alchemy, but on my way here I ran into Charlie. He seems to have caused you some trouble. I'm truly sorry." Celia waved her hand dismissively. "He caused no trouble at all. We had a delightful conversation. Let me see your questions." In their first lesson, Celia had assigned homework focused on materials, and Bill's questions were all material-related. Celia could almost empathize with Dumbledore's reaction to such queries. Some were foundational, readily found in textbooks, and rather than answering each one individually, she preferred simply listing recommended readings. She longed to emulate Dumbledore, pressing one hand to his temple while the other floated midair, elegantly inscribing titles in shimmering script. How effortlessly majestic that would look. Yet Dumbledore performed that gesture not as mere theatrics, but to sift through the vast luminous archives of memory, retrieving precise knowledge from countless volumes he'd read, and Celia, however, had read far fewer books, and even fewer titles lingered in her memory. Pressing her temple would only convey headache, not wisdom. Refusing to strain herself, she rose and went to her bedroom, retrieving her study notes and compiling a reading list based on the text she remembered having consulted. It was hardly impressive. Bill, unaware of her inner musings, accepted the list with a warm smile. "Thank you, Professor Celia. You're remarkably diligent. If you have further questions, feel free to come to me anytime." Celia had never excelled academically herself and always held deep respect for those who did. Just earlier Charlie had mentioned Bill was an O.W.L. prodigy. 12 O.W.L. certificates, 12. She hadn't earned half that number. Bill nodded, hesitated for a beat, then continued, "Professor Celia, there's something else I'd like to speak with you about." She smiled gently. "What is it?" "Did Charlie mention the newspaper clippings?" Bill's expression tightened with awkwardness. "Actually, I knew of you long before seeing you in the papers." "Oh. My uncles, Gideon and Fabian, spoke of you often. They called you extraordinarily brave, a comrade worthy of profound admiration. Charlie was too young to remember, but when I saw your name in the paper, I recognized you instantly." "Oh, A faint bittersweet smile touched Celia's lips. Yes, Gideon and Fabian. I knew your uncles well. They were wonderfully witty, always making me laugh until my sides ached. And they were true heroes. Bill rose and offered Celia a tender smile. So are you, Professor Celia? I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Goodbye, Bill, and thank you. Celia watched his retreating figure until it faded from view. Celia sat motionless in her chair. Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, twin brothers bound by uncanny synchrony, had saved countless lives before falling heroically in battle against 5 Death Eaters. She rarely allowed herself to dwell on how her comrades met their ends. Yet today Bill's words wrapped her in unexpected warmth. Perhaps their courage, their spirit lived on, not just in memory, but in the hearts of those who followed. Legacy, what a beautiful word indeed. The moment Bill stepped out of Celia's office, his fists clenched. Charlie had gotten off lightly with just a beating. He'd casually teased Celia about Bill's infatuation, exposing it without consent. Had Bill not intervened, Celia might well have mistaken him for some obsessive oddity who clipped photographs of pretty girls and pasted them to his walls. Though truth be told, he was precisely that kind of oddity, someone who upon seeing her face in the paper had connected it to the girl his uncles once described, and had cherished that image silently. Bill lifted the parchment bearing the reading list, holding it up to the sunlight for a long quiet moment, then pressed it firmly against his chest. He was immeasurably fortunate the girl he'd admired for years had finally appeared before him, this very year. After lunch, Celia took Dumbledore's reading list to the library. It was Saturday afternoon, the first week of term, and the library stood nearly empty, occupied only by a handful of Ravenclaw students. She approached Madame Pants, directly asking for assistance in locating the books. Good afternoon, Irma. Do you have these titles in stock? Irma Pants was a slender elderly woman who had already served as librarian during Celia's own student days. Her temperament was notoriously sharp, as she despised book damage and any activity unrelated to quiet study. She'd ejected the marauders from the library more times than anyone could count. Even Celia, renowned across staff as the universally beloved professor, had been tossed out so many times she'd lost count. Once Celia had persistently urged Madame Pants to acquire books on cursing, preferably bilingual French-English editions, earning herself another unceremonious. Madame Pants peered through her spectacles at the list. All these titles are available, though some reside in the restricted section. Ah, I'll need a professor's signature then. Celia asked lightly. Don't jest. You're the professor, Madame Pants replied, her expression unyielding. She annotated each title with its precise location, then said simply, go ahead. Celia accepted the list with a grateful smile and set off to collect the volume. Madame Pants's directions proved flawless. Celia gathered every book swiftly. Carrying a floating stack, she intended to return to her office. Until passing a secluded corner, she spotted Quirinus Quirrell absorbed in reading. She changed course and approached. Hello, Quirinus, she murmured, setting the books down softly on his table. Quirrell flinched, then looked up, relaxing visibly upon recognizing her. Oh, hello, Celia. Celia seated herself opposite him and leaned in, whispering, I haven't seen you much in the Great Hall this week. How's your first week going? Quirrell whispered back, not badly. And you? Not badly either, Celia replied, glancing at his open book. A treatise on defense against the dark arts, and added, surprised, you're interested in dark arts defense. Quirrell hastily closed the volume, stammering, only occasionally. I enjoy reading. All kinds of books, really. Madame Pants materialized beside their table, silent as a wraith, and murmured, Professors, even you are forbidden from conversing in the library. Would you prefer to be ejected, in front of students? If not, please silence yourselves. Celia shook her head vigorously, miming a sealed mouth. Quirrell instantly clapped a hand over his own. Madame Pants melted away again. Celia gathered her books and moved to the seat beside Quirrell, casting a muffliato charm before continuing softly. Let's carry on, more quietly this time. Quirrell felt torn. Shouldn't he simply read in silence as Madame Pants demanded? Yet Celia whispered, What sorts of books do you usually read? He dared not voice the obvious, just read, and stay silent. Fidgeting nervously, Quirrell glanced around for Madame Pants before replying in hushed tones, Muggle studies. Magical creatures. Defense against the dark arts. Lately those are the subjects I favor. Celia nodded, gesturing to her towering stack. I'm researching improvements to two-way mirrors, hence this mountain of reading. If only I were a seer, knowledge would flood my mind unbidden. Instead, I've mastered a speed-reading charm. Watch. She opened a book, placed it before her, and silently enchanted. Her spine straightened, golden light shimmered in her eyes. The pages fluttered rapidly, rustling like wine through dry leaves. Within moments the final page turned. Celia shut her eyes tightly, slumping slightly as she exhaled. Smiling at Quirrell, she declared, done. Advantage, rapid comprehensive reading. Disadvantage, many fine details inevitably slip through. Quirrell stared dumbfounded. Fat Hat doesn't even count as reading the book. But it's efficient, Celia shrugged. Quirrell's eyes widened in terror. He spun toward Celia's back, just as Madame Pants loomed behind them, feather duster in hand, eyes blazing with fury. You two out. Now. Oh dear, ruined. Celia snatched up her books in one swift motion, winked at Quirrell, and rose. I'm leaving immediately. She paused beside Madame Pants and chirped, "Don't be cross, Irma. You look absolutely radiant today," then brushed a light kiss against her cheek. Madame Pants's lips twitched, perhaps toward a smile, but indignation still warred with it, twisting her features further. Her glare remained fixed on Quirrell. Quirrell scrambled upright. Was he expected to do the same? Irma, out. With a flick of her wrist, Madame Pants banished Quirrell bodily from the library. Celia, feeling sympathetic towards Kylo, who had been implicated by her, intended to invite him to the kitchen for an afternoon tea, but he shook his head in refusal and swiftly ran off. She had no choice but to return to her office and continue reading her books. After finishing all the borrowed volumes, Celia formed a preliminary idea and shut herself in the alchemy lab to begin crafting. She remained confined until Tuesday evening before emerging from the alchemy lab, taking a bath, and heading to the Great Hall for dinner. "Celia, if you hadn't shown up, I would have dug you out of your office. How many days have you gone without sleep?" Professor Sprout asked, touching her face. 3 days. Roughly, Celia yawned, stuffing food into her mouth. "I'm so close, but I can't figure out where the problem lies." "Even if you're young, you must take care of yourself. I'll ask Poppy for a dose of dreamless sleep potion later. You truly need a good rest." Professor Sprout fussed over her like a... "Take your research slowly. You should adjust your schedule." Professor Sprout continued her maternal nagging. Celia leaned her head against Professor Sprout's shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of earth and herbs. "Thank you, Pomona." After dinner, she drifted back to her office, which now contained many new items. Though only a wall away, she hadn't set foot here in days, having cast a sealing charm on the alchemy lab, rendering it impervious to outside sounds and entry. The communication butterflies were all used up, clinging to her door. She waved her wand and voices of different people emerged from within. "Professor Celia, where have you been? Your office has been locked. Have you gone out?" "Professor Celia, I've collected all the homework and left it at your door." "Professor Celia, are you still alive?" Celia's eyelid twitched. Which foolish child asked that question? She picked up the homework that had been slipped under the door, placed it on her desk, and glanced into the bedroom. Luca had clearly wreaked havoc, with several of his feathers scattered on the floor and various packages and letters carelessly tossed into corners. It seemed she truly needed to change her habits. During those 7 years in France, holing up in the alchemy lab day and night had become the norm. By informing her family, Nicolas and Perenelle, in advance, she could stay indoors for months. But that wouldn't do anymore. People would keep looking for her. Humming a cheerful tune, Celia picked up the packages and letters from the floor. There were food parcels from her family, and Remus replied to her letter as if answering an exam, addressing each point one by one before mentioning his own affairs. On September 1st, he had secretly watched Harry start school. Harry had moved up to 3rd year and seemed to be in good spirits, so Celia need not worry. The alchemy shop had received orders, and Remus sent the corresponding alchemical materials along with order details to Celia. He also shared his thoughts on the shop's development prospects, awaiting Celia's decision as the owner. "Celia," Professor Sprout knocked on the door. "I've brought you the dreamless sleep potion." Celia quickly went out to receive it. "Thanks again, Pomona." "You seem very happy," Professor Sprout said, beaming at Celia. "I just received a letter from Remus." Celia didn't deny it. Her mood was indeed lifted. "Lupin. I remember him. He was an excellent student. How is he doing now?" "That boy." Professor Sprout shook her head regretfully. Most professors back then knew Remus' true identity, and she must have recalled that he was a werewolf. Life for a werewolf was far from easy. Celia invited Professor Sprout to sit down. "We've opened an alchemy shop together, selling some alchemical creations I invented. Thankfully, Remus handles the business intricacies, which I could never manage." "Oh." Professor Sprout fidgeted with her fingers, which were stained with soil. She hesitated before asking, "What is the relationship between the two of you?" Celia smiled at her. "We are friends, Pomona." "Yes, of course, you two had a good rapport before." Professor Sprout stood up. "Now go get some rest." Celia saw Professor Sprout to the door, then stored away the packages and letters. She set an early alarm, drank the dreamless sleep potion, and settled in for the night. A restful sleep followed. Upon waking, Celia's first task was to grade the 6th-year students' homework, as she had to teach them in the afternoon. Such last-minute cramming was hardly ideal. It truly wasn't appropriate. With her new role, her standards had naturally shifted. Looking at the 14 assignments, she could instantly gauge the effort put into each. Some students merely met the minimum requirements, copying materials from the assigned readings and submitting them. This was the majority. Celia guiltily recalled that she had been just like that during her school days. Others were more diligent, supplementing the content or seeking additional references. The last type were excellent and self-disciplined, holding themselves to the highest standards. Their submissions were 7 or 8 times longer than others, and in less than a week they had gathered extensive materials, comparing, arguing, and deepening their analysis. Celia felt almost overwhelmed reading them. She could no longer afford to be so lax in private, or her students would surpass her in no time. That afternoon, for the second 6th-year alchemy lesson, Celia walked into the classroom, carrying the homework. She lightly tapped the podium. "Now let's begin, class." Glancing at the list of names on the map, all enrolled students were present. "All right, everyone, let's first discuss the homework." She tapped the stack of assignments, which flew to their respective owners. Two students received an "Oh, Bill Weasley" and Zane. She smiled at Bill and Zane. Bill returned the smile, while Zane remained aloof. Your assignments are fascinating. One delved into depth, the other expanded breadth. You might consider exchanging ideas. Bill's paper built upon the assigned materials, elaborating on their functions, processing methods, and advanced applications detailed enough to serve as a reference for the class. Zane, on the other hand, focused on alternative alchemical materials, mentioning many obscure and rare ones. Some Celia herself was unfamiliar with, but after checking she found they were indeed usable. After her remark, Bill and Zane showed no reaction, not even exchanging glances. She raised an eyebrow. While Gryffindor and Slytherin, it seemed there would be no opportunity for discussion. She began the formal lesson today, while discussed material processing methods. At the end of class, Celia assigned homework on processing techniques again, with no length restrictions, allowing free expression. Before leaving, she called out to Bill and Zane. Please wait in my office for a moment. After tidying up, she returned to find them standing. One looking left, the other right, still without. They'll be brief, so I won't keep you from dinner. Your papers are excellent and I'd like to use them as references for future students with your names retained. Would you agree? Bill immediately replied, of course, it would be an honor, Professor. Celia turned to Zane, who bore a striking resemblance to his uncle, pale skin, golden brown hair, and light blue eyes. She inappropriately recalled a time when she and Patrice secretly observed the Slytherin purebloods. They always look like they've smelled something foul. I'd love to toss a dung bomb right under their noses, Patrice whispered. Why do they always draw out their words? Excuse me, Celia mimicked. That sounds so condescending, Patrice said. Celia realized, so the intention is to sound condescending. Patrice pointed out, when waiting they cross their arms within 10 seconds, roll their eyes by 20, and look ready to faint by 30. Is that so, ladies? A cold voice came from behind them. Celia turned to see the Slytherin they had been gossiping about. Asher Foley stared at them with his light blue eyes expressionless. Excuse me, please move, or I might just faint. Celia and Patrice, startled, grabbed each other's hands until he walked away. He heard us. He heard everything. They exchanged glances, shrugged, and walked off. So what if he heard? Zane looked at Celia with those similar light blue eyes. Thankfully, he neither frowned nor drawled his words, or Celia couldn't guarantee she wouldn't laugh. I don't think my paper holds much value, Professor, Zane said. It's just that someone in my family enjoys collecting alchemical materials. He stared unblinkingly at Celia's expression and added softly, that person is my uncle. Celia smiled. No wonder it runs in the family. But I don't think your paper lacks value. Finally, Zane agreed to Celia's proposal. Celia waved her hand, signaling them to go eat. What are you trying to test again, FLI? Bill asked. There was only one path from Celia's office to the Great Hall, and they walked together reluctantly, maintaining a distance of several people between them. It's none of your business, Weasley, Zane said coldly. My advice, you'd better not think about doing anything bad. Bill said. I have some advice too. Stop staring at the professor. It's disgusting. They quickened their pace and rushed into the Great Hall, finally escaping the unbearable company. Bill had noticed Fliss probing, and naturally Celia did too. Was he trying to test if she knew Arkell was his uncle? Was he trying to gauge her attitude toward Arkell? It didn't matter. Celia regarded him as a stranger. After finishing her 7th-year class on Thursday, Celia had another 5-day break. This time she adjusted her research schedule each day. She would first complete a custom order to warm up, then attempt to create an improved two-way mirror. When she hit a bottleneck, she would visit the library, consult Dumbledore, or remotely contact Nicolas Flamel. Once I perfect the two-way mirror, I'll send you both a large one. Then I can chat with you and Perry every day, Celia said to Nicolas, whose portrait was embedded in a relief book. Nicolas shook his head slowly in horror. No, absolutely not. Perry and I need our personal time. Celia clicked her tongue. She knew Nicolas found her annoying. With guidance from the world's greatest alchemist and most powerful wizard, Celia finally completed the improved two-way mirror within a month. She sent one to Remus first. After having Luca deliver the mirror to Remus, she would periodically call out to her large mirror, Remus. Remy. Remus. After several hours there was a response. Remus' face appeared in the mirror. There was a very obvious fresh bloodstained scratch on his face. What happened to your face? Celia asked, leaning close to the mirror. Luca was inexplicably irritable and scratched me several times when he arrived. Remus said, looking confused. He cast a healing spell on himself in the mirror, then smiled warmly at Celia on the other side. You did it. Congratulations. Oh, Celia blinked, wondering if it might be her fault. She had added both sound and vibration functions to the mirror. Perhaps when she called Remus, the mirror in the package kept vibrating, annoying Luca. Oh, never mind. She stood up and spun around in front of the mirror. Look, Remus, I made myself a mirror as big as a full-length one. Now I can sit in an armchair and chat with you. Yours can be enlarged with an engorgement charm. I incorporated the transfiguration spell into the magical runes. Then I'll give it a try, Remus said gently. He cast an engorgement charm on the palm-sized mirror, set it on the table, and pulled up a chair. As expected, the enlargement didn't affect its function. With the mirror enlarged, the view expanded. It was as if Celia was sitting face-to-face with Remus. She glanced curiously behind him. Are you living in the alchemy shop now? Yes, it's more convenient. I only go home on those few days, Remus said, watching her with a faint smile. Celia immediately looked at his complexion. He appeared much better than when they had reunited years ago. With the job she provided, he was no longer so impoverished. He had food and shelter, no need to hide. He was no longer so haggard. But the monthly transformation was inescapable, taking a tremendous toll on his body. He still carried an air of frailty. Have you been taking the wolfsbane potion these past 2 months? Has the apothecary been supplying it to you steadily? Celia asked with concern. After Remus returned to England, Celia had him buy the wolfsbane potion directly from the apothecary. She usually worked with eliminating the need for her to act as an intermediary. But she always worried that Remus might secretly skip the potion, because the wolfsbane potion was too expensive. Don't worry, I've been taking it, Remus quickly said. The wolfsbane potion consumed nearly 2/3 of his income. In the past, he might have been pained and reluctant to spend so much, but now he was managing Celia's shop. He couldn't ruin Celia's shop because of his own issues. That's good. Celia wanted to get closer to Remus. She got up from her chair and sat directly on the floor in front of the mirror. Remus, I added a lot of features to this two-way mirror. It's much better than than the ones on the market. Remus knew whom she had almost mentioned. James had once owned a pair of two-way mirrors, giving one to Sirius. They would chat through the mirrors when they were in separate detentions or on holidays. His smile remained unchanged as he said, "Tell me quickly, what functions can I use?" "I've connected the two-way mirror network. You can contact not only me, but also others. I plan to install one for all the Hogwarts staff first." Celia talked endlessly to Remus until late into the night, until she yawned and was urged by Remus to go to sleep before they disconnected the mirrors. The next day happened to be Saturday. Celia woke up full of enthusiasm. Today she was going to make mirrors for all the staff. She gathered her portable magical array, rune engraving discs, processed smelting materials, and other items, then climbed to the top floor to make one for the headmaster first. She had already informed Dumbledore in advance. He was waiting in his office, still in his dressing gown. "You're very early," Dumbledore said, tugging at a little pom-pom on his robe. "I want to finish them all today," Celia said. "Which mirror would you like me to modify?" Dumbledore brought out a silver half-length mirror. "I think the mirror in the changing room isn't suitable. It would be terrible if another face suddenly appeared while changing clothes." Celia agreed wholeheartedly. She began the modification on the spot. The surrounding portraits all gathered around, loudly commenting in front of her. The portrait of the former headmaster, who often called her an idiot, grudgingly praised her this time. "At least she doesn't have that idiotic air about her when she gets to work." Celia has always been very skilled with her hands. "I'm not even as good as her in this regard," Dumbledore said with a smile. Celia was completely focused, ignoring the noise around her. She carefully smelted the materials, drew magical runes on the back of the half-length mirror, and channeled magical power. Every movement was precise, not a single wisp of magic wasted. It couldn't be more perfect. She quickly finished modifying the first mirror. She took out a small handheld mirror and called into it, "Headmaster Dumbledore." The half-length mirror simultaneously emitted a phoenix's cry and Celia's voice, "Headmaster Dumbledore." Fawkes, hearing the phoenix call, chirped curiously. He had just recently undergone rebirth and his feathers were still sparse. He tilted his head back and forth, trying to locate where the call of his kind was coming from. "What should I do?" Dumbledore asked. "Just respond," Celia said. Dumbledore then spoke into the mirror, "Hello." Celia's face appeared in the mirror, and Celia saw Dumbledore's face in her own small mirror. He winked at her. "That's all there is to it. You can set your own deactivation command, or simply use finite incantatum." Celia briefly explained how to use it. She turned to Fawkes and said, "Stop looking. The mirror recorded your call. You can change it with this spell." She also taught Dumbledore the spell to change the sound. Dumbledore picked up the mirror and looked for a suitable place, finally setting it diagonally in front of his desk. He sat at his desk looking into the mirror. "This way everyone who contacts me will see me working hard. Truly befitting the headmaster." Celia took her leave, saying confidently, "They'll definitely finish modifying them all today. We can chat through the mirror tonight." Dumbledore tugged at his little pom-pom again. "Good luck." Celia didn't understand why he wished her luck. In one morning, she finished modifying the mirrors in the offices of Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and Professor Flitwick. All three of them tested the mirror using Dumbledore's. Every time they called him, he was sitting at his desk looking very busy with work. Professor Flitwick laughed so hard, he nearly fell out of his seat. "Albus, there are still biscuit crumbs on your beard." Dumbledore, feigning indignation, shut off the mirror. After running around all morning, Celia was hungry. She intercepted Snape in the Great Hall and sat down in the empty seat next to him, eating while talking. "After lunch you'll go modify your mirror," she said. Snape elegantly cut a piece of steak and said no. "How about 3 in the afternoon?" Celia thought he might be busy and suggested another time. Snape said again no. Celia raised her fork threateningly. "No what?" "I don't need a stupid mirror modified," Snape clarified. Celia snorted. "Fine if you didn't want it shed," asked the other professors. To her surprise, several of them also refused. Confused, she returned to Snape. "Why doesn't anyone want their mirror modified?" Snape said in his low voice, "Who wants to enjoy a peaceful evening alone only to have a colleague's incessant chatter coming from the mirror?" Celia replied matter-of-factly, I do. Thanks to Snape, Celia understood why her colleagues had refused her modifications to the two-way mirrors. Merlin, she had only joked we can chat in our rooms at night rather than genuinely intending to talk with them every evening. She couldn't possibly handle conversations with all of them. They had taken her jest seriously. Having grasped the reason, Celia dared not joke again when she approached her colleagues to persuade them this time. She explained the benefits of the improved two-way mirror and informed them how to decline a call, emphasizing that it merely added an extra means of communication. This time those who had previously refused agreed. Celia had initially planned to finish in one day, but the persuasion and modifications took over 2 days. No wonder Dumbledore had wished her luck. In the end, 2 difficult individuals remained adamantly opposed. One was Snape, for whom she had a plan. The other was Filch, who posed more trouble. It was no secret among their batch of students that Argus Filch was a squib. A squib is someone born into a wizarding family, but without magical abilities, essentially a muggle. How could a muggle use magical objects? Celia inwardly chided herself for forgetting this. It's not your fault, Remus said to her from the mirror opposite. You didn't see his expression. He looked as though I had insulted him, and he wanted to jump off the top of Hogwarts Castle, Celia said, while fiddling with the items in her hands. Remus chuckled softly. That expression is familiar. It's the same one he wore when we used to annoy him during school. He watched Celia's movements. So you still intend to modify it, so he can use it? It wouldn't be right to leave him out. After the modification, he can chat with Severus at night, since neither of them is particularly liked by others, Celia said with a pout. Remus laughed heartily. See, it's actually very simple. It's already modified, Celia said, holding up the mirror for Remus to see. I just added a switch for manual control. That's because you're a genius, Celia, Remus said admiringly. I don't think so, she replied. Celia got up from the floor and stretched. Tomorrow, I'll install it for Argus. Time to sleep. Good night, Remus. Tomorrow I'll send you the letter I wrote to Harry. You really should see his reply. Oh, it's adorable. Actually, we've been corresponding too. It is indeed very adorable. Good night, Celia. Celia's image vanished from the mirror, leaving only the reflection of a smiling Remus. He looked at himself in the mirror, those eyes full of laughter, emotions nearly overflowing. Anyone could see his happiness. Slowly he withdrew his smile. The man in the mirror turned pale and flustered. He shouldn't smile like that nor look at Celia with such eyes. During her student days, Celia had to avoid Filch. Now as a professor, she knew exactly how to handle him, by constantly interrupting his words. I've added 2 extra switch buttons. Press this one to call someone, and this one to end the call, she introduced enthusiastically to Filch. I can't, but Mrs. Norris can't use it yet. I haven't figured out cat language, have I, meow? Celia crouched down to scratch Mrs. Norris under the chin. This is of no use to. All right, Argus, where would you like to place it? It can even serve as a dressing mirror, she said. Professor Durand. Filch finally shouted at her, unable to contain himself. Celia exclaimed in surprise, oh, you startled me. Filch's face flushed crimson. I don't need this thing. I have no use for it. Of course you do. When you catch students breaking rules, you won't have to run all over the castle to find a professor, she said. Filch wrung his hands. No need. All right, give it a try, Celia said, pushing him in front of the mirror. He shook his head and dodged aside, as if the mirror might cause something dreadful. Celia sighed inwardly. She took out the small mirror she carried and set into it Argus. The large mirror trembled slightly, its surface rippling like water, and Celia's voice emanated from it. Argus. Filch twitched nervously. Press that button. You can do it, Celia urged. Blocking the door and resolute, Celia forced Filch to press the button with trembling fingers. He closed his eyes, dreading that nothing would happen, exposing his lack of Open your eyes, Argus. Filch opened his eyes in despair. The mirror before him showed not his own face, but Celia's smiling at him. I told you can do it. Want to try calling me actively? Celia asked. Filch stepped forward and pressed the switch. Celia's image vanished, and the mirror returned to its ordinary state, reflecting his figure. He curled his hands uncomfortably. Mrs. Norris brushed gently against his leg. He lowered his head and said no. No need. Just leave it here. Celia blinked. If you need anything, call me from the mirror. Goodbye, Argus. He bowed his head even lower. Goodbye, Professor Durand. Oh dear, Celia thought as she walked back, why are there always so many awkward people? Now only the most awkward one remained. After dinner, Celia reclined in a rocking chair by the fire, flipping through a book on alchemy while nibbling on small pastries. She raised her hand, pinched a bit of flue powder from the dish beside the fireplace, tossed it into the flames, and called into it, Severus, are you there? The fire in the hearth burst into green flames, and Snape's head appeared. He asked impatiently, what is it? You don't need to come over. I have a question to ask you, Celia said. Celia stopped him from stepping through the fireplace. A very important question, she said, slowly popping a biscuit into her mouth. Snape ground his teeth. What question? A very, very difficult question to ask, Celia drawled again. Anger flickered clearly on Snape's face in the flames. He enunciated each word. What? Question. Is it comfortable to kneel by the fireplace with your head stuck in the flames while talking? Why would someone prefer to stick their head into a dirty fireplace instead of sitting comfortably in a chair talking to a beautiful, clean, tidy, and bright mirror? She looked at Snape with an innocent expression. With a sharp crack the flames died out, and Snape's head vanished. Celia threw flue powder again to call Snape, but he no longer appeared. It was fine, she had backup. Seated in Dumbledore's office, she asked for his assistance. Dumbledore tossed a pinch of flue powder into his own fireplace, and called out, "Severus, I need to see you." Snape emerged from the fireplace, and the moment he spotted Celia leisurely sipping tea nearby, his nose nearly twisted in anger. He stared at Dumbledore incredulously. "Headmaster, are you playing tricks on me with her?" "Severus, one must keep up with the times. Celia's two-way mirror is far more convenient," Dumbledore said. "No," Snape replied stiffly. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He grabbed the flue powder and disappeared into the fireplace, returning to his office. Celia rolled her eyes. What's he being so stubborn about? Dumbledore looked down, fiddling with his fingers. "You young people, I simply don't understand." She grabbed a handful of flue powder and called into the fireplace Severus' office. After a rapid spin, Celia stumbled out of the fireplace. Snape, who had arrived first and was already seated at his desk, stared at her in shock. "Who told you to come here?" Celia bent down to brush the soot off her robes. "Oh, I've gotten all dirty again." After dusting herself off, she straightened up and began pacing around Snape's office, offering her critiques. "Gloomy and pitch black. You should take a leaf out of Professor Slughorn's book. He makes his office so comfortable." Snape's brows twitched. "What's this moldy?" Severus, even if we're wizards, mold still affects us." Celia clicked her tongue and shook her head. Snape closed his eyes. "Don't you use a mirror? Is it because the dungeon is too dark and you're afraid of seeing something that shouldn't be there? Or perhaps you're scared of suddenly spotting a humanoid bat?" She began walking toward his bedroom. Snape blocked her, grinding his teeth. "Leave that stupid, useless mirror of yours and get out." Celia immediately pulled a mirror from her pocket, cast an engorgement charm, and placed it in the corner. "If you'd said that sooner, would be done. Goodbye." She cheerfully left Snape's office, thoughtfully closing the door behind her, then pulled out another mirror and called Severus. Snape's sullen face soon appeared in the mirror. Celia's smile grew sweeter. "I just wanted to see if you'd thrown the mirror away. Goodbye." She put away the mirror with even more delight and walked briskly upward. "Professor Durand," she said as she turned a corner and bumped into her student. Celia, maintaining her good mood, greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Zane." Zane, unused to such warmth from her, was taken aback. "Did you go see Professor Snape?" "Yes." The Slytherin common room was just ahead, and Celia didn't want to linger. She nodded at Zane. "They'll be off now." To her surprise, Zane followed her. "Professor Durand, I have a question I'd like to ask you." "My office." "All right." Zane kept the proper distance, following her in silence. Celia too emerged from the slightly excited state after achieving her goal, reverting to her composed, or at least seemingly composed, demeanor. When they reached her office, Celia poured Zane a cup of tea. "What's the question?" "It's about the homework you assigned this week. I keep failing when I try to carve magical runes into the material." Celia had only assigned practicing drawing runes on parchment this week. It seemed the top student had already started accelerating on his own. Zane couldn't explain how he failed, and just from listening, Celia couldn't figure out the exact problem either. She took Zane into her alchemy lab and had him demonstrate on the spot. The moment she saw it, she knew the cause: his magical output was far too unstable. Zane's ancient runes possess more magic than modern script, which is why alchemy uses them to inscribe spells. Celia found a piece of parchment and wrote the ancient rune for burn on it. When we write these characters, our own magical power is more or less infused into them, producing the corresponding effect. She raised the parchment, the lines on it glowed, and with a whoosh the parchment burst into flames. For now, you should still practice on parchment. Once you can consciously channel stable magic, so that the runic patterns produce the desired effect, then it won't be too late to carve into materials. "I understand. I was too impatient," Zane said, lowering his eyes. "Thank you, Professor." Celia realized she had also been a bit too hasty. She had truly believed she could teach students to craft a mature alchemical product in one semester, but now it seemed just practicing drawing magical runes would take a month. She specifically sought out Bill and other students to check their progress and decided to slow down the teaching pace, making the creation of an alchemical object a year-long goal. Life at Hogwarts continued peacefully and steadily. Celia spent her days fulfilling orders, researching new things, and teaching. In her free time, she had tea and chats with the headmaster, with the professors, and with the students. When the first snowflake of the Scottish Highlands fell to the ground, she breathed in the cold air, knowing that the Christmas holidays were near. And so was the time to reunite with Harry. Celia still remembered her promise at the start of term to make a stew for Quirrell. She planned to gather her colleagues together before the Christmas break and cook them a grand feast. She released all her communication butterflies, asking her colleagues if they were available and what flavors they preferred. The butterflies returned one by one. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall would be away from school that day. Professor Sprout needed to repot plants all night, and Professor Sinistra had an important astronomical observation. The other professors agreed, and a few who were stubborn didn't outright refuse. Celia drew up a simple menu based on the number of people. The dinner was set for Saturday evening. After finishing her classes on Thursday, Celia began preparing the ingredients. She called Hagrid to go shopping with her in Hogsmeade. "Celia, I really miss your cooking. I still make the chocolate biscuits you taught me, and I eat them often." Celia was silent for a moment. Last time I visited your hut you served that pan-bottom thing, didn't you? Hey, that was chocolate biscuits, not a pan-bottom. Hagrid said. Celia, usually soft-tempered, was firm when it came to food. That was a pan-bottom, Hagrid. They'll teach you again when we get back. Hagrid said sheepishly, all right, all right. Celia ordered some drinks at the Three Broomsticks. When she went to pick them up, Madame Rosmerta insisted she try the inn's new concoction. After 2 cups of sweet warm mead, her body felt toasty, and stepping back into the biting wind was far less unbearable. Celia purchased some ingredients at the shops in Hogsmeade, planning to buy the rest when she returned to London via the Flu Network the next morning to visit a large supermarket. During her school days, she had loved experimenting with new dishes, but the Scottish Highlands offered a meager variety of food with few leafy greens. So she had carved out a small patch beside Hagrid's vegetable garden and even sweet-talked Professor Sprout into giving her a tiny plot in the greenhouse to grow her own vegetables. But that was a thing of her early years. As she progressed to the upper grades and academic pressure mounted, she stopped gardening. James and Sirius had gotten acquainted with a shady dealer at the Hog's Head, and they called him that, directly from whom they could buy many contraband items. Celia had asked him to procure some rare ingredients for her as well. Perhaps business was slow, for he actually agreed. He disguised himself as a muggle and went to a muggle market to buy groceries, but nearly exposed himself. Upon his return, he cursed and ranted, refusing to ever do it again. Thinking back, they really had done all sorts of things back then. On Saturday morning, Hagrid felled a small pine tree from the Forbidden Forest and carried it into the alchemy classroom to serve as Celia's Christmas tree. She decorated the alchemy classroom, simply giving it a festive atmosphere. Then came the main event. Celia pulled out her family apron embroidered with her name and went to the underground kitchen. She looked around to confirm that only she and the house. She put on the apron, tied up her hair, and raised her arm in a cheer. Where is the sous chef of the Michelin 3-star restaurant Maison Durand? The elf Toto squeezed out from the group of elves and squeaked, Toto is here, head chef. Celia nodded solemnly. And my cold kitchen chef. Katie is here. Katie has always been here. Another little elf scurried out. And my vegetable chef. Celia called out one by one the elves who had helped her the most during her school years. House elves always handled all the chores and were proficient in various household magics, but each also had their own areas of expertise. Seeing so many house elves in the kitchen, all so obedient, had once thrilled Celia. Her craving for authority had flared up, and she had come to the kitchen every day to play her make-believe game. One day she was the head chef examining the apprentice's skills, the next she was the judge awarding the title of best cooking elf. She had grown very close to the elf. Dumbledore had reason to worry she might one day entice the entire house elf population away. She had indeed picked out several particularly talented elves to play head chef make-believe with her. Katie, for instance, had a knack for plating that was even better than hers. With her team assembled, she said to them seriously, my chefs today, Maison Durand has taken on a large order for 12 guests, the professors of Hogwarts. Their evaluation is crucial to us. Let us show them our true skills. Yes, head chef, the few elves shouted at the top of their lungs. The remaining elves watched them with envy. Celia hopped awkwardly on the spot. Merlin, at her age, she was still playing make-believe and getting fully immersed in it. She quickly gave the elves an appeasing smile. All right, the show's over. You all work hard to prepare lunch and dinner for the students. Celia spent most of the day in the kitchen preparing all the dishes for the evening. The elves were tasked with maintaining the temperature and texture. Their magic was always. She returned to her bedroom for a bath, washing away the smell of cooking oil, and changed into a new set of robes. The dinner was scheduled for after the feast in the Great Hall. They, the professors, could only relax properly once the students had finished eating and returned to their common rooms. Celia arrived at the alchemy classroom early to await her guests. She had put away all the student desks and chairs, placing a long table in the center of the room decorated with fresh flowers. Before the appointed time, a professor arrived. The first was Quirrell, who stood hesitantly at the door, poking half his head in to look. Quirinus, please come in. Celia spotted him and hurried to the door to welcome him. It was clear Quirrell was not adept at social niceties. He stammered, thank you for inviting. No more thanks, it's just a meal. We professors have worked hard all term. Shouldn't we relax a bit? Feel free to pick any seat, except Hagrid's. Celia said lightly. Quirrell opened his mouth to say something more polite when another person arrived. Professor Babbling and Professor Vector arrived together. One taught ancient runes, the other arithmancy. Both had started teaching at Hogwarts after Celia graduated, so they weren't very familiar. Celia gestured for Quirrell to sit first and went to greet them. We brought you a little gift. Professor Babbling handed Celia a small box. Celia accepted it with delight and invited them to sit down. A gift? Quirrell frantically patted himself down, searching for anything he could offer as a present. He had brought nothing but his wand, just himself. He chose a seat at the edge and sat down, almost unable to sit still. The other professors arrived one by one. Fortunately, not everyone had brought a gift, saving him from utter mortification. Since they were all colleagues, introductions were unnecessary. They naturally started chatting among themselves. Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid were deep in an animated discussion about magical creatures. Professors Babbling, Vector, and Madame Hooch were talking about the trouble students had caused. Except for those yet to arrive, Quirrell sadly realized he was as isolated as Sybil Trelawney. Trelawney sat opposite him, eyes closed, muttering to herself. Should he go chat with Professor Binns? But he appeared to be asleep, his body slumped so far into his chair he seemed about to slide right off. Flitwick, Snape, and Tyre arrived punctually. With everyone finally present, Celia sat down between Flitwick and Snape. She lightly tapped the table, and instantly goblets filled with wine appeared on the long table. She looked at the others. If you don't want wine, tap your goblet, and it will change to another drink. It's Saturday, so a little drink is fine, said the most senior Professor Flitwick, sitting at the head of the table with a smile. The others agreed. Celia stood up, raising her glass. Thank you all for taking the time to join this feast. I've always wanted everyone to taste the dishes from my homeland. Without further ado, the others also raised their glasses. To Hogwarts. On the long table, sumptuous and exquisite dishes instantly appeared before each person. Celia briefly explained, if you find something you like later, just say the dish's name to your plate. Everyone began to eat. Celia turned her head to speak with Professor Flitwick. Madame Pomfrey and the others are at their posts. I had the house elves send some of my dishes to them. Who could be more considerate than you? Flitwick shook his head. Muggles are truly amazing, using ordinary ingredients to create such delicious flavors. Perhaps it's because they strive to make themselves more comfortable within their limited lifespan, Celia said, while eating. She kept an eye on the others at the table, occasionally standing to clink glasses and drink, or using her wand to summon house elves for more food. How is your meal, Severus? After fluttering around like a social butterfly, she finally remembered there was someone beside her. Your performance is more captivating than the cuisine, Snape said. Slightly tipsy, Celia rested her chin on her hand and looked at Snape. You know, Severus, if you sewed your mouth shut, you'd be far more popular. She patted his hand and leaned in closer. Say this with me, delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Shocked and angered, Snape lowered his voice and snapped, I'm not 14 anymore. I don't need you to teach me how to speak. Celia raised an eyebrow at him. I can't say your mental age has matured much. She turned away from Snape to address Professor Flitwick. I truly miss Professor Slughorn. I used to sneak sips of his fine wine, and he always turned a blind eye. Do you have his current address? I want to send him a Christmas gift. Flitwick, also tipsy, shook his head vigorously. That old fox disappeared after retiring. The last time I contacted him was 5 years ago. If all else fails, I'll have an owl deliver it directly and see if it can find him. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished, Celia decided it was time to end the gathering. She cleared her throat, stood up, and raised her voice. Colleagues, I have one last request. I'll summon a few house elves shortly. Please give them a round of applause as encouragement. Celia always does this. Hagrid murmured, his eyes bright, to Professor Kettleburn. Even if they didn't fully understand her reasoning, a few claps cost nothing, and the other professors naturally had no objection to the host's suggestion. Celia used her badge to summon several house elves. They wore uniforms, spotless white tea towels, and homemade chef's hats of various colors, standing behind her. Celia bowed slightly toward the long table. The Durand house has served you with devotion tonight. The elves also bent forward slightly. Professor Flitwick led the applause and cheers, and the other professors followed. The elves vanished again, but everyone had seen the redness in their eyes at the sound of the applause. The evening gathering concluded successfully. Celia saw the professors off one by one, planning to restore the classroom tomorrow. She still had matters to attend to. Quirrell had been deeply shaken throughout the evening and felt the need to discuss it with someone. He caught up to Snape. Professor Snape. Snape stopped and turned, fixing Quirrell with his dark, gloomy eyes. Something. Quirrell almost said no, but blurted out, how does she do it? What? Snape frowned. How does Celia, Professor, manage to be so popular? Quirrell had been 4 years below Celia and Snape at school, with little interaction with them. He knew Celia and the Marauders were school celebrities. But his own year also had a notable figure, Gilderoy Lockhart, a truly extraordinary oddball who made everyone frown at the mention of his name and whose graduation was nearly celebrated by the entire school. Lockhart was incredibly vain. He once carved his name in 20-foot letters on the Quidditch pitch, projected a giant portrait of his face into the sky, and on Valentine's Day used owlpost to send himself hundreds of cards covering the entire Great Hall in owl droppings and feathers. With him around in the lower years, even Celia and the Marauders seemed conventional and dull by comparison. Quirrell's impression of Celia was thus vague. Aside from her stunning beauty, nothing stood out. After becoming a colleague, he only found her extremely outgoing and warm. But tonight he saw how every move she made commanded the room's attention. When she raised her voice, everyone instinctively fell silent, cooperating with every word she said. She conversed easily with everyone, and even the house elves respected and adored her. This was exactly what Quirrell had always wanted, to be a person who drew attention and commanded respect. He chose to ask Snape because he thought Snape was familiar with Celia and, like himself, was unpopular. He had definitely asked the wrong person. Snape's thin lips curled as he said coldly, I imagine you first need a deceptively handsome face, and then a brain dehydrated enough to know whom to ask such questions. He spun around and swept away, his expression even darker, for he had once asked Dumbledore a similar question. What had Dumbledore replied? Severus, because she possesses love. She was raised surrounded by love. She understands what love is, knows how to love, and does not hesitate to love all things in the world. Loving everything. That was a very cheap kind of love, Snape thought. Celia wrapped a cloak around herself, picked up a food container, and headed downstairs. Good evening, Professor Durand. As she neared the entrance hall, a sudden voice startled her. The speaker stepped forward from the shadows into candlelight. It was Zane again. The reason for the again. Previously, Celia only encountered him in the classroom where she taught, but recently, she had been running into him more often in other places. He would appear, suddenly greet her, and then vanish. Celia glanced at the dark sky outside. Good evening, Zane. Isn't it past curfew? Zane pointed to the badge on his chest. I'm a prefect patrolling the dungeons and the first floor. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Celia pulled a crepe from her container and handed it to him. A little extra. Zane took it, glanced at it, and asked, where are you going so late? I'm heading to the greenhouse. Celia waved at him. Finish your patrol and get some rest. She tightened her robe and stepped into the night of Hogwarts. Zane watched her figure disappear into the distance, then took a bite of the crepe. The rich, filling, and sweet taste were unlike anything he had ever eaten. He used his wand to vanish the rest. But Uncle Asher's sweetness can sometimes be poisonous. The fourth greenhouse was lit, cultivating some precious herbs. Celia knocked on the greenhouse door, pushed it open, and a wave of heat rushed towards her. The temperature inside, starkly different from outside. Professor Sprout looked up from the soil. Celia, would you like a break? I brought you a late-night snack. Celia held up the lunchbox. Professor Sprout hesitated for a few seconds before immediately saying, all right, I'll take a break. I was just covering the Didney with fertilizer. We mustn't let it freeze. Let me handle it. You sit down and eat. Celia pulled out her own dragonhide gloves from her pocket, deftly took a dusty smock hanging behind the greenhouse door, and put it on. Professor Sprout washed her hands, sat on a small stool, and ate the food Celia had brought. The crepes were generously filled with crispy fried potato wedges and roasted vegetables, along with pumpkin juice and cream of mushroom soup, still steaming hot. She ate while watching Celia work. Professor Sprout preferred using dragon dung compost, and the greenhouse inevitably had an odor, but neither of them minded. Celia meticulously buried fertilizer around the Didney. This plant was the raw material for the healing potion essence of Didney, precious and delicate, requiring careful attention. She worked swiftly, bold, yet cautious, digging holes quickly without damaging the plant roots. Even during her school days, she had often helped Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction. Even after all these years, Celia remained her most prized student. She finished the late-night snack Celia had brought and continued working with her. With Celia's help, efficiency soared. After insulating and fertilizing the herbs in the fourth greenhouse, they moved to the third greenhouse to handle the dangerous plants. The plants there required more than simple composting. Mandrakes, for instance, needed socks and scarves. Celia and Professor Sprout each donned earmuffs. One pulled a mandrake from its pod, while the other swiftly slipped a sock onto the wildly writhing, screaming root and wrapped a scarf around it. They worked in perfect sync, finishing one in just a few minutes. Still processing all the plants in that greenhouse took several hours. Outside, the sky was already bright with dawn. They sat down to rest. Professor Sprout asked Celia about her Christmas holiday plans. The heads of the four houses usually stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas, but she knew Celia's family was in France and inquired if she would be joining them. I'm going back to spend it with Harry. I also want to invite Remus, Celia told her, almost impatient to see Harry. Sprout smoothed her flowing hair at this. She asked a few questions about Harry before finally voicing her thoughts to Celia. Celia, don't think I'm meddling, but who else will tell you? I think you need to think carefully. Lupin is a werewolf, you know. I know. Think about what? Celia looked at her in confusion. I mean, dating him. Professor Sprout forced herself to continue. Living with a werewolf isn't simple. I see you as my own child. Ooh, I don't want to see you suffer more hardships. Wait, Pomona, I'm not dating Remus. Celia realized she was still misunderstood and quickly explained, we're good friends, you know. Of those who were left, it's just the two of us now. Oh, Sprout's eyes glistened with tears. I know, but Celia, you deserve your own life. Love, family, children. Harry is already so grown, and you're still alone. Celia hugged her shoulders tightly and shook her gently to comfort her. I just haven't met the right person yet. I will have my own life. Don't be sad, okay? Sprout nodded sheepishly. After resting enough, they linked arms and walked back to the castle. Celia took a quiet day on Sunday and then began packing her things. Her eagerness to go home for the holidays was even more urgent than the students. In the final days, she organized Christmas gifts to be sent out, ordered several sets of Muggle winter clothes through a postal catalog, and had no heart to teach her classes on Wednesday and Thursday. Instead of new material, she gave a pop quiz asking students to draw magical patterns and pointing out their mistakes. All right, class, that's it for this semester. Merry Christmas in advance, and see you next term. Merry Christmas, Professor Celia. The students greeted her one by one and left. Celia locked the alchemy classroom door, dashed next door, grabbed her luggage, and climbed into the fireplace. Diagon Alley. After a nauseating high-speed spin, she emerged awkwardly from the leaky cauldron's fireplace covered in soot. She cast several Scourgify spells on herself, walked to the bar, and placed a galleon on it. Tom, I'm paying. Could you clean your fireplace? The pub owner's eyes crinkled with a smile as he pocketed the galleon. Of course, Mrs. Celia. You'll see a spotless fireplace soon. Hogwarts already on. He fetched a bottle of butterbeer from behind the bar and handed it to Celia. Students leave the day after tomorrow. I came back early. She swirled the bottle. Give me another one. Tom handed her another bottle. Celia, holding 2 bottles of butterbeer, waved goodbye to Tom and entered the back alley through the pub's rear door. She tapped a few bricks on the wall with her wand, and the bricks parted to form an archway. She stepped through into Diagon Alley. The weather had turned cold, and the alley was quiet with only a few scattered people. She headed toward the alchemy shop. All she had to do was find Gringotts, turn into the side alley, and walk nearly to the end to reach the alchemy shop. Celia stood at the shop entrance. Remus had maintained it well. Even the stone path outside was spotless. She pushed the door open. A crisp bell chimed. Welcome. Remus' voice came from the back. He emerged carrying several stacked boxes, paused in surprise when he saw Celia, and broke into a wide grin. Hey boss, you know what? I ought to give you a Best Employee award, Celia said with a laugh. She walked quickly towards him, arms open. He didn't set down the boxes to embrace her as he used to. His smile remained, but he stepped back. Let me put these away. Celia lowered her arms. All right. Remus placed several boxes back into the rear storage. He cast a cleaning charm on himself, and then manually brushed away the non-existent dust from his clothes. He paused there for a moment, then picked up another crate, cradled it in his arms, and headed toward the front shop. Celia stood by the counter, idly spinning a bottle of butterbeer. Hearing Remus' movement, she raised her eyebrows, her hand nearly lifting again, but when she saw the crate in his arms, she lowered it. I want to show you some materials I've recently acquired. Extremely rare, Remus said, forcing a cheerful tone. Celia drooped her lips in boredom. Merlin's beard, can we not talk about work the moment we meet, Remus? Remus let out a heavy sigh. Sorry to disappoint the boss. Looks like I've lost my chance at the Best Employee award. Celia broke into a smile again and walked over. All right, let me see what my fine employee has found. Truly rare. Where did these come from? Remus said, sometimes I take a stroll through Nocturne Alley to digest my meal. Celia opened a bottle of butterbeer and handed it to him. Quite adventurous, but do be careful, won't you? Don't worry, I know my limits, Remus replied, taking the butterbeer and clinking it with hers. Have you seen Harry yet? Not yet. I came straight to you from school. Remus, any plans for Christmas this year? How about spending it at my place with us? Celia looked at him. I'd love to accept, but I was thinking of visiting Lyle this year. He hasn't been well lately. Remus said regretfully. Lyle Lupin was Remus' father, who had been living alone in a small Muggle town since the passing of Remus' mother Hope. During the war years, Remus dared not contact him much to protect him, and after the war his werewolf identity made him reluctant to disturb his father's peaceful life. He only visited occasionally, never staying long. Now that he could afford the Wolfsbane potion, he might finally spend a full Christmas holiday with his father. Celia naturally supported him. That's fine, it's a good idea. Give my regards to Lyle, and if he's truly unwell, take him to St. Mungo's. Be sure to contact me then. All right. Celia didn't linger long, as she still had to clean her home, and then pick up Harry. She told Remus to close up shop early and take a break, gave him one last look, and operated outside the store back to her house. After she left, Remus sat in a chair, covering his face in dejection. He told himself, you did the right thing, Remus. Don't even crave her embrace, so you won't breed more unwarranted desires. But still, he truly longed for that embrace. Celia's house had been empty for 3 months, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the floor. She cleaned it vigorously with magic, put away her luggage, and rushed to the telephone. She dialed Patricia's number, bursting to talk. She had so much to tell Patricia. When the call connected, she shouted excitedly, Pat. Patricia's voice came through with a laugh. I've been watching the time. I guessed you'd call the moment Hogwarts let out, but what perfect timing. I just received your package 5 minutes ago, and it's huge. Celia yelled, it arrived that fast. She rattled on. Inside are Christmas gifts for your whole family. Please hide them until Christmas Eve. Put Eva's share by her bedside. I also included a modified 2-way mirror, though I'm not sure if the magic will work across the ocean. The sound of unwrapping was clear on the other end. Patricia shouted, how does it work? Tap it with your wand, and call my name. Celia shouted back. Goodness, I'll have to dig that little stick out of the basement. Just kidding, I've kept my wand safe. He'll hang up now. If the mirror doesn't work, I'll call you back. Patricia ended the call. Celia jumped up and dug her own 2-way mirror out of her suitcase. She walked around with it, finally deciding to place it in the study, telling Harry it was just an ordinary mirror. If he happened to see someone else in it, well, she'd tell him it was a new type of television. Hopefully after 3 months of third-year education, he'd still be gullible enough to believe that. Celia sat nervously before the 2-way mirror, waiting. Would her magic work? When the mirror hummed and Patricia's voice emerged, Celia's tears suddenly fell. She answered, and Patricia's figure appeared in the mirror. Her best friend. After nearly a decade, they were finally seeing each other face to face through this means. My goodness, Celia, have you been drinking an aging potion in reverse? You haven't changed a bit. Patricia had dark golden curls. She had changed greatly from a decade ago, now much more mature, and she smiled at Celia's tearful state. You know, I thought earlier that if the two-way mirror worked you'd cry when you saw me. Celia let out a sob, tears streaming down her face. Patricia reached out wanting to touch her friend's face in the mirror, but only met the cold glass. Don't cry, Celia. I can't hold you in my arms to comfort you anymore. Patricia looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Celia wrapped her arms around herself. I can pretend you're hugging me. That broke Patricia's composure too, and they both wept at the mirror, only stopping after a long while. Where's Harry? Patricia asked once their emotions had settled. He's off next week. I'm picking him up tomorrow afternoon. Celia hugged her knees. So today is our alone time. All right, give me a moment to sort out my family. Patricia said helplessly. Celia was now on her own, while Patricia had elders and young ones to care for plus a farm to manage. She couldn't just sit before the mirror without a care. She went to arrange things for her family. Celia quickly made herself a meal, ate, changed into comfortable clothes, and laid several soft cushions on the floor to lean on comfortably. Patricia soon returned after settling her family, sitting on the floor like Celia. I left Eva with my mom, and I told Evanson to handle dinner. Today my time is yours. How is Marlena doing? Celia watched Patricia's expression. The two-way mirror was better than a phone because it showed facial expressions, making it impossible to hide emotions with words alone. Marlena was Patricia's mother who had lost her sanity after witnessing her husband being tortured to death by Death Eaters. Patricia's expression was calm. Much better now, almost normal, except she can't bear to hear my father's name. Celia looked at her with sorrow. All right, girl, tell me about your life as a Hogwarts professor. Patricia changed the subject. Are the professors who taught us still at Hogwarts? Under Patrice's guidance, Celia recounted her life at Hogwarts over the past few months. Patrice also shared her own story, describing the dramatic encounter with her husband, Evanson Miller. When she first arrived in America, she needed to go to the Magical Congress of the United States to obtain a foreign wizard certificate and a wand license. Knowing nothing about New York, she left Marlena at the hotel and wandered around searching for the Woolworth building, utterly disoriented. Evanson, then a college student at New York University, was volunteering nearby. As they passed each other on the street, a friend of his called out to him. Hey, Evanson. Patrice's surname was Evans, and she mistook it for her own name. Startled like a frightened bird, she whipped out her wand. At that time, she was in a terrible state. The war in the British magical world was raging. Her father had just died tragically, and she could only bury him simply. Fearing further harm to herself and her mother, she took some belongings and her mad mother and fled to America to seek refuge with relatives. But she underestimated America's size, nearly 40 times that of Britain. Without prior arrangement, she had no idea where to find relatives she hadn't contacted in years. She could only head to New York, where the Magical Congress was located, to seek help. Yet unexpectedly, in a strange street, someone called her name. She thought Death Eaters had come for her and nearly cast a spell. Fortunately, Evanson, just a step away, responded in time. Patrice put away her wand and tried to leave, but Evanson stopped her. Excuse me, ma'am, you look like you need help. And how did he react when he found out you were a witch? Celia pressed. Patrice spread her hands. He's a huge fan of Marvel and DC comics. He thought my magic was a superpower and accepted it right away. Later, Evanson gave up his dream of city life and returned with Patrice to his sparsely populated hometown to take over the family farm. They had Eva. Celia rested her chin on her hands and said, That's wonderful. Patrice shifted her posture, propping her chin up to look at her. And you? How are things developing? Celia's face scrunched up. You know, you're the second person recently to pair me up with Remus. Patrice said without hesitation. I bet the first was Pomona. How did you know? When you were in school, she was practically dying to scrutinize your dates. I never told you, but she even asked me about your dating life. Celia was stunned, as she really didn't know about that. She stammered, You too. You're so in sync. Even across the ocean, you can still think of the same topic. That's normal. Patrice counted on her fingers. When you were unwell, we focused on your health. When you were down, we focused on your mental state. When you stabilized, we turned to your work. And now that your work is settled, well, it's time for your love life. Celia raised her hands in surrender. All right, then I'll repeat myself once more. Remus and I are friends, not dating. Patrice's expression twisted for a moment. She waved her hand. Forget it, let's drop him. What can he accomplish? What type do you like now? I need to write a few letters to friends in England. Celia began to drift off. She had once harbored a passionate secret crush on James for years, and when she realized there was no future, she dated several people, including Sirius, but she had only been in love once. Bartemius Crouch Jr., 2 years her junior. They had a 3-month relationship during her 7th year. He was later accused of being a Death Eater and died in Azkaban. Her romantic history was truly a mess. I don't want to date right now, Celia said dryly. I just want to see Harry grow up healthy and happy. Patrice angrily tapped the mirror. Celia watched her face blur into a streak as she shook it. Cecilia Margaret Mona Durand, listen up. Celia sat up straight, startled. Patrice using her full name meant she had done something wrong and was about to be scolded. Patrice pointed at her accusingly. Harry is not your responsibility. Don't argue, I'll say it again. Harry is not your responsibility, and you are not to say that to anyone else. Compromising parts of your life for Harry. He can't bear that burden either. Celia deeply realized her mistake. I shouldn't have said that. Sometimes she acted too casually and spoke without thinking. Patrice always reviewed things with her afterward, and time proved Patrice was invariably right. Patrice looked at her with concern. Are you still in love with? Celia wondered who she meant. A best friend's husband. A murderer who betrayed a friend. A dead Death Eater. Patrice ultimately didn't say the name aloud. Whoever she meant, it was inappropriate to bring it up now. Celia readily admitted her fault. I don't plan to die alone. When I meet the right person, I'll fall in love, don't worry. I'm not forcing you to date. I just don't want you to set limits in advance and block off possibilities. Celia thought she made sense. They reached a consensus and happily moved on to the next topic. They chatted all night, neither wanting to end it despite one yawn after another, until Eva woke up and came looking for her mother. She pounded on the door. Mommy, are you in there? Good Lord. Patrice rubbed her temples, tempted to pretend she wasn't there. Eva started screaming incessantly. Go on. Celia said with a smile, she must miss you a lot. All right, we'll talk later. Call me first next time. I have to use the two-way mirror without Harry knowing. He'll have to hide it from Eva too. Goodbye, Cece. Celia stood up and stretched, loosening her stiff body. She still had so much to do today. She filled the trough in the attic with water and owl feed, replaced the owl nest to make it comfortable for Lucan to rest. She thoroughly cleaned both Harry's room and hers, swapping in thick quilts and new sheets. She lit the fireplace in the living room and replenished the ingredients and seasonings. The plants in the garden had withered, with only stubborn weeds growing, which also needed clearing. Celia also greeted a few neighboring families, telling them she was back on break. After finishing all that, she tidied herself up, drove to Surrey, and stopped by Petunia's house. She rang the doorbell, and as expected, watched Petunia's face turn from normal to bright red when she opened the door. She forcefully hugged Petunia and gave her an equally forceful cheek kiss. Hey Petunia, did you miss me? Petunia's face then turned a purplish red. Who would miss you? Petunia stepped back, shrieking vigorously, wiping the spot Celia had kissed with the back of her hand. Celia was still all smiles. I've missed you terribly. I'll catch up with you later. I need to go pick up Harry. He'll bring him back after Christmas, and he'll send you both Christmas presents. Petunia yelled, who cares? Go on, leave. We can finally have a happy Christmas. Celia blew her a kiss, and she looked as if she might faint from fury. Celia waited in her car at the entrance of Harry's school. She wore a cashmere coat today, which accentuated her features and lent her an air of elegance. The moment Harry stepped out of the school gates, he spotted her. He felt as if he had transformed into a bird, his body light and ready to take flight. Aunt Celia, he dashed toward her. A broad smile spread across Celia's face. She opened her arms to him, and as soon as he reached her, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. I've missed you so much, Harry. I've missed you too. Harry buried his face in her shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of roses. The bird that had taken flight within his heart transformed once more, taking root and sprouting, yearning to become a tiny bud growing beside Celia. Celia stroked his hair. Do you need to go home to get your things? I've already spoken with Aunt Petunia. I'm taking you to my place for Christmas. Harry nodded. Some of his treasures were still hidden under his bed. Celia released him and let him get into the car. As she straightened up, she spotted Professor McGonagall watching from the school gate, so she told Harry to wait a moment. She walked over to exchange pleasantries with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, it's been months. You look even more distinguished. Professor McGonagall beamed. Long time no see, Mrs. Delacour. I'm still teaching Harry this year. Harry told me. You've been very responsible. I'm truly grateful for your efforts. I brought back some gifts from France. Celia exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking her leave. It was wise to maintain good relations with the teachers at school, as Harry would be spending a long time there. Do you know Professor McGonagall? Harry asked as she got into the car. Yes, I asked her about your studies. Celia pinched Harry's nose. To see if you've been working hard. Harry rubbed his nose. I have. He had studied diligently this term and earned as in several subjects. That's good. Celia signaled and turned the car. Now that I'm a teacher, I realize how difficult it is to teach students. Are they very naughty? Harry asked. It's not about being naughty or not. It's just that some people simply can't learn no matter how you teach them. Harry immediately grew worried. What if he couldn't learn either once he entered the school where Celia taught? Should he start studying chemistry now? Celia dropped Harry off at the Dursleys' front door. He ran inside and was out again in less than 2 minutes. Did you say goodbye to your aunt? Yes, she wished me a Merry Christmas, Harry said without changing his expression. In truth, Aunt Petunia had said they would have a much happier Christmas without him. Then let's go. We're eating out tonight. Celia drove Harry to the busiest commercial street in London. After parking, she led him through a maze of alleys to a tiny restaurant, the most authentic Italian pizza in London. Celia ordered one pizza, and they shared it. After they finished, she took Harry to the mall to buy clothes. Harry had grown a bit taller, and Celia had forgotten to buy him winter clothes in the summer. What he wore were clearly Dudley's hand-me-downs. Harry couldn't refuse. He simply made a mental note, unsure how he would ever repay Celia. In language arts class that term, the teacher had asked them to write about their desired future careers. Harry thought he wanted to be rich so that one day he could buy Celia countless things. The richest people he knew aside from Celia were Uncle Vernon. Combining the two, his essay ended up being about becoming a sales supervisor teacher who could cook. His classmates laughed at his essay, but the language arts teacher actually praised him, saying his use of modifiers was both abundant and excellent. He decided not to tell Celia about this. It was a bit embarrassing. Once Celia started shopping, she was completely captivated. Wizarding robes came in so few styles, but Muggles had a vast array of choices. She bought clothes not only for Harry, but also several new outfits for herself. They shopped until the mall closed, returning to the car laden with bags and parcels, filling the trunk to capacity. Celia closed the trunk. "We'll be doing a lot of shopping these next few days. We also need to prepare for the holiday." On the way back, Harry grew drowsy and finally drifted off to sleep. When they arrived home, Celia woke him. "Go upstairs and sleep." He nodded, picked up his school bag, and climbed the stairs. The fireplace was lit in his room, making it warm and cozy. He pulled out his lion plushie from his bag, hugged it to his chest, and threw himself onto the bed, sinking into a sweet slumber. Celia tucked him in and then went to talk with Patrice. When Harry woke up, he stared at the ceiling, looked around, and let out a soft cheer. Holidays. Aunt Celia was back. He was at Celia's house. 3 months had felt like an eternity, but he had made it through. He rolled around on the bed in excitement, and with a misstep tumbled off, landing with a loud thud. He stifled the pain, lying on the floor, terrified that Celia might hear the noise and come in. Harry carefully got up, rubbing his knee and wincing. Thankfully, a soft carpet lay beneath the bed. He walked out of the bedroom and saw the clothes they had bought yesterday already placed in the living room. He carried them into his room, folding each piece neatly and placing them in the wardrobe. He put on the thick bathrobe, washed up, and went downstairs. As expected, Celia was already making breakfast. He stood at the kitchen doorway watching her fry eggs, a sight that filled him with nostalgia. It was absurd for a child to use the word nostalgia, but 3 months had occupied a significant portion of his young life. "Good morning, Harry." Celia didn't even glance his way, yet she knew he was there. "Good morning, Celia," Harry said. "After breakfast, we need to make a list. We have to prepare things for Christmas and buy gifts. Do you have any friends you want to give presents to?" Celia finished making breakfast and chatted with him as they ate. Harry nodded. He wanted to give gifts to Celia and Remus. "Then later write down what you want to buy. I also want to teach you to cook during the holiday. Would you like that?" Harry nodded even more vigorously. He would do anything Celia asked him to. Celia had Harry jot down a list of everything they needed to buy in the coming days. Harry, clutching a notebook and pen, trailed behind her, laboriously scribbling down items. When he stumbled over spelling, he asked Celia to spell the words for him. "A small Christmas tree will do. How about 5 feet tall?" Celia gestured in the corner of the living room, seeking Harry's opinion. Harry nodded with solemn seriousness. "I think that's fine." He had no idea how tall 5 feet actually was. "We should also redecorate the fireplace." "Any idea?" Celia was asking for his thoughts, so he had to say something. Harry racked his brain, recalling the decorations at his aunt and uncle's house last year. "How about some tinsel?" "Great, write it down." Harry misspelled tinsel, and unsure if he got it right, drew a little ribbon beside it. Celia caught a glimpse and stifled a smile. Though she had only been a teacher for 3 months, she seemed to have developed an occupational habit, always wanting to teach Harry something. During a child's formative years, family education can sometimes be more important than schooling. The Dursleys clearly couldn't offer Harry any positive influence. Celia hadn't realized this before, only wanting Harry to be happy, even doing everything for him. But her mindset had shifted over the past few months. If she didn't teach Harry certain things, who would? So this time she resolved to involve him in everything they did. They wandered through the house room by room, compiling a lengthy shopping list. At noon, Celia taught Harry how to make the simplest spaghetti, showing him how to simmer a delicious pasta sauce from basic ingredients. In the afternoon, she and Harry reorganized the list, dividing it into categories. She explained that Christmas trees were typically firs or pines. If they didn't mind the trouble, they could buy one from a suburban lumberyard. Otherwise, they could get one at the mall, though it would be much pricier. One year, Celia's father, Louis, had driven their 4 kids to a suburban lumberyard to watch workers select trees, chop them down, and wrap them for transport to the store. After sorting their purchases into major categories, they needed to buy them at different places. Celia spent several days taking Harry across London, north, south, east, and west, to pick up items from their list. Celia bought a camera. In Hyde Park Square, a massive Christmas tree had been erected, adorned with neon lights. She asked a passerby to take a photo of her and Harry. They both grinned so widely that their eyes crinkled, looking utterly silly, but they were both delighted. "Celia, can I have a copy of this photo when it's developed?" Harry asked. "Of course," she replied. Snow began to fall gently over London. With everything bought, Celia and Harry stayed indoors, organizing their haul and decorating the house. As soon as the snow stopped, Harry grabbed a small shovel to clear the walkway. Seeing him bundled up warmly, Celia didn't stop him. When a child wanted to help, she believed in praising first regardless. Watching the narrow path head carved out after an hour of huffing and puffing, Celia praised him sincerely. "You're amazing." Without magic, she realized how tough being a Muggle was. Snow that a single spell could clear took them ages to shovel. Harry, buoyed by the compliment, declared, "They'll keep going after dinner." Celia wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "All right." Every night after Harry went to bed, Celia slipped into the study to chat with Patrice via the two-way mirror. There was a time difference between the UK and the US. On evenings when Celia was free, Patrice was in the midst of a busy evening. Celia would stay up until early morning, and when Patrice finally had time, Evan grew displeased. He met Celia through the two-way mirror, and they got acquainted. Placing a hand on Patrice's waist, he said, "Hey Celia, can you two talk during the day? Patrice has something to do." Patrice jabbed Evan with her elbow and shot him a glare. "Don't listen to him, I'm free." Celia suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing. "You two go ahead. We'll talk during the day. Good night." She turned off the two-way mirror, cupping her warm face. Merlin Shed interrupted their married life. During the Christmas season, Patrice was also busy, so they could only squeeze in phone calls during the day. On Christmas Eve, Celia and Harry finished decorating the house. After relentless effort, Harry finally cleared the snow from the front door. He picked up another odd job shoveling snow from the neighborhood roads with the local kids, paid by the neighbors pooling money. During the summer, Harry had stopped playing with the neighborhood kids after they gossiped about Celia. But children forget easily, and he wasn't one to hold grudges. This holiday, they reconnected. Celia slipped up to the attic when Harry was out. Over the past week, she had accumulated a pile of letters and packages. Many were early Christmas gifts and cards. She had cast a repelling charm on the lower floors so owls couldn't reach them, dropping everything in the attic instead. Many Christmas presents couldn't be opened in front of Harry. A few letters surprised her pleasantly. Professor Slughorn sent her a bottle of wine, writing that he was glad she was back in Britain and suggesting they meet up when free. He still occasionally hosted Slug Club events, proving he wasn't as reclusive as Professor Flitwick had claimed. Besides Amelia, whom she had already reconnected with, other old classmates sent gifts. One was Ewan Violin, now a magical historian who had been traveling the country collecting historical materials. His nephew had written to him about Celia's return, so he also proposed a reunion. A few similar cases followed, mostly from families with children at Hogwarts. Celia jotted down their names, planning to send Luca on an urgent trip to the Owl post office for return gifts. She also received Christmas cards from some students, which she noted uniformly. When she unwrapped a large package, her brow furrowed. Inside was a rare alchemy material, Dragon's Bloodstone, extremely valuable. Celia pulled out the accompanying letter. It was from Zane Folly. She opened it and read. The letter mentioned that during the holidays he had been self-studying alchemy and encountered many problems, seeking Celia's advice. It included several advanced questions she hadn't yet covered in class. Apologizing for disturbing the professor during the break, he offered the Dragon's Bloodstone as a Christmas gift. Celia immediately stood up and cast several detection spells on the package. The Dragon's Bloodstone was perfectly fine. She stared at the letter with concern. At first glance, the handwriting closely resembled Zane's, but upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. Who else could it be? There was no need to guess further. Asher Folly, what exactly are you trying to do? Before graduation, Celia felt no ill will toward Asher Folly, perhaps even a twinge of guilt. He was always like a shadow trailing behind the other Slytherins as they cast hexes at her, taunted her, and called her a mudblood. He never participated, merely observed. Celia was not one to hold grudges indiscriminately, so as he watched, she ignored him. When they crossed paths alone, they would pass each other in peace. Until one day a spell called Levi Corpus became all the rage at school. For a time it seemed everyone was being dangled upside down. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms were both underground, so they often had to walk together from the Great Hall for a stretch, occasionally meeting in a narrow corridor. Celia and Patrice happened upon a few hostile Slytherins. The Slytherins usually targeted only Celia, ignoring Patrice, a half-blood with a pure-blood mother who might even be distantly related to them. They tried to cast Levi Corpus on Celia, but the spell struck Patrice instead. She fell to the ground before she could be turned upside down. Celia lost her temper for the first time. In a frenzy, she blasted every Slytherin present into the wall one by one. But someone reacted quickly and disarmed. That someone was Folly. In a blind rage, Celia lunged at him, punching him in the face. She reached for her wand, but he held it tightly. Grabbing his wrist, she sank her teeth into it. She bit down to the bone, drawing blood, until professors rushed over and forced her to let go. Madame Pomfrey said if she had held on a moment longer, she might have bitten through his wrist. Patrice said the Levi Corpus spell had come from another direction, not from Folly. Celia had injured herself as much as her enemies. She dislocated her own jaw from biting so hard and spent several days in the hospital wing. She wondered if she should apologize. But the professors did not pursue the matter, and neither did Folly. It was simply left unresolved. Folly began to avoid her, and in the end, she never offered an apology. The next time their paths crossed was the night the Death Eaters attacked her home. He was one of 3 Death Eaters. Their mission was to capture Celia alive, but they had no qualms about her Muggle brother. While they waited for Celia to return, they tormented Gabriel for sport. They kept him alive, breaking his right hand piece by piece. Celia later thought that perhaps Folly was merely an onlooker again. He stood the farthest away, which gave him a chance to escape the explosion, though it blew off his leg. But the details mattered little. They were enemies, and that was the result. Now the war was over. The head of the Folly family was still a high-ranking official at the ministry, and Asher himself had escaped punishment. Celia taught at Hogwarts. There should have been no further connection between them. But Zane Folly was her student, and Asher was stirring again. What did he intend to do? Seek revenge. She packed the dragon's bloodstone exactly as it was, dashed off a swift reply, added a couple of lines, and had Lucas send it back. Zane watched as his uncle, for what felt like the 100th time that day, had the house elf push him outside. Ever since that letter had been sent, he had been like this. Unable to move easily, always asking the elf to wheel him into the manor's courtyard, where he would gaze up at the sky. After his father returned, he shot his uncle a cold look, and said to Zane, ignore him. Easy for him to say. If it hadn't been sent in Zane's name, he wouldn't want to bother either. Asher was only 10 years older than Zane. They looked alike and shared similar temperaments. When they were young, they were more like brothers than uncle and nephew. The previous head of the family, Zane's grandfather, had followed the Dark Lord in his youth. After the Dark Lord vanished for years and reappeared to court his old friends, the grandfather swept up in fervor, resolved to join the Dark Lord in making pure blood great again. He forced his eldest son, Edgar, to join as well. But Edgar was older by then and had strong opinions of his own. He fundamentally believed the Dark Lord's plans were unreliable. So he persuaded his father not to put all their eggs in one basket. He worked at the ministry and could at least appear neutral on the surface while providing the Dark Lord with inside information. His father was convinced and turned his attention to his younger son. The year Asher Foley entered Hogwarts, his father branded him with the mark of a future Death Eater. Because of this, Edgar felt a deep sense of guilt toward Asher. After Voldemort's fall, he went to great lengths to protect Asher from being purged. Zane only remembered that one year Asher returned to Foley Manor covered in blood and maimed using the family portkey. Edgar searched for every healer he could find, but none could regrow his severed limbs. This isn't a bad thing. Edgar paced in circles, muttering to himself, this isn't a bad thing. Asher sacrificed so much for the Dark Lord won't hold it against the Foley family. Even if we lose, he's already disabled. It's a perfect excuse. No one can accuse him. He convinced himself. Less than 2 years later, the Dark Lord vanished. The Foley family remained unscathed, not even having to pay the exorbitant fines the Malfoys did to escape punishment. Edgar felt his choice had been absolutely right. But from the day Asher returned wounded, he withered like a dead tree. He became a walking corpse, never speaking again, never leaving his room. Did the Dark Lord lose? Or win? He cared for none of it. Zane often visited him, but he just lay in bed, eyes open, his body rising and falling faintly with each breath, a breathing corpse. The change came 4 years ago. The house elf, following the head of the family's orders, read the newspaper to Asher every day. When she read Celia Durand, the rising star in alchemy, wins a major award, Asher, who had been dead for so long, slowly blinked. In a hoarse, grating voice, he said, she's still alive. Asher came back to life. He began to get up, practice walking with a cane, eat, go outside, and gather every piece of information about Celia. He started reading alchemy books and collecting alchemical materials. When he learned Celia was going to teach at Hogwarts, he forced his nephew to sign up for her class. When the gossip about Bill Weasley of Gryffindor pinning the professor's clippings to his wall spread to Slytherin, Zane thought expressionlessly, that's nothing. There's someone even more. Not only were all 4 walls of his room plastered with enlarged photos of Celia, but even the ceiling was covered. And his uncle sat in that room every day talking to Celia's. Weasley was a pervert. His uncle was the pervert of all perverts. Here it comes. Asher's eyes, fixed on the sky, suddenly lit up. The familiar black owl Luca was flying straight toward him. Luca dropped the letter and package onto him, flapped his wings, and flew away. Asher ignored the expensive alchemical materials he had bought. He took the letter, trembling slightly as he opened it. He read to the very end, then broke into a brilliant smile. Stroking the scar of a bite mark on his other wrist, he said with utter satisfaction, she's so clever. She guessed it was me. Zonin walked over, wanting to see the letter, but Asher wouldn't let go. He rolled his eyes and stood there, stretching his neck to look at the letter in Asher's hand. The letter was only 1 page long, first telling him that the dragon bloodstone was too valuable to accept, then briefly answering a few questions in the letter, and finally telling him, enjoy your vacation and stop studying. The salutation in the letter initially addressed him as Zon In, but it was crossed out and changed to Fu Li. Is that all there is? Seeing Asher's excited expression, he thought that Celia had written him a love letter. What should we do with that thing? He glanced at the package lying on the ground, ignored by everyone. Let's put it away for now. There will be a chance to give it to her later. Asher held the letter, smiling, reading it over and over again. Zonin had the house elf put the package away properly. He lightly tapped Asher's wheelchair with his wand and pushed him back inside the house. Asher was still studying the letter. He said to Zon, and look, she unconsciously puts a dot at the end of her writing. Zonin closed his eyes behind him. His uncle was clearly starting again. During this vacation, he had already asked countless times about Celia, speaking more than in the past 10 years combined. What does she look like now? What kind of clothes does she wear? What does she like to eat? What are her classes like? Every time Zon In answered a question, he had to recall the past. Did she sing the school song at the opening ceremony again? Actually, her singing was a bit off-key, but everyone always exaggerated her talent. What tune does she sing? How could you not know? You should ask about it. Does she still love to laugh? She always laughs, as she can find something to laugh about in anything. Her friends told her that laughing too much would give her wrinkles, and for a while she pressed her hands against the corners of her eyes, but still laughed. She is not picky with food. She said that as a chef, one must try every flavor. But when she encounters something she doesn't like, she eats very slowly, deliberately chatting with the person next to her, shoving food into her mouth while distracted. Her alchemy skills are of course excellent. Is she still using the communication butterfly? She made it in 4th grade, and even created a plate that made food jump around frantically. One must use a fork to catch the food to stop it. What good is that? Who knows? She always makes a lot of useless things. She has her own standards for people. Oh, she is very fair. Zonin, however you treat her is how she treats you. Even if you do something wrong, as long as you sincerely apologize, she will always forgive. Zonin listened in a daze. If he didn't know that the two of them were enemies, he would have thought they were lovers who had been together for many years. He couldn't bear to leave without listening. His little uncle's love, which had not been expressed for over 20 years, could only be poured out to him. Celia felt the magical fluctuations left on the door and re-hidden the attic, using apparition to move into the study on the 1st floor. She opened the door to the study and walked out. Harry had already returned. He was changing his shoes at the entrance, bending down to wipe the remaining snow and mud off his shoes. Then he ran to the washroom on the 1st floor to wash his hands and the cloth. Celia, I earned £2 today. Harry saw Celia rummage through his pocket and opened his hand to show her he had a handful of small coin. That's impressive, put it away. Are you tired? Celia walked over, reaching her hand into his collar, feeling his back was all sweaty. Harry awkwardly shrank his neck. She patted him. All right, hurry up and change into clean clothes. You need to wipe off the sweat before putting on clean ones, understand? Otherwise you'll catch a cold. Harry nodded and ran upstairs to change clothes. In the past few days he had earned some money shoveling snow and wanted to spend it on Celia, but she refused, telling him to save it for himself. A few days ago, when shopping for gifts, Celia found out that the pocket money she had left for Harry over the summer he had barely touched. He only ran out to buy a hot dog during the weekends when they went out, without leaving him anything to eat. He wore Celia's clothes every weekend, feeling too embarrassed to spend the pocket money she had given him. He used the leftover money to buy Christmas gifts for Celia and Remus. Sometimes Harry was so sensible that it made Celia feel uncomfortable, but she could only pretend nothing was wrong and smoothly move past the matter. This Christmas it was just Celia and Harry, and it was quite busy. Early in the morning the two of them began sitting on the floor unwrapping gifts. Celia's family had sent a gift for Harry as usual, and they commented on each other's present. Penny also sent Celia a gift. After unwrapping it, she saw the ugliest brain-shaped pot she had ever encountered in her life. Harry was clearly impressed by this ugly pot. This was a prize Aunt Penny won during a big shopping spree. Celia turned it over, really not knowing where to put it without polluting her eyes. Let's keep it for spring to plant flowers. Did you give Aunt Penny a gift too? Harry asked. Of course, I sent each of them a hospital checkup report. Celia winked at Harry. Don't you think your uncle and cousin are a bit too robust? Harry shrugged. He preferred to describe them as walking pigs. After unwrapping gifts, Celia took Harry to make phone calls wishing holiday greetings to Remus' family and Patricia. Lal took the phone and chatted with Celia for a few moments, sounding very energetic. Harry felt just how vast Celia's family was. Her relatives took several minutes to greet her in line. Next summer, I want to take you to France for a month, Celia told Harry. Then you will be able to meet them. Harry felt both excited and nervous, but that would be half a year later. He couldn't be nervous for 6 months, so he quickly relaxed. Celia prepared an extremely lavish Christmas dinner, and they ate for 3 days before finishing it, swearing hand in hand never to cook so many dishes at once again. Happy days are always so fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the vacation was coming to an end, and Celia would have to part with Harry again. Write to me, and let Professor Max help you mail it. If you have any issues, ask the teachers for help or call Remus. He will come quickly, okay? Celia sent Harry back to the Dursleys, hugging him in the car. All right, goodbye, Celia. Harry buried his head in her arms and said softly. This time Harry was able to quickly adjust his mood. His life was divided into 2 parts. When he was with Celia, he was the happiest little boy in the world. When he returned to the Dursleys, he was the unwanted freak of the family. But as long as he knew that one day in the future Celia would always appear before him with a smile, the days at the Dursleys weren't so hard to bear. Celia called a taxi in front of her neighbor, and after arriving at King's Cross Station, she found an empty restroom stall and used disillusionment to return home, passing through the fireplace back to Hogwarts. Her bedroom was tidied up by the house elf, and a fire was burning in the fireplace, warming the entire room. Celia put her luggage away and walked to the kitchen with 2 large boxes of gummies. The students would return to school the next evening, and there were very few remaining on campus. The house elves had enjoyed a leisurely holiday. She found a house elf and asked him to distribute the gummies to the other elves, then requested a cup of tea and sat down to chat with them. House elves revered hard work and despised idleness and laziness. Activities like chatting were considered a grave sin in their eyes. However, when someone commanded them to chat, they had no choice but to comply. It took Celia a year during her schooling to get them to talk with her willingly, instead of displaying expressions of torment as if they wanted to die. They didn't talk about much else, mostly discussing recipes, ingredients, and which dishes had the most leftovers. Celia asked again today what they planned to cook tomorrow, if there were any new ingredients. Recently chatted for about 10 minutes, then took her leave, so as not to interrupt their work. At dinner, she went to the Great Hall and greeted the professors and the students who remained on campus. She sat next to Dumbledore and chatted with him about the holiday. The hat you gave me is beautiful. Ooh, I will wear it tomorrow night. I'm so glad you like it. The record you gave me is also enchanting. I've been swaying to the music these days, and I feel several years younger in my bones. Dumbledore said, shaking his shoulder at Celia. She laughed heartily. Celia caught a glimpse of something black floating over and turned to it saying, Hey Severus, why aren't you wearing the cloak I gave you? Snape halted his approach, sitting down several seats away from her. As soon as he sat down, the students next to him and across from him jumped up to switch seats, and he glared at them. I'm afraid that color doesn't suit me, he said in a voice that squeezed out from between his teeth. Dumbledore asked curiously, what color? Bright red, what a beautiful color. Celia replied to Dumbledore, and then looked at Snape. You should give it a try. No, Snape declined. Dumbledore said, Life should indeed be full of attempts, Severus. Snape continued to refuse. I will never try it in my lifetime. Dumbledore said to the particularly regretful Celia, You should have given him purple. Bright red is not a color everyone can pull off. I've seen that purple robe with stars, and everyone who saw it praised it. Very constructive advice, I will consider it, Celia said. The others at the long table were secretly laughing, while only Snape was grinding his teeth. They had a pleasant dinner except for Snape, who remained grumpy. Without Harry's presence as a constraint, Celia chatted with Patricia through the two-way mirror for a while the next morning, and she heard some good news. Eva's magical powers went haywire. During the Christmas feast, she wanted to fight her father for the last pudding, and Evan purposely snatched it from her. The pudding flew up and jumped right into Eva's mouth. Patricia mimicked the scenario vividly. Merlin, oh God, who cares? That's amazing, you. I have to send our little witch a congratulatory gift. Celia was as happy as Patricia. By afternoon, the students returned to school, and a few rushed to Celia's office as soon as they arrived at Hogwarts Castle. Professor Celia. Tonks barged in holding a large enamel pot. Celia skillfully cast a spell to stop her. Just before she fell, stepped forward to take the pot, and said, Dora, I told you there's no troll chasing you. I take it easy. Professor Celia, my mom wants you to try her beef stew. I specifically brought it from home, using a warming charm. Celia was pleasantly surprised as she opened the lid. The stew inside smelled wonderful and looked delicious, still steaming. Thank you so much, or I don't even know what to say. It looks absolutely delicious. Do you mind if I share some with the other professors later? Not at all. Tonks shook her head, her bright red wavy hair bouncing with her movements. I asked Dad to buy me cola from the Muggle world when I went home for the holiday. He asked how I knew about that stuff, and I told him it was you who made me drink it. Mom said I was too thoughtless bothering the professors every day, and I had to express my gratitude to you. Her voice was like a playful elf, causing the air to shimmer. Then Dad said Celia loves to eat. Mom decided to make you a pot of her best special beef stew. Thanks again, and also to Ted and Andromeda. This is the first time someone has given me beef stew. Celia happily said, what a novel experience. She wasn't very familiar with Andromeda, having only seen her a few times at school. Though she wasn't as haughty as other Slytherins, she still carried the pride and reserve of a pure-blood family. Looking back now, it was no wonder she was the woman who could elope with Ted. No wonder she was Sirius' favorite cousin. Another student rushed in like a cannonball. Professor Celia, my mom knitted you a scarf, and Bill picked the color for a long time. A long hand pulled Charlie back, and Bill tightly locked his brother's throat, leaning out from behind him. Sorry, Professor Celia, we disturbed you as soon as we returned to school. My mom heard that Charlie always bothers you, and felt very sorry. She's very good at knitting, so she made you a scarf. Celia took the package. Thank you so much. Bill, Charlie can hardly breathe right now. Bill released Charlie, patting his back and smiling kindly. Next time, try not to run around like a rogue bludger, okay? Charlie coughed and winked at him, as if to say, watch your behavior. Other students gradually came over to greet Celia. Last semester, besides the 6th and 7th year students who occasionally consulted her, a bunch of younger students often came to play with her under the leadership of Tonks, Charlie, and others. Because there was cola to drink. The most frequent visitors were Hufflepuffs, and Celia warmly welcomed her younger classmates from her own house, seamlessly joining them in conversations about food, and dinner was about to start in the great hall downstairs, and many students ran down just to show their faces before darting back. Bill gripped his brother Charlie's shoulder tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, Don't run up to Celia and talk nonsense again, dear Charlie. And you can't throw my Quidditch clippings and models under the bed anymore. They both extended their hands and shook firmly, reaching a consensus. Celia unwrapped the parcel Charlie had thrust into her hands. Inside lay a thick hand-knit scarf, predominantly Prussian blue, adorned with yellow roses woven from goose-yellow yarn and embroidered with the initials of her name. I like it, Celia murmured to herself. She stood before the mirror, draping the scarf around her neck as an ornament, and then donned the Christmas gift from Dumbledore, a wizard's hat festooned with layers of feathers. Today she looked utterly resplendent. Celia twirled before the mirror, summoned a house elf, and entrusted him with the pot of beef stew, instructing him to distribute it among the professors later. Thus adorned, she made her way to the staff table in the great hall and took her seat. A lovely hat and a lovely scarf, Quirrell attempted to compliment her. Actually, the combination is a bit odd, isn't it? Celia remarked. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed somewhat peculiar. These are gifts from others, she told him, then suddenly raised her voice. Wearing gifts given by others is a sign of courtesy. Snape's face darkened once more. Fortunately, dinner soon commenced, sparing them from further debate over the scarlet cloak Celia had given him. Andromeda's beef stew was exquisitely delicious, a flavor Celia had never tasted before. She resolved to frequently consult Andromeda on culinary matters. Post-holiday lethargy afflicted everyone. It was only 2 or 3 days into the term that students gradually immersed themselves in their studies. This semester Celia planned to teach more practical lessons, some of which involved perilous content. She would begin instructing them on how to transmute base metals into precious ones through alchemy. The core theory of alchemical transmutation lies in soul, spirit, and body. We perceive all metals as composed of these 3 principles. Gold represents the perfect union of soul and spirit, its form being its physical manifestation. To transmute base metals is to alter the proportions of their soul and spirit, a task that requires a modicum of talent. Benny, a Ravenclaw student, raised his hand. Professor, do these metals lack fixed proportions? I mean, could we follow a set ratio for transformation? An excellent question, Benny. My answer is that the magical world does not possess such. There is a discipline in the Muggle world called chemistry. Muggles analyze metals and other chemical elements using their scientific methods, arranging them into the periodic table, which is a mandatory part of their curriculum. This table predicts the properties and relationships of various elements. Theoretically, if conditions for transformation are met, these metals can be interconverted. Muggles cannot fully achieve this with their current methods, but wizards can, for we possess. So from the magical perspective, can we draw upon Muggle theories to facilitate elemental transmutation more easily? The answer is that it is exceedingly difficult. The theoretical framework of magic and Muggle science belong to 2 distinct systems. Perhaps one day they can be integrated, but for now it remains far from feasible. That is my quandary. Celia said regretfully, I am an inventor scholar, not a research scholar. I cannot teach what I myself have yet to fathom. If any of you are intrigued by this topic, feel free to discuss it with me after class. Now in this lesson, I will teach you how to transmute silver into gold through alchemy. Celia distributed a piece of gold and a piece of silver to each student, instructing them to first use magic to perceive the differences between the 2 metals. Professor, do we have to return the gold after class? Someone asked, raising their hand, prompting laughter throughout the classroom. Celia chuckled as well. Yes, you must return it. However, if you successfully transmute silver into gold before the end of class, you may keep that piece. She was funding this lesson with her own gold. She had to be thrifty when necessary. The difficulty of this lesson had sharply escalated compared to last semester's. By the end of class, no one had succeeded in transmuting silver into gold. Celia collected all the gold. We will continue next lesson. She returned to her office, trailed by a line of students who had questions about the lesson. Some asked for recommendations of Muggle chemistry books, while others inquired about what to do if they couldn't perceive the differences between metals with magic. Celia answered each query and sent them off, effectively teaching another half lesson. She was parched and gulped down tea. A knock came at the open door. Come in, she called out. Quirrell shuffled in slowly. See, Celia, Professor, I saw you after class. Celia looked at Quirrell with some astonishment. She had never seen him outside the Great Hall staff room or library before. Him coming to her office was truly a rarity. She immediately rose to invite him to sit, greeting warmly. Quirinus, what would you like to drink? No need. Quirrell quickly waved his hand. I'm just taking a stroll. He wrung his hands, his eyes darting swiftly around Celia's office, without daring to linger for more than a few seconds, then took his leave. He'll be off now. See you at dinner, Celia. Celia watched him leave, bewildered. Had he just come for a visit? After the term began at Hogwarts, Celia settled back into a stable, healthy routine. Teaching, fulfilling orders, and chatting with everyone. She thought it would continue smoothly until the end of the semester. One morning in early February, 4 owls clutching a massive parcel flew over Celia's head and dropped it. Few were at the staff table. Fortunately, Dumbledore was there. A silent levitation charm ensured the parcel landed gently instead of crashing onto Celia's head. Celia thanked him, carried the parcel back to her office, and opened it to discover it was from the International Alchemical Association. The letter began with congratulations on her appointment at Hogwarts, noting that last year's patent dividends had been deposited into her Gringotts account, and advising her to check. The International Alchemical Association had sent her as an honorary member an annual gift package, custom-made wizard robes, and some alchemical materials. How generous! Celia exclaimed as she rummaged through the package. The materials were not cheap. Then the letter inquired why she hadn't sent any of her inventions to the association in recent months. The association eagerly anticipated certifying more patents for her. Celia pursed her lips. Hadn't they told her not to send every trivial thing to the association? So they were being disingenuous. She would gather whatever junk she had lying around and send it to them later. The association also forwarded the love letters that had accumulated. Celia lit the fireplace and began opening the letters one by one. She kept a few that discussed alchemical issues and burned the rest that merely harassed her with words. As she folded the association's letter, she noticed a sentence on the back. Your teaching position at Hogwarts has also been leaked. Good luck. What? Why good luck? She hadn't exactly hidden it from anyone. A familiar restlessness permeated the campus. Tang Kusi invited Celia to the kitchen to guide them on how to make chocolate. Celia then realized that Valentine's Day was approaching. If only Valentine's Day were on a Saturday, everyone could date in Hogsmeade. On Sunday, you would find couples making out in every corner of the campus. Tang Kusi grasped her own neck and made a gagging gesture. I thought you wanted me to teach you how to make chocolate because you wanted to give it to your date. Celia was following her to the kitchen. Tang Kusi shook her head wildly. I didn't. I was sent here to invite you. They were too shy to come to you. Am I shy? I really shouldn't be. Celia laughed, following Tang Kusi into the kitchen, and upon entering, she thought she was in the hall. About 10 students were sitting at their respective house tables, engaged in lively discussions, mostly girls with a few boys. Professor Celia has arrived. Hello, Professor Celia. They stood up haphazardly to greet her. Hello, everyone. I already know what I'm here to do. Shall we begin now? Celia eagerly said, she loved making food and teaching others how to make it. It turned out that teaching people to make chocolate was much harder than teaching them alchemy, as each of them wanted to be unique, incorporating all sorts of bizarre ideas that were hard for ordinary people to accept. Celia moved between several long tables. She stopped the girl from adding newt's eyes and frog's eyes into the chocolate mixture. No, Robbie, no matter how much you love potions, you wouldn't want to taste those potion ingredients in your chocolate. She shouted to another long table. Natalie, no adding love potions to the chocolate, that's not allowed. Celia had given up on those making grotesque shapes, she just wanted to ensure no one ended up with an incident feeling more exhausted than after 5 consecutive classes. Girls, and boys, I hope you don't tell anyone that I taught you how to make this chocolate. Let's pretend I was never here today. Celia said helplessly. Forget about them, Professor Celia. Elsie pulled her aside as she and Tang Kusi hadn't made chocolate, sitting in the corner eating cookies dipped in chocolate sauce. Celia didn't want to manage it anymore. She discovered that many people weren't sincerely trying to make delicious chocolate for someone they liked. They just wanted to complete the act of making their own chocolate. She joined Tang Kusi and the others, starting to eat cookies dipped in chocolate sauce. Celia curiously asked, don't you two have people you like? They exchanged glances and smiled at Celia. Professor, what about you? We know you're single. Do you have someone you like now? Well, that's a good question. Celia raised her hand. I won't ask anymore. Elsie nudged Tang Kusi's shoulder, saying, I don't have a crush, but AI Air likes Charlie, as she confessed to him in her second year. Elsie continued, guess how he responded to me? Celia immediately asked curiously, what did he say? He said, Hassan, you should go play Quidditch. It's much more interesting than date. Merlin. Celia was dumbfounded. Elsie shrugged. I said okay. I joined the house team as a substitute this year and confessed to him again. This time, he said, Elsie, did you sign up for the Care of Magical Creatures class? You should. It's much more interesting than dating. Celia didn't quite understand today's youth. She hesitated for a few seconds and asked, should I scold him now? Tang Kusi and Elsie burst into laughter together. No need, isn't. Celia was even more confused, her face nearly written with bewilderment. Tang Kusi explained, Charlie is exceptionally good at Quidditch, excels in his studies, has an interesting personality, and is quite popular in our year. Although AI Air's confession failed, they became friends in their second year. She feels she didn't lose out since Charlie wouldn't like other girls. Elsie continued, but his brother is even more popular. Bill is recognized as the most outstanding student currently enrolled with 12 W.L.S. certificates. Merlin, what kind of person can get 12? Celia also wanted to ask. Her ex-boyfriend Little Barty got 12. She had already graduated by the time his results came out, and she heard from someone in the Order of the Phoenix that Hogwarts had produced another student with 12 W.L.S. Little Barty was indeed very clever, sometimes too clever for his own good, which made her a bit scared. She could only rub his face hard, telling him not to play tricks on her. Tang Kusi waved at Celia, covering her mouth and whispering to her, there are at least 3 girls in this room planning to give chocolate to Bill. They haven't been looking at each other nicely since they came in. Celia secretly surveyed the room and truly couldn't tell who was at odds with whom. Elsie squeezed beside Tang Kusi, continuing in a hushed voice. Charlie ruined Bill's model in retaliation and has been spreading the rumor about Bill having your clip. Why was this conversation turning towards her again? Celia wanted to change the topic. Tang Kusi added, at first Bill's pursuers thought he liked you, but Ravenclaw's Willen said that her uncle's family also had your clippings, and having clippings is quite normal. Bill is very interested in alchemy and borrows books from the library every day, so they think he admires you too much for his love of alchemy. Listening to others' gossip is fun, but when the center of gossip is about oneself, it becomes a bit awkward. Celia interrupted the two gossipers. Okay, Dora, AI Air, thank you for your generous sharing. Sometimes it's better to keep some things from the professor. You haven't taught us yet, you're our friend. Tang Kusi said in a particularly entitled manner. How to put it, sometimes some things should also be kept from friends. Celia stood up, ruffled their hair hard, turning them into fluffy messes. Seeing that everyone was immersed in their own art and no longer needed her, she said goodbye and left. She didn't go directly upstairs, but took a turn towards the dungeon to knock on Snape's door. Enter. Snape was marking assignments at his desk. He looked up with a gloomy expression, wondering who was disturbing the professor at such a late hour, and his expression blanked for a moment when he saw it was Celia. "What do you want? It's so late." He stood up to look outside, afraid of being caught. "I just came to remind you not to forget the antidote for the love potion." Celia sympathetically glanced at the thick stacks of assignments on his desk. "This is the main course, Professor. You've worked hard, Professor Snape." Celia slipped away before Snape could react. He surely wouldn't utter words like "no trouble" or "thanks for your concern." Saturday was a Hogsmeade weekend, and nearly all third years and above had flooded into the village, leaving the castle unusually quiet. Celia had arranged to meet Hagrid at the Hog's Head Inn around dusk, intending to avoid the student crowds. The Hog's Head Inn remained grimy, filled with a motley assortment of odd characters. Neither Celia nor Hagrid wore hoods. She couldn't be bothered to hide her face, and his stature made concealment pointless. As they approached the bar, Celia's foot sank into something unpleasant. She guessed it was mud. Closing her eyes, she pulled her foot free and cast several Scourgify spells on her soul. She quickly skirted the area and sat down, taking care not to let her fingernails touch any surface lest they pick up grime. "A whiskey and a draft beer." "I brought my own glasses," Celia said, pulling 2 large tankards from her pocket. The Hog's Head's proprietor, a tall, gaunt man with a vast, shaggy beard, bent down to retrieve 2 dusty bottles from under the counter. He poured for a while before filling the tankards, then growled, "For cups this size you pay for 2 measures." Celia exclaimed in mock outrage, "You won't even buy me a drink, Aberforth." "I've bought you plenty, you little wretch." Aberforth snapped back. Celia considered this and realized he had a point. She grinned and took a sip of the draft beer. Despite the Hog's Head's appalling filth, the ale was decent. Under Aberforth's furious glare, she began pulling items from her pocket again. A British classic, or at least one she found palatable, fish and chips. Then came a cheese platter, a smoked ham platter, a cold seafood platter, and some quiche Lorraine. Soon the bar top in front of her, and Hagrid was completely covered. A hooded man approached the bar to order a drink. He asked Aberforth in confusion, "You serve food here now? I'll have some fish and chips." "This isn't a restaurant." Aberforth bellowed at him. The man slunk away, bought a bottle, and retreated to a corner. Aberforth looked ready to throw Celia out, but she quickly shoved a piece of ham into his mouth. "Hey, I'm not stopping you from eating, am I?" Aberforth chewed and fell silent. "You really know how to handle him," Hagrid said in a voice he mistakenly thought was a whisper. Aberforth shot him a glare. "Drinking without eating is just boring," Celia said, popping a fried potato wedge into her mouth. She and Hagrid began to eat, drink, and chat. She always found it amusing to watch Hagrid pick up food with just 2 of his enormous fingers. As the drink took hold, Hagrid slurred tales about the Forbidden Forest. "Those wildflowers you asked about are about to bloom. You can pick them in half a month. What do you want with them?" Celia rested her chin on her hand, her gaze hazy. "Oh, I want to see if they can be used as a buffer in alchemy. I discovered plants might work. I've hit a dead end in my alchemical research, so I need to try something new." Hagrid thumped his chest. "They'll watch them for you. Not a single one missing." They drank until the moon was high, then staggered back toward the school. No sooner had they left the inn than Celia sensed someone following them. She stopped abruptly, raised her wand, and pointed it behind her. "Come out." A man in a hood entirely hidden within his cloak emerged. "I mean no harm, Madame Durand. What's wrong?" Hagrid, even drunker, looked around, unable to focus. "What is it? How do you know who I am?" Celia asked with a tiny burp. The man was somewhat speechless. "You haven't even bothered to change your appearance or hide your face. Who wouldn't know who you are?" "I have something to sell you." "Alchemy-related," the man said, beckoning Celia toward a more secluded spot. She followed a few steps, but stopped within Hagrid's line of sight. He was now vigorously slapping his own head. Seeing her stop, the man halted as well. After checking that no one was around, he pulled a disc from under his cloak. "Look, this is a powerful alchemical artifact." Celia blinked hard to clear her blurry vision. After a good look, she snorted dismissively. "This one's broken." The man produced another item. Celia shook her head. He brought out yet another, and she shook her head again, offering a well-informed critique. Although they were all alchemical artifacts, none were functional. From the distant village of Hogsmeade came the sound of barking dogs and voices. Growing anxious, the man cast a Confundus charm on Celia, not caring about retaliation. He then randomly pulled out another item. Celia's eyes widened. This one seems an extremely precious alchemical artifact," he said rapidly. "Along with all the others, he'll sell them all to you for just 100 galleons. Celia kept her eyes fixed on the object in his hand, clearly tempted. Hearing Hagrid call out to ask what she was doing, she reluctantly pulled out 100 galleons. Fine. I only want this one, nothing else." "No, they're all yours." The man took the gold, shoved a black bag into Celia's hands, and disapparated right before her eyes. Celia tucked the black bag into her pocket and led the still staggering Hagrid back to the school. Once through the gates, her steps grew steadier and steadier. She produced a messenger butterfly. "It's stolen goods. I saw the mark of the famous alchemist St. Roderick. Looks like it was dug up from a tomb. He was desperate to sell because some of the items are laced with dark magic. I can handle that. If anything similar comes up again, let me know. Thank you, Aberforth." The butterfly fluttered away. Celia let out a small tipsy burp. That drinking session had been well worth it. Aberforth was a good sort. had even tipped her off when he saw someone skulking around trying to unload alchemical goods. She saw the genuinely drunk Hagrid back to his hut, then returned to her room, thoroughly satisfied. She locked the black bag in a trunk designed to block all detection and magical leakage, planning to inspect her haul once she was sober. The next day, Celia remembered it was Valentine's Day. She cheerfully went down to the Great Hall for breakfast, eager to see how the current students celebrated the occasion. A surprisingly large number of students were having breakfast in the hall. Those who usually slept in on weekends and missed breakfast had shown up in droves. The air was thick with a saccharine atmosphere. Some young couples were already stuck together like conjoined twins, feeding each other breakfast. Given the special occasion, even Professor McGonagall turned a blind eye and didn't make them separate. Celia, seated at the staff table, stealthily observed the students below, occasionally breaking into cheerful laughter. You could simply sit among them and laugh. Snape suggested. Severus, seeing these adorable young couples, can't you even crack a smile at their pure and innocent affections? Celia clicked her tongue at him disapprovingly. Snape opened his mouth, then promptly closed it, for the tip of Celia's wand had already touched the robes at his waist. If he uttered anything displeasing to her, she would undoubtedly jab him with it. Oh, the owls are here. Celia's eyes lit up with curiosity as she watched flocks of owls flapping their wings. She wondered who would be the most popular girl and boy in the school this year. In years past, the Valentine's Day gifts delivered by owls would nearly bury Sirius alive. At this thought, the brightness in her eyes dimmed slightly. Hiss! Celia was struck, snapping back to reality as an owl dropped a gift onto her head. As if on cue, a dozen or so owls flew in, one after another, dropping presents and letters onto her table. Snape, sitting beside her, was hit several times as collateral damage. He quickly rose and dodged aside, fuming. Very well, very well, very well, Professor Dippet's charm. Before he could finish, he was struck again. A package also landed in Quirrell's bowl, splattering soup all over his face. He wiped his face dazedly with his sleeve. Celia sensed trouble. Why were so many owls coming for her? She quickly rose and left the table. The owls pursued her all the way to her office, dropping off their gifts before flapping away. Celia ducked into the room, waiting until she could no longer hear the sound of wings before returning to her office. Gazing at the mess, she let out a heavy sigh and began picking up a letter from the floor. Opening it, she read in the which weekly beauty poll he had voted for Celia, hoping she would go on a date with him. He would be waiting for her in Hogsmeade all day on Valentine's Day. Celia incinerated the letter with a burst of fire. What on earth was this? And what was this which weekly beauty poll? She tried opening another package, finding a pearlescent potion inside along with a self-portrait. A robust wizard was winking at her from the photo. On the back of the photo was written, "Drink it." She would have to be insane to drink a love potion. So Professor Dippet had me prepare an antidote for love potions. For himself. Snape's low voice sounded. Celia looked up to find him standing in the doorway, his face dark, holding a pile of gifts. He tossed the gifts onto the floor, sneering, "Gifts from your admirers. Always stealing the spotlight, aren't you? Quite satisfied with all this, I imagine. Don't call me by my surname just because you're upset, Severus. I happen to need your help." She frowned, pointing at the pile on the floor. "Help me check these. I suspect there might be more abnormal things." "No," Snape said coldly. "If I accidentally take a love potion, it'll still have to come to you." Celia slammed the office door shut, pushing Snape further inside. Since he didn't resist, it meant he agreed. Celia asked Snape if they should recycle the love potion. He looked at her as if she were a troll, then directly destroyed the bottle. She quickly tore open the packages. She received 3 bottles of love potion alone, plus another laced in food. Thanks to Snape, he destroyed the food and the letter together. Otherwise, Celia might have actually eaten it. It smelled delicious. "It's a good thing you're here." Celia suppressed her disgust as she dealt with a pile of filthy items. Now she understood why the International Alchemical Association's letter had wished her good luck. How were these people's letters even worse than before? Snape was equally disgusted. After reading letters that said things like, "You enter my dreams every night and we..." His face turned so dark he looked ready to poison the entire... "Is this what you wanted?" he asked abruptly. Celia looked at him, puzzled. "What?" Smiling at everyone, calling them by their first names, bantering back and forth, remembering every dish they like cooking for them yourself, making everyone feel important. Snape said in a soft, oily tone, "And this is what you reap, their affection, their gaze, and their filthy thoughts." Celia stood up, her expression blank, and approached him. "Severus, do you like me?" Snape's eyes widened as he looked at her, his cheek twitching slightly. His tone rose oddly. "Has all this excessive adulation made you so narcissistic?" Celia continued to close in on him. There was less than a foot between them. Snape took a step back. But Celia pressed forward relentlessly until Snape's back hit the hard wall, leaving him no room to retreat. Pale-faced, he looked down at her. "Have I never smiled at you? Never called your name? Never remembered your favorite dishes? Never cooked for you?" Celia reached out and touched Snape's face. "And you? Have you come to like me, gaze at me, have filthy thoughts about me because of it?" Snape's face flushed red inch by inch. Celia pinched his sharp, thin chin, looking at him expressionlessly. Snape saw his own reflection in her translucent blue eyes. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled like a galaxy full of stars, but he realized they could also be as icy and piercing as a frozen lake when she was cold. I believe I have offered all the goodwill I can to others. You should be judging those who show me malice, not criticizing my way of dealing with things. Celia released her grip and stepped back. Severus, we both know exactly what has happened between us. A brief friendship you looked down upon, a falling out, I used you, you used me. It's been fair enough. I thought that as colleagues we could leave the past behind and start anew. She tilted her head looking at him. If not, how about we just be nodding acquaintances, strangers? Fair. Snape's voice was hoarse. You have never been fair to me. When Potter cast a spell on me, what did you say? You said don't drag me into your affairs. That's your so-called fairness. Celia hadn't expected him to hold on to that grudge for so long. She might have forgotten this incident from 15 years ago, but Lily had also been furious with her over it, the angriest Lily had ever been. So she remembered it perfectly, including exactly what she had said to Lily in response. Severus. Celia spoke calmly. The day before, when Rosier cast a spell on me, you were standing right there. Remember? A hair growth charm. I didn't move. I was completely buried under the hair that grew out. I kept looking at you, and you did nothing. So I decided then that I wouldn't do anything for you anymore either. You treat me the way I treat you. That is my fairness. Celia thought her conversation with Snape had fallen through, because he had run away. She simply couldn't discern what he was thinking from the changing expressions on his face, so she assumed he had agreed, and they would remain mere acquaintances. She sat in the rocking chair, a wave of fatigue washing over her. In truth, she was not adept at reading others' emotions. Sometimes she needed someone to tell her directly, yet many people evidently weren't skilled at revealing their inner thoughts. James, on the other hand, was quite good at it. Sometimes he appeared utterly foolish. Even if they couldn't easily open up, they could have a big fight to vent their frustrations and then make up. Celia had indeed argued with friends more than once. Lily had once gotten angry with her over Snape, and after Celia explained the situation, Lily immediately apologized. She said, I didn't know about this matter. You were right, their affairs shouldn't involve you. Severus has never helped you, so you have no reason to help him. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Celia appreciated this about Lily. She had a strong sense of justice and would stand up for her friends, yet she was not blindly biased and was willing to admit her faults. She had also had heated arguments with Sirius, which dragged on for several months, becoming a spectacle known throughout the school. Eventually, they reconciled, apologized to each other, and returned to their previous friendship. She had even fallen out with Patience, with both of them harshly blaming each other and arguing to no and only to end up in each other's arms crying. Isn't this how relationships work? There are no two people who are perfectly compatible from the start. It's all about gradual adjustments. Celia felt that she and Snape could never find common ground. Perhaps only Lily could tolerate his personality. Yet Lily had later cut ties with him as well. If Lily were still around, perhaps they could have reconciled, but there are no ifs. Lily was gone. She nestled in the rocking chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. When there was a knock at the door, she didn't get up like usual, but lazily turned her gaze. Several small heads peeked in. Professor Celia, we've come to see you. Celia remained in her rocking chair, waving at them. With a flick of her wand, she widened the chair. Come on, let's rock together for a bit. Tonks and Elsie nestled on either side of her, rocking slowly along with her. Robbie and the others skillfully found their own spots to sit. Aren't you going on a date? Celia tilted her head to ask Robbie. She puffed up her cheeks and said, I'm so mad. After he unwrapped the gift, he said the axolotl-shaped chocolate looked interesting, but when he took a bite, he found real axolotl meat inside and spat it in my face. I don't like him anymore. Celia couldn't help but smile. Elsie touched her face, saying, why are you unhappy, Professor Celia? Everyone in the hall was talking about how popular you are. You received so many gifts. Celia waved her hand. Don't mention it. I don't know where all these strange things came from. She felt embarrassed to elaborate on it to the children. Actually, we saw this. Annie handed a magazine to Celia. Celia sat up, feeling more awake now. She switched her rocking chair for a regular soft chair, served snacks and drinks to her little guests, and then picked up the magazine to read this week's issue of the Wizard Weekly. The cover featured a rather familiar handsome man with golden curly hair and blue eyes, flashing a bright white smile at the camera. The caption read, first recipient of the Wizard Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. The girls had gathered close to Celia, eagerly flipping through the magazine and chattering, Lockhart is so handsome, isn't he? The Most Charming Smile Award is truly well-deserved. His story is so fascinating and my mom is a fan of his, and we even have a Celia's expression turned peculiar. Lockhart. It couldn't possibly be that Gilderoy Lockhart, could it? The one who bought hundreds of owls for postal service and caused the whole school to miss breakfast. James actually admired him. His hair was a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, which particularly attracted the owl's attention. He shouted in the common room, covered in owl feathers and droppings, he is a genius of pranks. How did I not think of using a flock of owls to attack and kill someone? That being said, he and Sirius had planned to ambush Lockhart in revenge, but by that time, he was already in his 7th year. Lily had pulled him by the ear, saying, you are the boys' president, you can't beat up a third-year student. James had no choice but to relent. Not long after, Lockhart wanted to paint his portrait on the castle walls. He specifically bought Muggle paint and spray-painted it outside the Gryffindor Tower during a dark and windy night. While on patrol and coincidentally on a date, Lily and James caught him red-handed, and now Lily wanted to beat him up too. Lockhart was such a remarkable person that Celia still vividly remembered his exploits long after graduating. She turned to that page and let out a pained sigh. It really was him. Had he now become a successful figure? As she was about to examine the article closely, Annie flipped back a page, saying, "Professor, you're in here." Annie let go of the page. She flipped to revealing 4 distinct beauties smiling at Celia. If one of them wasn't her, she would have gladly admired them closely. The title of the article was Outstanding Women from All Walks of Life. Who is the most beautiful? She frowned at the article. The gist was that 90% of Wizard Weekly's readers were women, and women could better appreciate each other's beauty. The article selected 4 outstanding women from different fields, hoping readers would vote for their favorite. Celia nearly exclaimed in anger. Could she sue Wizard Weekly for infringing on her right to her likeness? No, it seemed there wasn't such a law in the wizarding world. No wonder she received so many strange letters. This article is so bizarre. Since it's about outstanding women from all walks of life, why focus on their looks instead of their achievements? Someone said, "You're right, Clara. Because this is an article meant for judging appearances, it's very biased, and I dislike it. I want to write a letter to Wizard Weekly and also send a letter to Freya." "Do you know Mrs. Zabini?" someone immediately asked curiously. Mrs. Zabini was quite famous as she had recently married her 4th husband. Her previous 3 husbands had all died mysteriously, leaving her with a considerable fortune. This made her quite well known, and many people were watching her domestic affairs, betting on when her new husband would meet a tragic end. One of the other 3 women mentioned in the article was her, and Celia happened to know her. Freya Zabini, a Slytherin 4 years her senior, was a very beautiful upperclassman with whom Celia had had some contact. "I know her, but we haven't interacted much." Celia was still contemplating when a clever little one ran over to bring her a quill and stationery. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on her, yet Celia couldn't write a single word. She put away her quill and parchment. "All right, girls, let's just chat instead." The young girl's attention shifted quickly. They no longer wondered how she would write to which Weekly or Madame Zabini, and instead eagerly discussed the gossip they had seen today. Celia still couldn't remember most of the students' names, and she couldn't match the faces to the names they mentioned, but she listened with great interest nonetheless. There was talk of someone running out in tears after a failed confession, someone getting into a fight, and an incredibly intricate 4-way romantic entanglement. Listening, Celia couldn't help but sigh at the beauty of youth. Tonks and the others spent the entire morning in Celia's office. People occasionally passed by her door and peered in, but seeing the room so crowded, none of them entered. When mealtime arrived, Celia urged them to go downstairs for lunch. "Aren't you coming, Professor Celia? I have a private meal." Celia had no desire to appear in the Great Hall today. Celia saw them out, closed the office door, and had a house elf bring her a simple meal. After eating, she quickly finished 2 letters and sent them off with Luca. True to Tonk's words, couples could be found popping up everywhere in the castle, even in the Ollery, and they didn't even mind the smell. Not that she couldn't understand, when she was a student she used to sneak off to the strangest places for dates too. The weather was lovely today, and Celia strolled slowly back to her office, carefully dodging the oblivious couples. As she reached the 2nd floor, she saw the tall, slender Bill pacing in front of her office door. "Hey, Bill, looking for me?" Celia mischievously cast a disillusionment charm on herself, only canceling it, and speaking when she was just behind him. Bill stiffened for a moment, then laughed. "Professor, I stopped being scared by that sort of thing when I was 12. What a pity. Come in." Celia opened the door. "Why aren't you out on a date?" Bill said hastily. "I don't have a girlfriend, no date, no one to date." Celia looked at him with a smile, and Bill fell silent, his ears slightly reddening. He said, "I came to ask you a few questions about alchemy." Merlin's beard, Celia sighed. "You're too studious. Let me see." Bill handed her a piece of parchment. "Maybe that's how I managed to get 12 N. E. W. T. S." Celia looked at the questions and replied, "I'm fully aware of the gap between a genius and me." "You're a genius, not like someone who just crams like me." Bill quick. "Thank you. We could keep flattering each other. It would be an amusing pastime." Celia served him a cup of tea, asked him to wait a moment, and went into her bedroom to rummage for books. She had a stack of alchemy books she'd taken from Nicolas' place, which weren't available in the school library, and they happened to contain answers to Bill's questions. She found 2 and brought them out to Bill. "Return them when you're done. These are unique copies." Bill took them with both hands flattered. "Thank you, Professor. Bill, be careful." "It's fine, they're not that fragile." After handing him the books, Celia waited for him to take his leave, but he just sat there drinking his tea in several large gulps, as if part more. Celia asked when she saw a head drained his cup. Bill pushed the cup forward slightly. "Thank you." He really was thirsty. Celia refilled his tea. Bill's long fingers rested on the teacup handle, and he seemed to have suddenly become fascinated by the cup's pattern, staring at it intently. Celia lowered her head and smiled. "Just say what's on your mind, Bill." Bill had the red hair and freckles common to all Weasleys, but his features were more chiseled and handsome than his brother Charlie's. Usually he wore a faint smile and seemed easygoing and carefree, but today from the moment Head entered had been unusually tense. Now hearing Celia's words his freckles seemed to darken. He lifted his gaze from the teacup and looked at Celia with his blue eyes, asking with difficulty, "Professor, you received a lot of gifts today. Was there anything you liked?" Celia said calmly, "No, Bill. Actually, I'm quite troubled. Which Weekly published my photo in a beauty contest without my consent, and some readers have sent me rather unpleasant gifts. I was about to write to Which Weekly to demand an explanation." Bill frowned. Which Weekly always likes to create sensationalism. "Professor, you shouldn't take that stuff to heart. They often make things up." Bill right to complain too. He stood up, picking up the books. "Professor, I won't disturb you any longer." After Bill left, Celia's composed expression crumbled. She wished she could call Patrice and have her analyze whether Bill meant what she thought he meant. No, it definitely wasn't that. He was just showing concern for his professor. Bill walked back to Gryffindor Tower feeling relieved. Only by seeing it for himself could he realize how much more popular Celia was than he had imagined. But what could he do? He was only in 6th year, still her student. All he could do was respect her as a student without any improper behavior that would cause Celia trouble. Yet he couldn't resist testing the waters, wanting to know if Celia already had someone she liked. Thankfully she didn't. What he needed to do now was go back, borrow a copy of Which Weekly, and see what it had actually said. As Bill descended to the first floor, he ran into Zane, coming from another direction. They ignored each other, but Zane caught sight of the books in his hands and couldn't help sneering as they passed. "Off to suck up to the professor again, Weasley." "None of your business, Folly." Bill walked past with a cold face. He sniffed the air lightly in the corridor. Strange. Why was there a floral scent in the air? Zane also headed coldly towards the dungeons. What was the big deal? Had been doing some sucking up too. Celia heard the flapping of owl wings. Was Luca already back? She followed the sound and saw an unfamiliar owl, its talons clutching a bunch of bright red roses. It dropped the roses directly into Celia's arms. Celia held the roses stunned for a few seconds, then began looking for any attached letter. Tucked among the roses was only a card printed with the words, "Happy Holidays." The back of the card bore a label indicating the bouquet was from a Muggle shop in London. Her initial impulse to throw them away vanished instantly. Which wizard would buy her a bouquet of roses from a Muggle shop? She could only think of some old friends, Muggle-born witches and wizards who had hidden themselves away in the Muggle world during the last war and had since lost all contact with the wizarding world. Perhaps one of them had learned of her return to teaching and on a whim sent her a bouquet of roses. Celia pulled out a few stems, placed them in a vase, and left the remaining roses by the door. "Share my joy with you," she wrote on a small note left beside them. The roses Celia had placed at her door were gradually taken by passing students. When Zane returned to the Slytherin common room and saw someone holding a red rose, his brow twitched. "What's that?" "A rose," his friend whispered mockingly in his ear. "Apparently taken from that professor's doorstep. The atmosphere in Slytherin has really changed. They don't even find it dirty." Zane closed his eyes, saying nothing in reply. If his friend knew the roses had been bought from the Muggle world, he would probably scream and jump into the Black Lake. His Uncle Archer, after so many years, had finally stepped out of the house, only to go to the Muggle world and buy a bouquet of roses. And he had forced Zane to deliver them to Celia. If this ever got out there, Flint family would also be branded as blood traitors. So he couldn't tell anyone. Zane recalled his conversation with his father Edgar during the Christmas holiday, asking why he didn't dissuade Archer. Archer now lived almost solely for Celia, a pureblood deeply infatuated with a mudblood. In the education Zane had received, this was a matter of extreme disgrace to the family. Edgar called him into the study for a long night's talk. "I have taught you since childhood to listen more, speak less, agree more, and rarely express your own stance. You have always—" It was precisely because of this upbringing that Zane had become the person he was now. Outwardly aloof and taciturn, yet inwardly brimming with thoughts. Edgar continued, "You are an adult now, and there are many things I can speak to you plainly about. What do you think is the most important duty of the head of a pure-blood family?" Zane frowned and thought, "To uphold the family's honor." "No, it is to ensure the family's survival and continuity." Edgar said calmly, "Look at the Black family, who regarded honor as everything and were the most ancient and noble. What has become of them now? Only one degenerate pure-blood who betrayed the family lives on in Azkaban in a state worse than death. And what of the Potter family, even more ancient than the Black? Their only son recklessly fought against the Dark Lord, leaving behind an orphan. Ha, the boy who lived. I don't see a smooth path ahead for him." Zane said, "You've mentioned two extremes." "Exactly. Fanatical pursuit of blood purity on one hand, extreme closeness to Muggles on the other. The fate of both pure-blood families is the same. If the family cannot endure, its honor exists only on parchment, subject to the whims of the living. Do you still believe honor outweighs survival?" Zane let out a breath. "But you also taught me when I was young that pure-blood lineage is inherently noble, superior to others, and that I must uphold the glory of pure—" Edgar pinched the bridge of his nose. "You should know that compared to the families of your playmates, I have not constantly instilled these slogans in you." He spoke the truth. The wizarding world had no kindergartens or primary schools like the Muggle world. The pre-Hogwarts education of pureblood children was usually handled by family or hired tutors. Ever since Zane's magical outburst, he had been tutored at home in magic. When Archer returned for holidays, he would test Zane's progress and tell him interesting stories and lessons from Hogwarts. Thinking back now, Archer had often mentioned some people and others, always referring to Celia. At pureblood family gatherings, when with children his age, no one discussed new spells they had learned. They worshipped the Dark Lord, extolled pureblood superiority, and talked about exterminating muggles. The repetition was too much. Sometimes he would just zone out while listening, nodding at the right moments. He hadn't been as deeply influenced by his family's pureblood ideology as his peers. He just blended in, always staying on the fringe, neither completely isolated nor fully immersed. Listen carefully, Zane. Edgar placed a hand on his shoulder. If the Dark Lord had won back, then Flint would have been the most ardent supporter of pureblood ideology. But he lost, and Flint remains a noble pureblood family. Yet academics and career must now come before blood status. A weathercock trimming its sails, Zane summarized inwardly. You may hold different views from me. My sole purpose has always been to maintain the family's stability amidst the raging storm. When you become the head, it will be your decision what shape Flint takes. Edgar patted his shoulder. For now, my advice is this: you may ignore anyone, but do not make enemies beyond repair. His gaze drifted to a family photo on the wall. His voice softened, lost in thought. As for your uncle, he has loved Durand since his first year. For 7 years at school together, he managed to restrain himself from revealing his feelings. Later they became enemies. He has his limits and won't truly do anything to disgrace the family. Let him be. Zane knew his father felt a sense of guilt toward his uncle and couldn't be too harsh on him. But Zane felt no guilt toward his uncle. It was he who was taking the risks now. He would never help Archer with such sneaky business again. The next morning, the family owl flew into the Great Hall and dropped a letter. Zane opened it. There was only one sentence. How did it go? Suppressing his anger, he returned to the dormitory and wrote forcefully on the parchment, I won't help you anymore. Congratulations. She liked them, but only kept a few. The rest were given to students. Zane looked at the lines, destroyed the parchment, took a new one, removed the first sentence, and recopied the rest. He hoped his uncle could discern his fury from the words pressed so hard into the paper and never ask him to do such things again. Celia secluded herself for 2 days. After setting up protective spells, she studied in her alchemy lab the loot bought from the hooded figure in the Hogshead Inn. There were 7 items in total. One of them was a skeletal hand engraved with unfamiliar magical runes. This object carried a dark magic that would continuously curse its bearer. Celia studied it for a while with insulated gloves, couldn't figure it out, and sealed it away in a box. The remaining 6 were all alchemical artifacts, but they were all broken. Ever since Nicolas Flamel successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, nearly every alchemist had made it their life's goal to create one. This led to exceptional advancements in material transformation and potion making within alchemy over the centuries. Alchemists like Celia, who specialized in inventing alchemical devices, were rare. She had to figure out many things on her own. St. Ronald was one of the few alchemists from the last century renowned for mysterious objects and alchemical machinery. Half of these 6 items were his works, unpublished ones at that. Just by disassembling them, Celia could learn a great deal. Thank you for your gift, Master St. Ronald, Celia said sincerely to the sky outside the window. She headed to the Great Hall and nearly bumped into Snape, but it didn't damage. They both turned their heads away at the same time, one with a smile, the other with a scowl, and entered the hall one after the other, taking their seats on either side of Quirrell. Celia had swapped seats with Quirrell a couple of days ago, and it was obvious to anyone with eyes that she was in a rift with Snape. The professors weren't gossips, though they had discussed it privately with close colleagues, surmising it was likely Snape's fault. The students weren't as bold, though they unanimously agreed it must be Snape's fault. The entire school, by some unspoken accord, refrained from prying into their affairs to their faces. Only Quirrell suffered the most, caught in the middle. Celia spoke to him with such warmth and kindness, while Snape's gloomy aura on the other side made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't even enjoy his meals, and afterward he'd have to secretly summon a house elf to bring him extra food. If he skipped dinner in the Great Hall, Celia would call him via the two-way mirror at every mealtime, asking if he was going. If he didn't, she wouldn't either. What else could he do? He could only continue sitting in the middle, enduring the torment. On Friday morning, 2 owls flew into the Great Hall, one after another, dropping 2 parcels in front of Celia. She picked them up and saw that replies from Freya Zabini and Witch Weekly had arrived at the same time. Holding the letters, she rose from her seat and returned to her office, where she first opened Freya's letter. It was no exaggeration. A wave of pure-blood arrogance washed over her. Freya began with exquisitely polished phrases expressing her surprise at receiving Celia's letter. My life has traversed many landscapes, and only when I pause and reflect can I grasp a few fragments, as if to say, I don't remember you. It seems our fleeting encounters are enough to warrant such an intimate letter, as if to say, how dare you write to me directly. Then she got to the point. Celia had mentioned the Witch Weekly article printing their photos without consent and asked if she'd join in filing a complaint to have them retracted. Witch Weekly is a magazine with immense circulation, a vast market, and significant influence. I'm afraid I cannot agree with your accusations against it. It seems she knew about this beforehand. As I once said, if you harbor the desire to rise above others, I am willing to extend a helping hand. She started off claiming not to remember her, yet now she recalled their conversations. Celia set Freya's letter aside and read the reply from Witch Weekly. The letter offered a perfunctory apology for her anger and included the latest issue as compensation. She picked up the magazine and saw Freya on the cover. The headline read, revealing the poll results. Marriage makes women more beautiful. She let out a helpless laugh. Quickly she tapped the two-way mirror to call Patricia. After a long moment, Patricia appeared in the mirror yawning. Calling me this early. Celia read the article and Freya's letter aloud to Patricia. The more she read, the more awake Patricia became until she too laughed in exasperation. So this magazine teamed up with Zabini for a most beautiful poll to launch her column on how women should manage marriage. That's likely it. She used me and the other two ladies as stepping stones. Celia shrugged. Good heavens, I thought only Hollywood stars pulled stunts like this. Patricia rolled her eyes. What do you plan to do? Celia was flipping through Freya's marriage advice column. She had published a short piece extolling the virtues of marriage, claiming it made a woman's life complete and perfect. As she read, she chuckled. Freya is truly interesting. What? Are you being sarcastic? Patricia pressed her face against the mirror, desperate to see what the magazine can. No sarcasm. Truly interesting. Look, she's been married 4 times. Her first 3 husbands all died untimely deaths, leaving her immense fortunes. And here she is teaching women how to manage marriage and serve their husbands. Celia mused. She hasn't changed a bit. Shrewd and ambitious. Patricia tapped the mirror. Wait, are you actually praising her? She's always been a force to be reckoned with. Celia didn't deny it. Celia had found the hospital wings potions too foul-tasting, so, in her second year, she pestered Professor Slughorn to find a way to make them more palatable. Professor Slughorn, worn down by her persistence, casually pulled Snape over. Celia, you can research with Snape how to make potions taste better to your liking. He's in your year. A potions... Celia didn't realize Slughorn was just making an excuse. She hounded Snape every day in the potions classroom. He too thought it was a task from Slughorn and reluctantly found an abandoned classroom to start working with Celia on improving potion flavors. That was how their acquaintance began. But Celia only knew how to follow the textbook. She had no knack for research or innovation. Snape would often sneer at her, and she couldn't stand it, so she went back to pestering Professor Slughorn. The professor hadn't expected them to actually be doing research. To get rid of Celia, he called Lily over and assigned her to join them. Thus Celia grew close to Lily as well. After Lily joined, Snape rarely mocked Celia anymore. When he couldn't bear it, he'd mutter under his breath, but Lily would glare at him, and he'd fall silent. The main work of improving flavors was done by Lily and Snape. Though only second years, their discussions about potions were surprisingly professional and profound. Celia couldn't follow, so she focused on assisting and taste testing. Lily and Snape were indeed rare potions prodigies. They successfully created some potion flavor enhancers that could alter the taste without affecting efficacy, but they couldn't determine how many types of potions they worked on. None of them could afford to test such a wide variety. Celia went to Slughorn for sponsorship. Slughorn was surprised that 3 second years had actually produced something substantial. For the first time, he took them seriously but cunningly avoided taking responsibility. Instead, he introduced Celia to a Slytherin upperclassman, Xavier Hipworth. Xavier was a descendant of Glover Hipworth, the inventor of the modern pepper-up potion. His family ran a potion factory that produced common potions, commanding nearly half the market share in the European wizarding world. Like other Slytherins, he looked down on the combination of 2 mudbloods and a half-blood and wanted nothing to do with them. But Celia was relentless. Whenever she had free time, shed trail behind him, extolling the prospects of their invention, how much wizards needed palatable potions, and how the world needed a little love, until his housemates mocked him for being stuck with mud. As a 6th year, he couldn't stoop to a second year's level. He couldn't hit her, nor could he bring himself to scold her. So he dragged Celia to a secluded spot and asked with a frown, "All right, what do you really want?" Celia looked up, beaming brightly, and said crisply, "Galleon Sr." Xavier tapped her on the head. "Just go away. Actually, we need some common potions." Celia knew when to stop. "We want to test the effects of flavor enhancers on different potions and make adjustments accordingly." Xavier agreed, setting 3 conditions with Celia. "Give me the potion list. He'll only provide common potions, and you must not tell anyone in the supplier. If the final results are excellent, I demand priority rights to use the flavor enhancer patent. Can you decide that?" Celia pounded her chest in assurance. "I can." Xavier reached an agreement with them. After discussing it with Lily, Celia decided they would only improve the most common potions on the market, such as invigoration drafts, fever reducers, clarity potions, and sleeping drafts. Lily and Snape were responsible for conducting experiments and improvements on various potions, while Celia reported progress to Xavier weekly and obtained new potion supplies. Professor Slughorn would occasionally drop by to offer guidance and suggestions, such as affordable substitutes for certain potion ingredients and which materials were more effective. Their progress was swift, and it wouldn't be long before they finalized the recipe. That was when Freya appeared, offering to sponsor them with some rare potion ingredients. Freya was born into a pure-blood family, but generations of poor management had left them with nothing but the pure-blood title, living worse than paupers. She had been exceptionally clever since childhood, ambitious and bold, vowing to change her family's circumstances. She happened to possess a sharp weapon, her beauty. After entering Hogwarts, she used her looks and charm to navigate among the heirs of wealthy pure-blood families, securing small business deals for her family through them. Over the years, she amassed a fortune. Professor Slughorn was cut from the same cloth as her, always fond of networking. She never missed a single event held by the Slug Club, even if she wasn't invited, finding ways to sneak in. At one such event, she overheard Slughorn boasting to a friend that his 3 young students were about to achieve something big. Freya knew he valued fame and fortune. If he praised it so highly, there must be profit to be made. After some observation, she quickly identified Celia and her 2 companions as the ones to watch. Upon learning they were researching a potion to improve the taste of magical brews, she immediately decided to get involved. In front of pure-blood families, she viewed muggles as filth, but when profit was at stake, she didn't mind wading into the mire. Celia and the others, still naive, readily agreed when this beautiful senior offered them materials that Lily and Snape desperately wanted. Not long after the potion flavor enhancer was successfully developed, Slughorn promoted it extensively and even gave interviews. Celia, representing the trio, praised everyone's contributions clearly to the reporters. But in the final report, there was no trace of the 3 of them. Xavier and Freya stood beside Slughorn, gracing the newspaper's front page. Celia read the report 3 times in disbelief, unable to find even a single mention of their names. Their hard work had been stolen. Furious, Celia and Lily joined forces to confront Professor Slughorn, but Snape stopped them. "It's useless. Don't you understand yet?" he exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "The paper says he guided the heir of a pure-blood, a potion-making family, to invent the potion. He needs the benefits that pure blood brings. I won't listen to you, Severus. I want to hear what the professor has to say." Celia pushed him aside and pulled Lily along. Lily glanced back at him. He was in pain too, but he had surrendered to the pressure of authority earlier than they had. Professor Slughorn felt guilty. Faced with Celia and Lily's accusations, he kept his eyes fixed on his round belly, occasionally patting it. Despite her anger, Celia's mind wandered. How had she never noticed how round and plump his belly was? She almost wanted to touch it. Could men get pregnant? The article wasn't Slughorn's intention, but once published, he couldn't change it. Newspapers always like to embellish things. They'll write a letter, but it's already out. There's no taking it back. So Lily and Severus' contributions are to be buried like this professor. Celia pouted at him. Slughorn fidgeted with his thumbs, avoiding her gaze. "Celia, you can't say that. Their names are still on the patent register." Yes, but he had also added Xavier and Freya's names. With the newspaper article as proof, everyone would remember those 2. Who would care about the other small names? Professor Slughorn stood up. "I have other appointments. Many people are interested in the flavor enhancer, you know." With that, he scurried away. They watched his retreating figure. Lily said, "It's not surprising, is it?" "No, it never is." They both sighed. Lily's beautiful green eyes dimmed. Severus was right. He wasn't entirely right. It wasn't Professor Slughorn who made the paper right, that he couldn't help it. Celia said, shaking Lily's hand to cheer her up. "You'll have many more inventions and greater achievements in the future. Your name and photo will be on the front page. Lily Evans, the rising star of potion making." Lily's green eyes lit up again. "And what will you be?" "Celia Durand, the premier gourmand of the wizarding world." "I love that." They both regained their good spirits. But Celia didn't entirely let the matter go. Thanks to her family's restaurant background, she had met all sorts of customers since childhood. Absorbing their ways, she had instinctively learned many truths. Though fame and fortune were often intertwined, if fame was lost, profit could still be pursued. She would often visit Slughorn with a small picnic basket, urging him to quickly market the flavor enhancer and give them their share. She even taught him how to negotiate deals. Slughorn shared her candied fruit, laughing heartily. "And you think you need to teach me, little miss?" Celia replied seriously, "Professor, don't underestimate me. Even the richest man in the Muggle world dined at our restaurant. He taught me a business secret. He said as long as I could make the other person laugh, the chances of closing a deal would greatly increase." Slughorn laughed again. All right. That business secret works for me too." Soon he brought good news. Deals had been struck with several potion companies. But how would the profits be divided? "They'll give you 50%. Decide among yourselves how to split it, then sign the contract." Slughorn gathered the 5 of them, placed the contract on the table, and slipped away again. He wouldn't do something that would earn him resentment. If he divided it, they might all be dissatisfied. Xavier read the terms. He's being generous this time. In the past, his family had cooperated with Slughorn, and he always tried to take more. "Let's split it equally," Celia proposed. "No." Freya looked at her delicate fingers. "I want 20%. Xavier glanced at her, crossing his arms. "I want 20% too." Celia glared at the 2 of them in anger. Afraid that her fury was not obvious enough, she made a show of glaring at them. "Senior, can you feel my anger?" Xavier's hand itched to flick her on the forehead. He put the contract back, saying, "You 3 discuss it, and come to me later to sign it." He left first, and Freya smiled gently at them before following. Celia pulled Lily aside to discuss with Snape. We cannot agree the two of them, especially Senior Freya, have not done anything at all, and we cannot give them 20%. Lily had no concept of such business matters yet, and frowned, saying, they sound like they are not to be refused. Snape had a different opinion. He said slowly, it's already quite generous for us to get 10%, Professor Slughorn usually takes 70, or even 80% himself. Coming from a poor family, he had helped Professor Slughorn since first year to earn some pocket money, by showcasing his potion-making talents, knowing more about many of Slughorn's private matters than the two girls. Celia said without thinking, this time the professor is taking less profit for our sake, so we absolutely cannot give in. Snape couldn't argue with her on this point and exclaimed, do you know what kind of people Hipworth and Zabini are? They are Slytherins. They won't give up what they have in hand. If we disagree, it will only provoke their anger. Celia tilted her head and scrutinized him. You don't need to be afraid of them. They won't eat you, will they? Snape rolled his eyes, realizing that if they got angry, he would bear the brunt of it, not Celia. The two of them looked at Lily simultaneously, waiting for her decision. Lily felt Celia was right. We must fight for ourselves. I will go find the professor. Celia said, then I will go find the two of them. They each went their own way, leaving Snape behind to sulk. They knew nothing, absolutely nothing. Celia showcased her most skilled annoyance techniques, but this time, after 10 attempts to block them, she found them resolutely refusing to see her. After 10 seconds of sulking, she decided to use the French way, by treating them to dinner. With the help of the house eels, she prepared a lavish French dinner, seriously drawing 2 invitations on the table, and asked the upperclassmen to cast beautiful spells on them before requesting them to deliver them to Xavier and Freya. Celia didn't know if they would come, and waited in the kitchen, propping her face in her hands. After the agreed time passed with no sign of them, her spirits drooped. After waiting another 10 minutes, the door opened. Celia jumped up, her face beaming as she welcomed them. Welcome, welcome. Freya looked around the kitchen with pride. So this is how the kitchen looks. Our time is precious, bring out the contract. This is a dinner invitation, a let's eat first. Celia invited them to a corner where she had set up the place. She brought over a small round table, covered it with a clean tablecloth, and picked a few beautiful flowers from Professor Sprout's greenhouse to decorate the vase, making it look Xavier sat down first, and Celia jogged over to pull out a chair for Freya, causing her to finally put away her haughty expression and smile lightly. Celia snapped her fingers, and the house elves served them dishes along with some low-alcohol honey wine. Where did this wine come from? Xavier asked. Celia held her finger to her lips. I stole it from Professor Slughorn. It's a secret, keep it quiet. Although she had been caught stealing, and under his strong objection had to exchange the good wine for a bottle of inferior quality, she poured wine for the two of them in a manner that looked quite presentable. French cuisine, according to some people's evaluations, was a bit excessive, with each dish being exquisite yet small in portion, just a couple of bites. Xavier tasted a few dishes before putting down his fork and knife, sampling a few sips of the honey wine. It was the first time he had drunk stolen wine, and it had a unique flavor. Seeing them slow down their eating, Celia, sitting between them, said, I still think we should split it even. Xavier coughed lightly. Is this your negotiation technique? Celia eagerly asked, how should I start? You shouldn't start at all. Freya elegantly dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief. I do not agree to an even split. If you are only planning to do this today, we should not stay here any longer. Celia said angrily. You are so beautiful, you should have a bit more patience. I will work hard to persuade you. Freya laughed, her eyes sparkling beautifully. All right, go ahead, and this is an investment, Senior Freya, Senior Xavier. You can see the potion-making talents of Severus and Lily. They invented a flavoring potion in their second year, and will have more inventions in the future, becoming potion experts. Though you are getting less of a share now, establishing friendly relations will yield considerable benefits in the future. Why should I invest in a half-blood and a muggle-born wizard whose futures are uncertain? In the time I wait for them to grow, I could use those shares to accomplish more things. Because you have exceptional vision, Senior. Celia continued under Freya's disapproving gaze, but it also proves that only you have such boldness. Freya admitted that she had been flattered, but she still had to refuse. I acknowledge they have great potential, but the biggest obstacle cannot be resolved. Background. She left it at that. Celia stood up. She was genuinely a bit angry. Hearing about backgrounds and bloodlines annoyed her. You have already crossed the biggest obstacle. She began to act it out vividly. Walking down the road, greeting, Hi Celia. No wait, you are Muggleborn. She flailed her limbs as if electrified. Merlin, I actually greeted a Muggleborn. After dinner, thinking the taste is really good. No wait, this was made by Celia, who is... She clutched her neck and rolled her eyes. I want to throw up. Your behavior is contradictory like this. If you only care about bloodlines, then don't engage with us from the start. If you care more about personal ability, then don't look at bloodlines as an obstacle afterward. Celia said to her. Freya was stunned, realizing she had been schooled by a 12-year-old. Yet she couldn't refute it. Xavier covered his face, silently laughing. When he lowered his hand, a smile still lingered on his face. That was brilliant. Do I agree to only take 10% of the profits? Freya glared at him fiercely, throwing her handkerchief on the table. Fine, I agree to an even split. Celia seized the moment and produced the contract for them to sign. After signing her name, Freya couldn't help but ask, "Who taught you this?" Celia counted on her fingers, television, movies, novels, guests, neighbors arguing. Freya quickly interrupted her, unwilling to let such muggle nonsense pollute her ear. Celia strongly suggested they finish their desserts before leaving. The three of them sat together eating creme brulee, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. "Are you friends with Snape?" Xavier asked Celia. She nodded. Though Snape often said unpleasant things and looked down on her meager knowledge of potions, they had been researching together for so long. Of course they were friends. Xavier said he should find a way to return to the Prince family. Celia stared at him blankly. "The Prince family, what was that?" Xavier explained, "The Prince family is also a renowned potion lineage. The eldest daughter insisted on marrying a muggle and was disowned. You've likely guessed that she was Snape's mother." Freya said, "The Prince family is not easy to approach. They are all gloomy and eccentric. Looking at it this way, your friend truly belongs to them." "Don't speak of him like that," Celia said, displeased. Freya raised an eyebrow indifferently. Xavier added, "Since he has talent in potions, returning to the Prince family would help him achieve more. Just a suggestion." Celia took it to heart. "Thank you, will tell him. I wouldn't have known about this otherwise." The dinner came to an end. Celia escorted them out of the kitchen and stayed behind to clean up. Xavier and Freya walked one after the other. Freya spoke from behind. If not for her low birth, she would achieve great things. Xavier said flatly, "I think her achievements have nothing to do with her birth." Freya quickened her pace to walk beside him, twirling her hair seductively. "Oh, you like—" Xavier frowned. "She's still young. You should rid yourself of that habit." Freya chuckled softly. "I know you always disapprove of my ways, but you must admit she has that foundation." Xavier's voice turned cold. "I don't think she's who knows?" Freya bit her lip, smiling. "She stops at nothing to achieve her goals. Once she realizes her beauty can make her invincible, an easier path will unfold before her. Slytherin might even be turned upside down by her." Words fell on deaf ears. Xavier quickened his pace, leaving her behind. Celia soon had Snape and Lily sign the contract as well. Snape asked in astonishment. They actually agreed. "What did you do? How did they react?" Celia patted his shoulder, noticing the frayed edges of his robe. "Don't worry, we just had dinner. Nothing a meal can't solve, if it doesn't have another." She took the contract to Professor Slughorn and had him modify a few terms. Slughorn watched her closely. "Are you sure? Do you know what you're giving up? It could be a fortune in galleons." Celia nodded. Snape's family was poor and needed money to improve their living conditions. Lily's allowance couldn't support her potions research, and she needed funds for materials. Celia, however, didn't need the money. After all, it all started because she disliked the taste of potions. Now common potions could be improved to suit her palate. She was the biggest winner. Slughorn put away the contract and said with a complicated expression, "Very well, I'll prepare the Gringotts keys for them." Celia left satisfied. This matter was finally settled. After she left, Slughorn immediately summoned Xavier and Freya and showed them the contract. Xavier saw the final profit split and felt it was expected. Freya's face darkened. Their own decision. Durand agreed too. Celia brought it, Slughorn said. "It was her decision. I'm just informing you so there are no complaints later." The final profit split on the contract. Xavier and Freya each held 1/10, while Snape and Lily each held 1.5/10. Freya forced her usual smile. "No objections, Professor." After they left Slughorn's office, Xavier said, "I told you she's not like you." Freya didn't reply. She returned to her dormitory, unable to calm down for a long time. Fool. What a fool. She wanted to shake Celia by the shoulders and demand why she did it. Freya couldn't sit still. She rushed out of her dormitory, ignoring the men who greeted and flirted with her, and headed straight for the Hufflepuff common room to have Celia called out. In the Hufflepuff common room, a slurping contest was underway. Celia had created an exceptionally silky egg custard, poured it into tall tart shells, and baked them until the surface turned a beautiful caramel color. The inside was semi-set and jiggled gently. They were competing to see who could slurp up the custard from the tart shell in one go. It was tricky. If the custard cooled, it would fully set and be impossible to clean out, but eating it hot would burn the mouth. In the common room, older students watched the younger ones compete, erupting in laughter and applause. The sofas were already littered with people who had burned their mouths, hissing and sucking in air. When someone passed word that she was wanted outside, Celia was reluctant to leave. It was almost her turn, and as the creator of the egg tarts, she was sure she could time it perfectly. Slurp it all before the custard fully set without burning her mouth. She would have to join another time. Hearing that the visitor was an exceptionally beautiful older student, her first thought was Freya. She wrapped 2 egg tarts in a paper bag to share. Celia cheerfully left the common room. Freya, waiting outside, said, "Follow me," and walked away. "Where are we going, senior?" Celia asked, following behind. "I brought you egg tarts." Freya ignored her. Curfew was approaching, so they needed to be brief. She led Celia to the lawn before the castle gates, where the surroundings were completely open. "I saw the contract. Why didn't you take that 1/10 share?" Freya demanded. Celia explained her reasons. "Foolish." Freya bent slightly, gripping Celia's shoulders, speaking rapidly and lowly. Do you know how much money that would be? A fortune for you. You could do so much with it. Go to Slughorn now and change the split back. Celia winced from the grip. But I don't need it. Freya looked at her with frustration. The day the contract was signed, she had even fantasized. If Celia were her sister, they could elevate the Zabini family to glory unlike the useless one she had. But she wasn't. She was just a muggle-born witch. Yet then she thought again, someone of such low birth as Celia could still succeed. The contract's profit split had shattered. Celia understood nothing. You need it. You need it. She continued rapidly. You need money to polish yourself, to make yourself beautiful, to climb into noble circles, to gain the threshold for investment, to amass more wealth. Listen, Celia, you have the capital. Freya leaned close, whispering in her ear, don't look down on parasitic vines. Clinging to those above you isn't shameful. A parasitic vine can also suck blood, strip flesh, and strangle its host. Celia was slightly frightened, her eyes wide, speechless. Freya touched her face. Celia, don't you want to succeed? Don't you want to rise above your muggle birth and become someone of high status in the wizarding world? Celia steadied herself. Senior Freya, I don't care about success. I only care about happiness. Are you happy? Freya withdrew her hand, as if burned, stepping back to look at Celia. She had revealed too much of her heart tonight. They had overstepped for mere acquaintances. Success will make me happy. Freya's heated mind finally cooled. She said earnestly, come to me if you change your mind, Celia. One must have ambition. She turned to leave, but Celia called out, Senior Freya. She turned back. Had she changed her mind so quickly? A smile formed on her lips. Celia held up the paper bag. Do you still want the egg tarts? They're delicious. Freya spun around and strode away. Fool. Idiot. Incurable. Celia closed the witch weakly, said to the mirror, Papa, I think Freya has a point. Patricia was horrified. What? Are you going to find someone to marry and have a complete life as a woman? No. Celia looked at Freya on the cover. She said one should have ambition. I think I should have some ambition too. During the last war, the House of Shipworth and Zabini remained neutral, neither joining the Death Eaters. They were pureblood families who stayed on the sidelines. Such neutrality leaned infinitely close to pureblood ideology, yet for the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic at the time, having one less openly hostile adversary was a welcome reprieve. Celine had once contacted Xavier, who unbeknownst to his family secretly sold her a batch of medical potions needed by the Order. She had always cherished that favor in her heart. Patricia asked, why the sudden desire for ambition? You've never had such a thing. Celine waved the magazine. Freya inspired me. She's using the marriage column to project an image of being a good wife. I need to elevate my influence too, so when others see me they don't just notice my face, but recall my accomplishments and feel respect. What will you do? Alchemy. Alchemy is all I have, Celine said, waving at Patricia. All right, I need to have a chat with the headmaster. Go on then. Patricia muttered, I wonder if I can subscribe to the Witch Weekly and Daily Prophet from America. The news here is so slow. Celine tapped the two-way mirror. Headmaster, calling the headmaster, are you there? Ripples spread across the mirror's surface and Dumbledore appeared, dressed most splendidly. He wore a dark crimson robe embroidered with a golden phoenix that fluttered about his wizard's attire, and he sported a matching wizard's hat. Are you going out? They'll keep it brief, Celine observed Dumbledore. Not going out. I was just admiring myself in the mirror in this new robe, Dumbledore said with a... It's truly beautiful, absolutely stunning. Celine praised him sincerely. Fox, you should perch on the headmaster's shoulder. Fox indeed answered her call, flapping his wings gracefully to land on Dumbledore's shoulder. However, having not yet fully grown after his rebirth, he was somewhat plump, lacking the resplendent magnificence of the phoenix on the robe. Celine continued her praise. What a beautiful sight. I must etch it into my memory. Dumbledore turned away. You've made me blush, Celine. I haven't even decided on the occasion to wear it. I have an idea, Celine said. Dumbledore turned back, encouraging her with a smile. I have an annual plan this year, headmaster. I intend to win an award you won when you were 17. Dumbledore pretended to ponder. An award I won at 17. Which month are you referring to? Celine wrinkled her nose at him. Thank you, the flex was felt. If those who earned 12 certificates were scholars, she had to look up to this one was a god of learning, whose summit she couldn't glimpse even with her head tilted back. Of course, the gold award for pioneering contributions at the International Alchemy Conference. I have 2 research projects now that I think might be viable. I need your advice. One is a method for inscribing magical runes. I personally use about a dozen variations, half of which are common improved versions in alchemy circles. The other half I'm not sure if they are original. Would this meet the pioneering standard? The other is a small device I made earlier that can separate fused elements from magical objects. In my last chat with Nicolas, he said further research might allow its use on living beings, but that's not achievable in the short term. They'll have to focus on an advanced version for magical objects first. After explaining, Celine asked Dumbledore, which one do you think is more suitable? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. The first one will do. The latter can win you another award next year. He had a point. The first only required organizing the materials, while the second's completion timeline was uncertain. Celine rose from before the mirror. Then he'll get to work. When I go to Egypt to accept the award this year, I want to invite you to come with me wearing that very robe. It would be my great honor, Celine. Dumbledore called out as she was about to close the mirror. Indulge me in one more question. Do you plan never to speak with Severus again? Did he come to you to complain? Celine asked immediately. Dumbledore looked at her kindly, but did not answer. She pursed her lips. As long as he learns to speak to me properly, I will talk to him. Oh, he simply asked me if your arm was still being treated. When Snape brought her the potion for the third time, seeing it was the same kind, she refused to drink it no matter what. He went back and spent over a month improving the taste. Celine tried it. The previous potion felt like a violent hammer blow to the skull, nearly knocking her unconscious. The new potion felt like a violent blow to the face, forcing sour tears and snot from her. And he had the audacity to call it an improvement. Celine firmly refused the potion, and he went back to improve it again, failing to finish before their argument. I won't treat it anymore, Headmaster. My arm truly doesn't affect my daily life, Celine said earnestly. She knew well of Dumbledore's good intentions, but the scar meant little to her. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I understand. With that, they ended their conversation. Celine organized her recent tasks. She had to verify all her dozen or so methods of rune inscription, write a thesis, and preferably discover a few more. The more impressive after all. Staring at the word thesis on her outline plan, she scratched her head in frustration. When she lived near Nicolas, she shamelessly asked him and Perry for help whenever she needed to find materials. She couldn't very well continue to torment a 160-year-old man now. However, she could recruit students. She needed people to help her verify the feasibility of the inscription methods. The first person that came to Celine's mind was naturally Bill. He was intelligent, studious, and well-read, the best in the class. But he alone wouldn't be enough, so she thought of after Wednesday's class, she called Bill Zane and a fourth-year auditing student, Hera Moore. Hera attended every class and submitted homework on time with quality surpassing many sixth-year students. She was a talented child. Celine laid out her idea of wanting them to assist her in their spare time. Bill and Hera agreed immediately, and Zane gave his affirmative answer later. Celine wouldn't need them for the next few days. She arranged to contact them via butterflies. She first spent 2 days creating a small curse and counter-curse device. The impact of that beauty comparison article in which weekly wouldn't end with the new issue. People still sent her harassing letters. She had to harass them back. Professor Celia. Bill knocked on the door of the alchemy lab. Come in. Celia was looking down at a basin-like object. Bill, I need your help with something. Bill walked over and stood beside her, looking down into the basin. All right, what is this, Professor? Reply Basin. I need you to help me run an experiment to see if it works. There might be some discomfort. Celia pointed her wand at the basin and silently cast a spell, causing the intricate engraved runes within to glow. That's fine. What do I need to do, Professor? There are a few pieces of parchment on the table over there. Write a few lines on each. One with your name, one without. Bill walked to the table, scribbled a few sentences on each piece of parchment, and wrote his name on one of them. He handed both pieces to Celia. Celia tossed the unsigned parchment into the basin. A crimson flame rose, devouring the paper, and a streak of red light coursed through the runes. At the same time, Bill began hiccuping uncontrollably. Hic, hic. He silently cast a healing charm on himself, but it was useless. He kept hiccuping. Hic, Professor. Hic, is this the hic, discomfort? Celia smiled and tapped the basin. The runes dimmed and Bill's hiccups stopped. It works even without a name. She clapped her hands. Done. So, the replied Basin. Bill rubbed his neck, raising an eyebrow. Celia made a shushing gesture. Keep it a secret, will you? It involves a bit of magic that's not allowed for public use. Those letters are so annoying. Giving the cinder a little prank. How is that not a replied Basin? Bill immediately said, I think just hiccups is too mild. I have 2 prank experts at home, and their ideas aren't bad sometimes. How about turning into a spider when they pick up a teacup? Sounds great, but it's too hard to pull off. Prolonged hiccups are pretty unpleasant too. As Celia spoke, she tossed several letters into the basin. Multiple red streaks darted rapidly within, looking like they were playing a game of chase. Celia moved the basin to a corner, leaving it glowing. She conjured a long table, and dozens of books flew off the shelves. We can start working today. I've checked your schedules. You and Zane can take turns, and Hera will come every day after dinner. We need to organize these materials first. Once Celia focused on something, she forgot everything else. Apart from teaching hours, she stayed in her alchemy lab, requiring appointments for visits. Late at night, when she returned to her adjacent quarters, there were always butterflies on her door, mostly students wailing about something. Celia would wail back at them. With Bill and Zane's help, organizing the foundational thesis materials was highly efficient. Hera, under Celia's guidance, tested her engraving methods one by one. At first, Hera did well with the basic methods, but later she struggled to understand. Professor, how did you come up with the idea of salting and boiling materials before engraving? Well, one day I was tired and hungry and boiled the wrong thing. When I fished it out, I found the materials had slightly altered properties and they worked better for enchantment. So the cooking method for magic liquid came from that too. Not exactly. Don't you think magic liquid looks delicious? I wanted to see if it could become a drink. Turned out it's excellent for carving magic runes. Hera didn't think so. Hera couldn't fathom a genius mind. Should she learn cooking or something? Besides their scheduled weekdays, Bill and Zane also came on weekends when free learning various techniques for handling alchemical materials. Most methods, after learning and repeated practice, all three could successfully execute. Occasionally they encountered difficulties. That was the chanting magic. Celia demonstrated. She chanted a spell in an unfamiliar language and tone. With a light wave of her wand, a pattern appeared on the material out of thin air. Bill asked, "Professor, what spell is that?" Celia said, "I don't know." All three wore puzzled expressions. Celia cleared her throat sheepishly. "It appeared in my dream. After waking, I found that chanting it before experiments, drawing magic circles, or trying material ratios greatly increased success rates." All three simultaneously wore expressions that said, "That works." Celia quickly added, "Don't think I'm making this up. Nicholas obtained the book of Abraham the Jew in a dream and learned to make the philosopher's stone from it. There's a legend in alchemy that the god of alchemy leaves signs in the dreams of the gifted." Before delving into alchemy, she hadn't known that many aspects of it transcended common wizarding knowledge, entering the realm of the mystical. If magic wasn't scientific, alchemy was even less so. "Can we learn it?" Bill asked. "Let's try. He'll teach you the chant first." The atmosphere in the lab was a bit odd. Celia sang a line, and they followed. Zane moved his fingers, awkwardly humming softly, while Bill and Hera were fully immersed, singing loudly and clearly. Celia taught several times, ensuring each of their pronunciations was correct. She had them try, and one by one they chanted. Nothing happened. Celia stroked her chin. "This method is about doing it in one go. Like casting a spell, visualize the rune you want to carve in your mind, and execute it the moment the chant." They tried again, still no success. Celia thought it might be the pitch. They weren't singing the same tune. She began correcting their tones. "Hera, this dura needs to be a note higher, and this dada should have a trill." Celia sang it, then had Hera follow. Hera tried, but the pitch was still off. Celia taught her again. Hera finished, and looked at Bill. He was standing with crossed arms, tapping his fingers on his arm. "Still not right," Celia said. "Professor," Zane spoke calmly, "to my ears they sound exactly the same." "Impossible, that's not the tune," Celia insisted. Bill stopped tapping his fingers and said reluctantly, "Professor Era's singing is indeed the same as yours." Celia stood frozen for 2 seconds. She pointed her wand at her own throat and chanted the spell again. Raising her wand, her voice emanated from the air, repeating the chant. After listening, she let her hand fall limply, staggered a couple of steps, and gripped the table. Her face pale, she muttered to herself, "I was off-key. Do I sing other songs off-key too? Have I been off-key all these years?" Puffed. Zane lowered his head, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Celia was greatly disheartened. She returned to her room and summoned Patrice through the mirror. "I sing out of tune, you know," she exclaimed, grabbing the mirror and shaking it vigorously, as if she were shaking Patrice by the shoulders from afar. Patrice initially denied it. "Who told you that?" "I heard myself singing," Celia said, her face falling. Patrice smacked her lips. "Actually, we didn't know at first either. Those muggle songs you like to sing, we'd never heard them. Until later, when you recorded them on tape and played them in the common room to sing along." Celia lay serenely on the floor, her hands folded over her stomach. Patrice quickly comforted her. "It's fine, you could roughly make out the tune. You're not a professional singer, right? Even Whitney Houston sang off-key." Celia's voice grew ethereal. "My self-perception was so inflated. Back then I even used singing to replace speaking, didn't I, Patrice stifled her laughter. During that period, Celia would break into song, even while walking. "Goodbye, Patrice. Celia is retiring from the music scene." Celia closed the two-way mirror. Undeterred, she called Remus. "Remus, did you know I sing off-key?" Celia asked, leaning over the mirror. "I'm not very knowledgeable about music," Remus replied, startled by her suddenly enlarged face. Even knowing the mirror separated them, he instinctively leaned back. "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Because I only realized it today. So I really am off-key." "You see," he searched for the right words, "James was even more off-key than you. I thought that was intentional so that was it. No wonder she and James were the only ones who couldn't learn an instrument. She had even thought James' lack of pitch was his unique howling style." Celia curled into a ball in front of the mirror. Remus couldn't help but reach out, tapping the mirror gently. "We all love it when you sing, Celia," he said softly. When she sang, she was always so animated, almost radiant. Who cared about the quality of her voice? "Thanks for the comfort," Celia mumbled. Devastated by the discovery after more than 20 years that she sang off-key, Celia decided to take a few days to rest. She joined the afternoon tea chat club founded by Robbie. After some discussion, Robbie and the others decided they couldn't keep freeloading at Celia's place every day, so they found an empty classroom and held a tea party there once a week. The main activities were eating, drinking, and gossiping. Many students joined their club. Some didn't like to bother the professors, but they were happy to participate in leisure activities with their peers. Celia spent some time there, getting to know many new students. Over the weekend, she called Tonks to her office. "I brought this at the start of the term, but completely forgot about it," she said, holding up a camera and grinning at Tonks. Quick, we can take pictures together." Tonks first transformed into Celia, and they took several photos together. "This will surely surprise my family. Or maybe not." They always just say, well, magic. Celia then had Tonks transform into Dumbledore and started styling his beard. How about rainbow-colored Professor Celia? Tonks turned her magnificent beard rainbow-hued. Beautiful. Celia exclaimed, snapping pictures. We should give him a makeover. Tonks wholeheartedly agreed. They began braiding the beard. When Tonks braided her own beard, she kept yanking out hairs, wincing in pain. Celia told her to stop and took over. Celia was dexterous and creative, braiding the beard into various stylish plaits. She photographed all the good ones as evidence to persuade Dumbledore to change his. All right, Dora, you can change back now, Celia said, giving the beard a final ruffle. Could you braid my hair later? I want that fishtail braid from before. Okay. Tonks closed her eyes, held her breath tightly, and opened them again, only to find the beard still clinging to her chin. She swallowed, nervously concentrated harder on her desired appearance. The beard retracted, her nose straightened. She opened her eyes again. The beard was still there. Professor! She jumped up, shouting. I can't change back. Celia jumped too. What a... They tried for a while longer, but Tonks truly couldn't revert. Tonks looked at her full, bushy beard in the mirror, her face crumpling. Am I completely a man now? Do I have to move into the boys' dormitory? But I didn't grow up. You know. Celia comforted her. We'll find a way, it's not hopeless yet. And don't go casually growing. She tapped the two-way mirror. Minerva, are you in your office? Professor McGonagall appeared in the mirror. I am. What's wrong, Celia? Celia said calmly. I have a matter to discuss. They'll come to you now. She cast a disillusionment charm on Tonks and took her hand. We're going to see Professor McGonagall. She's an animagus, she'll know what to do. Tonks was a bit afraid of McGonagall. Can you turn me back? Celia said coolly, if I try you might actually end up moving into the boys' dormitory. She led Tonks to Professor McGonagall's office, lifted the disillusionment charm, and nervously picked at her robes. She can't change back. Professor McGonagall stared at Tonks in shock, then slowly turned her head towards Celia, her expression severe. Celia picked at her robes even harder. The child is terrified. Can you change her back? Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, took a deep breath, raised her wand, and pointed it at Tonks. In an instant the beard vanished, and she was restored to her original appearance. Tonks ran to the mirror to check, delighted. Thank you, Professor. Celia shot her a look. Silly girl, don't celebrate just yet. Professor McGonagall said sternly. I will have to speak with your head of house about a student misusing magic. Tonks' smile froze. Celia started to speak. Her tone grew even more severe. And I will also have to speak with a certain professor about condoning a student's misuse of magic. Celia lowered her head. Professor McGonagall summoned Professor Sprout and gravely informed her about Tonks' recent misuse of her metamorphmagus abilities, transforming into the headmaster and then being unable to change back. Celia and Tonks stood side by side, clutching their hands in unison, heads bowed. Professor McGonagall also complained to Professor Sprout about a certain graduate from her own house who, upon returning as a professor, had failed to be a role model and instead joined a student in causing mischief, leaving a mess where the student couldn't change back. In front of Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout told Tonks she was forbidden from freely using her metamorphmagus abilities again. As for Celia, she just sighed and sighed again. Her expression said it all. I don't even want to bother scolding you. Professor Sprout was fiercely protective of her students. Fearing that Professor McGonagall might further criticize Celia and Tonks, she took them both away. She walked ahead with Celia while Tonks followed behind. If you have too much free time, go help me tend to the herbs, Professor Sprout said, casting a soft, almost powerless glare at Celia. I'm swamped, Celia said, taking her arm. But I was a bit rattled and in a bad mood, so I asked Dora to come hang out with me. I won't do it again. Tonks poked her head out and said, Head of house, I'm not busy. I can go help you with the herbs. Professor Sprout's body trembled slightly. She said nervously, No, that won't be necessary, Tonks. Don't use your metamorphmagus abilities carelessly anymore, especially turning into the headmaster. She shot another glare at Celia. How could she have turned into the headmaster and not been able to change back? They had to seek help from Professor McGonagall, who was the strictest and held the headmaster in the highest regard. Celia quickly apologized again obediently. Professor Sprout headed back to the dormitory with Tonks. Celia walked into her office and sighed. How could a little thing like singing off-key ever defeat her? She then went to the alchemy lab and used the butterfly to summon the 3 laborers back to work. The last time she sent them away, she swore she saw all 3 of them smiling. It didn't matter, she was never afraid of awkwardness. The 3 students arrived promptly. Celia reassigned their tasks. The incantation magic experiment only worked for her, so it couldn't be included in the article, but the other methods totaled 21. Next came the extensive data verification phase. She needed to find theoretical support from the literature. If she couldn't find any, she'd have to fabricate it herself. This task fell to the senior students Bill and Zane. They alternated their time to come and research with Celia. Celia's mind would wander after just 10 minutes of reading, while Bill was the only one diligently flipping through and recording the literature. She played with her quill for a while, then couldn't help but say to Bill, I once invented something that could search for keywords in books, but it was very ineffective. Bill noted the page number in his book, looked up, and asked curiously why. Because the same thing can be described in many ways. For example, weight. Different countries have different units of measurement. Some authors like to use comparisons like it weighs as much as 21 mountain trolls. How heavy is that exactly? And then there are cultural differences. You know, in some European countries the first floor is actually the second floor, in others the first floor is the one you enter through the main door. Celia spread her hands. Do wizarding publications pay by the word? In one book a substance was described as generally considered less valuable than gold, one of the most ductile precious metals, yet more valuable than copper, one of the earliest and most common base metals. Bill asked, so it's silver. Exactly. Celia slammed the table. Can you believe how they pad the word count? Bill laughed. I recall that the monthly Alchemy journal actually pays by the word. Celia was stunned. She regretted it, bitterly beating her chest. I didn't know. I should have padded my writing too. Bill laughed and comforted her for a while. As long as she didn't have to read, everything else was fun. Celia and Bill hit it off well in conversation. I both came from large families and had a lot in common. Bill had 7 siblings. As the eldest brother, controlling his younger brothers and sisters was a challenge. You have to show your prowess, like knowing more spells, answering their strange questions, foiling your younger brother's pranks, pulling them apart when they fight, judging fairly, and secretly fixing their mistakes. My brother was like that too. When I was little and broke a plate, he'd clean it up for me. When I argued with my sister, he'd buy each of us an ice cream. But he wasn't as easygoing as you. He'd say, girls, shut your mouths. You're noisier than 1,000 ducks. Every time they chatted and lost track of time, Celia would realize she hadn't done any work, while Bill, who only occasionally flipped through a few pages, always managed to complete his. Zane was the polar opposite of Bill. He was taciturn. As soon as he received the task list from Celia, he sat down and silently flipped through books. Celia occasionally couldn't help but talk to him, but he was very indifferent. Zane, do you know what I do before every paper? No. I drink a glass of rum. She blinked at Zane, waiting for him to ask why. He said, suit yourself. All right, no more talking. Celia buried her head in her book. Zane glanced at her and asked, Professor, are you actually researching? Celia lifted her head. I have a method of reading using spiritual sight without using my eyes. I can even do it when I'm asleep. Want to learn? Not necessary, Zane said coldly. I almost mistakenly thought you were the kind of professor who dumps all the work on students and enjoys herself. Thanks, she really was. Celia guiltily sat up straight and started reading. It took them less than half a month to gather all the existing literature, and Celia began formally writing her paper. She knew all too well her lack of self-discipline. She took her materials and appeared punctually in the library every day, deliberately sitting where Madame Pants could see her from her desk so she could supervise herself. The effect was mediocre. Although she could stay quiet, and still she would lie on the table doodling random designs instead of writing the paper. She tried a different approach, setting goals and rewards. For instance, after writing about 2 methods a day, she could reply to Harry's letter. After writing another 2, she could chat with Patrice or Remus. This method worked better. She slowly ground out half of the paper. In the library, besides the students, she also ran into Quirrell. Quirrell taught Muggle studies from 3rd to 7th year with 5 classes a week, busier than Celia. Apart from teaching, he was a fixture in the library reading. Celia soon moved her seat next to him. He looked like he wanted to bolt. I won't get you kicked out because of me, Celia quickly said, making a zipping motion over her mouth. Quirrell, who had been as restless as if sitting on pins and needles, calmed down and buried himself in his book, though he occasionally turned to glance at Celia. Celia finished her daily tasks, packed up, and whispered, I'm leaving Quirinus. Quirrell gave a small wave. He watched Celia's back until she exited the library, then, as if waking from a dream, stood up and chased after her. Professor Celia, he called, jogging to catch up. Celia stopped. What is it, Quirinus? Could you teach me? Quirrell glanced around, leaned in, and lowered his voice. Teach me how to be popular with students. The ringing of the bell signaled the end of class, instantly igniting the once tranquil castle. The corridors echoed with the chatter and footsteps of students. Celia, clutching a book, tilted her head at Quirrell. Let's discuss it in my office. All right, Quirrell replied, following her with a nervous gait. Students scurried through the hallways, some paused to greet them. Good afternoon, Professor Celia. Hello, Professor Celia. You look lovely today, Professor. Thank you, but no running in the corridors. Before Quirrell voiced his plea for guidance on winning students' favor, Celia had never paid such matters much heed. She noticed now that few students greeted him specifically. Only a scattered few offered a general, good afternoon, professors. Celia led Quirrell back to her office, poured him tea, and asked, so Quirinus, what difficulties have you encountered in teaching? No, it's nothing like that, Quirrell stammered, embarrassed. How could he confess that as a professor he was often ignored by his students? They chatted during his lectures, laughed off missing assignments with promises to turn them in later, sighed impatiently when called upon, and never greeted him in the hallways. Quirrell was intelligent. Many professors had praised his brilliance during his school days. But intelligence alone was insufficient. He was inherently timid, sensitive, and somewhat neurotic, prone to being bullied and overlooked since childhood. In the eyes of others, his talents seemed trivial. Quirrell yearned to be seen, to be respected. That's why he chose to return to Hogwarts as a professor. At least students would respect a professor. Reality proved far more complex. Minors possessed a natural cruelty, they treated professors with favoritism and bullied the weak. Quirrell had not found what he sought. He had wanted to seek Celia's advice since the start of the semester, but had been too shy to ask. Seeing sweat on his brow, Celia didn't press him gently, guiding the conversation. Do you want to be friends with the students? Not exactly. Are too few students taking your course? It's fine. Only 2 types took Muggle studies: Muggle-born students seeking easy grades, and those genuinely curious about the Muggle world. Their numbers remained steady each year. Celia pondered. Is it that some students are unruly? You want a better classroom atmosphere? Yes, something like that, Quirrell nodded eagerly. The simplest way is to be a strict professor. But with your gentle nature, that's hard, isn't it? Celia offered advice. Learn from that one. Make an example of someone in class. Be stern. Say Slytherin loses 10 points. Quirrell's face twisted for a moment. Slytherins rarely take Muggle studies. Oh, I forgot. Then avoid that method. The other 3 houses have already been docked enough. Celia crossed her arms deep in thought. What should she do? She could boast that she seemed naturally likable. From the moment she learned to walk and talk, the neighbors adored playing with her. As she grew older and helped at her father's restaurant, customers loved her too. At school, teachers and classmates cherished her. Now asked to teach someone how to be liked, she was at a loss. Quirrell, let me think about it. They'll come to you when I have an idea. No, forget I said anything. I'm just muddle-headed from reading today. Quirrell regretted speaking up. This is my concern now. If I find a good method, I'll teach you. If not, well, pretend it never happened. Don't dwell on it. Celia called Quirrell to join her for dinner downstairs. She kept the matter in mind, observing Quirrell's interactions with others during breaks from writing her thesis. To spare him embarrassment, she discreetly asked others for their opinion. After consulting a few colleagues, she identified his biggest issue: a lack of presence. A pale, shy young man. What else came to mind? Nothing else. If colleagues thought so, students would be even more indifferent. First, she needed to enhance his impression. Celia took notes. Celia occasionally joined Robbie's afternoon tea parties to clear her mind. Spotting students who took Muggle studies, she pulled them aside for a chat. What do you think of Professor Quirrell? How are his classes? Professor Quirrell. His lessons are okay, but his voice is too soft. Sometimes we can't hear him. Don't tell the other professors, but I don't like him much. He's too nervous. When asked a few questions, his voice drops, and he stammers. His teaching itself is fine. Celia resumed note-taking, voice projection, confidence building. Professor, why are you so concerned about him? If she told the truth, the young ones would spread news that Quirinus Quirrell wants to be popular by tomorrow. She remained composed. I'm surveying other professors' teaching to improve my own classes. Many were my professors before, so I'm asking you. Professor Quirrell is also new. Oh, they exclaimed, realizing how dedicated she was. Most professors are fine except for Professor Snape. Oh, don't mention him, it ruins the mood, another girl said. Celia jotted down another note: don't imitate Snape. Notebook in hand, she went to Quirrell. Quirinus, I'm going to transform you. This was far more interesting than writing a thesis. Quirrell stood up nervously. Howie, first stop trembling. Stand straight, don't curl your hands, and speak louder. Celia guided him. Quirrell raised his voice, speaking in a stilted rhythm. Like this. Celia bit her knuckle. Should I always talk this way? He asked forcefully. Of course not. Find the right volume. Celia spent nearly half an hour teaching Quirrell about volume alone. When nervous, his throat tightened, involuntarily lowering his voice. She also needed to help him overcome his anxiety and neuroticism. Transforming someone was so difficult and troublesome, yet still more enjoyable than writing a thesis. Celia's enthusiasm for reforming Quirrell far surpassed her academic drive. Without needing goals or motivation, she'd approach him whenever they met and whisper advice. They appeared together in various parts of the castle more often. Finally, someone couldn't resist asking, Professor, are you dating Professor Quirrell? Celia nearly choked on her tea. Celia cleared the air for herself and Quirrell. That's not true at all. I've been helping Professor Quirrell with a favor lately, so I've been visiting him often. She looked at the students whose eyes sparkled with gossip. How did this rumor start? If you hear others say it, you must help us clarify it too, all right? They began chattering away. I knew it impossible. I didn't want to believe it either, but someone said the only eligible professors at school are Quirrell and Snape, and compared to Snape, Quirrell is the better option. Celia nearly choked on her tea again. Upon reflection, she realized the only young single professors at Hogwarts were the 3 of them, but even the older professors were mostly unmarried. What was wrong with Hogwarts? Couldn't married people teach here? All right, ladies, stop gossiping about the professors. I won't be dating anyone at school. It would make work too awkward. Haven't you seen examples of that around you? Celia posed a question. They soon launched into stories about awkward breakups between classmates from different houses. The best way to change the subject was indeed to find another topic. Boarding school was so isolated and dull that even she and Quirrell could become fodder for gossip. They had never shared an intimate gesture, always standing at least an arm's length. Facing rumors, one couldn't take them too seriously, or people might think you had something to hide. Celia had been the subject of countless rumors over the years. If she spoke a few extra words with someone in the morning, by afternoon, it would be said they were dating. She could be linked to 5 people in a single day. Denying each one was exhausting. By the time a rumor reached her ears, it had already changed 8 times, and she couldn't keep up. The students knew it was all false, just idle gossip for fun. Because when Sirius publicly invited Celia on a date in the Great Hall, and she accepted, their reactions were disbelief and disapproval accompanied by table-pounding rage and public weeping. The crowd stopped spreading rumors and reading into every glance. They gathered only to ask if the two had broken up yet. Later, when they argued and parted ways, the campus was jubilant. On her way to class, Celia encountered 18 boys who couldn't suppress their grins while comforting her, flirting and winking shamelessly. She was so startled she cast a disillusionment charm to escape. Celia decided to handle the rumor about her and Quirrell by ignoring it. Her close bond with the students meant they asked her directly, revealing what was circulating among them. Quirrell probably didn't even know about it. Quirrell indeed had no idea, he was just being targeted. Celia's coaching had been effective. He spoke loudly enough to drown out student chatter, expanded on teaching content to showcase his knowledge, and attracted students who sought him out after class. They began greeting him and paying attention in his lessons. But lately he kept getting caught up in student mischief. Sometimes he stepped on marbles left in the hallway, nearly tripping. Other times he was bumped by students chasing each other or hit by a stray spell. Each time Quirrell recalled Celia's advice, don't show weakness, don't flinch, pause, take a breath, then react. He composed himself with remarkable calm, telling the students, no running or spell casting in the corridors. The students grinned. Sure, Professor Quirrell. That should be enough, he thought uncertainly. After being drenched by a student's spell yet again, he headed to the nearest staff room to clean up. It was a fine day, and a few professors were lounging by the window in the staff room, soaking up the sun. Celia was there too, chatting with Professor Victor, who taught arithmetic. She had been complaining to him about the complexity of French numerical expressions. It's too convoluted for ordinary people to handle. Is that why French mathematicians are so famous? Professor Victor drifted into thought. Could Muggle mathematicians learn arithmetic? I've never considered that. Arithmetic and Muggle mathematics are quite similar. Both require a particularly sharp mind to master, don't they? Professor Victor suppressed a smile. With diligent practice, one can still achieve decent results in this subject. But to excel, a smart mind was indeed necessary. Quirrell stumbled in his robes, dripping a trail of water, his hair plastered to his face. Everyone in the staff room turned to look, and he offered an awkward smile. Celia stood up. Merlin's beard, what happened to you? She summoned a dry towel from the cupboard and handed it to him. Thanks. The students were having a water fight with their wands, Quirrell explained briefly. Celia glanced at the sunlight outside. The weather had warmed up, indeed the season for water play. In their own school days they loved to go to the Black Lake and play with the giant squid when it got hot. Where? She asked. At the entrance hall, Quirrell said. Well, they shouldn't be playing there. Celia headed out, ignoring Quirrell's calls. On her way to the entrance hall, Celia spotted puddle after puddle of water and casually vanished them all. Near the entrance hall, it was a complete mess. Since everyone passed through there to enter or leave the castle, the floor was covered in large pools of water mixed with mud and grass from outside. Filch would faint if he saw this. A few students were still at the entrance, using the doors and walls as cover, darting in and out while casting aguamini at each other. Quite creative. Celia raised her wand and silently cast a finite incantum. The students' wands spat out a single bubble and no more water appeared. Gentlemen, this is hardly a suitable place for fun. The boys, looking as if they'd been hauled out of the Black Lake, straightened up immediately. Hey, Professor Celia. Celia walked past them out of the castle. Follow me. The boys exchanged glances and trailed behind her. Nearly all the students without classes were out sunbathing. Someone spotted their group and exclaimed in surprise, you finally got caught by a professor. A boy behind her asked, Professor, you won't deduct points, right? No, Celia said, leading them toward the Black Lake until they reached a secluded spot on the shore. She formed a circle with her thumb and forefinger, put them to her lips, and blew a sharp, loud, and long whistle across the lake. It was an impressive whistle, drawing cheers from some onlookers. The whistle seemed to do little beyond attracting attention from the students on the lawn, but soon ripples appeared in the center of the Black Lake. The ripples grew larger as something sped from the lake's center toward the shore, churning water and leaving a trail of waves. What is that? The students asked in alarm. In an instant, waves lapped onto the shore and a vast dark shadow emerged beneath the water's surface. A giant squid extended its tentacles from the depths. Celia shouted, poo-poo, spray them. With a splash, several equally thick, massive, and hideous tentacles burst out of the water, crashing heavily onto the surface, right where Celia was standing. The tentacles sent towering waves of water splashing, lunging precisely toward Celia. The boys beside her were struck by the spray, stumbling backward a few steps, their clothes only half dried, now drenched from head to toe. The giant squid's tentacles emerged from the water once more. Celia turned and ran toward the castle, shouting, What are you standing there for? Run! The boys scrambled to follow her. Professor, how did you command the giant squid? Celia glanced back. The giant squid, realizing its target had vanished, slowly sank back into the water. She hadn't commanded it at all. The giant squid was after her. After all, she had been longing to take a bite out of its tentacles for 7 years. With its long memory and vengeful nature, the giant squid would probably hold a grudge against her for another 70 years. There was no need to mention something that would tarnish her image as a professor. She said to them seriously, see, this is real excitement. Don't play with water in the corridors anymore. You might as well play in the Black Lake. Though the giant squid is petty and vengeful, it always tosses students who fall into the lake back onto the shore. Celia looked at the soaking wet group. She had cast a protective charm on herself and hadn't gotten a single drop on her, but they were miserable. A gust of wind made them shiver involuntarily. She cast a drying charm on all of them, and the effect was immediate. The moisture vanished from their clothes, leaving them wrinkled like dried seaweed. The water on their bodies disappeared too, their hair clumping together and their skin becoming unnaturally dry. She cleared her throat. You'd better go back and take a hot bath, then ask Madame Pomfrey for some pepper-up potion. If I catch you messing up the corridor again, I'll hand you over to the head of your house. Celia left first, cleaning up the mud and puddles in the corridor. If Filch had to do it, it would take at least an hour or two. I thought she came to avenge Quirrell. No more games, I swear. But how did she manage to command the giant squid? I don't know, but she's really cool. Celia headed toward the staff room. She had avenged Quirrell. She couldn't let anyone else know, but she could secretly tell Quirrell. She wondered if he was still in the staff room. Celia pushed open the door. Good news, Quirrell was still there. Bad news, the atmosphere inside was strange. Quirrell was standing face-to-face with Professor Thayer, both wearing unpleasant expressions. Professor Victor and Madame Hooch were watching them, occasionally exchanging glances. In back, Celia broke the tension, acting as if she hadn't noticed anything odd. What are you talking about? Professor Thayer smiled at her. After teaching at Hogwarts for a few months, his skin wasn't as dark as when he first arrived, but his white teeth still gleamed. Nothing much, just discussing Professor Quirrell's impressive abilities. I'll take my leave. Let's talk another time, Professor Celia. Thayer passed by her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Sure. Celia smiled back at him and walked in naturally. After Thayer left, Quirrell, his face flushed, said, I am going back too. Goodbye, Queerness. Once he was gone, Celia quickly asked Professor Victor and Madame Hooch, what happened? What's going on with those two? They exchanged another glance and said reluctantly, nothing. Just some boring man talk. Not worth hearing. Celia was dying of curiosity. She waited until they went to dinner, declined their invitation to join, and rushed over to Professor Binns, who was slumped in an armchair. Only the top of his head was visible above the chair. Celia shook the chair vigorously. Professor Binns, do you know what Thayer and Queerness were talking about? Professor Binns, the ghost, floated up from the chair, blinked, and said slowly, I know nothing. That old ghost definitely knew and remembered everything perfectly. He could recall 1,000 years of history with clarity. Celia had a trick. Oh, I thought you had such a good memory. What just happened is already history now, and even an expert wouldn't. She muttered deliberately. Professor Binns cleared his throat. Very well, I do know. He began his account in a flat, monotonous voice. After you left, Thayer clapped, and said, Professor Caro, I truly admire you. Celia corrected, it's Thayer and Quirrell. Professor Binns ignored her and continued like a recitation. Caro said, what do you mean, Professor Thayer? Thayer said, I heard you asked Professor Celia to help improve your classroom teaching. With so many experienced old professors to consult, you chose a new one like yourself. Caro, we're both men, and men understand what men want. Caro said, you might have misunderstood something. Thayer said, misunderstood. I admire your clever thinking. Kind-hearted Professor Celia will always help poor pitiful Quirrell. Celia interrupted, see, you know his name is Quirrell. Professor Binns immediately corrected himself. Caro said, are you accusing me of playing the victim? Thayer said, I didn't say that. Maybe you really are pitiful, but let me give you some advice. A man should act like a man. To put it bluntly, you're a bit effeminate. Hooch said, gentlemen, be civil. We're all colleagues here. Let's talk nicely. Thayer said, oh, I've dealt with danger too much to beat around the bush. Caro, we should get along and communicate more. I'm sure I can teach you a simple dodging or defensive charm, so you don't always show up looking so pathetic. Am I right? Caro said, thank you, but I think my theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts is solid enough. I've read many books, know plenty of spells, and understand basic manners. Perhaps Professor Thayer has spent so long in the wild that he's forgotten the etiquette of social interaction. I can understand that. Then you came in. Professor Binns said slowly, his tone sounding a bit regretful. I was hoping they'd come to blows. Celia ran her hands through her hair in frustration. No wonder Victor and Hooch didn't want to repeat that to her, and she was somehow involved. She decided to pretend she knew nothing. Celia didn't want to stir up any more trouble. She stopped going to the library, holed up in her office to finish her thesis, and time flew by until June. She had just opened her office door to get some fresh air when a firecracker burst in. Charlie, wearing a scarlet Quidditch uniform and carrying a broomstick, was drenched in sweat from training. He said to Celia, Professor, you have to come watch my match tomorrow. Celia asked, against who? She wouldn't go if it was against Hufflepuff. Back in her school days, their house team had been crushed by James, and she still had trauma from watching Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. If we beat them by 100 points, well, win the Quidditch Cup. You've got to come. Celia hadn't watched a single match since returning to Hogwarts. She looked at Charlie's uniform and nodded. All right, I'll be there. The weather on the day of the Quidditch finals was splendid, with a clear blue sky and no clouds in sight. Celia arrived neither too early nor too late. Several professors had already taken their seats in the teacher's spectator area. She initially planned to sit at the back, but as soon as Professor Flitwick saw her, he waved her over. "Celia, come sit with me." Celia had no choice but to walk over and sit beside him. Professor Flitwick explained the details of the match to her. Ravenclaw is leading by 90 points. As long as they catch the golden snitch before Gryffindor scores 9 goals, they will win the Quidditch Cup. But Charlie from Gryffindor is quite skilled. If he catches the snitch, Ravenclaw must maintain a lead of 6 goals. He worriedly smacked his lips, indicating that the outcome of this match was uncertain. Someone else sat down beside Celia. As she turned her head to see, it was Professor McGonagall. "Who do you think will win, Celia?" Professor McGonagall asked her, and Professor Flitwick also looked at her. Celia felt an uncomfortable pricking sensation, as if she shouldn't be there. Why did she even come today? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to stay in her office sipping tea? She tilted her head back, squinted her eyes, and shaded her brow with her hand, muttering to herself. The weather is too clear today. The sun is a bit glaring, making it harder for the seekers to spot the golden snitch. "Our house just made some flags. Would you like one, Celia?" Professor Flitwick suddenly pulled out a blue flag printed with an eagle and handed it to Celia. Professor McGonagall instantly produced a red flag with a lion on it, saying, "Gryffindor has one too. Do you want it?" The two professors exchanged glances over Celia, both huffing at the same time. She could almost feel the sparks of tension in the air. Even the best of relationships between house heads could turn adversarial on the Quidditch pitch. Celia felt numb. She took both flags, one in each hand, and Silly smiled while waving them, saying, "I want them both." She began to feel an immense curiosity about the Quidditch pitch, as if it were her first time here, studying the spectators from the 4 houses with great seriousness. She spotted Professor Sprout sitting among the Hufflepuff students. How clever of her. Why didn't she call me? From so far away, she wondered if Professor Sprout had seen her accusing gaze. Celia felt trapped. Every time she thought about getting up, the two professors turned their gaze toward her. Just then Madame Hooch blew the whistle to let the players onto the field, leaving her feeling despondent. When the Gryffindor team entered, the Crimson and Gold Sea erupted in thunderous applause. Celia instinctively looked at the faces of the players one by one. No. She pinched herself. There was no way James Potter could be here. She quickly had no time to daydream, as Ravenclaw scored first, and she followed Professor Flitwick in waving the small blue flag. Gryffindor soon caught up, and Professor McGonagall applauded in approval, prompting her to quickly wave the small red flag along. Fortunately, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw played fairly without resorting to unsportsmanlike conduct. The two professors beside Celia maintained their composure. The skill levels were quite even, with the score difference always staying within 20 points. An hour later, the score reached 100 to 110. The audience's attention began to shift to the two seekers. Whoever could catch the golden snitch would secure the ultimate victory for their house this academic year. Charlie was indeed flying exceptionally well. His broomstick was slightly inferior to Ravenclaw's seekers, yet he always managed to fly faster and steadier. The golden snitch has appeared right in the center of the field. Weasley and Peakes both spotted it, and they are charging towards the snitch. Weasley is in the lead. Ah. The snitch vanished. The commentators shouted with fervor, "Weasley is diving down. Did he see the golden snitch? One bludger just brushed past him. A beautiful dodge, Weasley." Weasley is still diving. Peakes is following him, but he is far behind. Weasley has stopped. He has raised his hand. He caught it. Gryffindor has caught the golden snitch, adding 150 points. Professor McGonagall could not contain her excitement as she shouted, "Well done." The audience erupted in deafening cheers and screams, drowning out her voice. Professor McGonagall excitedly grabbed Celia's hand and raised it high. Celia nearly got pulled up by her. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick let out a sharp gasp, and Celia comfortingly patted his shoulder with her other hand. When Professor McGonagall went to retrieve the trophy, Celia finally escaped the awkward situation. Listening to the tumult of the pitch, she shook her head with a smile. No matter the time, Quidditch was always the purest joy. It made one forget everything else, purely cheering for every goal and victory. On the way back, she gathered a few Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students to help her fetch some chilled drinks from her office. The Gryffindors were all smiles, saying, "Just in time for a celebration." The Ravenclaws, however, did not look as pleased, replying, "We don't need any professor. We need to go back and study." Celia didn't let them leave, saying, "I prepared these for you specifically. Chilled. Enjoying a cold drink in this weather is also great for studying." They obediently took the drinks, saying, "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome." Celia waved them off. The Quidditch finals had ended, and next came the exam week. Professor Celia's alchemy class had high freedom. She didn't plan to assign a test, but would grade the quality of the defensive gear the students made throughout the year. Many students could only say they barely completed a prototype. The equipment was still too difficult for them, with only a few students managing to produce something somewhat usable. Celia decided that she would definitely not teach this subject next year. "Alright students, this is the last class of the year. We will conduct an assessment of what we have learned this year. Please bring your defensive gear with you, and follow me." Celia led the 6th-year students outside the castle, walking them all the way to the Black Lake. One student suddenly exclaimed, Professor, are you going to summon the giant squid? Celia smiled widely at him. You guessed correctly. Remember, the defensive gear you made should have some defensive effect against physical attacks. Let me see who can withstand the giant squid's attack. Without giving them a chance to respond, she whistled at the black lake. Today the giant squid appeared remarkably quickly. Almost as soon as the whistle sounded, it burst from the water, sending up a waterfall of splashes soaring into the air and casting a massive shadow. It hovered there for a few seconds before crashing back into the lake, its enormous body creating waves that surged towards the students on the shore. As the waves receded, Celia looked at the students. Half of them could not withstand the splash and were thoroughly drenched, while the other half appeared unharmed. A student named Carter spat out a strand of waterweed and pointed at an unsoaked student, reporting, Professor, his gear didn't work at all. He used a defensive spell. Celia chuckled. All right, Mr. Carter, here's one last lesson for this year. Always believe in yourself and your wand. Successfully defending with a defensive spell also counts as effective. On Thursday, during the last class of 7th grade, as Celia entered the classroom, the students began to chatter, asking, Are we going to get soaked by the Black Lake too? I've already practiced my waterproof charm, Professor. You have to give me a high score. Of course not, Celia winked. Why would I use the same spell twice in a row? The 7th grade was a bit more special. This year, they were facing the N.E.W.T. for the ultimate wizarding examination. Alchemy was not one of the exam subjects, so she assigned less homework to the 7th graders compared to the 6th graders. The content of the last class was also different. She had collected the defensive equipment they had made last week, checked each one, and today she distributed them back, with each student receiving a piece of parchment. Students, today is our last class. You are my first batch of graduates, and I want to leave you with something useful. She smiled at them. It's a pity that I've only taught you for a year. In such a short time, I can't teach you too much about survival. I have improved all the defensive equipment you made and written down the methods of improvement. The students nearby exchanged their pieces of parchment. Each one contained different content. Celia had checked the mistakes they each made, carefully writing down where the problems were, how to solve them, and how to improve. It was clear that a lot of thought had gone into it. Professor, a student with keen eyes, was already glowing with enthusiasm. Allow me to say a few words. Celia leaned against the podium and said, You are about to leave Hogwarts and step into society. You will encounter many challenges beyond learning and exams. The first principle when facing anything is to pay attention to safety. I hope my defensive equipment can provide you with a measure of protection. Secondly, if you encounter any difficulties, do not easily give up on yourselves. Feel free to reach out to me or any professor at Hogwarts. We are all willing to lend a helping hand. A boy raised his hand. What about difficult relationship problems? Someone beside him punched him lightly. Celia nodded helplessly. All right, if you are indeed very troubled and feel like you can't overcome this hurdle and you haven't found a friend to confide in, feel free to come. They chatted until class was dismissed, and Celia learned about each of their plans after graduation. Some had already found jobs, some planned to further their studies at Muggle universities, and others intended to travel first. The bell rang, and they all wanted to hug Celia. She embraced them and bid them farewell. The classroom gradually emptied, and she couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Teachers must experience one farewell after another, starting from the moment the little sprouts enter school, watching them gradually grow into adults, and then sending them on. Thus ended Celia's academic year of 1987. Just kidding. Upon returning to her office, Celia received some bad news. It is well known that the position of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts is cursed. No one can stay for an entire year without encountering various accidents. Some professors, for their own safety, leave early, while others who are not superstitious insist on staying until the last day, and they all encounter misfortune. Professor Thayer decided to leave early for safety. However, this led to a problem. What would happen to the defense against the dark arts examination? He prepared the exam papers in advance, planning to conduct a purely theoretical exam. The tasks of invigilating and grading the papers were assigned to Celia. Professor Thayer came to Celia for the final handover, giving her the prepared exam papers. 5 grades, 700 papers. Celia's eyes widened, her mind clouded. 700 papers for her to handle. 4 houses, 7 grades, hundreds of papers. Is a core class meant for one person? Thank you, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, that one professor, every defense against the dark arts, Professor Bin Sinistra. Oh right, Professor Binns is a ghost. He doesn't want to retire, clearly in love with his work. Professor Celia, did you hear me? Thayer asked her. Celia snapped back to reality, locked the papers in a box, and said, I heard you, Professor Thayer. I have enjoyed being your colleague this year. Are you going to continue adventuring afterward? Yes, life at Hogwarts is just too comfortable. Being coiled up here as a teacher is not what I want. I want to continue my great adventures. Thayer flashed his trademark, big white smile. Celia replied, smiling. I'm looking forward to your new travelogues. Thayer looked at her smile, suddenly leaned closer, and whispered, Celia, there's something I want to tell you. I know we have feelings for each other. I knew it the first time we met. What? Celia's eyes widened. But there are just too many damn classes at Hogwarts, he said, clicking his tongue. We don't have time to get close to each other properly. I think we have some time to get to know each other better before I restart my adventures. His hand reached toward Celia. Sleepy spell. All petrified. 2 spells shot out simultaneously toward Thayer, who widened his eyes and fell to the ground like a heavy board. Celia leaned over. Oh, Bill, nice petrification spell. Professor, I'm sorry. Bill's expression was grim. He had attacked a professor, but he did not regret it. Celia continued, but my sleepy spell is even better. Don't worry, Bill. She took out a butterfly and said to it, Headmaster, I've knocked out Professor Thayer. The butterfly fluttered away and quickly returned. Celia deliberately pointed at the butterfly so that Bill could hear Dumbledore's response. What a pity. It seems Professor Thayer couldn't escape the curse of this position. All right, Celia clapped her hands. After getting the green light from Dumbledore, there was no problem. They'll throw him, send him to the hospital wing. He'll do it. Bill pointed his wand at Thayer, who slowly floated up. As he exited Celia's office, he accidentally bumped his head against the door. Professor Thayer slept in the hospital wing for 3 days, and when news of him came again, he had quietly left the school. Celia completed the invigilation for 5 grades and called Remus to Hogsmeade, where they frantically graded papers at the 3 broomsticks. Thank goodness I only have to teach 2 grades, Celia remarked again. Most of the papers were graded by Remus, who was very serious and meticulous. Celia submitted the exam results to Professor McGonagall, packed her luggage, and left early. Remus was still waiting for her in Hogsmeade. Aren't you going? Celia asked him. Remus, carrying her luggage, shook his head and smiled. I've had enough holidays. You know, there are always a few days each month when I don't need more rest. All right then. Seizing the opportunity while his hands were full, Celia quickly hugged him. See you in a month. Remus nodded in a daze. In France, Celia and Harry are coming. After 6 months apart, Harry had grown a bit taller. He didn't run toward Celia like before, but walked over, pursing his lips and smiling at her shyly. This made Celia pause for a moment before she reached out and embraced him. Harry was still very thin, easily held with one arm. She pinched the soft flesh on his cheek and asked, Have you been eating well? He nodded. Celia frowned. Harry, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Harry whispered, Nothing. Celia said to him seriously, Harry, don't hide things from me, okay? Harry's face slowly reddened. He opened his mouth and Celia saw 3 dark gaps between his aligned rows of teeth. A little gap-toothed smile. Celia couldn't help laughing. You lost your baby teeth. That's a good thing. It means you're growing up a bit more, ha. Harry quickly covered his mouth, his face growing redder under Celia's laughter. He knew it. He looked so ugly. Having laughed enough, Celia ruffled his hair vigorously. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. How did you lose the tooth? Does it hurt? I didn't even think about you being at that age for losing teeth. Oh, I should have come back. She had never raised a child before and had forgotten that children lose teeth. It fell out while I was eating. It doesn't hurt. Now when Harry spoke, his words came out with a whistling lisp, and saliva sometimes leaked, so he had to speak slowly. As long as it doesn't hurt, that's fine. Your teeth will gradually change over the next few years. You need to pay attention to oral hygiene and dental habits. Celia tried to recall her own experience of losing teeth as a child, but forgot everything. She decided to consult a dentist once back in Paris. Celia was eager to return home to see her family. She had prepared everything in advance, notified Petunia, and in a previous letter asked Harry to pack his belongings. As soon as she picked him up, they could set off. Each pulling a suitcase, they took a taxi to the airport. I've never been on a plane before, Harry finally voiced his anxiety when they arrived at the airport. During the summer vacation, he had looked forward to Celia's return every day, but he hadn't expected that she would whisk him away as soon as she arrived. On the way, the nervousness he had pushed aside 6 months ago slowly surged back. Was he really going abroad? He was going to meet Celia's family. What if they didn't like him? He had never been on a plane or even a train. Before meeting Celia, the farthest he had ever been was Aunt Marge's house. His experience was too limited. What if he got lost and was kidnapped in a foreign country? He didn't understand French. If Celia's family greeted him, he would only be able to show a foolish expression. Oh, and he was still gap-toothed. It's very simple. You'll understand once you've done it. They'll teach you. Celia said cheerfully, I booked the tickets online with the airline and they were mailed to my house. Now we go to the counter to check in. As she spoke, she led Harry through the process. When she was unsure about certain steps, she asked airport staff, Don't be afraid to ask questions, Harry. If someone is rude and unwilling to answer, well, just move on to the next person. Once on the plane, Celia had Harry sit by the window and popped a peppermint candy into his mouth. Harry inhaled sharply, the cool sensation rushing straight to his brain, making him jolt and his eyes widen. Celia giggled again. She had forgotten. The peppermint candy was from Hogwarts, much stronger than ordinary ones, and was generally unpopular at school. Harry struggled to swallow the candy. His mouth felt as if it had been punched by a freezer, cold and numb. He gave Celia a pitiful look only to have her poke his cheek. He puffed out his cheek, letting her continue poking. We're about to take off, Harry. The weightlessness of takeoff didn't affect Harry at all. He felt no discomfort. He looked out the window as the buildings on the ground grew smaller and smaller, and they approached the sky. I'm flying, he said excitedly. Celia smiled softly and whispered, One day you'll truly fly. Harry didn't hear her. He was mesmerized as the plane pierced through the clouds. Clouds that seemed unreachable from the ground now lay beneath their feet. Ahead is the English Channel. Once we fly over this sea, we'll be in France, Celia said, pointing below for Harry to see. Celia, how should I greet them? The moment he heard they were about to arrive, Harry stopped looking at the clouds, the sky, or the birds. He asked, nervously, wanting to cram in some last-minute practice. Just learn 2 phrases. Bonjour, hello, do you speak English? Can you please tell me how to get to this street? Merci, thank you. If you don't understand, just say goodbye to them. Harry looked at her in astonishment. Was that really enough? Celia winked playfully. Don't worry, little sir. My entire family speaks English, as long as you make sure you're with one of them. She gave him a more detailed introduction to her family. We all live on the south bank of the Seine. Mom and Dad live in the 14th arrondissement of Paris, and Alphonse's factory is also in the 14th, so he usually stays with them. Gabriel's restaurant is in the 5th, and Sophia's biggest shop is in the 7th, with a view of the Eiffel Tower. But both their families live in the 6th. Harry felt dizzy from the information. He'll take you around to see everything when we get there. No need to memorize it all. But listen carefully, the most reliable one in my family is Alphonse. Gabriel and Sophia both love to talk nonsense. If they joke with you, just ignore them and only listen to Alphonse. We can see Paris now. Celia had Harry look out the window. He saw the Eiffel Tower, as well as neatly arranged streets radiating outward, clustering around the central Arc de Triomphe. Paris streets were very orderly. It was a city completely different from London. The plane landed and Harry's soaring spirits also descended. He began to feel nervous again. The temperature in Paris was several degrees higher than in London. It was noon, and Celia had Harry take off his jacket, revealing a t-shirt that was too snug. When he raised his arms, his stomach. This was another sign of Celia's inexperience. When she bought clothes for Harry last year, she had chosen the exact right size, but children grow quickly. She should have bought them bigger. After retrieving their luggage, they walked toward the exit where many people were waiting to pick up arrivals. Celia waved excitedly in one direction. Harry followed her gaze and saw a very tall man standing out in the crowd. He was over 6 feet tall with light brown hair and blue eyes. His features bore a slight resemblance to Celia's, and he was very handsome. In his hand, he held a sign that read Celia and Harry. That's Alphonse. Celia pulled Harry along as they jogged over. When they were still a few steps away from Alphonse, she let go of her luggage, and Harry rushing forward to embrace him. Alphonse kissed her cheek. Everything okay? Very much so, Celia replied, returning the kiss. She pulled back and said, This is Harry. Alphonse bent down and placed the sign on the ground. He crouched almost as tall as Harry, standing, and showed his white teeth. Hello, Harry. I'm Alphonse. Hello, Harry said, trying not to let his gap-toothed smile show. Hop on, Alphonse said. Harry blinked in confusion. What? Alphonse looked behind him, and suddenly a pair of hands slipped under Harry's armpits, lifting him up. Before Harry could react, his legs were gently parted, and with a turn he found himself seated firmly on Alphonse's shoulders. Alphonse stood up, and Harry's perspective shot upward. He quickly grabbed hold of Alphonse's head and looked down at the person who had lifted him. Another face that was unfamiliar, yet slightly familiar. Celia reached out and smacked the person. I thought you weren't coming. How could I not come to pick up my little sister? Gabriel laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Hello, Harry. I'm Gabriel, Celia's eldest brother. Celia had told Harry that Gabriel was a bit different. Harry now understood what she meant. Gabriel raised his right hand to greet him. His hand was silver, its joints distinctly mechanical. A prosthetic limb that flexed its fingers at Harry with surprising dexterity. Harry was still clinging tightly to Alphonse's head. Hello. Alphonse patted his leg. Relax, loosen up, Harry. I'm especially good at being a mount. Exactly, Gabriel said. He's been a horse for our kids since they were little, steady as can be. Celia also reassured Harry, Alphonse won't let you fall. Harry slowly released his grip on Alphonse's head. Alphonse reached up, grasped his arm, and walked steadily forward. Gabriel took the luggage. Come on, let's go home. Celia looked around. Sophia didn't come. How could she not come? She's the driver waiting in the parking lot, Gabriel said in a low voice. He looks just like his father. They all looked at Harry. After the initial nervousness, Harry grew excited. For the first time, he had a vantage point 2 meters high, taking in everything around him. He could even see the tops of everyone's heads. Alphonse was indeed good with children. You can pull my arm, he said. Harry tugged on his left arm. Alphonse slowly tilted to the left. Just when Harry thought he would fall, he straightened back up, steady as ever. It was thrilling. Forgetting his missing tooth, Harry grinned brightly. With his expressive features, he looked even more like James. Celia poked Gabriel. Say less in front of him. What's your schedule? I need to visit Nico and Perry first, then stop by the association branch. Handle your affairs, or follow your own timeline. Leave Harry to us. There are plenty of people at home. Harry instantly took a liking to Alphonse and Gabriel. In the parking lot, he met Celia's sister Sophia, a strikingly beautiful woman who planted several hearty kisses on his cheeks, turning them red. Sophia drove with equal gusto, stomping on the gas and slamming the brakes. After a few rounds, Celia, Gabriel, and Alphonse cursed her in unison in French, and only then did she ease up. What followed felt like a dream to Harry. They arrived at Celia's parents' home, which boasted a large garden and a spacious house. Monsieur and Madame Durand were exceptionally kind and gentle, treating Harry with great warmth. but there were far too many family members. Gabriel's wife and 2 children, Sophia's husband, and 2 children, Alphonse's girlfriend, and various other relatives of Celia's. Nearly 20 people in all. Harry's head spun from all the faces. When he was taken to his room to rest, his mind was still crammed with names. Was Sophia's daughter Aurora or Diora? Was Alphonse's girlfriend Ginny or Minnie? Was Celia's uncle Grant or Durand? Dazed, he sat on the bed. Celia pinched his cheek to snap him out of it. Snap out of it, snap out of it. What are you thinking about? Names. Can't remember. Can't tell them apart. He said weakly. They'll let you in on a secret. I can't even remember some of them, Celia whispered conspiratorially. Just smile, say hello, and jump right into the conversation. That's what I do. Harry nodded vigorously. There's something I need to tell you, Harry. Tomorrow you'll go with Alphonse to his factory to play okay. I need to visit my teacher and it might take the whole day, Celia discussed with him. Okay, he'll behave and stick with Alphonse, Harry said immediately. He couldn't afford to hold Celia up. Harry had the most lavish dinner of his life. Almost everyone enthusiastically urged him to try this and that. He finally remembered that Sophia's daughter was named Aurora and Alphonse's girlfriend was Minnie. But Celia's uncle. He still couldn't recall it, his accent so thick that Harry couldn't tell if he was speaking English or French. Later that night, after the parents, lovers, and children had gone to sleep, the 4 siblings drank and chatted in the garden. Sophia caressed Celia's face. Was coming back to England the right choice? You've got your spark back. Gabriel disagreed. I told you she can't stay cooped up indoors. She needs to get out more and soak up the Paris sun. All right, enough about England or France. Are Nico and Perry at home? I've been calling them and they never answer me. Gabriel said they are. They came back a while ago from a sea fishing trip with a huge fish. Perry said Nico almost got pulled in by it. Those old folks sure know how to stir up. Then he'll go see them tomorrow. Get some rest early. They'll take care of Harry tomorrow, Alphonse urged Celia to sleep. Celia was indeed tired. They all went to rest. The next morning she came downstairs and caught the long-missed scent of her mother's cooking. She hugged her mother Marguerite from behind. So fragrant, so good. I'm starving. Then eat up, Marguerite said, serving her breakfast, a smile lingering on her face as she watched Celia finish every bite. Then she casually added, you can't get your mother's cooking in England. In England I cook for myself, just like you do, Celia said with a grin, planting a kiss on her cheek. I'm heading out. Nico and Perry lived on Rue Montmorency in the 5th arrondissement. Celia cast a disillusionment charm on herself and operated there instantly. It was a rather ancient street. Celia walked up to the Lemur house. Before she could knock, the door swung open on its own. That's no fun, she said as she stepped inside. Nico, don't you think the suspense between knocking and having the door opened is thrilling? At my age, Ceci, I have no need for thrills. An old man, pale as a ghost, shuffled out slowly. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he were trying to smile at her. Celia carefully hugged Nico, afraid that if she applied too much force she would hear the creaking of his bones. Where's Perenelle? She asked, craning her neck to peer into every corner of the house. Basking in the sun, Nico said. Celia walked toward their small garden and Nico, trembling, grabbed his hand and followed her. While I was in England, I kept thinking about what gifts to bring you. But after much deliberation, what better gift could there be than my appearing before you? Nico was a bit out of breath from the short walk, but he still couldn't help letting out a dry chuckle. Perenelle was leaning back in a wicker armchair in the small garden. She was as pale as a ghost, just like Nico, yet when she gazed at Celia with those gentle blue eyes, she seemed to radiate warmth. Celia walked over, bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. Did you miss me, Perenelle? Evidently, Perenelle replied, extending a withered hand to grasp hers. Celia sat down beside her, yielding to her pull. I heard you went fishing at the seaside a few days ago, and caught a big one. Oh, Gabriel turned it into a most delicious meal, Perenelle said slowly. Nico and I wanted to go for a walk, so we wandered aimlessly to the shore. There were some idle fishing rods, so we sat down to fish. If it weren't for magic, that fish would have dragged us into the sea. Nico held out his hands to demonstrate, this big. Before he could finish, Perenelle continued. Nico wanted to parade the fish along the beach, but how could we carry it without magic? There were muggles everywhere, so we just brought it straight back. It was truly a massive fish. Nico stretched out his hands again, this big. Gabriel cooked the fish exquisitely, how it melted in the mouth. He also made a savory soup from the bones, adding tender tofu he bought. Perenelle spoke slowly, brooking no interruption. Nico pursed his lips and clasped his hands together again. You seem to have done well in England. Albus wrote to say you are very popular and a great teacher. Celia chatted cheerfully with Perenelle about her life at Hogwarts. Nico could only join the conversation when she brought up alchemy. Since alchemy was mentioned, Celia pulled her thesis from her small bag and handed it to Nico. Could you take a look and see if I can submit it to the Alchemical Association for a gold? Nico muttered under his breath. You don't include me in your chats. Still, he took it and squinted at the pages. Celia enlarged the font for him and resumed talking with Perenelle, asking about their future plans. Nico and I plan to return to the Lemur mansion. But haven't you not been back for decades? Nico and Perenelle had lived in Paris for over 100 years. Decades ago, when the dark wizard Grindelwald ignited a wizarding war that spread to Paris, they had not left. The Lemur mansion had been their residence over a century ago, and since then only a house elf had been left to tend it. Perenelle patted her hand and said, "We want to take stock of our assets." Celia joked, "Would it take years just to air them out in the sun?" "Perhaps," Perenelle murmured. "We have a new idea. We'll tell you once we've decided." "All right," Celia said, not pressing further. Nico and Perenelle had lived for 6 centuries. The length, breadth, and depth of their lives were beyond Celia's reach. They possessed boundless wisdom, and even casual guidance from them was a precious treasure to ordinary people. Yet Celia had been their student for several years, and during that time, she had not thirsted for knowledge with fervor. Instead, they had to tend to her fragile health and psyche. Thinking back, she wondered how she had deserved such fortune. "I must work harder," Celia said, "so that when others speak of me in the future they will say that Celia Durand did not disgrace the reputation of her mentors Nicolas Flamel and Perenelle Flamel." Nico looked at her thesis and remarked, "Oh, so that's why the vegetables I rinsed in my cauldron were so salty. You boiled salt in it." Celia gave an embarrassed smile. "I told you not to use that cauldron for rinsing vegetables," Perenelle said, then turned her gaze to Celia. "Your mindset has become more positive. It seems returning to England has helped you rediscover your joy." "Compared to a few years ago, yes, I am happy again. Perenelle, you know, I thought revisiting old places would make me sad." Celia nestled close to Perenelle. She could recall old friends and the 7 years spent at the castle in nearly every corner. At first, perhaps it was a little painful, but the joyful memories were so abundant that she felt it would be a desecration of those wonderful days to dwell only in nostalgia and silence. "You see, Cecile, time heals all wounds in the end." Celia stayed at Nico's until after dinner. Nico said her paper had no issues, and that some of her methods were ones he had never used, which already indicated a degree of innovation. She bid them farewell, and the next morning she arrived at the French branch of the International Alchemist Association just as work began submitting her paper and materials. The French branch only worked 4 hours a day. Arriving a minute early or a minute late meant finding no one there, yet they still had the audacity to write letters claiming they were busy. Only by becoming a required course professor at Hogwarts does one learn what true busyness means. The head of the French branch, Casimir Moreau, was overjoyed to see Celia. Oh, Celia. Moreau loved nothing more than catching up with people. After an hour or two of reminiscing, he would apologize and say it was time to leave, suggesting she come back tomorrow. Celia pulled out her items and placed them before him, cutting him off. "President Moreau, I wish to apply for the Innovative Gold Award with this paper. Here are the engraved materials corresponding to each method in the paper for verification. This is a reply basin I made. Please just toss any more bothersome letters into it." Moreau regretfully rubbed his hands together. All right, let's get down to business." "But Celia, have you become even more beautiful?" "My eyes, truly." "Paper award materials," Celia interrupted again. Moreau could only instruct his subordinates to quickly take records. Celia watched until everything was properly stored before chatting with him. "You'll need to oversee the judging process at the head. You can rest assured about such honors," Moreau said, thumping his chest in assurance. "Celia, since you want to be a professor, why not go to Beauxbatons? What does Hogwarts know about alchemy?" His words were not without basis. Thanks to Nico's influence, alchemy in France had always been more advanced than in other European countries. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic even made alchemy a compulsory subject starting from the first year. "What can I say? I'm a Hogwarts graduate." Celia winked at him with a bright smile, a radiance she had never shown before. Moreau was stunned for a few seconds as she pushed open the door and left. With the official business concluded, Celia could finally enjoy her vacation. That afternoon, Celia's family packed their luggage, boarded the train, and set off for a vacation in the south of France. "Have you ever been to the seaside, Harry?" Not really." "Can you swim then, Harry?" "No." All right, I can. Uncle Alphonse taught me." Sophia's eldest daughter, Aurora, was the same age as Harry and lively by nature. She successfully befriended him, though her English accent was quite thick and Harry had to pause a moment to understand what she was saying. Alphonse patted Harry on the head. "When we get to the seaside, it'll teach you how to swim too." Harry nodded and began searching the carriage for Celia. She was sitting in the back chatting with Gabriel, laughing heartily, looking especially cheerful. Celia's family was large and bore strong resemblances to one another. Whenever Harry couldn't spot Celia at first glance, a pang of unease would rise in his chest. Only after finding her would he settle back down. Having found Celia once more, Harry's heart eased. He looked up at Alphonse and asked, "Is swimming hard?" Alphonse bent down slightly to meet his gaze. "It depends on one's talent. It's a very important skill. With enough practice you'll eventually get it." Harry nodded again, swallowing. He thought his athletic ability was probably decent. After all, he often managed to escape Dudley and his gang's pursuits. They arrived first in Nice, one of the south of France's renowned vacation spots. With so many of them, they rented a standalone villa at a hotel, but there still weren't enough rooms for normal distribution, so they separated by gender. The next day, they split up. Some went to the beach, some went shopping, and some stayed at the hotel. Alphonse taught Harry to swim in the hotel pool, while Celia and Sophia changed into swimsuits and sunbathed nearby. "Your scars have faded." Sophia stared intently at Celia's exposed arms and chest, stating with certainty, "Have they, oi?" Celia couldn't tell. "Look here, it used to be a fleshy pink. I thought it looked like the Mediterranean. You said it looked like a peanut." and we even argued about it. Sophia pointed at a patch of scars. Celia remembered. When Shed revealed her scars, Sophia had burst into loud sobs right in front of her. To distract her, Celia had commented on the shapes of the scars, but she couldn't actually recall what they looked like. Now the colors faded to a light pink. How did it improve? A colleague at school brewed me some scar removal potion. It works. Keep drinking it. Celia had no intention of telling her Shed fallen out with that colleague. Sophia would surely press for details, and once she learned the reason, Shed definitely cursed Snape for 3 hours, every day until she left. She changed the subject again. Don't you think it looks pretty cool this way? Celia flexed her arm. In England, she never dressed so lightly. The bikini perfectly showcased her beautiful figure and what should have been flawless skin. Now from her arm extending to her chest, and part of her waist, ugly scars were imprinted, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. Yet it possessed a strangely striking, almost haunting aesthetic. Sophia stroked her chin and studied it for a moment, then had to admit, there is something to it, like an Italian man tearing open his dress shirt to reveal tattoos on his muscular physique. Whoa, look. There's actually a muscular hunk. She jabbed Celia excitedly. Do you remember you're a mother of 2? Celia rolled her eyes, put on her sunglasses, and openly looked in the direction she pointed. Indeed, huge, very huge, massively huge. The two of them sat on beach chairs watching and commenting. Sophia had to nudge her. Do you see anything like this in England? And you see them in Paris? Sigh. Sophia let out a long sigh. In Paris, forget about handsome guys' muscles. I have to watch the kids all day. It feels so good to have someone help with the children. At that, Celia remembered she had a child too. She quickly stood up and looked toward the pool. Alphonse was teaching Harry how to kick. He held Harry's feet, guiding him. Turn, kick, squeeze. Celia sat back down. Alphonse was more reliable than she was. Sophia pulled her chair closer, arm to arm, and whispered, how about you? Any dates? Celia flopped back down hard. So Patricia had been right after all. Before she had returned to England, Sophia had hugged her with a heavy face and said, come back if it doesn't feel right. Don't stay there. Take care of yourself, okay? Now upon meeting again, she was already thinking of irrelevant things. No, I don't have the time. I've been stuck at school. Celia said, helplessly, hoping the excuse would shut Sophia up. Sophia nodded. Then I'll find you one right now. She stood up and began scanning for handsome men. Celia pulled her back down. Thanks, but no thanks. What are you worried about? We've got Harry covered. Sophia winked at her. Celia sighed and looked at Harry in the pool. He was making fast progress, already able to kick a few strokes. Seeing her reaction, Sophia dropped the playful tone, rested her chin on her hand, and watched with her. What are you thinking then? Never looking again, all for that gorgeous... Celia didn't know why she had suddenly brought up Sirius. It's got nothing to do with him. Did she still have the capacity to fall for someone else? She was very lost. Her heart was beating, steady, strong, day after day. That fluttery nervousness and joy, the flushed cheeks from a kiss, the aching tightness in her chest, that intensity, that pounding. Could she ever feel that for anyone again? Then take it slow, Sophia said softly. There are thousands of times more muggles than your kind. Start by meeting more people, all right? Hi. A young man sat down beside Celia, addressing her in broken French. I want to say just scars, you're very cool. Thank you. I speak English. Celia smiled. He switched to English with relief. Thank goodness. I just learned a few French phrases on the spot. Did I say them right? The word order's a bit off, but the content's correct. Oh, then I'll say it again in English. Your scars are very cool, and it's very cool that you show them off. Maybe you heard me earlier, but I'll say thank you again. Alphonse let Harry rest. The two of them lay by the pool's edge watching Celia chat amiably with the man. Alphonse, who is he? Don't know. Just a pickup. Can I chase him away? Harry asked, then pressed his lips tightly together. He didn't like that man. Alphonse bent down, scooped Harry out of the water, and set him on the edge. Go ahead. Celia. Harry ran toward Celia as soon as he got ashore, darting straight between her and the stranger, his back deliberately turned to the man. Tired of swimming? Celia asked, seeing him shake his head like a dog shaking off water. She quickly stood up, fetched a dry towel from behind, and draped it over him. Alphonse told me to take a break. Harry dried his hair with the towel, glancing at the drinks on the table that were reduced to a few sips of melted ice. He promptly said, they'll get you both something to drink. Without waiting for Celia's reply, he trotted off to the beverage stand by the pool, ordered 2 drinks, and carefully carried them back, handing one to Celia and the other to Sophia. I'm full from drinking pool water, Harry said obediently. Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? Celia began to make room for him. Harry shook his head, a troubled expression crossing his face as he glanced at the stranger. No need, I'm fine standing. Uncle is sitting, he must be very tired. The uncle looked awkward for a moment, then quickly stood up. You sit and rest. Are you her little brother? No. Harry replied with utmost seriousness. I am Celia's child. The stranger forced a stiff smile at Celia and the others before swiftly leaving. Sophia burst into laughter, speaking to Celia in French. He did that on purpose, you can tell, can't you? How amusing. Celia said nothing, her smile unwavering as she reached out to smooth Harry's wet bangs back from his forehead. Harry blinked his emerald eyes. Did I say something? No, you are my child. She gently touched the scar on his temple, reddened from prolonged exposure to the water. Does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. Having successfully driven away the man he disliked, Harry wanted to go back to swimming. He needed to learn quickly, for once he returned to England no one would teach him. Alphonse happened to be waving at him. Celia patted Harry, signaling him to go. Harry slipped back into the pool. He doesn't want other men getting close to you. Sophia clicked her tongue beside Celia. That last one really wasn't up to par. So stop trying to set me up with men and embarrassing me in front of my child, alright? He's very perceptive. Celia spread her hands. Alright, sigh. Sophia watched Harry in the pool with her. He's clever just like his mother, isn't he? How could Petunia ever treat him poorly? I don't understand either. Celia came from a harmonious family where everyone loved each other deeply, making it impossible for her to comprehend what a dysfunctional family was like. Harry spent the entire day learning to swim, and by the time he got out he was utterly exhausted. Alphonse carried him with one arm around his waist and took him to dinner. Alphonse praised Harry to Celia. He reacts quickly and stayed calm even when he slipped and swallowed water. He's almost got it, he just needs more practice. Thank you, Alphonse. For what? We're family. Alphonse patted Celia on the shoulder. That evening Celia stayed with Sophia and Sophia's 2 daughters. Her eldest Aurora was the same age as Harry, while the youngest Leah was only 4. Their personalities were polar opposites. Aurora was lively and outgoing, the most boisterous of the younger generation, while Leah was quiet and introverted, content to sit in a corner with a toy and play by herself all day. If only they could balance each other out, Sophia said, watching them, her face radiant with undisguised happiness. Aurora adored Celia and practically clung to her. Auntie, everyone says I look the most like you. Do you think we look alike? Yes, we do. Celia pinched her cheek. We should take a photo together. Aurora ran off to her father's room to get a camera and had Sophia take their picture. She even wanted to style her hair the same way as Celia's. Sophia spoke with mock jealousy. Oh dear, do you even remember who your mother is? Mom, you're my most beautiful mom, and Auntie is the most beautiful human. You have to understand the difference, but I love you the most. Aurora took Sophia's hand and said. Celia laughed so hard she fell onto the bed, scooping up Leah, who was playing with a toy. Leah blinked her eyes, then went back to her toy. Seeing Celia holding Leah, Aurora stopped her debate with her mother and ran over, demanding a hug for herself too. Once Harry learned to swim, the group gathered at the beach where the children were corralled together to play in the sand. Celia, wearing a strappy maxi dress, directed them from under a parasol as they built a sandcastle. Gabriel joined them, using his powerful mechanical prosthetic arm to help dig holes. He wore a short-sleeved shirt revealing the entire prosthetic arm, which gleamed in the sunlight and drew attention. Harry couldn't help stealing several glances at it. Every time he looked, Gabriel would notice and make the wrist rotate with a clicking sound, as if greeting him. Finally, Harry couldn't resist asking Aurora quietly, doesn't sand get inside it? Uncle Gabriel's arm. No, it's impervious to water and fire. It's incredibly amazing. Aurora whispered back. Mom said Auntie spent a fortune to get it for him. I wanted one too, but Mom spanked me. Still, Auntie gave me something else. Aurora pulled out a necklace from under her dress. The pendant looked like a pearl, but wasn't quite one, a round white bead with something flowing inside it. Harry looked down at his own wrist, noticing some similarity to the bead on his bracelet, but his was definitely more beautiful. Absolutely. He raised his hand. I have one too. A gift from Celia. Aurora looked at his hand, but saw nothing. She snorted. No, you don't. Mom says only members of the Durand family have them, and we have to wear them always. She told Harry to look at the others. They indeed wore similar items, mostly as necklaces, and Gabriel also had one around his neck. It's right here on my wrist. Harry insisted anxiously. He did have it. Why couldn't she see it? Aurora grew impatient. He wasn't part of the Durand family. She called out to the older kids, Ellen or Eric, look at Harry. Gabriel heard the commotion and came over. What's wrong? Aurora explained the situation, and Harry raised his hand again for Gabriel to see his bracelet, proving. Gabriel stared at his empty wrist, lost in thought. He called out loudly for Celia. Harry wants us to see his bracelet, he said to Celia, shaking his head slightly. They couldn't see anything. Celia understood. She had placed a muggle-repelling charm on the bracelet. Those without magic wouldn't notice it. Merlin, how was she going to explain this? She racked her brain for an explanation that would convince the children. I see it. Leah, who had been quietly playing in the sand, suddenly spoke. She pointed a tiny finger at Harry's arm. It's silver. You can see it? Celia asked in surprise. Leah can see what? Why can't I? Aurora asked, grabbing her hand. A special kind of. Celia shot a meaningful glance at Gabriel. Paint. Gabriel said. Only kids under 5 can see it. Yes, I'll wash off the paint, and then you'll be able to see it, Celia said, taking Harry's hand. She didn't have her wand on her. Harry whispered, I don't want to wash it off. Then we won't, Celia said immediately. They all think I'm lying. Harry felt a little wronged. He clearly did have the bracelet Celia gave him. Celia crouched down to comfort him, because sometimes what the eyes see isn't necessarily real. Leah can see it, so believe in yourself, okay, Harry? Harry nodded. Celia handed him over to Alphonse and found Sophia, who was splashing water by the seaside, while holding her husband's arm. She called her aside and asked in a low voice, has anything strange ever happened to Leah? I suspect she's like me. Sophia instinctively glanced at her husband and pulled Celia further away. Are you sure? Not yet, but she saw something I cast a spell on. Let's just enjoy ourselves for now. We'll talk when we get back, Sophia said softly. Celia nodded. She knew what Sophia was worried about. Her husband didn't know who Celia truly was. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy stipulates that the Muggle parents of Muggle-born witches and wizards as well as the Muggle spouses of wizards have exceptional right to know. Sophia's husband and Gabriel's wife were not within the scope of those permitted to know about the wizarding world. Sophia and Gabriel didn't dare let them know either. If they accidentally revealed it to others, Celia would be in violation of the International Statute of Secrecy and face. In truth, she had already crossed the line long ago. She had crafted defensive gear for every member of her family, drawn protective arrays in Gabriel and Sophia's shops and each of their homes, and even enhanced Gabriel's prosthetic limb with alchemy. Thankfully, she was the disciple of France's national treasure, the alchemist Nicolas Flamel, so the French Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye. She always found a justification for everything she did. Defensive gear. Muggles had no idea what that was. They only thought it was a useful talisman. That didn't count as violating the International Statute of Secrecy. Protective arrays. Celia had shares in every shop. Setting up some defenses on her own turf was perfectly normal. It didn't count as a violation. An alchemical prosthetic limb. Could anyone tell it apart from Muggle technology? Master Flamel himself said it contained no magic, so it didn't count as a violation either. If anyone at the French Ministry of Magic had been strict, she would have been arrested. Thank heavens for Nicolas Flamel's high status, and above all for the French Ministry's employees being too lackadaisical to care. They preferred striking for better pay and vacations over offending a master alchemist. Children are easily distracted, so that day they stopped dwelling on whether it was paint or if Harry was lying. They spent a joyful week along the southern French coast. After returning to Paris, the children were taken home by their parents. During the day, Celia took Harry and her parents to take photos at famous Parisian landmarks. That evening, the four siblings gathered to discuss Laya. Most children have their magical outbursts after age 5. Keep an eye on her, Celia said to Sophia. Sophia looked dazed. Are you saying my family might have another little witch? I can't be sure yet. If they were in Britain, she could have asked Dumbledore to check Hogwarts' Book of Admittance. In Britain, a child's name with magical potential automatically appeared in the book at birth or upon entry into the country. Let's just wait then, Sophia said, taking it in stride. Celia was worried about another issue. What if Laya turns out to be a witch? Won't Aurora be upset? She hadn't spent much time with Aurora before, but over the past few days she could tell her little niece was a strong-willed girl who loved attention. With Petunia and Lily as examples, she feared the sisters might end up at odds. They all knew Petunia and Lily and immediately understood Celia's concern. Don't worry, Gabriel said. Our kids won't end up like the Evans sisters. Sophia pinched her cheek. Little sister, do you really think we never envied you? Celia's eyes widened. Did you? Gabriel sighed. It's magic, a supernatural power. Who hasn't fantasized about having superpowers? Sophia said, on Alphonse's birthday he sat in the yard until midnight waiting to see if an owl would deliver him an acceptance letter. Alphonse rubbed his forehead helplessly. You both promised you wouldn't tell Celia about that. Gabriel patted his shoulder. It's been so many years. Celia looked at Alphonse with sorrow. I had no idea. They had envied her too, yearned for magic, but they had never shown it in front of her. Life always has its regrets, doesn't it? We're doing fine now. Sophia pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of them. She clicked open her lighter, lit the cigarette, took a drag, and blew out a smoke ring, the haze obscuring her expression. The magical world they had longed for wasn't as beautiful as they had imagined. Their precious Celia, so carefully cherished for so many years. Look at her now. Her heart and body were covered in scars. They would have preferred her to be a Muggle, like perhaps she would have been happier. The three of them knew this thought all too well. They'll gather information about Beauxbatons, the French wizarding school. If Laya is a little witch, she can go there, Celia said, knowing it was pointless to dwell on the past, and turned the conversation back to Laya. I thought you'd want her to go to Hogwarts. Isn't it your favorite school? Sophia raised an eyebrow. No, she can't go to Britain, Celia blurted out. They all stared at her. Sophia asked why. Gabriel pointed out sharply, why wouldn't you send her to a place you think is the best? Unless you don't think it's good enough anymore. Hogwarts is wonderful, of course. Celia broke into a sweat and quickly lit a cigarette. She put the tip in her mouth and mumbled, but it has its flaws like discrimination. Gabriel pressed on. You said blood status is a common issue in the wizarding world. Does Beauxbatons have no blood prejudice? Sophia asked, what's wrong with Britain? What's wrong with Hogwarts? Are you hiding something from us? Celia knew she couldn't hide anything from them. Flustered and annoyed, she shouted, at your age, haven't you learned when to stop? Sophia blew out a smoke ring and said calmly, so going back isn't just about Harry, is it? Gabriel sneered, if it were just for Harry you could have brought him back to France. Sophia said, what could be more important than Harry? Why must you go back to gloomy Britain? Gabriel added, you could be a professor in France too. They wouldn't let up. Celia angrily threw down her cigarette. Fine, I'll tell you. It's for serious, all right. She stormed off in fury. Sophia and Gabriel exchanged a look of utter shock, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Sophia's voice turned shrill. Is she sure Sirius Black is damn handsome? But isn't he a convicted felon? What's she going to do in Britain, break him out of prison? Gabriel held his head. Thinking back, she did have a tendency for lovesickness. Remember when Black and Potter were coming to our house? She waited at the door 3 hours early. Sophia and Gabriel started comparing notes, becoming more convinced that Celia was in too deep. Alphonse ignored them and quickly caught up to Celia. He grabbed her arm, bent down, and asked softly, "Why did you lie? What reason is harder to admit than pining for Sirius?" Even within a family there exists a natural hierarchy. Alphonse was the youngest child, having grown up looking up to his elder siblings. He would trail after his brothers and sisters, hoping they would let him join their games, listening to their conversations that were still beyond his understanding, yearning to be part of their world. He perceived more than the others. He understood Celia better than anyone else in the family. He could tell when Celia was lying. Celia, caught by Alphonse, no longer wore the feigned anger on her face. Instead, she looked at him with surprise and unease. "Tell me, Celia," Alphonse pleaded. Celia silently pulled him into her room. "Alphonse, when the Hogwarts letter didn't come, what were you thinking?" Alphonse rubbed his face and gave a wry smile. "You always like to answer my questions with your own, don't you? I want to know." Celia grasped his hand. "Tell me, what were you thinking then?" What was he thinking? Alphonse tried to recall that feeling from nearly 18 years ago, but the regret of that moment was something he might never forget. "We've been together since birth, Celia," Alphonse said slowly. They were barely a year apart, spending more time with each other than with their older siblings who were already in school. But one day Professor McGonagall appeared before us, told us you were a witch, and took you away. For me back then, she truly took you from my side. We had never been apart a single day before. I wanted to follow in your footsteps, to be with you, but I never received a letter of acceptance." Alphonse's voice dropped. "I was heartbroken, Celia. I still couldn't enter your world." Celia lowered her head, her eyes wide open, fighting back tears. "You see, Alphonse, this is a matter of my world, nothing to do with you." Alphonse pressed her hand against his forehead. "Don't say that, Celia. It hurts. If you want to do something, at least let someone in our family know the truth. I don't think anyone is more suited than I am. I will always support you. I always have." Celia's tears finally fell. "You always manage to convince me, Alphonse." She wiped away her tears and spoke solemnly. "The Dark Lord who killed Harry's parents isn't dead. He vanished. If he gets the chance, he will return. 5 years, 10 years, 50. I don't know when he will reappear, which is why I don't want Lyra to go to Britain." The truth was harder to accept than Alphonse had imagined. He said incredulously, "Then why are you going back?" "It's my choice, Alphonse. You said you would support me." Celia gazed at him. Alphonse met her eyes. "If he stirs up war again, you'll fight, won't you?" "Yes," Celia replied with unwavering resolve. Alphonse gave a bitter smile. "I understand." Celia patted his shoulder. "Don't look so glum. There isn't a sign of it yet. We're just being prudent. Maybe it'll take him 100 years to even walk again." Alphonse forced a smile. He stood up to leave. "Don't worry, I won't fret over the future. But you need to watch out for Gabriel and Sophia. They truly believe you're doing this for Sirius. With their personalities, they're bound to cause trouble." Celia thought optimistically, "It can't be that bad." Alphonse shrugged. He knew Gabriel and Sophia just as well. Gabriel and Sophia were discussing finding Celia a new partner to help her forget Sirius sooner. "She wants to stay in the magical world, so let's find her a wizard. Do you know any? Guess how many of Celia's old classmates we know are still alive?" "Don't be so harsh. Why not ask Nicolas? He has a wide network." Sure, in his eyes, even an 80-year-old is a promising young man. He hasn't been active in years. All his friends are from our grandparents' generation. Older men are more What about Remus? Great idea. Then the Durand family could have a few more little werewolves. I told you not to be so mean, Gabriel. Sophia was so furious she wanted to hit him. Gabriel rolled his eyes. What's the use of all our talk? Once she's back in Britain, we can't control her. Britain. Sophia shook her head. No. We have Harry. An idea struck her. In the remaining days, Sophia took Aurora, Celia, and Harry sightseeing in Paris. While Aurora clung to Celia, Sophia held Harry's hand and began to brainwash him. "Harry, you really like Celia, don't you? She lives alone and can get lonely. You have to help her find a handsome uncle. If you see some ugly, weird-looking guy, you run up and call Celia mommy to scare him off. You did well at the pool last time. He wasn't good-looking. But if you find one who's handsome and has a good personality, you call Celia's sister, got it? You need to learn to read the room. If Celia and someone hit it off, leave them alone." "What does hit it off mean?" "Let me show you." Sophia called her husband over and demonstrated to Harry what it looked like when two people shared a look of undeniable chemistry and longing. After the performance, she asked if he understood. Harry nodded, his face red, covering his eyes. How could the boy understand anything with his eyes covered? She was about to do another demonstration when Celia caught them and scolded her. Sophia wouldn't give up easily. She continued to fill Harry's head with nonsense. "If you meet someone you really like too, you have to say good things about him to Celia. Help him become your uncle. Got it?" Celia, overheard again, scolded Sophia once more and pulled Harry away. "Remember what I said. Don't listen to Sophia's nonsense." Harry nodded sincerely. Celia and Harry stayed in Paris until after Harry's birthday. Harry had a magnificent birthday party this time. Every member of the Durand family gave him a gift. He was grinning from ear to ear saying thank you and promised Aurora and the others that he would send them gifts for their birthdays too. They left Paris amidst the reluctant farewells of the Durand family. Sitting on the plane, Harry pressed his face against the window looking out. He was returning to London, ending a magnificent and brilliant dream, going back to his own world. Celia and Harry returned to their home in London. They spent a day cleaning, a day unpacking, and another day resting before they felt recovered. Harry kept looking at the photo of his parents on the bedside table. This time he had seen another family up close. Gabriel was witty. He would dig in the sand for his kids, hold them in his arms to soothe them, and toss them into the pool with a hearty laugh. Gabriel's wife would angrily pinch his good arm, and he would pull her close and kiss her until she smiled. Sophia was expressive. She bought matching mother-daughter outfits with her two girls. Her husband was in charge of taking photos, endlessly praising how beautiful they were, laden with several bags from which he constantly produced whatever his wife and daughters needed. The perfect Aunt Celia became a little child in front of her parents, whining as she spoke, held in Grandmother Marguerite's arms as she was told, "You can be a baby in your mother's arms forever." Harry heard so many of those words, yet he never had the chance to utter them himself. Dad, Mom, he whispered softly to the photograph. His parents smiled back at him from the photo, and Harry smiled at them too. He was another year older. Was he one step closer to the later Celia had spoken of? Harry ran downstairs, stood beside Celia, and said, "Aunt Celia, I'm older now. Can you tell me more about Mom and Dad?" Celia brushed his hair and said, "Little one, growing a year older doesn't really count as growing up." Harry looked down in disappointment. In 3 years, Harry will return to the magical world, and she can share a little bit of trivial information with him, can't she? Harry took a deep breath and said, "I want to know the cause of my parents' death." Celia wanted to retract her words. She thought Harry would ask about James and Lily's personalities, studies, or relationships. What child starts off asking about their parents' death? Her expression twisted in pain, startling Harry, who quickly said, "I won't ask." Celia pulled Harry to the side of the sofa and sat down with him. "Can you tell me why you want to know this?" Harry looked at her, noting that her expression was not as grim as before. He softly said, "My uncle and aunt said they died in a car accident, but you said that wasn't true." Indeed, he had always been troubled by his uncle and aunt's statement. They denigrated his parents, claiming they were insignificant. It wasn't until he met Celia that he realized that was not the case. Celia covered her face with her hands and took several deep breaths. She regained her composure and said to Harry with a serious tone, "Harry, your parents were heroes, nameless heroes in this world." Harry was confused. Heroes? Why were they nameless? Celia began to embellish the truth in a way he could understand. A very bad person appeared a long time ago. He killed many and harmed many families. Your parents were undercover officers. I don't mean they were really police, but they held a similar role in fighting crime. They sacrificed themselves while battling evil and protected you before they fell. She touched the scar on his forehead and said, "They loved you very much. They, along with many other nameless heroes, defeated the villains with their sacrifices. For some reason their deeds were not made public, but you will meet many people who knew your parents. At that time you will understand how great they were." Celia gently wiped away Harry's tears as he blinked his bright green eyes and said, "Thank you, Aunt Celia." Harry was still too young to accurately describe his feelings, but his heart was enveloped in a bittersweet warmth. The fact that his parents were heroes and that many people remembered them brought him immense comfort. During the rest of the summer, Harry didn't ask about his parents again. Both of them. Harry began to frantically catch up on his summer homework. Celia needed to fulfill orders for her alchemy shop that had been pending for over a month. She had also run out of many materials for her research, so she made a list for Remus to help her procure them. School was starting soon, and she needed to reorganize her lesson plans. She decided to improve the teaching content. Of course, there was one more important thing: practicing songs. Did she stop singing the school song just because she discovered she was off-key? Of course not, that was out of the question. Patricia was right. If she sang songs that others hadn't heard, she wouldn't be discovered for being off-key. Celia especially went to the record store and bought a newly released single from August, playing it on repeat at home to learn. Harry learned it too. He wasn't on key either. On the way back to the Dursleys, they sang all the way, feeling quite good about themselves. "Eat well, write to me, and don't hesitate to spend your pocket money." Celia waved goodbye to Harry. She packed her things and headed to Hogwarts. A new school year began. Upon returning to school, Celia immediately entered a chatty mode, talking with the house elves in the kitchen. She brought a new jam developed by Alphonse as a gift. She chatted with her colleagues, bringing some local specialties from Paris. She also spoke with the headmaster, conveying greetings from Nicolas and Perry. This year the teaching positions were not as volatile as last year. There was only a change in the defense against the dark arts professor, and she arrived early. Patricia Rippick was a renowned cursebreaker. She was a tall redhead with a rugged appearance and a direct manner of speaking. "I know you, Professor Durand. I bought your invented defensive items, but they were not very useful and disappointing." Celia shook her hand. "Professor Rippick, could you explain it to me in detail? I see where improvements can be made. It's not very useful against curses." The two naturally sat together eating and chatting. Rippick's straightforwardness was not intended to offend Celia, that was just her style. Curse breaking is a job filled with danger and excitement. They are commissioned by Gringotts to break ancient curses in various tombs or historical sites and retrieve treasures. Some ancient ruins are fraught with dangers filled with various traps, curses, and hexes. The work of a curse breaker is extremely dangerous, and it is vital to have good defensive measures. Celia was more of a closed-door inventor, having not personally experienced many things, which made her occasionally seem detached, creating many meaningless inventions. Rippick was just the practical type and had many curse-breaking experiences to share with Celia. The two of them hit it off perfectly, and Celia didn't even pay attention to the other. Patricia, can I call you that? You can also call me Celia. I have many things I want to ask you. After talking to you, I feel like there are many areas where my inventions can be improved. When are you free? Shall we set a time? I'm free whenever I'm not teaching. Of course, Celia. To be honest, I thought you were just a pretty face seeking fame, but it turns out I misjudged you. The two exchanged smiles. The older professors were not surprised by Celia's speed in making friends, but the newcomer Quirrell was astonished while Snape looked on with disdain. Celia felt that she had a lot to do this academic year. She needed to further improve the defensive devices and also manage teaching while refining the separation device. Just thinking about it felt fulfilling. At the Startofterm feast, Celia kept smiling as she watched the students she hadn't seen in 2 months. Someone below waved at her, and she waved back. Everything proceeded as usual with sorting, eating, and introducing new professors. When Dumbledore stood up to announce the school song, not only the professors but the students also looked at Celia. She cleared her throat and, moved by the scattered perfunctory singing from below and beside her, professors sang the school song with feeling. Celia, here is your student list and class schedule. On Monday morning, Professor McGonagall handed Celia the list for the new school year. Celia flipped through the schedule and let out a groan. Why is 7th year class on Monday, first period? The first class after the weekend is pure agony. Oh, I have to teach the first class every day, Professor McGonagall said sternly. Celia fell silent. She turned to the student list. 27 signed up for 6th year. That's too many. Shouldn't I raise the bar, require certificates in charms, potions, transfiguration, and ancient runes to enroll? That threshold wouldn't even qualify the professors, Professor McGonagall said even more gravely. Oh no, how could she forget? She hadn't earned her transfiguration certificate. Celia started giggling foolishly. Minerva, I was joking. Thank you, I need to prepare for the first class. Clutching the list, she fled in panic. Celia brought her pre-prepared teaching tools into the classroom. As she was arranging them, students began to arrive. She turned around and saw it was Bill, the diligent top student. Good morning, Bill. There's still half an hour before class. Good morning, Professor. Is there anything I can help with? He came over to assist with the setup. Just put them wherever. How was your holiday, Professor? I heard you went back to France. Bill asked casually. Celia nodded. I had a wonderful time with my family. And you? As lively as ever. Having younger siblings at home who haven't started school yet takes over your entire holiday. Almost forgot. Congratulations. Celia said with a smile. President Bill. Bill glanced at his robe. He hadn't worn the headboy badge today. Celia continued. I saw you last night keeping order at the entrance. It came as no surprise. You're so outstanding. Oh. Bill blinked, barely suppressing the smile tugging at his lips. Thank you. I thought wearing it to class might be a bit flashy. Not at all. It's your honor. The head boy from our year practically wanted to glue the badge to his forehead. Can you imagine how over the top he was? Celia recalled James and shook her head with a laugh. Embarrassed, Bill reached into his pocket and pulled out the badge. Actually, I carry it with me. All right, put on the badge, President. Celia patted him on the shoulder. The other 7th year students gradually arrived. Bill took his usual seat at the front, his gaze fixed on Celia at the podium. A student should always watch the teacher, shouldn't they? The bell rang. Celia smiled at the class. A new school year, and I'm delighted to see you all again. This year you 7th years will face the N.E.W.T.S., so the academic pressure is immense. That's why our alchemy exam will conclude before February next year, leaving you time to review other subjects. No need, Professor. Would rather have more alchemy classes. Absolutely. I didn't say would stop having classes. Celia said, after February, I'll cover some composite topics that will help with your exams. All right, class, let me explain our tasks for this semester. You can see the alchemical items displayed on the front desk. They are some of my early works. Celia pointed to the assortment of peculiar objects before her. These are what you'll learn to handle this term, how to examine, dismantle, and replicate alchemical items. Everyone come up and choose one item. By February, you'll need to submit a thesis and a replica. The students approached and began selecting their assignment for the year. The most familiar item among them was Celia's communication butterfly, which at least all the alchemy students had tried. Several people chose it directly. Others asked about the different items, and Celia answered each question. Zane stood before a plate that looked utterly ordinary. Yet he couldn't help recalling what his uncle Asher had said about a certain alchemical plate Celia had once made. He pointed at the plate and asked, Professor, what's the use of this? Oh, this needs a demonstration. Celia placed the plate on the podium, transformed a quill into a fork, then pulled a sugar cube from her pocket and set it on the plate. The moment the sugar cube touched the plate, it vanished. No, not vanished. It began moving at a speed beyond human perception, darting across the plate's surface, leaving only a streak. Holding the fork, Celia explained, "We need to catch it with the fork. Just a touch, and the sugar cube will stop." She swung the fork fiercely at the plate, but didn't even graze the sugar cube's afterimage. She said calmly, "Of course this requires a certain level of reflexes. Over time the cube will slow down, making it easier to catch." After a while the sugar cube's speed did slow slightly. At least a shadow was visible instead of a streak. Celia still couldn't catch it. "So," Zane asked slowly, "what's the point of this item?" Under the students' collective gaze, Celia's face warmed just a little. She couldn't exactly say that as the least cooking-talented child in her family, she had aimed to win through creative cuisine and made this thing. Imagine a dish served, and you have to catch it with a fork before eating. Wasn't that creative? Novel? Didn't it make one's eyes light up? The answer was no. It was hard for anyone to catch the food before it went cold. Back then many at school tried, but only James could catch it, so he was the only one who called Celia a genius. She cleared her throat and declared confidently, "Its purpose is to satisfy one's hunting instinct and train reflexes." "All right, no more questions. Pick quickly." "Can we choose more?" Bill asked. "Each item means an extra thesis." Celia nodded. He picked up the communication butterfly and the plate. Fred and George. Zane barely suppressed a sneer at Bill. Always so ingratiating. He chose 2 other items. Celia recorded everyone's choices. "Feel free to study them. I have plenty. If you damage one, you can get a replacement from me." "All right, today, they'll start teaching you some simple detection spells. Sometimes alchemical items can't be touched carelessly." The first class of the new term ended smoothly. The next 6th-year class was on Friday morning's first period, leaving her 3 days off. Celia wanted to find time to discuss improving defensive equipment with Professor Rickpick. But after checking her schedule, she had no time at all. 7 grades, 4 houses with only 1 advanced class each for 6th and 7th years, plus combined classes for the other 5 grades with 2 houses each. She taught 12 classes a week. In her spare time, she also had to prepare lessons and grade assignments. Celia finally understood why Hogwarts professors were all single, and those who weren't eventually became single. A month later, Professor Rickpick finally acclimated to the teaching life at Hogwarts, managing to carve out some leisure for himself. It's more exhausting than exploring ruins and breaking curses in the field. At least when deciphering curses, there's only a chance of death. Teaching will inevitably drive you to an early grave. Rickpick said to Celia. Celia burst into laughter. "Are they really that infuriating?" "It got much better after I forbade the lower years from waving their wands. Yet even with simple defensive spells, they still managed to cause all sorts of mishaps." "How did you learn this subject back in your school days?" Celia counted on her fingers. "Our first-year professor taught only theory. The second-year professor introduced us to magical creatures. The third-year professor taught us various defensive spells. The fourth-year professor had us duel every lesson. Each class sent a crowd to the hospital wing. After Madame Pomfrey protested, it reverted to pure theory. The fifth-year professor only covered exam syllabus content. Later, the atmosphere in the wizarding world grew too tense. In our 6th year, we had a retired Auror as a teacher, and by the 7th year, the conflicts within the school were impossible to conceal. The houses were separated for lessons, and the heads of houses supervised us in practical combat classes. Rickpick said, "Anyway, I'm only teaching for a year. Let's use the time we have to test your invention." "All right." Celia discussed it with Rickpick. Her defensive gear only reacted when it sustained damage, rendering it ineffective against many curses or peculiar hexes. She needed to find ways to improve it in these aspects, making it more comprehensive. Celia was once again shuttling between the library, Dumbledore and Nicolas, asking questions and seeking answers, constantly experimenting. Her life was incredibly full. Harry's life was equally full. Besides attending classes, avoiding Dudley, and enduring his aunt and uncle, he had gained a new goal. He wanted to find traces. This was inspired by a language arts class. The teacher discussed the significance of words, how they could transcend the limits of time and space, conveying information and recording civilization. Celia had told him that his parents were unsung heroes unknown to the outside world. But could they have been recorded somewhere, even if not as James and Lily Potter, but as some couple? After all, they had defeated a very, very evil person. During the days leading up to the holidays, Harry wanted something to occupy himself. Idling away the day was one option, but searching for his parents' traces was another, even if he might find nothing. A pressing urge drove him to do this. The teacher had told him that to find information from the past, one could look through old newspapers, and he learned that the British Library housed the most extensive and comprehensive collection of newspapers in the country. There was no direct public transport from Surrey to the British Library. It required a transfer and nearly 2 hours. How could he get there? Harry couldn't think of a good solution. He had never even left Surrey on his own. He used the school phone to call Remus. "You want to go to the British Library this weekend?" Remus confirmed. "Yes, but I don't know how to get there." Harry said dejectedly. "They'll pick you up on Saturday. Make sure to have your things ready beforehand, all right?" Remus didn't ask what he wanted to do. He kindly agreed to his request. "Thank you, Remus." Harry hung up the phone happily. Remus indeed came to pick him up on Saturday morning. He introduced himself to Aunt Petunia, whose face turned green. She scrutinized him, wondering if he was the emotionally unstable freak wizard Celia had once mentioned. She practically shoved Harry out the door. Go. Harry felt embarrassed. Remus took his hand and said gently, "All right, Harry, shall we take public transport?" He had spent the past few days meticulously studying how to use various Muggle modes of transportation. Remus took Harry on an inner-city bus to London, then the subway to the British Library. He got a library card for Harry and one for himself. He seemed even more curious than Harry, examining the card repeatedly. Once inside the library, they both looked left and right in unison, unsure where to go. "Harry, what books do you want to borrow?" Remus asked him. Harry hesitated. "I want to look at newspapers." "Let me ask." Remus went to ask a staff member where to find newspapers. After getting directions, he led Harry there. "The newsroom is this way." "Why the sudden interest in newspapers?" Harry lied. "The teacher mentioned this library and assigned some homework, so I thought I'd come here to do it." He didn't know why he didn't want to tell Remus the truth. It might be the same feeling he had with Celia. He didn't want them, his parents' good friends, to keep reopening old wounds and wearing sad expressions. He wanted to discover it himself. Remus believed him. Children often had peculiar obsessions, and this was Harry's first request to him. Merlin Jameson's first request was to come to the library. He led Harry to the newsroom, where the entire room was filled with all kinds of newspapers, exuding the musty smell of old paper. Harry was stunned. With this endless sea of newspapers, how could he find what he was looking for? "What are you looking for? Can I help?" Remus asked gently. Harry shook his head. "I'll look on my own, Remus. You can find a place to rest." "All right, I'll be over there." "No need to rush, or we can stay here all day." Remus pointed in a direction and left Harry there. He found a spot where he could see both the entrance and exit of the newsroom. Harry walked among the newspaper shelves, feeling utterly lost. Where should he start? "The humanities reading room has books for children. You should go there." A childish voice suddenly came from behind him. Harry turned around and saw a girl a little taller than him. She had bushy, thick brown hair, held her chin slightly up, and was carrying 2 thick books. "I'm here for newspapers," Harry said. "Oh, but I saw you wandering around here. This isn't a place to play," the girl said arrogantly. Harry blushed. "I'm not playing. I just don't know where to start looking." "All right," the girl said skeptically. "I come here every week, so I know how to start." "What are you looking for?" Her skepticism was too obvious. Harry didn't want to tell her. He walked deeper inside, looking up at the newspaper names and serial numbers on the shelves. The girl followed with her books. "You're not really looking for newspapers, are you? Kids usually don't come here." Harry retorted. "You're here." The girl lifted her chin again. "I'm different. I like reading, and I like newspapers." Fine. Harry decided to ask for her help. He could wander here all day and get no. He stopped, turned back to look at her, and whispered, "I want to find some news from 7 years ago. Which newspapers should I start with?" "You're being too vague. What news from 7 years ago? What time period?" "What kind of news?" the girl asked, turning around. "Follow me." Harry followed her. She led him to the farthest reading area, where there were tables and chairs. She pulled a few sheets of white paper from the books she was carrying and took out a pen from her pocket. With an air of authority, she said, "Now you can tell me the details." Harry pursed his lips. He had never met a girl like her, but she was his only hope. "Around Halloween 7 years ago, my parents passed away. I want to see if there are any news reports about it." The girl blinked in confusion. "Oh, well, I misjudged you. You're not here to fool around. Was their death related to a major accident?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure. They said my parents died fighting against evil, but it was never publicly reported. I just want to know if there's any mention of their sacrifice, even just a little." The girl bit the cap of her pen, lost in thought. This is a huge task. We might go through everything and find nothing. Harry knew that too. He hung his head in disappointment. But it's a challenge, searching through past information. The girl scribbled on the paper. "Major British newspapers include the Times and the Guardian. We'll need to go through the tabloids as well." She stood up. "Let's start with the newspapers from the week around Halloween 7 years ago. Let's begin." Harry stood up awkwardly. "Oh, yeah." The girl glanced sideways at him. "Of course. I told you this is a very challenging task. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. I live nearby and come to the library every weekend to read. And you?" "I'm Harry Potter. I live in Surrey, so I can't come every week." "Well, let's start first," Hermione said, walking ahead. She skillfully found the newspaper racks from 7 years ago and pulled out the relevant ones. She handed half to Harry. "Don't mix up different newspapers, got it?" Harry nodded. They sat in a corner and began flipping through the newspapers from around Halloween. The newspapers were dense with text, and Harry read slowly. There was a lot about economics, military, and politics that he couldn't understand. Hermione read much faster than him, but it was still hard to find useful information. There were no direct reports like so-and-so arrested or so-and-so sacrificed. Harry found something. He pointed at a photo and said to Hermione, "Look, owls across the country behaving strangely." Hermione read the short article. It said that starting from November 1st, owls across the country were behaving abnormally, flying around during the day against their nocturnal instincts. Bird experts suggested it might be due to magnetic field disturbances, but no one knew how long it would last. She frowned and asked, "Does this have anything to do with your parents?" Harry rubbed his nose. I'm just saying I've seen owls. He had seen owls at Celia's house. In the yard he would spot owls perched on trees or flying into the house, but the moment he blinked they vanished, and there were no owls inside at all. Sometimes when he slept he could hear the flapping of owl wings upstairs, but there was no upstairs. He lived on the 3rd floor, which was the top. He suspected he was hallucinating and didn't dare tell Celia, afraid she would think he was a freak like his aunt and uncle. Hermione pursed her lips. I've seen owls too at the zoo. Anyway, Harry, you need to look for reports related to people. Harry continued reading the newspapers. At noon a Remus came to take him out for lunch. He watched them flipping through newspapers for a while, his eyes crinkling with amusement. He invited Hermione to join them for lunch, but she declined, saying she needed to eat at home. She noted down which newspapers they had already gone through, planning to continue in the afternoon. So you made a date with a classmate to come to the library? Remus asked curiously as he treated Harry to a burger. Harry, his mouth full of fries, shook his head. We just met. Her name is Hermione Granger. She comes here to read every week. Remus' smile remained enigmatic and Harry couldn't figure out why. After lunch Harry returned to the library to continue flipping through newspapers. He found more news, like a sudden meteor shower at night, and the Halloween atmosphere spilling over, crowds of people in cloaks appearing on the streets. Harry paid attention because he had seen people in cloaks before who had suddenly run up to shake his hand. But Hermione dismissed these as meaningless. She seemed to have given up on him and was searching for credible news on her own. By the time the library closed, they still hadn't found a single piece of information that might be related to Harry's parents. Thank you, Hermione. Harry thanked her regardless of whether they had found anything. She had spent the whole day helping him search. Hermione's expression was grim. She was truly stumped. After a whole day, they had found nothing. When will you come next? Harry glanced at Remus and shook his head. I don't know. Well, I'm here every week. Come find me in the humanities reading room when you're here. Hermione lifted her chin again. Goodbye, Harry. Remus watched her bouncy, bushy hair with Harry. Suppressing a smile, he said to Harry, if you want I can pick you up every weekend. Harry shook his head again. No, that's too much trouble. If I want to come, I'll call you Remus. All right, Harry. Don't hesitate to ask, Remus said, ruffling his hair before sending him back to the Dursleys. The next time Harry went to the National Library was at the end of October. His aunt, uncle, and Dudley were going to a relative's wedding for the weekend, and he was abruptly dumped on Mrs. He gathered his courage to ask the eccentric Mrs. Fig if he could use the phone, called Remus, and Remus came to pick him up. Mrs. Fig initially refused to let Harry go. Who is he? What if he kidnaps you? How will I explain to your aunt and uncle? They'd be thrilled if I got kidnapped, Harry muttered. Mrs. Fig, he's my parents' friend, Remus. Hello, Mrs. Fig. I'm not a bad person, Remus said gently. Bad people never say they're bad. So you knew Harry's parents, James and Lily something. Mrs. Fig eyed Remus suspiciously. Remus said James and Lily. They were my friends. Mrs. Fig released her grip. Fine, go on then. But be back before dinner, or he'll call the police. They'll bring him back, Remus assured her. After they left, Mrs. Fig muttered to herself, Lupin. Harry successfully escaped from Mrs. Fig's house, which reeked of cabbage, and said cheerfully, I didn't think she'd agree. Remus said, perhaps I have a trustworthy face. He had once met Arabella Fig with Dumbledore, never expecting she would become Harry's neighbor. Dumbledore hadn't left Harry alone in the Muggle world. Where would you like to go? The library again, Remus asked. Harry nodded. He hadn't had a chance to visit the library in over a month. He had also searched some old newspapers at his local library, but found nothing useful. Then let's go? I wonder if that young lady is there, Remus said with a smile. Upon arrival, Harry headed straight for the news reading room, familiar with the path, and happened to run into Hermione. He was utterly astonished. Hermione. Hermione glared at him upon seeing him. You finally showed up. Harry glanced at the newspaper in her hand and asked, have you been browsing the news all this time? Of course not, Hermione said proudly. I have a daily plan: first finish the books on my list, then read half an hour of newspapers for the latest news, and then skim through half an hour of old papers. You haven't been back since. Harry felt a pang of guilt. I couldn't come on my own, and I didn't want to keep troubling Remus. Hermione let out a humph, but said no more about his schedule. I found something. She held a notebook, and Harry caught a glimpse of a page densely filled with newspaper names, dates, and news headlines. Following that page, she retrieved all the newspapers and stacked them together. I went back and asked my parents under what circumstances would newspapers be reluctant to report on criminals being brought to justice, involving classified information too heinous and likely to inspire copycat crimes, identity issues, or not being recognized as the work of the same perpetrator. There are countless possibilities. It's like solving a mystery. You have to eliminate them one by one. Hermione rattled on. This Star newspaper loves publishing gossip and sensational fake news, but I noticed one article full of speculation mentioned hypnosis as a method, and it referenced several news stories reported by legitimate newspapers. She opened those newspapers, which covered several incidents: gas explosions, fires, building collapses due to structural issues, lightning strikes. The largest case occurred a few days after Halloween in '81, claiming 13 lives in an explosion. She pointed out several key sentences for Harry to read. In these articles, when interviewing nearby residents, they always spoke vaguely repeatedly, using phrases like, "I'm not quite sure, I don't really remember, I passed out." That seems normal, doesn't it? Harry had no idea whether it was normal or not. I only noticed after comparing newspapers from several years before and after. Even if they didn't witness the scene, they wouldn't say it that way. I was cooking and suddenly heard an explosion, then I was knocked unconscious. But this one says I passed out and woke up to find the explosion had happened. Reports after 81 almost all use the first phrasing. Those from 81 and before use the second. I checked. The journalists are different people, so it's not a matter of writing. Hermione said seriously to Harry. Harry, I suspect these similar reports are due to the culprit using the same modus operandi, and the timeline matches. But it's all speculation. You need to ask the adults at home to tell you the truth. Harry's hands trembled slightly. He had a gut feeling that Hermione's speculation was correct. Could these reports be connected to his parents? Had they apprehended the crime? His throat tightened, and he spoke haltingly. I will. Hermione relaxed her shoulders. We should exchange contact information. Can you let me know after you ask? She said with some difficulty. I want to know if my speculation is right. She felt a bit embarrassed admitting she felt like Sherlock Holmes solving a case, even though it was Harry's painful matter. Okay. Harry nodded, writing down his school address and Celia's home address on a piece of paper. They'll have to wait until Christmas break to ask. They'll write to you. During the holidays, it'll stay here, and during school, it'll be at Hogwarts. Hermione also wrote down her address for Harry. Harry copied down the main content of those reports, the time, location, cause of death, names of the deceased. He clutched the paper, bid Hermione farewell, and went to find Remus. You look pale, Harry. What's wrong? Remus asked, touching his face. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. He could ask Remus, but he wanted to ask Celia. He would wait until she returned. Good news. Guess what? Dumbledore called out to Celia after dinner. Could it be that the award results are out? Celia calculated the time. The International Alchemist Association usually awarded prizes before the end of the year. It was about time for the selection. You can be happier, Dumbledore said with a smile. Celia couldn't muster much excitement. It was a foregone conclusion after all. Even so, she pursed her lips to suppress a grin. Is it really me? Gold award. Dumbledore winked. It was a bit close. Some judges thought your contribution was significant, so a silver award was certain, but could it earn the gold? Branch President Morrow made great efforts. One judge during verification discovered that some of your original recording methods, when applied to certain alchemical products in specific fields, yielded astonishingly good results. This was a major discovery, and he could also publish some new papers from it. In the end, the judges decided you deserved the gold award. Merlin, I must treat President Morrow to dinner and thank that judge. Celia cheered, throwing her arms around Dumbledore and rubbing her face against his beard. You must have spoken up for me too. Thank you, Headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled. You deserve it. A few days later, Celia received a letter from Cairo congratulating her on winning the Cairo International Alchemy Conference Pioneering Contribution Gold Award, and inviting her to attend the International Alchemy Conference in Cairo, Egypt on November 15th to receive the prize. A congratulatory letter from the International Alchemist Association soon arrived as well. Celia was beaming with joy. Her colleagues, upon hearing the good news, came to offer their congratulations. She hugged and thanked each one, nearly embracing Snape as well, but she managed to swerve around him. She still remembered they hadn't made up, and he hadn't even offered her a word of congratulations. Celia wished to take Bill Zane and Harrow along to receive the award. She first secured Dumbledore's consent, then wrote to the International Alchemist Association to obtain their approval before summoning the three of them. Let me share some good news in advance. I've won the Pioneering Gold Medal at the Alchemy Convention. The ceremony will be held in Cairo on November 15th. Would you like? Celia looked at them expectantly. This was a good thing, but good news doesn't always guarantee wholehearted acceptance. They might still decline. For the first time, Celia saw Bill and Zane exchange a silent glance right in front of her. Bill said, "We haven't done much. Going all the way to Egypt would be too extreme." Celia shook her head. "Without your help, organizing all that material would have taken me a year or two." She was indeed prone to procrastination. Zane asked, "How many days will it take?" "About a week. You'll have to miss some classes." Hera was especially eager to go. This might be her only chance in a lifetime. She frantically signaled her two seniors with her eyes, urging them to stop asking questions and just agree immediately. Bill exchanged another glance with Zane, reaching a consensus. When he spoke, a broad smile had already spread across his face. "Congratulations, Professor. We'd be delighted to go. Thank you so much for offering to take us." Celia suffered from a peculiar ailment. She couldn't help but grin foolishly whenever she heard congratulations. She began to beam again. "It's the least I can do. Just bring a change of clothes. I've prepared the robes. We'll travel by portkey." Once the three students agreed, Celia set about making the arrangements. She had to submit an application to the Ministry of Magic, and the portkey office of the Department of Magical Transportation would authorize a portkey to Cairo. The Egyptian Ministry of Magic also needed to approve their arrival. Time was still relatively ample. Even though the ministry tended to dawdle, they managed to send the portkey on time. If they had been any later, she would have asked Dumbledore to make one illegally. "Well, go ahead. Will you come over for the award ceremony? She confirmed with Dumbledore. He was incredibly busy and couldn't stay for nearly a week like they could. Yes, I've granted you access to my office. Take good care of the students, Celia. Celia nodded and called the 3 students to her office, locking the door. All right, you can take off your school. They removed their robes, revealing their clothes underneath. Celia checked the thickness of their attire. Fortunately, they had all dressed lightly enough not to suffer from the Egyptian heat. She took out the port key, a broken half-bowl, and placed it on the tea table. Come on, everyone, place a hand on the port key. The 4 of them placed their fingers on it simultaneously. 3, 2, 1. A hook caught Celia by the navel, her feet lifted off the ground, and the hook dragged her through the air, spinning her about until she landed heavily on her feet. Celia steadied herself and opened her eyes. A dry, hot breeze brushed against her face. Welcome to Cairo, Celia. Morrow was grinning from ear to ear right in front of her. Celia stepped forward to embrace him. President Morrow. After they parted, she introduced them to each other. These are my students Bill Weasley, Zane Foley, and Hera Moore. They've been a tremendous, and this is Mr. Morrow, president of the French branch of the International Alchemists Association. Morrow shook hands with each of them, speaking English with a thick accent. You are all talented at such a young age. He spoke much more fluently when switching to French with Celia. Let's check in first. All British. I still think you should teach at Beaux Batons. Imagine how many great alchemists you could cultivate. Celia gestured for the 3 to follow and replied in French, You flatter me. My teaching skills are quite average. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you were a great help during the award selection. I don't know how to thank you enough. Morrow said, A Frenchman's honor is my honor. Just kidding. It was your own strength that shone through. I hardly lifted a finger. Oh, Jamal Musa, the newly appointed director of the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. You haven't met before, I'm sure. Let me introduce you. Jamal, look who's here. Throughout the journey to the hotel, Celia was pulled aside to meet a slew of people. By the time they arrived, her face was stiff from smiling. Egypt was one of the earliest places to record magic. Compared to European and American countries where the wizarding world and the Muggle world were sharply divided, wizards in Africa coexisted harmoniously with the local populace. They still had to abide by the international statute of secrecy, but as long as they didn't openly proclaim the magical world, even using minor spells in front of local Muggles would only elicit exclamations of a miracle. Without even needing to cast a memory charm. Egyptian wizards were integrated into every facet of Muggle society. Some even worked directly as priests in temples. Patricia mentioned that curse breakers in Egypt were called archaeologists, and the outer perimeter of the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center was even a tourist attraction open to Muggle visitors. This time they stayed in a hotel that also accommodated Muggles with a view of the pyramids right from their room. The receptionist from the International Alchemy Convention explained to Celia, this place was originally a wizarding-only hotel. Every year during the convention, alchemists from around the world would stay here. The problem is the convention doesn't even happen annually, so it sat empty most of the time. Too wasteful. So during the tourist season we open it to Muggle guests to generate revenue. I completely understand. It's a very economical and practical approach. The receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Some wizards are utterly unreasonable. They'd rather pitch their own tents than stay here. Celia had visited Egypt once before when she received an award, but back then she had been very withdrawn. She didn't socialize or take in the sights. She arrived on the day of the ceremony and left immediately afterward. This time she could take a moment to appreciate everything she had missed. The International Alchemy Convention was an academic conference hosted by the International Alchemists Association. Before the award ceremony, the venue would open daily for alchemists from all over the world to exchange and share their research findings. Celia had brought her students along to broaden their horizons, but once she got busy, she couldn't keep an eye on them. The moment she appeared in a crowded area, she was quickly surrounded. Bill, Zane, you're both adults now. Feel free to socialize on your own. Most people here are alchemists, though some aren't. Scholars are easy to spot. Go ahead and meet anyone who interests you. Here are you too, but keep your butterfly with you. If anything comes up, find me, or use a sonorous charm to shout. You can use magic, the trace won't follow you abroad. Actually, stay with me. Be careful not to get crushed. Professor, Bill said to the slightly flustered Celia, he'll stay with Hera. I can take care of her. Don't worry about us. Go do what you need to do. All right, thank you, Bill. Celia put on a determined expression and bravely stepped into the venue. Within about a second, someone noticed her. Oh, Miss Celia, I still haven't quite understood the issue you mentioned yesterday. Professor Celia, I'd like to ask you a question too. In the blink of an eye, her figure was swallowed by the crowd. As the award ceremony approached, Celia was no longer as popular because some alchemy masters had arrived. They were far more renowned and accomplished than she was. I finally understand. Celia found a spare moment and whispered to her 3 students. I finally understand why they always show up so late. We should have gone out and had fun the first 2 days. What a waste of time. The previous days of the symposium had mostly involved newcomers to alchemy and some mediocre alchemists. Celia was the most famous among them, so she was constantly besieged. Bill imitated her low voice and said, well, no, next time. But we've learned a lot. Yes. Hera also whispered. What they said was easy to understand. But when those masters spoke just now, I could barely follow. Zane elegantly sipped his tea. Hissed, what an odd flavor, terrible. He set it down gracefully and switched to juice. Professor, the ones who came today are the people you should be networking with. Zane, finding the other two's platitudes useless, couldn't help but say to Celia. Celia sighed and leaned back on the sofa. I know, but I have no energy left. As one of the central figures of this convention, she could hardly be ignored. She hadn't been there long before someone sought her out. Morrow came over to call her. Why are you hiding in this corner? President Noor, Celia is over here. Celia's expression shifted in an instant from listless to radiant. She stood up to greet him. Hello, President Noor, we met a few years ago. She was drawn back into the crowd. Zane noticed Bill staring at Celia with that sickening look again. An overflowing emotion, an irrepressible smile, a gaze he couldn't tear away no matter what. He had looked at Celia like that at school. When teased, he was always perfectly frank. I really like Professor Celia. Don't you? His attitude made it seem perfectly normal. What's wrong with a student liking a professor? Could no one see that he was looking at her as a man looks at a woman? Zane looked at Hera. She was staring at Celia too. A Ravenclaw, she always followed Bill, the school's top student. And now Bill had led her to believe it was fine to stare at the professor. If they were staring, he might as well join in. Zane brazenly followed Celia with his gaze. He wasn't the only one. Compared to the crowd of old men and women, those with half their faces blown off cyborgs who had modified nearly every part of their bodies, or those who had turned blue from potion addiction. Merlin's beard. Alchemists came in all sorts of bizarre forms. Celia was already the most beautiful among ordinary people. Among these alchemists, her beauty stood out even more. Not looking at her was not only against human nature, it was also a cure for offended eyes. Nor the president of the International Confederation of Alchemists introduced Celia to other alchemy masters. She had never met many of them in person before, but they had corresponded or been mentioned by Nicolas, so they quickly grew familiar. Zane watched as she chatted with everyone. They even brought out materials on the spot, and Celia demonstrated several of her original methods for inscribing magical runes. As she waved her wand in demonstration, everyone fell silent watching her. The Celia that Asher had described was vastly different from the Professor Celia that Zane now knew. But one trait remained unchanged. She could effortlessly become the same. On November 15th, Dumbledore arrived. True to form, he wore his phoenix robe. His arrival created a monumental stir. The dignitaries present had to line up just to exchange a few words with him. To Celia's surprise, Nicolas and Perenelle also came. You didn't tell me, she exclaimed on the verge of tears. Nicolas and Perenelle both smiled at her. Surprise. We happen to want to visit old friends. Celia was overwhelmed with joy. She completely forgot how she received the award or what she said in her acceptance speech. She only remembered dragging Bill and the others for a group photo. After the convention, Dumbledore returned to school with the 3 students while Celia stayed with Nicolas and Perenelle for 2 more days before heading back. The report of Celia winning the gold medal for pioneering contributions at the International Alchemy Convention was printed in the Daily Prophet. On the front page, she was holding the trophy, beaming a brilliant smile at the camera. Below that photo were several smaller ones, including Dumbledore, other alchemy masters, and a group photo of Celia with Bill and the others. She bought a newspaper and a bouquet of flowers on a London street, then apparat to Godric's Hollow to the graves of Lily and James. She placed the flowers before the white marble headstone and held up the newspaper to Lily's photo. I've come to show off. Look, Lily, I made the front page. That one from a few years ago doesn't count. I didn't know about it. This time I did it on purpose. I asked the reporter to include a photo of me with my students, and they did. This is Bill, Fabian, and Gideon's nephew. He looks a bit like them, doesn't he? He's excellent, very interesting. Oh, and he's very cooperative with my teaching. Thank him for me. This is Zane, Asher Flint's nephew. Do you remember him, Lily? James probably does. They had a brawl. Zane is quite interesting too. He doesn't talk much, but he's always making little gestures. Both of them are clever students, so they excel in every subject. But this pretty girl, Hera, she genuinely loves alchemy and has real talent. I'm thinking about how to nurture her further. Celia rambled on to the tombstone. Actually, after that previous report, I went to complain to Headmaster Dumbledore. He tried to brush me off with some comfort, but I told him, Headmaster, don't placate me. There are things I don't understand now, but I can remember them in my heart, and I'll figure them out later. The headmaster said, very well, Celia. Then let me tell you this, grow into a strong person, earn your right to speak, and let the people willingly cede power to you. Do not take the crumbs they throw at you from others. I'm working hard to do that. It's too hard to demand things from others, but I can demand them of myself. This is my compensation to us, Lily. Celia used magic to light the newspaper, watching the flames consume it. She whispered, it's a pity the article wasn't about the #1 gourmand in the magical world. She exhaled a puff of white mist and hopped twice in the cold wind. I have to go. School isn't on holiday yet. Merry Christmas in advance. They'll be very busy this break, but don't worry. I'll take good care of Harry. Remus is here too. Celia returned to her office at Hogwarts by the fireplace in her London home. She had missed dinner, so she headed to the kitchens. It wasn't curfew yet, but on this cold winter night, students clearly preferred the warmth of their common rooms. The corridors were empty. Down in the dungeons the light grew dimmer. Celia reached the kitchen door and tickled the pear in the painting. As she grasped the pear-shaped doorknob, she suddenly heard a rustling. She peered into the depths of the corridor. A pitch-black figure drifted toward her, and her heart leaped into her throat. The figure moved under the candlelight, revealing Snape's gloomy face. A black bat, out so late to scare people, and he doesn't even make a sound when he walks. Celia cursed inwardly. Snape saw her too, and stopped. Celia pressed down the door handle, just as she had done every time they encountered each other over the past few months, pretending the other didn't exist. This time Snape didn't pretend she wasn't there. He stared at her, a torrent of complex emotions swirling in his dark eyes. He started moving again, quickening his pace, and brushed past her just as she was about to step into the kitchen. Congratulations. His words were softer than the rustle of his robes. But Celia heard them. If the encounter with Snape in the corridor were to occur tomorrow, if Celia had not gone to Godric's Hollow but had returned directly to the school, she wondered whether she would have been moved by that word of congratulations. Celia let out a silent sigh. It seemed she owed more than just Lily and herself. There was also the third member of the flavor enhancement group. She grabbed her wizard robes and sprinted, her footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. Even Snape, who had already walked some distance away, couldn't help but turn back to look. In his brief moment of hesitation, Celia rushed before him, slightly out of breath, her eyes sparkling brightly. Say it again. Say it to my face one more time. Snape's pale face flushed crimson. What are you talking about? Why are you here again? Celia raised her wand at him, her eyes still dazzlingly bright. Last chance. Snape stared at the tip of her wand, turned his face away, and his lips trembled almost imperceptibly. Congratulations. A triumphant smile spread across Celia's face. She thought she had won, didn't she? Snape closed his eyes in indignation, refusing to look at her unbearably radiant smile. Celia rose slightly on her tiptoes, reached out, and wrapped her arms around Snape's neck, giving him a hug. There, thank you, Severus. The scent of roses still clung to her, departing along with her warm body as she hummed an unknown tune and walked away with light, brisk steps, leaving Snape standing there lost in thought for a long time. He lowered his head, looking at his own hands. When she had embraced him, they had been too stiff even to lift. He clenched his fists, and a spark of fire ignited in his somber eye. She was nothing short of a catastrophic hurricane, sweeping through and leaving only devastation in her wake. Nothing else, nothing at all. The students of Hogwarts noticed that the school's most fearsome professor had been in a remarkably good mood lately. Because the holidays are coming. No, it's clearly because Professor Celia spoke to him. Any discerning eye could tell that Snape was in decent spirits. Not only had the oppressive aura around him dissipated somewhat, but even the furrows on his brow had softened. When Celia asked him to pass the jam, he would grumble a reluctant word, but his hand would obediently comply. Quarrel caught between them could finally eat in peace. He whispered to Celia, should we swap seats back? Do you want to switch? But I've gotten used to chatting with Patricia. You'd have to sit next to her. No, it's fine. Forget I said anything. Quirrell still preferred to stay next to Celia. Celia turned back to continue her conversation with Patricia. After the holiday, I have an idea to add an automatic summoning charm to the defensive devices. If it could summon nearby objects for cover, do you think it could theoretically block the killing curse? Rickpick choked on his food. How did the difficulty suddenly jump to the killing curse? We haven't even solved the problem of ordinary curses yet. Celia patted her chest and lifted her chin. I'm in the post-award inflation period right now. I feel like I could go 50-50 with Dumbledore. With a whoosh, a slice of bread appeared before Celia with jam writing on it, see me in the office at 1. The handwriting was familiar. Celia leaned back and said sheepishly in his direction, Headmaster, can't you be a little less sharp-eared? I was just bragging. Dumbledore also leaned back and spoke to her across several professors. Professor Celia, your bragging is simply too loud. Celia sat down amid the suppressed laughter of the other professors and buried herself in her meal. At 1 o'clock sharp, she appeared in Dumbledore's office. Headmaster, what do you need me for? Celia quickly reached out to ruffle the sorting hat, then went to tease Fawkes. Fawkes had fully matured, spreading his beautiful wings, radiating a magnificent golden-red glow. Celia began pulling things from her pockets to feed him, very small biscuits, and even dried insects. What are you planning to do for Christmas? Dumbledore interrupted her feeding spree. Probably going to see some old friends. Celia said, casually stroking Fawkes' beak. Celia planned to accept some invitations, reconnect with old classmates, and re-establish a close network of relationships. When they were all students, everyone stood at a seemingly fair starting line, able to temporarily ignore family backgrounds and become friends, maintaining the friendship solely by providing emotional value to each other. After graduation into adulthood, the gaps in family background and personal ability would widen, gradually dividing people into different circles. To integrate into them, one could not rely on old sentiments, but on mutual interests. Celia understood and accepted this reality. That was why, after winning the award and proving her worth once again, she resumed her social engagements. I imagine our mutual old friend won't miss the chance to send you an invitation, said Dumbledore. Celia instantly understood who he meant, the retired Professor Slughorn. Yes, after her award, he would surely meticulously organize an event and invite her. Headmaster, is there anything I need to do? Celia asked knowingly. Just continue being his favorite student and stay in touch with him, Celia. Dumbledore smiled at her. Celia nodded. I will. She didn't understand why, but she would follow Dumbledore's advice. That was their unspoken understanding. Celia had many things to prepare. For the 10th time, she was grateful that Remus was still by her side. She went over the accounts with him in front of the two-way mirror. Professor Slughorn indulges in gastronomy, so there's no need to spend much money. I've asked Sophia to send me candied fruit. He loves the candied fruit she makes. Then he'll cross his name off the list. I've already noted down the others. He'll go to Diagon Alley to buy everything tomorrow, Remus said, looking at the list. Celia remembered something and leaned closer to the mirror, whispering, Remus, is our little shop making a profit? She was the epitome of an absentee boss, only responsible for crafting the items after receiving orders, while letting Remus handle the procurement of materials and everything else. She didn't even know how much money was in her Gringotts vault. She just bought whatever she wanted directly, and since the goblins hadn't sent her a debt collection letter, it meant her account. Remus couldn't use the money from her personal account. If the shop wasn't profitable given his nature, he would only report the good news and not the bad, and he would have to find ways to manage the finances himself. Celia imagined a miserable, worried Remus fretting over bills and unable to afford food. She began to scrutinize his face, carefully checking if he had lost weight. Remus was in much better shape than when they had reunited a few years ago. Back then he had been haggard and wretched, not looking like a man in his 20s. Though they were two of a kind, she hadn't looked human herself either. His face still held a sickly pallor, but his cheeks were fuller and his spirits were good. His light brown hair hadn't gained any more gray strands. He was dressed simply but not shabbily, the very picture of a courteous young man. Remus felt a bit uncomfortable under her intense gaze. He touched his nose and said, of course we're profitable. Even though we haven't used your name, many people know the owner behind it is you. Orders are pouring in faster than we can handle, though I only accept them after screening. The supply prices for materials are also very stable. I've kept all the records. When we meet in a few days I can show you the ledger. No, that's not necessary. Celia interrupted him, still lost in her fantasy of a miserable little Remus. She admonished him, just make sure you eat enough no matter what, okay? Remus looked at his own face. Did he really look like someone who wasn't getting enough to eat? One more thing, are you coming home for Christmas this year? Celia asked about Remus' plans, first unaware that she had already revealed an eager expression that screamed, say no. Remus smiled knowingly. Haven't decided yet. Do you have any plans? I have a few days of banquets to attend, and Harry will be home alone. If you're not going back, how about spending Christmas with us this year? She could leave Harry with Petunia and pick him up after she was done. But Merlin, every extra day he stayed there was torture for both sides. She wanted Harry to have a few more happy days. Remus had his own concerns. He said gently, I can take Harry when you're busy during the holidays, but I have other matters to attend to on Christmas. Celia saw through him. I checked the lunar calendar. It's a full moon around Christmas, but isn't there wolfsbane potion? You can just stay in your room. He'll make sure the door is locked. Remy. She put on a pitiful expression. It took immense resolve for Remus to refuse her, and he clearly lacked it. He sighed helplessly. Fine. Celia's face immediately lit up. See you in a few days? After the mirror returned to normal, Remus pressed his hands firmly over his face. Do not indulge. Do not obsess. Do not overstep. He lowered his hands, revealing a bitter smile. For over a decade, he had always managed well. Harry counted the days on his fingers, and finally the Christmas holiday arrived. Celia was back from school. She was especially cheerful this time. When she saw Harry, she lifted him up and spun him around, then set him down unsteadily. You've gotten heavier, huh? Harry was happy because she was happy. His permanent teeth were halfway grown in, and he grinned, showing his gap-toothed smile. I've been eating well. Celia pinched his cheek. Good. Let's go. Remus is spending the holiday with us. I have things to do tomorrow, so you two are in charge of cleaning the house. If it's spotless, there'll be a reward. Harry nodded vigorously. He would work hard. Dumbledore and Celia knew Slughorn well enough. True to form, he sent Celia an invitation, a small, exquisite, and tasteful banquet at Slughorn Manor, cordially inviting her. Celia wore a silver-gray silk gown layered with a fine gauze that seemed to ripple with moonlight as she moved. Remus and Harry moved their heads in unison, following her every step. After you eat, remember to wash the changed sheets. Harry, teach Remus how to use the washing machine. He doesn't know how. Celia applied lipstick in front of the mirror, and they both nodded blankly. Don't wait up for me. Go to bed when you're tired. But Celia put on her cloak, gave the two fools an amused glance, pushed open the door, and operated in a hidden spot. Harry asked Remus blankly, where's she going? A red carpet. Remus ruffled his hair. To a banquet. Come on, Harry, we've got work to do. Let's start with the kitchen. What do you want for dinner? I can cook noodles. With a soft pop, Celia appeared at the gates of Slughorn Manor. She handed the invitation to the greeter, exhaled a puff of white mist, and stepped through the gates. Celia, Slughorn rushed over, arms open wide. Professor, long time no see. Celia hugged him, nearly pushed back by his round, bulging belly. She marveled, your belly's gotten even bigger. Slughorn patted his belly with a beaming smile, taking her hand. Lack of exercise, too much eating. Enough of that. Celia, what an honor. The International Alchemy Conference Pioneering Contribution Gold Award winner. I knew you'd achieve great things when you were at school. Celia looked at him with a smile. But you didn't expect it to be in alchemy, did you? Slughorn smiled broadly. Of course, that's because you have talent in so many areas. Celia took his arm. Professor, I brought you some treats. I always think besides Professor Slughorn, which other outstanding and powerful wizard shares my love for fine food. I'd love to enjoy a lovely afternoon tea with you. How about next spring? They'll come visit you again. Slughorn couldn't stop grinning. He had two passions in life: indulgence and mingling with the famous. Celia was now a celebrity with similar tastes. He couldn't have liked her more. He introduced her to others and seated her beside him at the dinner. Celia didn't eat well because Slughorn had an old habit. He endlessly talked about his famous students. Celia never let his words fall flat. Whenever he spoke to her, she always picked up the thread and responded with various reactions. After the dinner, Slughorn finally let go of Celia to mingle with other guests. Celia picked up a glass of wine, chatting with people she'd just met, and gradually drifted toward a lone figure. I almost didn't recognize you, Senior Xavier. Nice beard. Celia raised her glass to him. A man's beard was like a mask. If he hadn't glanced at Celia several times, she wouldn't have noticed who this man with the goatee was. Xavier clinked his glass with her, smiling. Long time no see, Celia. Congratulations on your award. I've probably heard congratulations 100 times, but it still makes me happy every time. Thank you, Senior Xavier. Celia curtsied. Xavier took her arm and helped her stand straight. He took a sip of his drink. I saw the report. I don't know much about alchemy, but I can tell it's a remarkable achievement. Celia pursed her lips in a smile. I don't want to be too modest. I think it is indeed remarkable. Xavier shook his head with a chuckle. You haven't changed a bit. I also saw the photo of you with the students. It was very nice. I couldn't agree more with every word you've said, Senior. We need to clink glasses again. They clinked glasses. Xavier swirled his drink, choosing his words carefully. I've taken over the family's potion company. I have more say now. Maybe we can collaborate again someday, Celia. I'm really glad to see you again. Me too, Senior. I never got to say it in person before. Thank you so much. During the war, Xavier had risked a great deal to sell Celia potions. It was best not to dwell on it now. They both tactfully changed the subject. The banquet lasted late into the night. Celia was exhausted. Socializing with a crowd of strangers and half-acquaintances was draining, but it was also a great opportunity to expand her. At least she finally met an editor from the Daily Prophet. When Celia returned home, the living room light was still on. Remus was curled up on the sofa, a book in hand, nodding off as he dozed. She slipped off her heels, tiptoed over, and pulled the book from his hands. Flipping to the cover, she saw it was a Muggle business management book. Remus stirred awake at her movement, looking at her with drowsy eyes. Oh, you're back, Celia. Perhaps it was the warm, dim light or Remus' dazed expression that was too disarming, or Celia's mind too foggy from exhaustion. She sat down beside him in a daze, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her head in his chest. Remus placed his hand on her back, gently stroking her hair and spine. A moment later, they both realized what they were doing and sprang apart, faces flushed crimson. I am going to bed, Remus. Good night. See you tomorrow. Good night, Celia. Celia woke up, but Celia did not want to go downstairs. Merlin, what had she been thinking last night? As a French woman, she did have a certain fondness for physical contact. She often engaged in cheek kisses or hugs, but those were always pure and ceremonial. She simply needed to express her warmth freely, unconcerned with how others might perceive it. Thus she knew that yesterday's embrace had been neither pure nor ceremonial, because this time it was she who felt awkward. Lying in her warm bed, Celia allowed herself 10 minutes of unbridled worry, asking herself but a single question. What did she desire? She desired to maintain the current state of affairs. Celia rose, and all her worries vanished. Donning her loungewear, she descended the stairs to find Remus and Harry already in the kitchen. Remus had prepared a simple breakfast. Seeing her approach, he wore an apologetic expression. I thought you would sleep longer. You'll have to make do with a rather poor breakfast. He served a plate of scrambled eggs and toast, handing it to Celia. It looks fine, Celia said, picking up her fork to take a mouthful. After swallowing, she had to admit. It wasn't bad, it was merely edible. After breakfast, Celia played with Harry in the living room. The fireplace blazed warmly, and Harry shed his thick winter clothes, remaining in his loungewear. Celia lifted him again, gauging his weight. You really are heavier and taller too. I should record your height. She moved the shelf beside the fireplace aside, had Harry stand against the wall, and called out to the kitchen. Remus, find me a pen, one that can write on the wall, preferably with ink that lasts a while. Just conjure one for her. Remus, still in his apron, quickly emerged and handed her a pen. He stood by as Celia drew a line above Harry's head. She wrote beside it, Christmas 1988. Eat well, grow tall. Celia gestured to a height above Harry's head and asked, how tall did James eventually become? Remus chuckled. Just shy of 6 feet. He always tried to stand on his tiptoes when measuring. About this tall, Celia indicated a height. Harry looked up, feeling that height seemed impossibly far away. Celia had to go out again. Remus and Harry went together to shop for holiday necessities. They returned home laden with bags, and Harry happened upon the postman delivering mail. There was a letter addressed to Harry. He took it unsurprised. Remus glanced at it, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Is it that little girl Hermione? Do you correspond often? Harry nodded, then shook his head. They had only exchanged letters 3 times. After parting from Hermione in the library, Harry had soon received her first letter. It was Harry's first letter from a peer in novelty. But Hermione's letters were unlike Celia's, which were always long, spanning many pages adorned with little flowers or ants. Her handwriting was neat and proper, perfectly adhering to letter-writing conventions. She had only written a few lines. She wanted to first confirm the address Harry had given her, hence this letter. Harry replied, tersely confirming the address, and that he had received her letter. Just before the holidays, Hermione sent another letter reminding Harry of their agreement. He must tell her the answer once he found out during the break. Harry wanted to reply simply, okay, I will. But thinking the response too short, he amended it to, okay, I remember our agreement. I will write to you with the answer once I find out during the break. This was the third letter, still very brief. Hermione wrote that she had changed to his holiday address, hoping it was correct, and asked, have you asked? Harry didn't know how to reply. He hadn't asked. Celia had been so overjoyed to see him that he had happily forgotten the question. In the following days, she would go out occasionally, and upon returning would either lounge on the sofa chatting with them or cuddle Harry while watching television. Celia was warm and soft, gently stroking his hair. Harry felt wonderfully comfortable in her. He had forgotten the question entirely. He was probably going to break his promise. He didn't want to ask Celia a question that might upset her when she was so happy. Harry took a sheet of stationery, ran back to his room, and leaned over his desk. Carefully, stroke by stroke, he wrote his first long letter to Hermione. Dear Miss Hermione, hello. I am Harry Potter. My holiday address is also correct, and I received your letter. But I am very sorry, I do not yet have the answer to your question. He had originally intended to end it there, but after a moment's thought he continued writing. The adult I need to ask is a friend of my parents. She is kind and gentle to me. Every holiday, she takes me to her home and gives me everything I only ever dreamed. The first time I met her, her eyes held a hint of sadness, even when she smiled. This holiday she is very happy, and I do not want to disturb her joy. Harry chewed on the pen cap and added a postscript below. I'm sorry you went through all those newspapers to help me find my parents, but I can't give you the answer. She said she would tell me when I'm older. If you were still willing to know me, can I tell you when I grow up? Again, I am sorry. Harry. Harry sealed the envelope, copied Hermione's address onto it, and affixed a stamp. He was about to place the letter in the mailbox at the community crossroads when Remus asked him before he left, next week is Christmas. Are you going to give her a Christmas gift? Harry clutched the envelope and asked him, should I give her a gift? Remus crouched down and guided him gently. Giving Christmas gifts among friends is a way to deepen your bond. It doesn't need to be anything expensive, just a token of your... Harry scratched his head in confusion. His main concern was, were he and Hermione considered friends? He had never had friends before and didn't know if their relationship qualified. Remus looked at Harry, a flash of moisture in his eyes. He closed his eyes, his lashes trembling, and let out a soft breath. You are friends, he said, his voice a little hoarse. Harry didn't understand his reaction and looked at Remus with concern. Remus quickly recovered, smiling as he ruffled Harry's hair. All right, what would you like to give her? We can go out and buy something. Harry ran back to his room and rummaged through his treasure box filled with all the treasures he had accumulated. He spotted some pretty hair ties. These were from their vacation in France when Aurora and Alara had argued over a pretty hair tie. Gabriel had simply bought a whole box, giving a handful to each person upon their return. For the sake of fairness, Harry and the other boys were also forcefully given a few. He picked out 2, tucked them into the envelope, and added the words Christmas gift at the end. That should do it. After Harry mailed the letter, he put the matter out of his mind, but Remus remained unsettled for a long time. He waited for Celia to return. This time he sat upright at the dining table, not on the sofa. Celia returned home, saw the lights glowing, and entered the dining room. Remus sat sipping tea while another cup rested on a seat 2 chairs away from him. Shall we talk? Celia's lips twitched. Why didn't he just place that cup in the neighbor's house so they could shout across the distance at each other? She picked up the tea and moved directly to the seat beside Remus, sitting down to ask, what's wrong? Remus shifted uncomfortably and murmured, today Harry told me he has no friends. Merlin alone knew the shock he felt upon hearing this. James' son. Celia took a sip of tea. She had been in touch with Harry's teachers and knew he remained alone at school. I know. It's complicated. His personality is entirely different from James. Don't push it. He has no sense of belonging now. Once he learns he's a wizard and goes to Hogwarts, he'll be fine. But really, can I reveal the magical world to him in advance? Sometimes she too questioned Dumbledore's decisions. Remus shook his head. Better follow the headmaster's instructions. Celia had a sudden inspiration. Remus, you could teach him how to make friends. She truly couldn't teach that. Her own method relied on sheer thick skin and sweet talk, which came naturally. Remus said solemnly, my method for making friends is quite simple. Get to know someone named James Potter. Since being bitten and turned into a werewolf at age 4, he had lived a reclusive life with his parents. He had no friends. Dumbledore's efforts to get him into Hogwarts were already an immense grace he cherished deeply, but he knew his condition would prevent him from forming friendships. Yet he was sorted into Gryffindor and shared a dormitory with James, Sirius, and Peter. Hey, Remus Lupin. I'm your roommate. This is my brother Sirius, we met on the train. Haha, Merlin's beard. Sirius, did you hear Remus' joke? You're hilarious, Remus. You should join us for night expeditions. We're going to uncover every secret of Hogwarts Castle. You're taking leave again. Hey, seriously, what illness does your mother have? My dad knows people at St. Mungo's. Find a chronic illness. But you can't go back every month. You're a werewolf. What are you hiding for? It's just a furry little problem. We've come up with a great idea, animagus. Dangerous. The great James Potter and Sirius would never fear danger. Remus lowered his eyes, sharing a moment of silence with Celia. Celia couldn't help saying, you and Harry are equally matched in the friendship department. Remus rubbed his nose. Come to think of it, he might be better than me. At his age, he already had. Celia quickly asked, is that the girl you mentioned last time? Tell me more. Remus recounted the whole story of how Harry and Hermione met. To this day, I don't know why they read the newspaper. Every time I ask Harry, he won't say. When Celia heard that Harry had sent her a Christmas gift today, she smiled contentedly. Kids' secrets, right? Let's not become those nosy, annoying adults who pry into Are you going out tomorrow? The last one, dinner with Amelia. You remember Amelia, right? We were prefects the year she was head girl. Oh, I always forget that. Celia stretched, and as her hand came down naturally onto the table, it accidentally brushed against Remus. He jerked his hand back so abruptly that he nearly knocked over the teacup. He lowered his head awkwardly, using his wand to clean the table, while Celia began to feel equally uncomfortable. He'll go upstairs first, she said. Remus replied, still looking down. He'll tidy up and then rest. Celia hurried upstairs, wondering why things had turned awkward again when they'd been fine during. The next day, Celia brought gifts to Amelia's house. The door was opened by her brother Daniel Bones. Come in, celebrity. Daniel grinned, broadly bowing with exaggerated flair. Hey, Celia was speechless. Daniel's wife Charlotte also came to the door and bowed to her. Welcome, celebrity. Celia crossed her arms in mock anger. I should charge a fee for coming today. Then she burst into laughter and hugged them. Daniel Bones had been Celia's classmate in the same house and year, while Charlotte, nay, Quaint, was a Hufflepuff from the year below. Today was a family dinner prepared by Amelia, and Celia happened to know the whole family well. This is my daughter Susan. Daniel called his daughter over and introduced her to Celia. Amelia is still working overtime at the ministry, she'll be late. Susan was a cute little girl with blonde hair. Celia bent down to greet her. Hello, Susan. Charlotte invited Celia to sit and chat. Susan was 8 years old, the same age as Harry. Barring any surprises, they would both start at Hogwarts in the same year. Same age as my child, Celia remarked after learning Susan's age. Daniel and Charlotte exchanged stunned glances, then looked at her in shock. You have a child? When did you get married? To whom? Celia pursed her lips in amusement. Secret. They grew frantic, pressing for answers. Celia Durand had a child. No one knew about this. Celia's lying to you. A low female voice came from the living room doorway. Celia sprang to her feet, hurried over, and embraced her tightly. Amelia had cut her hair very short. Her expression was stern with traces of age on her face. She smiled faintly and hugged Celia back. You haven't changed a bit, Celia. Celia held her and said, that's a long story. Then let's eat first. Amelia decided decisively. The dinner table was lively, filled with old classmates. Nearly every topic sparked memories, but they were careful to only mention things that wouldn't cause sadness. After the meal, Celia went to Amelia's study and spoke with her face about her past years. She revealed that her unchanging appearance was due to the Philosopher's Stone potion and showed her scars. Amelia also shared her own life, uneventful. After graduation, she joined the Ministry of Magic and steadily climbed the ranks through her abilities, with her career occupying most of her life. At the end of their conversation, Celia hesitated deeply before finally speaking. I have a difficult request. Amelia seemed to know what she wanted to ask, and said directly, his condition is still stable. Celia's eyes grew hot. She shook her head. I want to ask you, if he truly takes a turn for the worse, could you give me word? We'll find a way to see him one last time. Amelia sighed. Why bother, Celia? Celia lifted her face, tears streaming down like pearls. Biting her lower lip, she looked at her with tearful eyes. He has no family left. If he truly can't go on, I just want to collect his body. She looked heartbreaking. Amelia's eyes also reddened. She nodded. I understand. If it comes to that, I'll let you know. When Celia returned home, she felt a trace of self-loathing for having manipulated Amelia, but she had no choice. She couldn't bear to watch Sirius die in Azkaban. If his condition truly worsened, she would have to break him out of prison. Celia concluded all her social engagements before the Christmas holiday and spent the remaining time at home with Harry. They decorated the house together. With Remus here this year, Celia found things much easier, as the two of them could take turns distracting Harry while the others secretly used magic. Last year it was just the two of them, and Harry loved to follow Celia around, forcing her to climb up and down to decorate the Christmas tree entirely by hand. This year only a thin layer of snow fell in London, which quickly melted. Harry was a bit disappointed. He couldn't shovel snow to earn money, but staying indoors with Celia and Remus was much more fun. Celia tried teaching them both to play chess, but she soon got confused herself. She grew frustrated, tossed the rulebook aside, and handed it to Remus, who then taught all three of them. In the end, the three of them unanimously agreed to give up on chess. Remus had taken the wolfsbane potion these past few days, leaving him pale and unwell. He forced himself to stay with them, but Celia wouldn't let him exert himself, so they watched TV together. EastEnders was one of the most popular TV shows in the UK at the time, depicting many social issues of the Muggle world. Harry only half understood it, but the adults were engrossed, so he watched along. But during certain scenes, Remus and Celia would take turns covering his eyes and ears. They did this so often that he lost track of the plot entirely. He protested angrily, but Celia switched the channel to cartoons. One episode of Count Duckula was enough to cheer him up. By the day before the full moon, Remus could bear. His face was drained of all color, and he lacked the strength even to walk. He wanted to go home. Celia firmly pressed him back onto the bed, tucked the covers around him, and sat by the bedside looking at him sorrowfully. Just stay here. I've taken all the precautions. How could it be this bad? Remus' eyes were half closed, his body trembling, slightly drenched in cold sweat. People always dull the memory of pain. How could he have forgotten how terrible he looked every month after taking the wolfsbane potion? A key ingredient in the wolfsbane potion was monkshood, a deadly poison. Its purpose was to weaken and calm the wolfish nature within a werewolf, poisoning them so thoroughly they couldn't lift a finger, thus preventing harm to themselves or others. Once the worst of the discomfort passed, Remus opened his eyes and offered Celia a weak smile. Don't look so grim, Celia. It's just weakness, like a fever. Celia reached out and touched his forehead. But you're ice cold. All right, get some rest. What would you like to eat? How about some porridge? Remus closed his eyes and murmured, I want chocolate. But I can't have anything sweet. Celia coaxed him like a child. After the transformation, you can eat as much as you. Remus nodded. Celia closed the door to let him rest. Harry sat alone in the living room, playing absently with his toys. Hearing her, he quickly got up and asked, What's wrong with Remus? He has a little ailment, Celia said, trying to sound lighthearted. It bothers him for a few days every month. It's nothing. Remus transformed on Christmas Eve. Celia had cast several protective charms on his room beforehand and layered soft cushions throughout the house. She asked uncertainly, Is there any chance you could suffocate yourself in these cushions? Remus, pale-faced, replied, Oh, this achievement might just win a Merlin medal. The simplest werewolf deterrent cushions. Celia stifled a laugh. All right, I hope to see you alive tomorrow. Celia, Remus called out, looking at her with calm eyes. Please don't sneak in during the night, okay? What? How did you know? No, I wasn't going to. Celia looked down guiltily under his gaze. But what if you get stuck in the cushions? Remus sighed silently. A werewolf is far more dangerous than you imagine, and not so fragile. If I were suffocated by cushions, I'd top the list of werewolf disgraces. Celia pursed her lips and said nothing. Remus whispered, Please, Celia. He couldn't bear for her to see his monstrous wolf form and have it haunt her dreams. I understand. I want sneaking, Celia said. That night, after Harry was fast asleep, Celia sat down outside Remus' door, gazing at the full moon through the window. The moonlight was so beautiful, yet so cruel for Remus. She had cast a silencing charm on the room, so she couldn't hear anything inside. Was Remus crying out? Was he struggling desperately? Was there any way to ease a werewolf's suffering? She thought about it all night, but found no answer. She would ask Dumbledore when school resumed. Celia returned to her room before dawn, changed clothes, and downed a vial of pepper-up potion. Remus emerged from his room just before noon, a pale smile on his face. I hope I haven't missed our Christmas feast. You're just in time for the grand finale, a chocolate cake loaded with chocolate. Celia smiled and pushed the cake toward him. Remus blinked. What more could he say? He was incredibly fortunate to have Celia as a friend. He would cherish this friendship forever. Yes, friendship. After the meal, they opened Christmas presents together. Harry received a return gift and letter from Hermione, a children's classic novel. He covered the letter with his hand and read it quickly. Hermione's reply was longer than her previous 3 letters. She thanked Harry for the gift, saying it was the first Christmas present she had ever received from someone her age. Harry wondered if she had no friend. She said their agreement was void. She hadn't considered his feelings and hoped he and his family had a wonderful Christmas. She also told Harry not to feel sorry for her. Reading old newspapers was a way for her to learn. She advised him to read more and study harder, as his letters had several spelling mistakes, and his handwriting needed practice, as it was rather messy. Harry thought she must truly have no friends. Finally, Hermione said she was happy to keep corresponding with Harry and that he could write to her for academic questions. She, however, didn't need his help, as she didn't think he had anything to teach her. Harry was now certain she had no friends. Harry lowered the hand covering the letter. There was nothing Celia and Remus couldn't see. Celia was whispering to Remus, Look, he already has his little secrets. Harry heard her and blushed. He stammered, No, it's nothing. Look. He handed Hermione's letter to Celia, but she covered her eyes and shook her head. I want look. Harry pried at her hands, insisting she read it. Celia pulled him into a hug and planted several kisses on his cheek, leaving him dazed. All right, little Harry, keep your letters from your friend. I was just joking. Harry's face was flushed, his head spinning. He held up the letter and asked Remus, do you want to see? Not me either, Remus said, covering his eyes as he followed Celia out. Holidays always passed in a flash. Celia reluctantly bid farewell to Harry, said goodbye to Remus, and returned to the campus. Rickpick came to her office. Time flies, doesn't it? We should hasten to perfect your defensive gear. She was quite efficient. Celia ended her holiday mode in an instant. You're right. Let's talk in the alchemy room. Patricia, do you think those curses and hexes could be turned against themselves? The prerequisite for utilization is mastery, Celia. As curse breakers, our primary concern when facing the unknown is to stay alive. Yet there are instances where a severe curse has actually saved lives. Rickpick was indeed exceptionally knowledgeable. After the term began, Celia spent every day with her, neglecting the students. Professor Celia doesn't chat with us anymore. At Robbie's afternoon tea party, the girls huddled together in grievance. She's obsessed with Professor Rickpick. She even follows her to defense against the dark arts class. Why doesn't she teach us? The senior students boasted. She came to demonstrate nonverbal defensive spells for us. Merlin, you have no idea how brilliant Professor Celia's defensive spells are. She can fend off every attack from Professor Rickpick. She only went to the 6th and 7th year classes. And next year the professor will change, and you won't get to see her either. Someone asked naively, could Professor Celia teach defense against the dark arts too? The others glared at her. Do you want her to leave after just 1 year? That person muttered sheepishly, forget I said anything. It was Rickpick who discovered Celia's exceptional skill in defensive spells. Celia had never had much practical combat experience. She knew she was not adept at offensive spells, but she had no idea how proficient she was at defense. Celia had collected a trove of bizarre alchemical artifacts, such as the skeletal hand she had bought from a black market dealer in Hogsmeade last year. The dark magic attached to it was so potent that she had never been able to figure out what it was. While searching for materials, she spotted the box containing her spoils, remembered Rickpick's expertise in curse breaking, and asked her to help examine it. Rickpick cast several standard detection charms on the skeletal hand. The hand, which had been inert, suddenly activated, darting wildly around the room. It spread its 5 fingers and lunged at Rickpick's face with terrifying speed. Celia swiftly cast several defensive spells, deftly binding the skeletal hand and tossing it back into the box. Rickpick looked at her in amazement. Your defensive spells are even faster than mine. Celia constantly defied Rickpick's expectations. When Rickpick thought Celia's defensive gear was merely ornamental and overrated, Celia kept refining it according to Rickpick's needs until it was nearly perfect. When Rickpick believed Celia was just a scholarly researcher with no combat prowess, Celia's defensive spells proved to be swift and remarkably effective. Celia was equally astonished. Really, no one had ever told her she was good at defensive spells. Rickpick tested her several times and became convinced that Celia had a true talent for defense. Your offensive spells may be weak, but your defense is incredibly flexible. How did you think to cast a Thorn's Charm above, while summoning an object to block? Celia was the type to act before thinking. She stammered, unable to explain. She hadn't thought it through, she had simply done it. Rickpick showered her with praise. I think you'd make an excellent curse breaker. You'd certainly have a way of handling sudden attacks. With a defense master like you at Hogwarts, why hire another professor? You should come to my classes and let the students witness your talent. Flattered, Celia obediently added to her own workload and accompanied Rickpick to lessons. She found time to chat with Dumbledore. I didn't know I was a defense master. Dumbledore said, I've always thought you were talented. Your defensive gear, it integrates many defensive spells. You've essentially combined them to create an even more powerful protective enchantment. Celia was convinced it did make sense. She then brought up the matter of werewolves. Dumbledore took off his glasses, wiped them with the hem of his robe, and his voice grew deep. I am powerless in this regard, Celia. I am not skilled in healing magic. The Wolfsbane potion, which has only recently been developed, has already greatly improved the lives of werewolves. Perhaps better potions will be invented in the future. We must hold on to hope. Celia nodded in disappointment, but she would not simply wait. She had to actively seek out that hope. The chill had not yet fully receded when the breath of spring began to flow through the campus. Another Valentine's Day had arrived. Celia received more love letters. She tossed them all into the reply basin, hoping the senders would get hiccups. But when she noticed students also hiccuping incessantly, she turned pale and stopped the basin. How dreadful. For the sake of her job, she would have to steer clear of those students from now on. How could anyone write a love letter to a professor? She also received several bouquets of roses. She had Rickpick check them for enchantments, and after confirming they were clean, she placed them outside her office for the students to You're quite popular, Rickpick remarked. It's only natural. You'd be popular at our school too. Your school doesn't admit Muggle-born students, does it? Celia asked. Rickpick had not graduated from Hogwarts, but from another of Europe's 3 great magical schools, Durmstrang. She spoke of her alma mater with disgust. Yes, it only accepts purebloods and half-bloods. The environment is harsh, and everyone is gloomy, which is why I stayed in Egypt after graduation. At least there you're closer to the sun, and people smile. Celia felt no curiosity about the place. I love the sun too. At the end of February, Celia finished teaching the 7th years and allowed them to choose whether to attend her remaining classes. Most of them came, but Bill did not. Celia even asked, "Is Bill ill?" Someone raised their hand. He went to the library to study. Celia blinked and said slowly, "I see." A strange feeling stirred in her heart. She had thought that if anyone might skip class, it wouldn't be Bill. She had believed he would stay until the very last lesson. She found herself ridiculous. She had given the students the freedom to choose, yet she felt disappointed that one had not chosen her. She must not be inconsistent in word and deed, Celia Dearborn. She quickly adjusted her mood. That afternoon she saw Bill at her office door. He was wearing a hat and was drenched in sweat. "What's wrong, Bill?" Celia asked in shock. Bill bent over, resting his hands on his knees, panting for a moment before speaking haltingly. "After class this morning, Professor McGonagall called me to arrange some things. I only heard at lunch that you had asked about me in class. I went to your office, but you weren't there. A passing student said you had gone to Professor Rickpick's office. I ran there, but she said you had gone to see Professor Sprout. I ran to Professor Sprout's office, the Hufflepuff common room, and the greenhouse, but couldn't find you, so I ran back here. Merlin, I went to Hagrid's. Come in and rest. What's the urgent matter?" After sitting down, Bill looked at her with intense eyes and repeated what she had said. "You asked about me in class. You wondered why I wasn't there, didn't you?" Celia fidgeted with her fingers, feeling awkward. "Yes, I thought you might be ill or something." "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I said everyone was free to choose. I don't want to miss a single one of your lessons, Bill. Of course I wanted to come, but there was an accident yesterday." He took off his hat, revealing his ears. They looked poisoned, a sickly blue-black, shriveled and twisted. He lowered his head, embarrassed. "I didn't want you to see me like this." But he had come anyway because he feared Celia might misunderstand him even more. "Merlin, what's wrong with you? Let's go find Madame Pomfrey." Celia stood up, ready to take Bill to the hospital wing. Bill quickly urged her to sit back down. "I went yesterday. Madame Pomfrey said it's a curse that won't harm my body beyond turning my ears like this. She can't do anything either. We'll have to wait for the curse to fade." Hearing that it wouldn't hurt him, Celia felt a bit relieved. She began scrutinizing Bill's ears, murmuring absently, "They look like wood-ear mushrooms." "What's that?" "A type of ingredient. They make dishes with it in the Chinatowns of the Muggle world. My neighborhood is right next to the largest Chinese community in Paris. I've eaten it before. It has a crunchy texture." Oh no, the more she looked, the more they resembled two wood-ear mushrooms sprouting atop his head. Celia found herself picking at her fingers again, this time to stifle a laugh. Bill said dejectedly, "Professor, you can laugh." Celia let out a stifled snort behind her hand, quickly composing herself. "All right, we can't leave your ears like this. Have you consulted any other professors?" "This morning, I went to the library to search for information. I didn't mean to skip your class, but I found nothing. Second period was Professor Flitwick's. He tried several spells on me to no avail. I also saw Professor McGonagall. She attempted transfiguration to change them back, but it still didn't work." "Did you ask Professor Snape?" Bill had already regained a semblance of calmness that bordered on lifeless. "Actually, I should have been in potions class right now." Celia patted his shoulder. "A brave Gryffindor. I bet you didn't ask for leave. Rest in peace." Bill shrugged. "Probably points deducted and detention. No big deal. He'll earn them back." Throughout his 7 years at school, nearly all his point deductions came from Snape. But he could earn back 10 times that amount in other classes. MMHM, the luxury of a top student. Celia waved her wand towards the outside. "Butterflies, come forth." A messenger butterfly flew in. Celia spoke to it. "Patricia, wait for me in the office after class. One of our students has a problem." Rickpick quickly replied with a single word, "Okay. Let's go over there." Celia checked the time. Class was almost over. Bill put his hat back on, concealing his wood-ear mushrooms. "So what's the story behind this curse?" Celia asked. Bill sighed. "I have a pen pal from Castello Bruxo. We promised to exchange schools for our final year, but I broke my word. He was furious and sent me a cursed hat. And now I'm like this." Castello Bruxo was the wizarding school of Brazil, nestled in the Amazon rainforest, renowned for herbology and care of magical creatures. Professor Sprout had mentioned it to Celia many times, saying there were magical plants there she had never even seen, and she longed to visit. If Patricia can't solve it, well, go see Professor Sprout. Maybe it's the effect of some magical plant. Celia offered Bill a few words of comfort. Surely his pen pal wouldn't be angry enough to curse him for life. It's not difficult, but it's been reinforced with transfiguration herbs, making the counter-curse quite tedious. Rickpick said after examining Bill's ears. "Mr. Weasley'll teach you a few counter-curses. Use them on your ears every day, and they'll be back to normal in less than a week." Rickpick only had to teach Bill once before he mastered it. She wasn't surprised by his talent. "You asked me about curse-breaking work last time. You're truly suited for it." Celia, hearing this, pressed further. "Bill, do you want to become a curse breaker?" Bill said, "I'm considering it. During those days you took me to Egypt last year, I happened to meet a goblin from Gringotts. He told me a bit about curse breakers." Celia looked at Rickpick. "You two might even become colleagues." After finishing her teaching each year, Rickpick would return to Egypt to work as a curse breaker. She raised an eyebrow, signaling Bill he could leave, but Bill looked at Celia and didn't move. Celia stood up. All right, Patricia, we'll head off now. See you at dinner. She walked out with Bill. Once they were a good distance away, Bill asked in a low voice, Professor, was I the only one who missed your class today? Celia regretted asking where he was in the first place. Bill, I truly meant nothing else by it. I didn't mean anything else by it either, Professor, Bill said. Flint didn't come either, didn't he? But you only asked about me. His tone was almost cheerful. Celia glanced at him. I'm heading back. If your ears don't improve, remember to go see Professor Rickpick again. Goodbye, Professor. He'll still come to your class, even if I have to keep these with ears. Bill called out to her retreating figure, his heart soaring as he walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. He and Flint had both missed class, yet she only asked where he had been. What did that mean? What did that mean? He was far more important than Flint or any other student. When Celia returned, she found Zane leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Her head throbbed. What was it now? Speak of the devil, and she went over to open the door. Looking for me. Zane hung his head, avoiding her gaze. Weasley missed potions this afternoon. Professor Snape told him to report to his office after dinner to explain. Then you should be looking for Bill, Celia said, reaching out to take a butterfly from the wall and handing it to him. Use this. Someone else will tell him. Zane still wouldn't look at her. Zane. Celia stepped into her office. Seeing him still standing outside silent and unmoving, she poked her head out and said, I can't read minds. You have to say what's on your mind. Zane glanced up at her, then quickly looked away. Professor, I won't be coming to the remaining alchemy classes for this term either. Celia nodded. All right. So he would ask where Bill was, but for him, there wasn't even a word more. Zane gave a bitter smile. Goodbye, Professor. He wouldn't see her again after this. So be it. I thought you had come to hate me. After the Christmas holidays, you wouldn't even look at me in class. Celia said calmly. I had convinced myself to accept that you wouldn't be continuing with the class. The pent-up frustration in Zane's heart suddenly dissipated. Yes, it was he who had first decided to stop attending. When he had gone home for Christmas, he had visited Archer. Archer never missed a single photo of Celia, including the one of her with her 3 students. He had altered the photo, just like Zane had. Zane had made Bill and Hera invisible in the picture, leaving only a photo of him and Celia together. He had secretly tucked this modified photo into a book, hiding it in a place only he knew. Archer's photo also had only 2 people. He had gone even further. He had changed Zane's face into his own. Zane's mind went blank for a moment when he saw it. He said angrily, You can't do that. Why not? We look so alike. It just needs a few tweaks to the details. Archer stared almost obsessively at the photo of him and Celia. Zane suppressed his fury. That person is me. Archer looked at him and let out a strange laugh. What's this? Are you starting to like her little heir of the Flint family? Zane's face turned cold. No, he couldn't possibly like her. He had simply stopped looking at her after returning to school. Zane stood there somewhat at a loss. Learning that Celia had only asked about Bill and not about him, he held his breath after class and sought her out. Celia told him that he was the one who had first shown signs of giving up, so how could he blame her for accepting it? And why did he have to come all this way? His father always taught him to plan before acting, but never told him what to do when he couldn't restrain himself. Celia watched his back as if he would stand there until the end of time. As a teacher, she always had to solve all kinds of problems for her students, including the sulking of an 18-year-old adult male. She said gently, Zane, my classroom will always welcome you. As a professor, I will always welcome you to ask me questions or confide in me about anything. So you. Zane turned around, his face once again cold and indifferent. I have a question now, Professor. Celia made a gesture of invitation to him. Come on my office, please. She poured Zane a cup of tea, crossed her hands on her lap, and waited for him to ask his question. Zane frowned, staring at a spot in the air. I got 10 W.L.S. excluding Muggle studies and divination. Those 2 courses, frankly speaking, are utterly meaningless. Whether they are meaningful or not is not for you to decide, Zane. Celia had no idea what he was driving at by bringing this up. People generally think Bill is better than me just because he has 2 more useless certificates. Do you think so too, Professor? Zane tried to meet Celia's gaze. Her eyes were a clear, beautiful grayish blue, and when she focused on someone, she always had an air of innocence. She was harmless and empathetic, making one feel they could pour out everything to her. Zane's tricky question didn't faze her at all. Excellence has nothing to do with the number of certificates. I only have 5 and I consider myself quite excellent. I will work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. My father has always wanted to return the Folly family to the pinnacle of politics. My great-granduncle was once the Minister of Magic. Zane changed the subject. Celia encouraged him. I wish you success. Then I can say the Minister of Magic was once my student. Zane looked at her expressionlessly. I don't want to go into politics, but growing up in a family like mine, our elders have our whole lives planned out from the moment we're born. Celia fell silent. Zane said softly, Say something to me, Professor. Just for a moment. Treat me like your most trusted student. Celia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Opening them, she looked at him with bright, shining eyes. Zane, if you can't accept it, then rebel. Escaping the gilded cage isn't that hard. You are young, you are smart, you have great potential. You don't need to be bound by rules and shackles. What I was taught is that family is more important than individual will, Professor Zane said. Celia's mind wandered. Her views were worlds apart from those of pure-blood families like his. Regulus must have thought the same way, willing to sacrifice himself for his family without a second. I'm sorry, Zane. I don't think I can offer any useful advice. Celia's mood dampened. Zane showed a rare smile. I don't need advice, Professor. It's just the first time I've said these things to anyone. It feels pretty good. He could previously understand why Asher liked Celia, but not why Asher's feelings were so twisted. Now he understood. His uncle had lived too repressed a life. His grandfather had mapped out his entire life, leaving him a path of thorns and blood with no one to listen to his confessions or tell him he could rebel. Zane was nothing like Asher. He wouldn't let himself be suppressed to the point of madness. That was the difference between their generations. He stood up. Thank you, Professor. Celia watched him leave, then sat back down and tilted her head in slight confusion. He was just as hard to understand as his uncle. Bill's ears had returned to normal. He showed up on time for Celia's class, and this time only Zane was absent. In class, Celia answered questions for the 7th years. She was proficient enough to teach a bit of herbology, potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts. There was also time for chatting instead of asking questions. The 7th years were already anxious about their employment prospects. Some didn't know what jobs to look for, while others worried their certificates weren't enough for their dream jobs. She told the latter to go study, while she had plenty to talk about with the former. You can try many things and gain experience. The wizarding world doesn't have job discrimination. Did you always want to teach, Professor? Celia waved her hand. I never thought about teaching. When I was younger, I wanted to open a restaurant. After I fell in love with alchemy, I wanted to open an alchemy-themed restaurant. Later, I wanted to travel the world. I never accomplished any of it. You're still young. You should bravely try new things. Every time I hear Professor Celia say such old-fashioned things with a face even younger than mine, it feels weird. Exactly, Professor. Aren't you young too? Why don't you quit and open that shop? We're about to graduate anyway, so we can visit you outside school. You're not even thinking about the younger students, are you? I'm about to graduate, I don't care about them. All right, Baron, you still have 3 months until graduation, Celia said. They'll consider opening a shop after I retire. If you can't answer the alchemy questions, you won't be allowed in to eat. I feel like it wouldn't last long before going bankrupt, they muttered. Celia, feigning indignation, immediately began quizzing them on alchemy. Time flowed away like water. Before they knew it, it was the Quidditch final again. Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. No matter how much Charlie begged, Celia refused to watch. She had a psychological shadow. But the result was quite dramatic. The match ended 10 minutes after it began. Hufflepuff won. Their seeker, while dodging a bludger, nearly crashed into the stands, and his arm happened to hit the golden snitch. Celia was full of regret. She should have gone to watch. It wasn't easy for Hufflepuff to win. At the end of the term, another serious matter awaited her. This year, the defense against the dark arts exam was once again assigned to her. Rickpick organized the exam papers and assessment methods, leaving them all for Celia. Students from 1st to 3rd year will take written exams, while 4th and 6th years will have practical tests. 4th years on the binding charm, and 6th years need to demonstrate non-verbal finite incantum. Patricia, can't you leave after the exams are over? Celia looked at her with a pitiful expression. Sorry, Rickpick replied sympathetically. I don't want to grade those papers. Celia didn't want to grade them either. How had she, an elective course professor, ended up living the life of a core subject teacher every final season? If this happened again next year, she would have to confront Dumbledore. The matter was already set in stone, and Celia had no choice but to accept it. After Rickpick packed her luggage, Celia accompanied her all the way to the school gates. She truly hated to see Rickpick go. They were of similar age and had such engaging conversations. This past academic year, she had even found herself visiting other professors less often. Moreover, with Rickpick's assistance, she had refined several versions of defensive equipment, which now offered a certain degree of protection against curses. Once she wrote up her findings, she could earn a tidy sum from publication fees and patent royalties. Let's stop here, Celia. It's been a pleasure working with you this year. Rickpick looked at her, and even her usually stern face softened into a smile. When you have time, come to Egypt, and I'll take you to explore an ancient ruin. I will definitely come. It was wonderful to meet you too, Patricia. Celia embraced her in farewell, watching reluctantly as she departed. She still had to face parting with her students. This year was different from last. The 7th year she had taught for only 1 year last time, but this year she had instructed them for 2 full years, forging a closer and more familiar bond. After exam week ended, the students had over a week of rest before leaving campus. Celia swiftly finished grading the papers, and all her remaining time was consumed by the graduating students. Professor, do you have a muggle camera? Let's take a group photo. Celia brought out her camera and let someone skilled in photography take their pictures. They'll develop the photos and mail them to you, Celia said. After the photos, they sat under a tree by the Black Lake chatting. A girl asked Celia, will life be better after graduation, Professor? Celia didn't want to dampen her spirits, but her own post-graduation life had been far from smooth. Everyone has their own path, Rosa. In school, the main focus is studying. After graduation, you gain freedom. Whether life turns out well depends on how you manage it. Sigh, Rosa sighed. In the distance, she heard the sound of an argument. The group turned their heads in unison, then quickly looked away. They broke up. Can't help it. Graduation season is breakup season. It's also confession season. Bill had only taken a few photos before he was pulled away by a girl. How many will he make cry today? Celia saw the truth clearly. So the rest of you are all single. Professor, can't we just want to spend more time with you? Though it's true we're all single. They chatted and laughed through the afternoon. When Celia returned to her office, she found a butterfly resting on the door. She tapped it, and Zane's voice emerged. Sorry, Professor, I'm busy and can't make it. Earlier that day, when the 7th years sought her out for photos, she had used a communication butterfly to send Zane a message inviting him to join. Since he couldn't come, she let it be. Celia began organizing her belongings. This summer she had planned with Patrice to take Harry to America. With the ocean between them and communication inconvenient, she rushed to complete all recent orders and planned to deliver them to Remus in a couple of days. On the night before the student's departure, Bill came to see her. Professor, I've decided to accept the job at Gringotts, to work as a curse breaker in Egypt. He had come to bid her farewell. Celia gave him a broad smile. Congratulations, Bill. You'll actually be working with Patricia. She went inside, rummaged through her bag, and pulled out several defensive items. These are improved versions I made with Patricia's guidance. They'll be useful for your work. Take them as a graduation gift. Bill took them and thanked her. He fingered the items thoughtfully. Professor, may I write to you? Of course. Let me give you my address. Celia scribbled her address on a piece of parchment. Curse breaking is dangerous work. Please stay safe, all right? Bill took the parchment, folded it carefully, and tucked it into his pocket. He gazed at Celia, reluctant to blink even once. She was truly a wonderful professor, intelligent, gentle, witty, and always thoughtful toward her students. He was about to leave the campus and would never see her every day again. Celia would soon have another and yet another student she cared for and favored more, and he would gradually fade from her memory. It was only a few days ago that Bill had finally made up his mind to accept the cursebreaker position. His outstanding performance at school could have landed him many jobs, including an easy entry into the Ministry of Magic. But he disliked the routine of office work. His nature craved adventure. Curse-breaking was exactly that, an ever-adventurous, thrilling job. And there was one irresistible benefit: the pay. Bill was the first child of the Weasley family with 6 younger siblings at home. The household relied solely on Mr. Weasley's salary, living in strange circumstances. The reason Bill had fallen out with his pen pal from Castello Bruxo was that they had agreed to cover each other's exchange study costs. When the time came, he realized his family simply couldn't afford. As the eldest son, he had consumed the most family resources: new clothes and new books, while his younger brothers had to make do with his hand-me-downs. Now that he was graduating, it was time for him to shoulder responsibility. There were many jobs in London, but a cursebreaker's salary was more than 4 times that of those positions. Even in the event of an unfortunate death, Gringotts would pay a substantial compensation. He couldn't find a more perfect job, except for one thing. He would be in Egypt and Celia in Britain, thousands of miles apart. It would be hard to see the girl he liked again. Bill didn't want to be just another student in Celia's memories. He wanted to be something more. He was a Gryffindor. Could he afford to be impulsive, a little reckless, a little brave? Professor Celia, Bill heard his own voice say, I like you. Celia's smile froze for a fleeting moment, though she managed to keep the curve of her lips intact. Her voice came out dry and brittle. Oh, Bill, all the professors here adore you as an outstanding student. Once the first words escaped, the rest flowed with far greater ease. Bill's courage poured forth, and he broke into a light-hearted grin. Professor, the fondness I hold for you is the kind that blossoms into romance. Pretending ignorance was no longer a viable escape. Celia had ample experience with confessions, but receiving one from a student was a novel predicament, a first in her lifetime. The corners of Celia's mouth began to droop. Bill, I truly appreciate your feelings. Have you finished packing your luggage? She resorted to her most reliable tactic, deflecting the topic. All packed, Professor. 7 years have accumulated quite a few belongings, and the 2 years I've known you have gathered no small amount of emotions. Please don't feel uneasy. I only wish to say that someone as remarkable as you is naturally deserving of admiration. Even the diversion failed. Celia's smile vanished entirely. She raised a hand and awkwardly rubbed her face. I understand. Let's speak no more of this. Still, thank you, Bill. Bill's brows arched with delight as he leaned in. Professor, would you care to accompany me on a date? Celia shut her eyes in despair, then opened them with practiced resolve. No, Bill. I do not date students. Very well. Good night, Professor. Bill knew when to quit and bid her farewell in high spirits. Celia let out a soft sigh. Tomorrow, once the students were sent off, the academic year would finally conclude. If neither she nor Bill ever mentioned the confession again, it would be as if it never happened, wouldn't it? On the day of the students' departure, Celia holed up in her office, only stepping out after every last one had left. She dreaded an accidental encounter with Bill. She knew several Gryffindors who were notoriously thick-skinned. What if he turned out to be one of them? Celia made her way to the Great Hall where the faculty would hold a modest farewell gathering. Upon arrival, she sought out Dumbledore. Headmaster, if you assign me to grade the defense against the dark arts exams again next year, I shall go on strike. I take note of your concern, Dumbledore sighed. It seems I must spend the entire holiday searching for a suitable professor once more. Headmaster, I still believe I am the most qualified candidate, Snape interjected, seizing the opportunity to pitch himself for the post he had long coveted. Potions requires your expertise, Severus, Dumbledore declined once again. Celia sidled up to him. Why don't you grade the papers next year? No. What I desire is the teaching position, not the drudgery of marking a herd of imbeciles' exams, Snape grumbled through clenched teeth. Celia pouted at him before heading over to Professor Sprout to discuss her plans to visit Patrice in America. I'm her daughter's godmother, though we've never met. I intend to fly there. Wait a moment before you leave. Come with me to fetch a pot of herbs for Patrice. It's a gift for her mother to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, Professor Sprout said, ever attentive to her former students. All remaining faculty members had assembled. Dumbledore offered a brief speech thanking everyone for their hard work over the academic year, reminding them to return a week before the new term and wishing them a pleasant holiday. As his words drew to a close, and he was about to adjourn, a butterfly fluttered in on delicate wings. Dumbledore's gaze followed it, and soon everyone else's did too. The butterfly alighted on Celia's shoulder and paused. It emitted a voice meant for her ears alone, Bill's voice. Hello, Celia. I've just stepped beyond the school gates. We are no longer professor and student. I wonder if my messenger butterfly can successfully cross the Black Lake. By the time you receive this, I may already be aboard the train. Can this butterfly catch up? I hope it can soar over lakes, mountains, forests, and fields to return to me, carrying your voice. So, Celia, would you like to go on a date with me? The others couldn't hear the butterfly's message. They could only watch as Celia's face gradually flushed crimson. She reached out, captured the butterfly from her shoulder, and cupped it in her palms. The delicate wings brushed against her skin, urging her to reply, sending a ticklish sensation through her hand. Celia lifted her head to find everyone staring at her. For a split second, she feared the butterfly's words had been overheard. Her blush deepened as she stammered, why is everyone looking at me? Did you hear something? Dumbledore chuckled jovially. Not a thing. See you all next term. Professor Sprout took Celia's arm to fetch the herbs, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Are you in love? Celia's voice pitched high. What? No. All right, Professor Sprout said with an indulgent expression that suggested she believed whatever Celia claimed. Celia couldn't get through to her. She packed the herbs into her suitcase, then retrieved Bill's butterfly. It was a unique creation, a lifelike imitation swallowtail adorned with a tiny blue butterfly pattern painted on its wings. That butterfly of his would never withstand the journey to catch the train. Celia quickly made improvements and sent back her reply. On the train, the graduating students were restless, drifting between compartments to bid farewell to classmates they had known for 7 years. Bill, as head boy, was well-liked and academically gifted with friends across all 4 houses. His compartment never knew a moment of quiet. Younger students kept poking their heads in to chat with him. He multitasked, effortlessly engaging in conversation while keeping one eye on the window. His butterfly appeared 3 hours later, clinging to the glass, its metallic antennae tapping softly. The moment Bill spotted it, he rushed to the window, slid it open, and snatched the butterfly inside. He cupped it to his ear and listened to Celia's reply. Mr. Bill Weasley, Professor Celia is deeply disappointed that you forgot to respect your professor the very minute you left school. My answer remains no. I've modified your butterfly, adding a delay charm and a portage charm. Instructions are enclosed. These 2 spells enable long-distance message transmission, though they are consumable and require periodic replenishment. See, I'm still teaching you. I am still your professor. Bill doubled over the table in laughter. He tapped the butterfly with his wand and listened again and again and again. Celia's communication butterfly was a marvelous invention. As long as he didn't override it with a new message, he could replay her voice endlessly. He could vividly imagine the expression on Celia's face as she delivered that final line, first a frown, then a smug curl of her lips. See, I'm still your professor. You can't argue with that, can you? Aren't I clever? That was the exact look she wore whenever she fielded a tricky question from a student. They always deliberately came up with bizarre queries, all because that expression was utterly adorable. Bill stopped grinning like an idiot. A friend snapped in exasperation. You've been staring at that butterfly for an hour. Fine. Bill drawled lazily as he sat up. He tapped the butterfly with his wand one more time. Just one last listen. Are your clothes packed? Yes, all packed. Did you put the gifts in? Yes, they're in. And your passport? Right here. All right, Harry, let's go. Celia raised her arm and cheered. Harry lifted his hand and echoed, let's go. After shouting, he shyly lowered his hand, wondering why Celia had insisted he join in. Celia was overflowing with excitement. She hadn't seen Patrice in 10 years, seeing her in the 2-way mirror didn't count. During the 10-hour flight, she didn't sleep a single minute. While Harry dozed, she even pulled out her notebook and wrote part of a paper. The plane landed on the other side of the ocean. Celia took Harry on a connecting flight to Kansas City International Airport in Missouri. Patrice lived in a small town in northeastern Kansas and would drive to pick them up. Do I look all right, Harry? Celia smoothed her hair repeatedly. You look beautiful, Celia. Harry had only exchanged a few words with Patrice over the phone and barely knew her. He could see how much Patrice meant to Celia, and her nervousness rubbed off on him. After the plane landed, Celia took several deep breaths before grabbing her luggage and Harry to walk out. At the gate, she instantly recognized Patrice, even though her features had changed so much. Celia's eyes blurred as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Patrice's eyes were also brimming with tears as she stretched out her arms toward her. Everyone else faded into a blur, only Patrice remained clear and bright. Celia let go of her bags and rushed over to embrace her. I missed you so much. Me too. They wept in each other's arms, forgetting everyone around them. Harry awkwardly pushed the luggage Celia had abandoned toward her. Patrice's husband Evanson and daughter Eva stood nearby, watching the two of them cry and bewilder. Evanson leaned down to speak to Harry. You must be Harry. Evanson, Patrice's husband. Wah. Boo. Wow, daddy, mommy's crying even harder than me. Eva looked up, her tiny mouth agape, as she watched her usually decisive mother cry like this. Evanson patted Eva's head. This is my daughter Eva. Hello, Harry, Harry said, swallowing hard. He glanced helplessly at Celia. Good heavens, she had a bubble coming out of her nose from crying. Evanson shrugged. I could picture this happening. He pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and nudged Patrice. Honey, wipe your tears. Let's go home and cry, all right? Everyone's staring. Patrice took the tissues, her eyes blurred with tears, and sobbed as she wiped Celia's face. You're still such a little girl. I'm still a month older than you. Celia sniffled, using the tissue to dry her tears, finally calming down. A belated sense of embarrassment washed over her. Where was her maturity? Where was her composure? What about the image she had built for Harry? Patrice introduced them. This is Evanson, and this is Eva. Hello, Evanson. Hi there, Eva. Celia crouched down and smiled at Eva. I'm your godmother. We've talked on the phone. Eva, who had been boldly watching them cry, now grew shy. She hid behind her father's legs, peeking out. I know. You're Cece. Patrice also noticed Harry and gasped softly. Oh my God, Harry and Patrice. Harry felt shy too. Hello. Let's head back first. You must be exhausted after a whole day of flying. They finally got into the car. Celia sat in the back with Patrice and Eva while Harry took the front seat. In no time, Eva reverted to her true nature, climbing into Celia's lap and touching her face. You're the fairy godmother from the fairy tales, aren't you? You guessed it. Whatever my goddaughter wants, her godmother can conjure it up. Celia rubbed her nose against Eva's cheek, making her giggle. Harry glanced back enviously. If only Celia were his godmother too, then they could live together legitimately. Evanson cleared his throat and called out to Harry as he drove. Harry, have you ever seen vast fields? We'll see them once we're out of the city. Look, on both sides of the road, golden waves of wheat stretched out. Harvesters were working in the fields, kicking up clouds of golden dust. Our farm is harvesting wheat too. They'll take you to see it tomorrow, Evanson said. We also have a ranch with cows, sheep, and chickens. You grew up in a big city in England, so you've probably never seen this. This trip will show you what farm life is really like. Harry eagerly agreed. He had never seen machines harvest wheat, nor had he ever seen live cows or sheep. Celia and Patrice exchanged a knowing smile. Patrice mouthed, he looks so much like James, and Celia mouthed back, I told you so. An hour later they arrived home. Eva was captivated by Celia's beauty and clung to her, refusing to let go. She was light being so young, so Celia carried her out of the car and into the house. Patrice frowned and peeled Eva off Celia. Go run and play by yourself. Eva pouted and dashed inside. Grandma, my godmother is here. Come see. My fairy godmother. Coming. Eva slowed down. Malina walked out of the house. She paused, looked at Celia, and smiled warmly. Celia hurried over, a pang of pain striking her heart. She had aged so much. In Celia's memory, Malina had always been a gentle, serene, noble woman. Now her hair was streaked with gray, and deep wrinkles lined her face. If they had met on the street, Celia might not have dared to recognize her. Malina. Celia's voice choked up as she spoke. Malina embraced her. Celia, my child, don't cry, don't cry. Her voice began to tremble as well. Evanson, fearing they might start crying again, quickly interrupted. Mom, Celia and Harry just arrived. Let them go to their rooms and rest for a bit. Malina nodded, and Celia and Harry were taken to their respective rooms. Over the next few days, Evanson took Harry and Eva all around the farm. Harry learned how machines harvested wheat, how to feed the cows and sheep, and even tried milking cows and collecting eggs. As for Celia and Patrice lost themselves in conversation. They spent the days together and even slept together at night, unwilling to be apart for more than 5 minutes. Everyone else was forgotten. Besides going out to play, Harry had to join Evanson and Eva at the dinner table every day, casting wistful glances at the two women. They talked endlessly about things only they understood. Harry strained his ears to catch what Patrice and Celia were saying, but it sounded like they were speaking in code. I knew it. That man never says anything good. And you still went along with it. Patrice said angrily. Celia was complaining about Snape. It's just, we see each other all the time, and there's that other reason. You understand. Even so, you shouldn't have forgiven him so easily. Sigh, you're just too soft-hearted. What was that all about? What were they even talking about? When night fell, only Celia and Patrice remained lying on the bed, free to discuss magic without restraint. Marina is living like a muggle now. She learned to drive and goes to church every week. Can you believe it? A witch starting to believe in God. She might be seeking some solace, Celia said. And there's nothing wrong with being a muggle. What about Evanson's parents? Oh, they live in the next town. They don't like me and refuse to come over. Celia grasped her hand. Every family has its own troubles. Let's not talk about them. After Eva's magical outburst, I wrote to the Makusa for advice. Ilvermorny also enrolls at 11. They'll send an acceptance letter. I know a professor of alchemy at Ilvermorny. Should we write to her for advice on your concerns? Patrice shook her head. Not for now. There are still years to go. I'm just anxious. I've stayed away from the wizarding world for so long, but Eva is a witch. If she wants to stay there, we can never truly break free. Magic's so enchanting, yet it can bring such agony that one wants to escape. Celia murmured softly. That's not magic's fault. I know, Patrice said, turning her head to look at her. How do you find the courage to go back, Cece? I don't think I'll ever have the strength to return to Britain. Celia buried her face in Patrice's shoulder. I have a reason I must go back, Papa. I think you're doing well now and you don't need to return. That's a great comfort to me. Patrice stroked her hair. I think life is good now too. Let's skip those matters. How is Lupin? Hey, I was just about to tell you about him. I discovered something interesting. Remus studied accounting and business management for the shop. He says he'll get a certificate so he can find a job in the Muggle world later. He's quite clever, Patrice said. He's so brilliant, but the wizarding world's discrimination against werewolves is too severe. Actually, after the invention of the wolfsbane potion, the danger of werewolves has greatly diminished. Celia sighed. Patrice sat up abruptly. What? Celia sat up too. What's wrong? Remus. Lupin is a werewolf. Patrice asked in shock. Celia covered her mouth. You didn't know? Right, I never told you before. Patrice clutched her head. When did he become a werewolf? During the war. He was bitten by a werewolf when he was 4. Celia began biting her fingers. Patrice pulled her hand away, stopping her. She murmured, no wonder, no wonder. So many things make sense now. Celia asked, what things? Patrice said, at school wasn't he strange? Disappearing for a few days every month. Good God, so he's a werewolf. Celia quickly said, Papa, don't be prejudiced against him. Remus is gentler than anyone. He's never hurt anyone. Patrice glanced at her and whispered, I know. She lay back down, then suddenly cursed loudly. Everyone's life is damn hard. Damn God. Damn Merlin. Shoo. Celia tried to quiet her, but Patrice pulled her back down. Lying beside her, Patrice said, you curse too. Feeling the warmth of her closest friend, Celia couldn't hold back and shouted, damn life, damn life. After venting, they felt much lighter, laughing as they jostled each other. Evanson protested their habit of ignoring everyone else, but after a few days their intense need to confide was satisfied, and they finally agreed to part for a while. Today it was Celia's turn to watch Harry and Eva. Eva directed Celia to drive the family pickup truck for a joyride. Go straight down this road, and you'll reach Linda's house. See that big tree? Let's stop there. Eva, precocious and sharp, made Celia park, then grabbed both Celia and Harry to knock on Linda's door. Linda. Her friend Linda opened the door, and Eva grandly introduced, this is my fairy godmother. She flew from Britain to see me. Do you see her? Good, you see her. She's my godmother, remember? After showing off, she pulled Celia and Harry back to the truck. Let's go to Steve's house. Celia and Harry both laughed. Your goal today is to visit all the nearby friends. Eva nodded. Yes, I have to let everyone see you. All right, let's go. Celia was happy to be a fairy godmother worth showing off. After Eva showed her off to everyone, she grew sleepy on the way back and laid down in the back seat. Celia lowered her voice to chat with Harry. Have you had fun these days? Harry nodded. Yes, Evanson took me to do lots of things. Good. Patrice and I haven't seen each other in so many years. Celia knew she had neglected Harry and felt guilty. Harry said, you should spend more time together. I can play with Eva. Celia reached out and ruffled his hair. Thank you. Harry smiled shyly. After returning, Celia indeed clung to Patrice again, vividly recounting how Eva had taken her to every neighbor's house. She's such a little imp, Patrice said with a laugh. Growing up running around the farm. Sometimes the 3 of us adults can't keep up with her. Children are so interesting. Celia glanced back at Harry, who was playing with Eva stacking blocks, and spoke affectionately. Sometimes they drive you crazy. Patrice shook her head. Soon Eva would show Celia what it meant for parents to lose their minds. After lunch, Harry and Eva were playing by the barn, picking up fallen ears of grain. The moment Harry took his eyes off her for 2 minutes, she silently climbed to the top of the barn. When he noticed Eva was already standing at the edge of the barn roof, shouting at him, Harry, look. I can jump from here. Harry saw the tiny figure bouncing on the edge of the 7-meter-high roof, his mind going blank. He yelled, don't jump, Eva. Eva was already poised to leap. At that height, breaking a leg would be the least of it. Eva could die. Terrified, Harry knew calling for adults was too late. Instinctively, he sprinted toward Eva, determined to catch her. Eva laughed and jumped, but he was still a dozen steps. Harry stretched out his arms, lunging in her direction, trying to use his own body to catch her. He didn't catch her. Eva fell before his eyes, about to hit the ground. Harry whispered in despair, no. Then something miraculous happened. Eva stopped just a few dozen centimeters above the ground, hovering there. She shook herself in surprise. Why didn't I bounce? Harry collapsed weakly onto the ground. In the distance, Patrice's scream rang out. Elizabeth, I told you not to do that.